Plundering the Heavens Chapter 1007 to Chapter 1059. The birth of an immortal nascent shocked the entire Tianyuan continent. Ever since Xiaoxitu of Fuyao Palace entered seclusion, he had always been the focal point of the entire continent. Everyone wanted to see just how stunning the first person in ancient times who could condense an immortal nascent soul would be. In reality, Xiaoxitu did not disappoint. When he emerged, violet qi gathered in the air and thunder rumbled. It was visible to the naked eye in the region. It could be said that the entire world had witnessed it. In just a few short days, the title of undergoing the tribulation at birth had spread across the 4 regions of the continent. His fame and might were so great that even Zhuxiu was shocked. Everyone thought that only a prodigy like him could be called a true immortal seedling. As long as he did not die prematurely, he would definitely become a true immortal seedling after a certain amount of time. However, correspondingly, the other 2 immortal seedlings were a little dim by his contrast. Although young Master Fusu, who was the first person to condense an immortal nascent soul from the Yuan family in ancient times, had shocked the 4 regions when he first revealed his talent, he was defeated by the little demon Fangxing very quickly and died. No matter how great his talent was, it could not hide the fact that he was weaker than others. Moreover, it was said that he had used external power to condense an immortal nascent soul and had not cultivated it himself. It was only a fake immortal nascent soul, which made his title as an immortal nascent soul seem more and more like a joke. People had already begun to forget about him. The other seedling was the infamous little demon Fangxing. Before Xiaoxitu emerged from seclusion, he was the undisputed greatest prodigy of the younger generation on the continent. First, he defeated young Master Fusu in the sparring arena of the prodigies in Yaoqi and won first place. Then, he worked with the traitor of the Yuan family to defeat the 8 patriarchs, scare off the ancient clans of the Pure Lands, and disperse the experts of the small immortals world when the various orthodoxies surrounded him. Afterwards, he directly stole the Peach Forest of Immortality and established the Tribulation Immortals Association. He invited cultivators from all the orthodoxies in the Tianyuan continent and vaguely took the stance of the Alliance of the Heavens. This kind of prestige, this kind of domineeringness, not to mention someone of his age, even old cultivators who had been famous for many years. How many people could achieve this? However, all of this happened before Xiaoxitu came out of seclusion. As soon as Xiaoxitu came out of her seclusion, she faced the heavenly tribulation and blocked the heavenly lightning alone. She immediately took away all the splendor in the world. On the other hand, the little devil, Fangxing, had disappeared without a trace when Xiaoxitu was at her most dazzling. The Tribulation Immortals Association of the southern region of China was still holding its meeting as usual. It received the orthodoxies who came to attend the meeting. Banquets of various sizes were held all day long. However, the people who received them were some old guys. Occasionally, some juniors would show up, but they were just a few outstanding disciples from the Great Snow Mountain and the Primordial Demon Path. Occasionally, his wife, the Dragon Lady, Chu Ci, and even the little princess of the Beast Kingdom, Xianxia, would show up to receive some acquaintances. However, the little devil, Fangxing, had disappeared completely. He had not shown up for 7 to 8 days. Some people had already guessed that he had slipped away. Of course, those who speculated maliciously naturally did not have any good ideas. Most people were still guessing that he was in seclusion preparing for the battle. However, facing Xiaoxitu, who was at the peak of her power, did he really have a chance of winning? All the orthodoxies of Tianyuan were watching. The embryonic form of the Tribulation Immortals Association had already appeared. Its influence was close to that of the Jade Lake Fairy Society. The Jade Lake Fairy Society had already been disrupted once. If they wanted to naturally link the Millennium Yaoqi meeting with the Great Trial together, unify all the orthodoxies, and form the Alliance of the Heavens, it would not be easy. On this point, the Tribulation Immortals Association had the advantage. However, even if the Tribulation Immortals Association was in its embryonic form, it could still become someone else's wedding dress. The framework that was built could be stolen by someone else. In the end, the outcome of the battle between the Little Devil and Xiaoxitu would still depend on the outcome of the battle between the Little Devil and the Tribulation Immortals Association. This was the first time such a strange situation had appeared in the cultivation world. The battle between 2 juniors who had just entered the nascent soul stage actually had the possibility of affecting the entire Tianyuan continent. Originally, the orthodoxies that had come to the tribulation immortals. Association thought that the little devil had at least a 50% chance of winning against Xiaoxitu. However, after Xiaoxitu underwent the tribulation, Fang Xing's chance of winning was immediately reduced to a pitiful amount, unless he could undergo the tribulation while he was still alive. It was a pity that Xiaoxitu underwent the tribulation while she was still in seclusion. Violet clouds had already gathered in the sky above Fuyao Palace for several months, covering hundreds of miles of space. It was as dense as the descent of the celestial realm, which finally produced the shocking tribulation lightning. However, even though Fang Xing had already entered seclusion, there were no signs of violet clouds gathering in the sky above the Tribulation Immortals Association. This meant that there were two possibilities. Either the little devil had already escaped and was not in the area, or it was impossible for him to undergo the tribulation while he was still alive and fight alongside Xiaoxitu. There's still some time left. In the demon abyss, a mountain and a lake faced each other from afar. Fang Xing sat in the middle of the mountain and the lake, cultivating quietly. Bai Qianzhong, the old man from Huqin, Daphne, and the others watched him from afar from a mountain pass in the distance. The great golden crow, Li Hongyi, and the others were there as well. Bai Qianzhong, who was in the middle, held a letter of challenge in his hand. He frowned slightly, as if he felt that it was a pity. Currently, Fang Xing still had not taken the first step towards forming his nascent soul, which meant that he was not confident. However, news had already arrived from Fuyao Palace that Xiaoxitu had succeeded and was about to undergo the tribulation. As expected, a letter of challenge had been sent over. Fuyao Palace doesn't deserve to be called the #1 orthodoxy of Tianyuan. Xiaoxitu really doesn't deserve to be called the #1 heaven's favorite of the younger generation. In order to force the little bandit to accept the challenge in a hurry, he actually sent such a letter of challenge. If this gets out, isn't he afraid of being laughed at by the world? The great golden crow was a little angry. In his annoyance, there was also his worry. In order to form his nascent soul, Xiaoxitu has cultivated in seclusion for as long as 3 months. However, how long has it been since junior brother Feng stepped into the self-severing state? This time, he has cultivated in seclusion for less than 10 days. Even if his foundation and fortune aren't inferior to Xiaoxitu's, if he accepts the challenge in a hurry, he won't be able to unleash his full potential. He's at a great disadvantage in this battle. Li Hongyi also frowned, appearing very worried. If this was any other time, they definitely wouldn't be worried that Fang Xing would accept the challenge, because that bastard wasn't someone who would accept being at a disadvantage. Not to mention accepting the challenge at a disadvantage, he wouldn't even accept the challenge if he didn't take advantage of it. However, this time was different. After seeing the letter of challenge, Fang Xing would definitely accept it, because on the letter of challenge from Xiaoxitu of Fuyao Palace, there was only one word. Xiao Man. This move was too ruthless. If Xiaoxitu really challenged Fang Xing for some personal grudge or righteousness, then Bai Qianzhong and the others wouldn't hesitate to take down the letter of challenge and wouldn't disturb Fang Xing's cultivation. They would drag it out as long as they could until Fang Xing was confident enough to accept the challenge. However, the reality was cruel. Everyone knew that Fang Xing had taken over the Paradise Peach Forest and controlled the lifeline of Yaoqi and Fuyao Palace. However, very few people knew that Fang Xing's lifeline had already been controlled by Fuyao Palace when he was only a 10-year-old monkey. The 2 words on the letter of challenge were Fang Xing's lifeline. Xiao Man was in Fuyao Palace. According to the rules set by Fuyao Palace, after Xiaoxitu came out of seclusion, she would be able to hold her coming-of-age ceremony and officially become Sidu. The 3,000 female disciples would then be officially his concubines. Fuyao Palace could use this to force Fang Xing to accept the challenge. However, they still cared about their reputation and didn't say it out loud. However, the 2 words on the letter of challenge had already explained everything. Fang Xing wouldn't allow Xiao Man to become Xiaoxitu's concubine. Therefore, he had no choice but to accept the challenge. Because of this, even Bai Qianzhong and the others hesitated. They didn't know if they should give him the letter of challenge. Now that this little monkey is related to the grand plan of the Alliance of the Heavens, how can we let him put himself in danger because of a little girl? If he loses, it's not just his problem. Even our efforts will go down the drain. This letter of challenge must not be given to him. Among the crowd, the old woman of Green Hill said with a frown. Her tone left no room for doubt. I don't know about anything else, but I can only think that if you withhold the letter of challenge and cause him to miss this fight, his little girl will become someone else's concubine. When that little bastard finds out, the first thing he'll do is tear you apart. The Rock Diablo spoke coldly, but it scared the Green Hill Elder quite a bit, and he muttered, "It's not like I was the one who captured it. Such a decision should be made by him, not us." The old man of Huqin said calmly, his expression indifferent. "Hee, it's just that doing this despite knowing that the outcome isn't good. What a headache." The old white ape of the Great Sage Mountain laughed bitterly, appearing helpless as well. "Let's give it to him." At the last moment, it was Bai Qianzhong who sighed slowly and said in a low voice, "Perhaps he accepted the battle without sufficient preparation and suffered a great loss. But if we conceal this matter from him, then it won't just be a loss for him, it'll be a great matter of his Dao heart perishing." Zhu Xiu was silent at that, and did not argue further. While Bai Qianzhong and Fang Xing's master-disciple relationship did not have proper origins, Fang Xing himself trusted the former immensely. Since his honorable master had made the decision, the others naturally would not object. Moreover, while Zhu Xiu's stance differed, those who were closer to Fang Xing and understood his temperament supported the decision to hand the letter of challenge to him. It was useless even if the others disagreed. "Uncle 11, that fellow has already left seclusion?" Unexpectedly, just as Bai Qianzhong held the letter of challenge and was about to wake Fang Xing up, Fang Xing, who was in the middle of the lake, had already woken up. "Do you want to go?" Bai Qianzhong stopped in his tracks and sent the letter of challenge to Fang Xing, who caught it with his hand. "Of course I'm going." Fang Xing's expression did not change. He only glanced at the letter before putting it away. He then stood up and raised his arms slightly as if he was stretching. The demon Fang Xing, who was cultivating on another mountain, suddenly turned into a stream of light and flew toward him, disappearing into the space between his eyebrows. Only a relic was left. He weighed it in his hand twice and put it away somewhere. Then, he took a step forward. In the blink of an eye, he was already next to Zhu Xiu, looking towards the north. A gust of wind blew from afar, causing his clothes to flutter loudly. "I've been waiting for a long time." Bandit, should we think of something to trick that fellow?" The great golden crow came up to him, his eyes glinting fiercely. He was sharpening his knife and coming up with a bad idea. Under normal circumstances, Fang Xing would naturally raise both his hands in approval. But at this moment, he seemed to have changed into a different person. He smiled and said, "There's no need. Back then, Fuyao Palace stole my people away in a blatant manner. Now, I have to snatch my people back openly." The little devil agreed to fight. Everyone who had heard of Fang Xing's story, or who thought they knew about Fang Xing, thought that he would find a lot of excuses to avoid the fight, or simply disappear without a trace without even finding an excuse. After all, they had studied his footprints all along. They believed that this was the true face of that little devil, or the reason why he could successfully reach this step. Even if he had the ability to fight, as long as he couldn't gain too much advantage, he would hide and look for a better opportunity. Not to mention this situation, where he was obviously at a disadvantage. But unexpectedly, when the news that Xianxia of Fuyao Palace sent him a duel invitation spread across Heaven's origin world, he stood up. A simple reply spread across Heaven's origin world, "Give it back to me." In Zhu Xiu's eyes, Fang Xing had robbed Yaqi's things. He had even taken the entire peach forest, not to mention other things. But his reply was, shockingly, "Give it back to me." Except for the two parties involved, probably no one understood the meaning of this word, which could only lead to endless guesses. North of Bakokekyang in the southern domain of the Divine Land, there was a mountain named Kuaiji. It was a towering and lonely mountain. After Fuyao Palace's Xiaosutu came out from his closed-door cultivation, he had come to this mountain and used it as a temporary imperial residence, waiting for Fang Xing's arrival. There was already a rumor that if he waited for Fang Xing and didn't show up in 3 days, this Kuaiji mountain would become the place where Xiaosutu would receive the crown. After receiving the crown, Xiaosutu would officially become the master of Fuyao Palace. At that time, not only would the 3,000 disciples of Fuyao Palace become his concubines, he would also officially launch an attack on the Tribulation Immortals Association. Some people suspected that this rumor was spread by Fuyao Palace. The so-called attack on the Tribulation Immortals Association was actually a minor detail. He was mainly hinting to Feng Xing that he would only wait for him in Kuaiji Mountain for 3 days. If he didn't show up in 3 days, he would lose Xiaoman forever. The Great Golden Crow and the others were all indignant about this. They thought that Xiaositu used Xiaoman as a hostage to force Feng Xing to accept the duel in advance, which was too despicable. However, some people who knew him well understood that Xiaositu had always been a whimsical person. Ever since he was young, he had been mischievous and would do whatever he wanted. If it weren't for Xiaositu's name, judging from what he had done, he would just be another little devil. Of course, to Fuyao Palace's surprise, they gave Feng Xing 3 days, but Feng Xing arrived on the first day. There had never been a time when this little bandit was dressed so elegantly and neatly. When he came out from the Tribulation Immortals Association, Dragon Lady personally prepared his clothes. Then, Xianxia and Chu Xi personally helped him put on the clothes and fastened the belt. Everything was done meticulously, which scared Feng Xing silly. His body was tense and full of suspicion, fearing that these 3 women had ill intentions and wanted to play a big show of murdering her husband. After all, although the matter of him fetching Xiaoman was unshakable, it was still a little inappropriate in front of these 3 people. If you marry a chicken, follow the chicken. If you marry a dog, follow the dog. The 3 of us will follow you. We have no choice but to be the wives of the bandits. Before leaving, Dragon Lady stepped forward lightly and said to Feng Xing in a soft voice, "You have a lively nature and don't like complicated things. Even if the 3 of us are together, it will be a little awkward. If you feel it, you will be scared away. Therefore, the 3 of us have discussed it. We won't ask you about this kind of thing anymore. You can do whatever you want. We have never thought of leaving you again. However, whether you are going to fight to the death with me or take back the little girl who has been following you since she was young, there is one thing you need to remember. We want your sincerity and your company." After saying that, she looked at Feng Xing quietly for a while and then said softly, "So, no matter what, you have to come back alive." Feng Xing seemed to be touched. He looked at Dragon Lady, then looked at Chu Xi and Xianxia. He sighed with a face full of emotion. His usually arrogant face actually had a touch of tenderness. Suddenly, he said affectionately, "If I don't come back, you won't remarry, right?" Dragon Lady, Xianxia, and Chu Xi were all speechless. Dragon Lady even snorted coldly, "Why don't you guess?" Feng Xing instantly jumped up anxiously, "I won't *king guess. I will be caught by you no matter where I go. Go. Go early and come back early." A proper farewell actually turned into a farce. Dragon Lady really couldn't stand it anymore. She pushed Feng Xing and asked him to leave quickly. "Hee, wait for me when the wine is hot." Feng Xing laughed, jumped up the cloud frame, and went straight to Kuaiji Mountain. Once the demon moved, the army followed. Countless orthodoxies who came to participate in the Tribulation Immortals Association hurriedly followed him to Kuaiji Mountain. Those who had some foundation and power had already occupied a place in the void around Kuaiji Mountain or on the short mountain. They wanted to watch this rare battle of immortal infants, and through this battle, they wanted to determine what the structure of Tianyuan continent would become in the future. Everyone had this idea. Therefore, at this time, Beko Keikyang had become a big gathering of orthodoxies of Tianyuan. Nanzhan, Beiju, Pure Land, Divine Land, Small Immortal Realm, it could be said that more than 70% of the big orthodoxies had gathered here, which was more than the number of people from Jade Lake Fairy Society and the current Tribulation Passing Society put together. All of them calmed their minds and waited, quietly watching this battle. "Little Feng Xing, the battle is dangerous. You must remember, it's more important to stay alive." In the southern region of Kuaiji Mountain, gathered the old man of Huqin, Daphne, by Qianzhong, and the chief monk of Lingshan Temple. They were all quietly watching him. All their efforts and plans were tied to Feng Xing. But at this time, in order not to increase the pressure on Feng Xing, they all behaved unusually relaxed. When the old man of Huqin spoke, the first thing he did was to remind Feng Xing to remember to stay alive. "Yes, you can ask for help when necessary. I will save your life even if I have to sacrifice my old face." The chief monk of Lingshan Temple had always been avoided by Feng Xing, and this was the first time he spoke to him face to face. Haha, you don't plan to ask me for those scriptures? Fang Xing was very happy to hear this, and asked with a smile. The face of the chief monk of Lingshan Temple instantly darkened. After I save you, I will suppress you in the pigsty. What a vengeful monk. Fang Xing did not dare to say anything more. He muttered softly, then turned and left. His sleeves fluttered in the wind, and under the gazes of all the cultivators in the world, he strode up Qiji Mountain without hesitation. Then, he saw in the distance an exquisite and noble throne had already been set up at the peak of the mountain. On the throne sat a young man dressed in a large red robe. He was tall and slender, and his aura was profound and unfathomable. His face was incomparably handsome, like the autumn moon. Among all the people Fang Xing had seen in his life, only Uncle 11 could compare to him in terms of appearance. However, at this time, this incomparably handsome guy was waiting for the maidservant next to him to feed him grapes with his mouth wide open. He was not graceful at all. In the auspicious cloud behind him, the figures of Yaoqi Wangmu, the head of the ancient family, and the others were faintly discernible, staring at this place. These old antiques, who usually liked to talk about rules and manners, were looking at this indecent man as if they were looking at a treasure, and the first thing that Fang Xing saw was a girl sitting on a futon next to the throne. The young man in the red robe was surrounded by more than a dozen beautiful women. Each of them was beautiful and had extraordinary cultivation. Some were feeding him grapes, some were massaging his legs, and some were carefully cleaning his sword until it was spotless. Every woman was busy, and they were very willing to be busy. All their attention was focused on him. Only one person was sitting quietly with her head slightly lowered, not saying a word. That girl had pointy ears and skin like jade. She was infinitely beautiful, able to compete with the sun and moon. As Fang Xing strode up Kuaiji Mountain, her pointy ears twitched, and she nervously raised her head. The moment she saw Fang Xing's gaze also turned to her. Then, tears suddenly streamed down her face, her entire person seeming to melt. On the entire Kuaiji Mountain, all the women seemed to be looking at a god in their hearts, crowding around the young man in the red robe. Only that pointy-eared girl's attention was focused on Fang Xing, her face covered with clear tears. Xiao Man. This was the first time Nan Zhan saw Xiao Man since they parted ways at Blue Cloud Sect. Finally seeing her now, it felt somewhat surreal, like a dream. You've lost weight. As Xiao Man looked at Fang Xing was also looking at her. A moment later, he shook his head and sighed. When Xiao Man heard these words, a smile appeared on her tear-stained face again, as brilliant as a spring flower. Why is the food at Fuyao Palace so bad? As if to find the reason why Xiao Man had lost weight, Fang Xing spoke aggressively to the man in the red robe, his tone interrogative. Because Fuyao Palace is vegetarian all year round, we don't touch meat. The people around the man in the red robe wanted to berate Fang Xing, but the man in the red robe smiled and answered seriously. So poor that you can't even eat meat? Fang Xing's face was full of disdain as he said coldly, then why do you keep so many women? These words were full of provocation, making the group of maids unable to restrain themselves. There was actually someone in this world who said that Fuyao Palace was poor, but the man in the red robe was still not angry. He smiled and said, a feast for the eyes. This grandson doesn't get angry so easily. Fang Xing had gotten the answer in his heart, so he didn't say any more sarcasm. Instead, his expression calmed down. On the other hand, the man in the red robe's gaze fell on Fang Xing. He looked him up and down for a long time. The surrounding atmosphere gradually became somber, and an unbearable sense of oppression descended. The soft wind in the air seemed to have become knives at this moment, cutting into people's bodies, making them feel uncomfortable. When the man in the red robe spoke calmly, this sense of oppression reached its peak in an instant, as if a mountain had fallen from the sky. I didn't think that you would really dare to come. My people are here with you. If I don't come to take them back, should I wait for you to send them to me? Fang Xing's face was full of disdain as he replied impatiently. These people are all mine. The man in the red robe pointed at the concubines beside him and drew a circle in the air. Xiao Man was also within the circle, and he looked as if it was only natural. Back then, you guys took her away, so she is yours. Now that I've taken her back, doesn't that make her mine? Fang Xing also answered as if it was only natural. Bang! The man in the red robe was furious when he heard this. He suddenly smashed the jade table in front of him with his palm and stood up straight, as if an ancient god had woken up. In the void, the weather changed at this moment, and a stern voice spread out in all directions. You dare to take my woman, I'll kill you. Facing the anger that could trigger the celestial phenomenon, Fangxing was not afraid at all. On the contrary, he was so angry that his face distorted, as if he couldn't bear it even if he wanted to. He jumped up in anger, pointed at the man in the red robe and scolded, "Damn you sissy, you have a fragrant nose and triangular eyes, you're even uglier than my third brother. You're so beautiful, a man wearing a red dress and wearing makeup, why don't you ascend to the heavens and call yourself a feast for the eyes? Aren't you afraid of bursting yourself to death? I'm already here, and you're still pretending to be a coward? It was you guys who snatched my woman first. Cut the crap. Come, fight with me. I won't rest until you're dead today." In an instant, the world returned to peace, as if the surging celestial phenomenon didn't dare to act rashly after being scolded by him. One of them was enraged and triggered a celestial phenomenon, one of them scolded and calmed the world down, leaving only his scolding echoing in the air. The cultivators in the surroundings were stunned by the reactions of the two top juniors after they met, and they even did not know whether to laugh or cry. With a single thought, Xiaoxitu caused the world to change drastically, which undoubtedly revealed a small part of his supreme technique, while Fangxing's cursing seemed crude, but it actually contained his principles, which caused the world to calm down. It also contained his divine ability. Although it seemed like a shout and a curse, it was actually a battle between the two of them. Judging from the current situation, they were probably on equal footing. Of course, Xiaoxitu could do whatever she wanted. In comparison, Fangxing had to expend a lot more effort. At the same time, a strange thought formed in Zhu Shou's mind because of the conversation between the two of them. There were too many reasons for these two young talents to fight. They were fighting for fate, for fame, for the peach forest of immortality, and most importantly, for the structure of the alliance of the heavens. Each of these reasons was enough for them to fight with all their might. However, the reason for their battle was actually a woman, a demon barbarian woman who wasn't even a purebred human. This kind of person was considered a slave in the mortal world, but now, she was being fought over by two top young talents. Zhu Shou sighed with emotion and his heart was moved. From now on, those demon barbarians who were despised by the human tribe and not accepted by the demon tribe would have a much higher status. I heard that you first snatched one of the 3 treasures of Fuyao Palace, the Green Moon Lantern, and openly auctioned it off. You humiliated Fuyao Palace and kidnapped my little auntie Xiaoqing. In the end, you even snuck into the Jade Lake Fairy Society and even moved the Peach Forest of Immortality to the Demon Abyss. You're extremely audacious and your crime is unforgivable. You've done all this just to get this little girl back. Is this true? After being scolded, Xiaositu's face darkened and she shouted at Fangxing, I snatched the Green Moon Lantern from your Fuyao Palace but you refused to exchange it. After that, I kidnapped the little princess of Yaoqi but you still refused to exchange it. In the end, I even snatched the Peach Forest but you still refused to exchange it. I have no choice but to kill you today. Fangxing had no fear on his face, and his reply was extremely smooth. Kill me? Ridiculous. When Xiaoxitu heard that, she sneered. I built my foundation when I was 10, my golden core when I was 15, and my golden core reached the upper stage when I was 17. At the age of 17, I comprehended the self-severing realm and stepped into the peak of the golden core realm. After that, I meditated in seclusion for 20 years. Finally, I was enlightened by the sages and saw the great way and stepped into the half-step immortal infant realm. After that, I meditated in seclusion for 3 months and gained enlightenment. I was cleansed by the heavenly thunder and refined my soul. I've accumulated all my experience and passed through the tribulation at birth. It's not that I'm boasting, but under the tribulation, I don't care about anyone. As for you, I know that you have the hope of forming the immortal infant realm. Listening to her mockery, Fangxing strangely fell silent. To a certain extent, Xiaoxitu was right. He had not formed the immortal infant realm and was only a golden core realm cultivator after all. As for Xiaoxitu, she had formed the nascent soul in one step and faced the heavenly thunder. She had the aura of passing through the tribulation and could be considered to be in the tribulation realm. In that case, he was indeed 2 realms lower than Xiaoxitu, While Fangxing was silent, Xiaositu was also quietly sizing him up. After a while, she softly said, "You have the aura of the Great Way on you, and you even have the embryonic form of the half-step immortal infant realm. If you were given a year to comprehend it, you might be able to fight against me. Unfortunately, you're still too early. With only a year, you and I will not be on the same level. Fighting against me is no different from courting death. Others might not be able to see this clearly, but our great ways are very similar, so I really don't know why you came. Damn it, what are you talking about? If I didn't come, wouldn't you have slept with my Xiaoman?" Fangxing became indignant when he heard that. He took a step forward and shouted coldly, "Stop talking and just make your move." At this moment, he was filled with murderous intent, and his body was bursting with an aura of absolute determination. However, Xiaositu sneered and glanced at Xiaoman. "Are you really doing this for her?" Fangxing sneered. He could not be bothered to answer that question. When Xiaositu looked at Xiaoman, her gaze became extremely gentle. After a while, she said, "The former 4 young masters of the central region, Hong Ying's good friend, Fusu is fond of fame, Lihan is fond of killing, and Situ is lustful. This is indeed true. To me, all 3,000 female disciples in Fuyao Palace are my good sisters. They are like spotless lotuses, and when other men look at them, I feel unworthy for them. When others mention them, I want to cut off that person's tongue." Xiaoman, on the other hand, is gentle and kind by nature. Her beauty is unparalleled, but she is quiet, intelligent, gentle, and kind. She has the capital to be high and mighty, but she is also extremely loyal. Even among the 3,000 disciples in Fuyao Palace, she is one of a kind. Even I feel extremely lucky to have met such a good girl, and I can't wait to spoil her, but you keep saying that you want to take her away from me. Haha, we haven't even met, but you are already the person I hate the most." When they heard this, many of the women around him pouted and were somewhat dissatisfied. As for Xiaoman, her shoulders trembled. She was obviously very frightened, and the worry in her eyes became even more intense. At this moment, Xiaositu also stood up and came to the side of Xiaoman. Her eyes were fixed on Fangxing, and she said indifferently, "But it is hard to find an opponent. After I form my nascent soul, I also need an opponent who is on par with me to sharpen the sword in my hand. Now that Fusu is dead, you are the person who can best verify my great way. I really do not want to kill you in advance. When you see me, you should already understand how big the gap between us is. Now, I will give you a chance. Give up on this idea and retreat. 1 year later, you can challenge me again. What do you think? In your dreams." When Xiaositu said this, not to mention how shocked the others were, even Fangxing had a strange expression on his face. He answered without thinking. "This is the only chance I am giving you. Do you really not want it?" Xiaositu looked at Fangxing coldly and frowned slightly. However, Fangxing directly shook his head. "Are you going to fight or not?" "Haha." Xiaositu sneered and stared coldly at Fangxing's face like lightning. Xiaoman was already trembling with fear. She shook her head at Fangxing lightly, signaling him to retreat. However, Fangxing only glared at her and did not have any intention of retreating. As Xiaositu's face darkened, the air was filled with murderous intent. A battle was about to break out. The surrounding cultivators became excited as well. Their faces were filled with anticipation as they waited to watch the great battle. Haha. Just as Fangxing's eyes were like lightning and he was about to look for an opening to make a move, Xiaositu suddenly laughed. "Xiaoman, you really have a good eye. You can make a person who is never willing to suffer a loss suffer for you. Even I may not be able to do that." When he laughed, the void that was filled with murderous intent immediately dissipated and everything became clear. Even Fangxing was stunned. The mana that was surging up didn't rush out, it was forcefully frozen. Under his surprised gaze, Xiaositu had already sat back on the throne. She pointed at Xiaoman lazily and said to Fangxing, "Take her away. From today onwards, she is no longer a disciple of Fuyao Palace. She will follow the two of you to roam the world and will no longer be restrained by Fuyao Palace. However, you have to promise me that you will never ask Xiaoman about the secrets of Fuyao Palace. Xiaoman will also not reveal it to anyone." His voice was lazy and carried a little reluctance, as if he was forcing himself to say it. When Feng Xing and Xiao Man heard this, they were stunned and their faces were filled with disbelief. When Xiaositu saw Feng Xing looking at her, she rolled her eyes in dissatisfaction and said, "What are you looking at? I have always found beauty to be a feast for the eyes, but I am not picky about food. To me, only those whose heart is with me are delicacies. Those whose heart is not with me, no matter how good their appearance and smell, are bland and tasteless. What's the point? Besides, that girl Xiaoman has been talking about you since the first day she saw me. Calluses have formed in my ears. Now that you've finally come, what are you waiting for if not to send her away? Go, go, go before I change my mind. Go, go, go." When these words were spoken, Xiaositu seemed to have changed into a different person. Her face was filled with regret and she looked like she was reluctant to part with what she treasured. Eh? Not fighting anymore? Feng Xing only reacted now. He was surprised and asked blankly. What fight? You are not my opponent now. Xiaositu was a little impatient. Fighting with you now is not going to prove my Dao. What's the point of fighting? Take Xiaoman away first and then go into closed-door cultivation. 1 year should be enough for you to take that step. We will fight again then. Feng Xing's face was filled with shock and he was speechless. One of the maidservants beside Xiaositu also laughed and said, "After Situ heard about what happened between you two, he had already planned to return Xiaoman to you. He just wanted to test if you were worth entrusting. Do you really think that Situ is a lecher? That is gauging the heart of a gentleman with a cautious heart. Xiaositu has always treated people sincerely. He treats every girl well, protects us, pampers us, plays with us, but he has never thought of dominating us. This is why we are so loyal to him. Doesn't Fuyao Palace forbid female disciples from marrying outside?" This result was too shocking. Feng Xing was silent for a long time before he asked in a low voice. He tilted his head and looked at Xiaositu. "Yes, I don't know which generation of Situ set this rule." Xiaositu said lightly, "Now I am Situ of Fuyao Palace, so I want to break this stupid rule. Every girl in the world is a bright pearl. Even a good person like me feels it is a pity to monopolize so many of them. Who knows what kind of trash the next Situ will be? What right do you have to monopolize so many good girls?" As he spoke, his expression became more and more serious. He waved his hand and said, "So I must abolish this rule. In the future, the female disciples of Fuyao Palace can marry whoever they want. They can leave whenever they want. How many do they want to marry? That's fine too. Just rely on your charm to make people stay willingly. Don't rely on the rules set by our ancestors to be like a pig trying to woo cabbages." His words were vehement and impassioned, as if he was making a great vow. "Those women allowed you to do this?" Feng Xing stared blankly at Yaoqi Wangmu, who was faintly discernible in the clouds behind Xiaositu, and asked blankly. "Now that I'm a Situ and an immortal nascent, who can still control me?" Young Master Situ's reply was nonchalant, but he was full of ambition and confidence. He must be AF * king idiot. Feng Xing was finally sure that this guy was not tricking him. However, he also gave him a definition in his heart. There was actually someone in this world who chased his own wife away. If he was not a weirdo, then what was he? Of course, when he thought about it, he vaguely understood. Thinking back to the time when he was in the Tribulation Immortals Association, his 3 wives were gathered together, and it was already a headache for him. This Xiaositu had 3,000 wives. How hard was her life? Sigh, if that's the case, then I don't have the heart to trick you anymore. When Feng Xing finally accepted this result, he sighed regretfully. Then, he took off many things from his body. One by one, he threw them on the ground. Xiaositu was stunned and even a little frightened. Feng Xing did not seem to be carrying anything special on him. However, the items that he threw down one after another caused Xiaositu's expression to change. There was a strangely crafted slingshot, a pile of talisman stones tied together, 2 thick stacks of purple-violet thunder talismans, 2 large bottles filled with a dark and mysterious evil aura, a strange banner that was covered with talisman inscriptions, a large pile of blood-replenishing elixirs, a bronze door, countless divine and semi-divine weapons, white bone relics that had been refined in advance, and even quicklime. Even with Xiaositu's eyesight, there were many things that he could not recognize. However, it was easy to imagine that their power was extremely terrifying. Why did you bring so many things with you? Xiaositu's tone of voice changed slightly as he looked at Fangxing with a hint of fear in his eyes. I plan to trick you. Fangxing replied as if it was a matter of course, this slingshot is a divine weapon that I refined myself. It is called the God-striking bow and it can be used to shoot these talisman stones. When they explode in one go, its power is even more powerful than a tribulation-passing ancestor's attack. These 2 stacks of violent thunder talismans were plundered from the mysterious domain. I have already confirmed that once they are detonated, not to mention you, everything within a radius of 10,000 miles will turn into flying ash. This bottle contains the evil aura of the strange corpses that I obtained from the 100 Break Mountains. Even a tribulation-passing ancestor would have a headache if he were to come into contact with even a little bit of it. There are also these divine weapons and this white bone relic. He introduced them one by one as if nothing had happened. However, Xiaositu was so scared that his expression changed greatly. He was filled with lingering fear and even his voice became a little hoarse. Didn't you say that you wanted to fight me fair and square? Pfft, Fangxing looked at him with disdain. Your Fuyao Palace has many eyes and ears. If I didn't say that, would it still be effective? This, on the other hand, Xiaositu was speechless. Fuyao Palace had great influence, so naturally, there were people who had infiltrated the Tribulation Immortals Association. They even had a way to obtain Fangxing's every word and action during this period of time. It was also because of this that he knew that Fangxing had once said that he intended to have a fair and square battle with him. It was also because of this that he was even more certain of Fangxing's sincerity and agreed to return Xiao Man to him. But who would have thought that this bastard actually had another trick up his sleeve? He even felt some lingering fear. With his cultivation, he naturally wouldn't care about 1 or 2 tricks, but there were so many of these things. After some deliberation, his expression became strange. He really couldn't guarantee that he could dodge all of them. So I actually dodged a bullet just now? He was dumbfounded for a long time before saying in a self-deprecating manner. As for the maids beside him, they were all so shocked that they couldn't even say a word. That's right, there are still many plans that I haven't told you yet. Fangxing replied nonchalantly, giving off an air of superiority. Phew, Xiaositu let out a long sigh, as if trying to calm herself down. She then said in a self-deprecating manner, the rumors about you are indeed true. If you don't take advantage of others, you will suffer a loss. This time Elder Auntie and the others asked me to use Xiao Man to force you to fight. It was really a bad idea. I'd rather have a fair and square battle with you when you're prepared than face these endless tricks. Fortunately, I didn't intend to listen to them from the beginning. But now that I've returned Xiao Man to you, you have to remember this favor. In the battle in a year's time, let's use our true abilities. That's right, I'll remember this favor, so there's no need to wait for a year's time. Fangxing replied with a smile. He first pulled Xiao Man to his side, then looked at Xiaositu. Let's do it now. Xiaositu's expression became even weirder. You're not ready yet. Fangxing smiled even more proudly. This is also a trick that I prepared for you. As he spoke, he shook his shoulders, and the aura on his body gradually began to change a little bit. It was not a big change, but it was like someone had thrown a pebble into a lake that was as smooth as a lake, causing ripples to appear on the surface of the lake. The change was subtle and inconspicuous, but in young Master Situ's eyes, he was extremely shocked. In the end, his shock turned into graveness, and he looked at Fangxing in silence for a long time before he nodded slightly. You're really ready. This period of time was not long, but the changes inside were endless, almost dazzling. The female servants around Xiaositu all had the characteristics of Fuyao Palace, that was their arrogant expressions, and they only had eyes for Xiaositu, as if other than him, everyone else in this world was like clay chickens and pottery dogs. Even when Xiao Man wholeheartedly wanted to return to Fangxing's side, Xiaositu also agreed. They did not envy her at all, instead, they felt that this bewitching little girl was really too stupid. At this time, they finally lost their sense of superiority, and were even filled with vigilance and fear towards Fangxing. And the hands that were holding Xiaositu's clothes tightened. This group of women finally began to worry about Xiaositu. Using this fair and square battle to return this favor, is this young master considered a good man? Feng Xing looked at Xiaositu with a smile, showing a magnanimity that he had never shown before. Very good. Xiaositu also answered seriously, only with such an enemy can one prove the great way. As he spoke, he got up and walked to the top of the mountain. With a wave of his palm, the throne disappeared, and the women who served him also looked reluctant, but they had no choice but to fly into the air and stand beside Yaoqi Wangmu, so as to give him the battlefield with the top of Kuaiji Mountain as the center. But when Yaoqi Wangmu saw that all the female disciples had returned, but Xiaoman still stayed by Feng Xing's side, her expression changed abruptly. When Feng Xing and Xiaositu were talking, they used their supernatural power to seal the mountain top, so outsiders could not hear them. What does Hong'er want to do? Mother Wang frowned, staring at Xiaoman who was beside Feng Xing and pulling the corner of his clothes, faintly guessing something. When the maids saw this, they quietly lowered their heads. No one was willing to betray Xiaositu. At the critical moment of the battle, don't disturb his mind. Great Elder also saw some clues, and when he thought about Xiaositu's usual mischief, he had already guessed most of it. But when he saw that the qi between Feng Xing and Xiaositu on the mountain top was condensed, and the fighting spirit was clearly rising, he knew that this battle was inevitable, and he did not care about anything else. The battle between immortal nascent cultivators was not ordinary. The winner would ascend to heaven, and the loser would be reduced to mud. Not to mention a mere Xiaoman, even if the 3,000 disciples of Fuyao Palace were to be sacrificed to that demon, so what? Anyway, as long as he was defeated, everything would vanish into thin air. Everything about this little devil is good, but he is a little stubborn, Yaoqi Wangmu said hatefully. Although she felt a little helpless, she still listened to Great Elder's suggestion. As expected, the two of them are somewhat similar. At this time, a person beside her spoke faintly. It was fourth Madame Xian. At this time, she was only an existence of a spiritual body, but at first glance, there was no difference from her real body. Looking at Feng Xing and Xiaositu on the mountain top, she actually felt a little emotional, as if recalling the first time she saw Feng Xing, she felt that he was somewhat similar to the devil in her family. But at that time, this thought was just a passing thought. No matter what, she did not think that this uncouth boy from a remote background could be mentioned in the same breath as the little devil in her family. How could she have imagined that today would come? Young master, do you have to? At this time, Xiaoman was still tightly holding on to the corner of Feng Xing's clothes, her face full of anxiety, and she could not bear to let go. There's no other way, we can't even avoid this fight. Lazily, Feng Xing only felt that Xiaoman was standing by his side again. Faintly, he felt as if a missing piece had been filled, and there was an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. But no matter how strong the emotion in the bottom of his heart was, he did not want to show it on his face. Instead, he returned to his former mischievous look, raised his chin towards the south, and said, "Go over there and wait for me. I think it will be very soon." Young master, Xiaoman did not want to leave, and said anxiously, "I just saw you, I don't want you to get hurt." When she said the word hurt, she slightly paused for a moment, and Feng Xing knew that she was referring to something more serious. Who says that I will definitely get hurt? Feng Xing rolled his eyes, looked at Xiaositu opposite him, and said, "Maybe I will beat him into a pig's head." Xiaoman was about to cry, and said, "But Xiaositu is also a good person, I don't want to see him get hurt either." "Stupid girl, how dare you care about others in front of me?" Hearing this, Feng Xing was annoyed, and looked at Xiaoman suspiciously. "Are you going to cheat on him? Don't talk nonsense if you don't know anything, okay?" Xiaositu held her forehead, and sighed, and said, "He has been under the influence of my true love for more than 20 years, and he has not cheated on me. Now that he has returned to your side, will he fall in love with me? This word is really strange. But Xiaoman still knows to worry about me, so I have not taken care of you in vain. Forget it, you can leave first. If there is a chance, I will spare his life." He, for the first time, I met someone who is better at bragging than me. Feng Xing sneered, and looked at Xiaositu with disdain. By saying this, you have proved that you are indeed better at bragging than me. Xiaositu's expression was calm, but her words showed that she was not willing to be at a disadvantage. "Can't you guys just stop fighting?" Xiaoman's voice was almost tearful. Hearing this, Feng Xing was silent, and did not answer. "No," Xiaositu's eyes turned solemn. After a long time, he said, "Actually, all this talk about fighting for the most beautiful woman in the world, verifying each other's grand Tao, and fighting for the title of the world's #1 genius are all fake. To put it bluntly, it's still a fight for benefits. He has his people behind him, and I have mine. We're not really fighting for ourselves, so we can't refuse. That makes sense. When Fangxing heard this, he smiled faintly and nodded. Xiaoman looked behind Xiaositu, where Yaoqi Wangmu, the great elder, and the master of the ancient families looked at them coldly. Then, she looked behind Fangxing, where the Lingshan Temple's chief, the primordial demonic elder, and the great Snow Mountain's Huqin elder looked solemn. At this moment, she finally understood something, and gently let go of her hand, and tears flowed out. Even the carefree Fangxing and the carefree Xiaositu would be implicated by some worldly affairs. Just like now, their battle was no longer a personal matter, but was mixed with too many reasons. The only one who could make them fight willingly was Xiao Man. But after the matter of Xiao Man was settled, even if they were unwilling, they could only fight for the person behind them who had placed great hopes on them. This battle was unavoidable, just like the conflicts and interests of the people behind them could not be resolved at all. Xiao Man held back her tears and retreated down Kuaiji Mountain. She stood beside Daphne and quietly watched the battle. The two people on the top of Kuaiji Mountain stood face to face, smiled at each other, and then attacked each other at the same time. Their magical power was boundlessly ferocious, and neither showed mercy. 90,000 li soaring skyward. Xiaositu took a step forward and shouted in a low voice. Her figure suddenly soared into the sky, graceful like an immortal, and in the air, she took 9 steps towards Fangxing. It was impossible to describe the mysteriousness of this footwork. It could only be sensed that the mysteriousness contained in these 9 steps was definitely in the category of celestial magic. As the 9 steps were taken, Fangxing only felt that there were shadows in front of him and behind him. The strength that was as heavy as a mountain smashed towards him with a rumble. Even the perception of the divine sense could not keep up with his speed, and there was a feeling that he could not resist. I am the carefree immortal of the world. But also when these 9 steps were taken, Fangxing also shouted in a low voice. Almost without thinking, he recited a line from the supreme chapter of the carefree scripture. At the same time, he displayed the carefree movement without holding back. His large sleeves fluttered, his figure was like an immortal, untainted by the slightest speck of dust, and extremely fast. Impressively, he brushed past Xiaositu. Not only did he avoid the overwhelming pressure, but he even came behind him. He turned around and slapped his palm towards Xiaositu's back, forceful like thunder. 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains, one finger shattering. Xiaositu's foot missed, but not only did he not panic, he was a little excited, as if he did not expect that he would use the secret celestial method of Fuyao Palace to intimidate his opponent the moment he came up, and the opponent actually used a celestial method that was not inferior to his in a split second. This made him very excited, and he firmly believed that Fangxing was indeed qualified to be his opponent. At the same time, he also felt that Fangxing's celestial method was somewhat compatible with his, and he felt a great sense of familiarity in his heart. As he chuckled, he turned around with a bang and pointed a finger at Fangxing's palm. This finger was shot out in a hurry, but it triggered a celestial phenomenon and shattered the void. It actually had the domineering aura of a finger that could destroy 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains. Fangxing's palm energy collided with this finger and was instantly shattered bit by bit. It was obvious that he was no match for this attack, and his body couldn't stop himself from flying backward. Xiaositu's face was full of smiles, but his attack was extremely fierce. As soon as he gained the upper hand, he did not even think and immediately chased after him. But it was also at this moment that Fangxing, who was retreating, frowned and said hatefully, "If I don't kill you, my surname is not Fang." Whoosh! From his left sleeve, a fingernail-sized relic suddenly flew out, emitting a dazzling light, and directly smashed towards Xiaositu's head. At the same time, a ray of divine light suddenly flew out from his forehead and caught up with the relic in a flash. Seeing the relic flying towards her, Xiaositu waved her sleeve and was about to brush it aside and continue to chase after Fangxing. But unexpectedly, when the relic and the divine light that flew out from Fangxing's forehead came into contact, the divine light suddenly burned brightly, and a strange change occurred. At this moment, the relic suddenly turned into the appearance of Fangxing. It was vivid and lifelike, and its aura was real. flying in the air, it manifested the Dharma form with 3 heads and 6 arms. One of the 2 hands at the front was holding a demonic sword, and the other was holding the heaven being observation mirror, which was shining brightly at Xiaositu's head, while the demonic sword in the other hand was slashing fiercely at Xiaositu's neck. Its murderous aura was so strong that it was terrifying. At this moment, Zhu Xiu could not help but feel his heart in his throat, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. This was the devil's exclusive secret skill, the outer body incarnation. Back at Kunlun Mountain, he had used this outer body incarnation as bait to distract Zhu Xiu's attention, and then his real body went to steal the peach forest of immortality. Judging from the aura and the magical weapons, the cultivation and strength of this devil's avatar were even stronger than his real body. Boom! The heaven being observation mirror emitted rays of light, and Xiaositu's image was reflected in the mirror. The divine power had already been activated. Xiaositu was obviously startled, and her movements were slightly slower. Fangxing knew that this was a sign that he was being interrogated by the heaven being observation mirror. This was the only opportunity, and he seized it. The demonic sword in his hand slashed down without hesitation, and wherever the sword passed, the void was shattered. The sword slashed out a terrifying crack, and like a bolt of black lightning, it flew straight at the human head. I am the king of immortals, superior to all immortals. Just as the demonic sword slashed down, and it seemed that Xiaositu could not avoid it at all, his voice rang out in the dark. It seemed that even though he was enveloped by the heaven being observation mirror, he was still full of arrogance and would not be deterred. While he was fully focused on resisting the divine power of the celestial realm, a wisp of his thought split off, and he performed a divine power. His feet stepped on the ground, and the huge summit of Kuaiji Mountain suddenly became like water, sinking his whole body into the heart of the mountain. The demonic sword slashed down, and a corner of the summit was cut off, but it did not harm Xiaositu at all. He had obviously used this mountain as armor. I must slap you, king of immortals, to death. When Xiaositu dodged the demon baby's unexpected all-out slash, Fangxing's real body was also gritting his teeth and cursing. This Xiaositu really did have some ability. He thought that this unexpected move would at least injure him a little, but he did not expect that he could actually dodge it in the nick of time, and was not injured at all. This was simply out of his expectations. However, other than the surprise attack, he still had a backup plan. At this time, his real body had already flown into the air, and he was using the celestial technique. The weather behind him changed dramatically, and suddenly, an ancient battlefield appeared. Countless armies were lined up, and the sky was shaking. The murderous aura that was almost visible to the naked eye was now condensing on Fangxing's body, causing his qi activity to skyrocket. In the time that the demon body and Xiaositu were entangled, the support of this murderous aura had already been strengthened to the extreme, like a tide, floating indeterminately behind him, turbulent and formless, covering the sky and the sun. Slaughtering all living beings is also merciful, planting a Buddhist lotus in a pile of dead people. Boundless Buddhist Dharma, come out. Not only did he use the sutra-breaking formation to summon endless murderous aura to support himself, Fangxing at the same time shouted in a low voice. At the same time, rays of golden light appeared around his body, and on his chest there was a faint golden lotus flashing faintly, urging the golden light to the extreme. That golden light was full of Buddhist aura, infinite mercy, and was exactly the opposite of the murderous aura that filled the sky. One was awe-inspiring and formless, like a bone-scraping sharp blade, the other was ethereal and uncertain, like a Buddhist kasaya. These two kinds of power were simultaneously controlled by Fangxing, rushing down from the sky. His left hand pulled endless murderous aura, and his right hand manifested a compassionate Buddhist light. First, he used the sutra-breaking formation to summon the ancient murderous aura, and then used the Buddhist fruit in his body to activate the protective golden light. Fangxing actually used these two completely different and even contradictory powers at the same time, and then rushed down, fiercely hitting the Kuaiji Mountain below. Boom! Both of his hands hit the Kuaiji Mountain at the same time, and he also poured in the two kinds of power. The enormous Kuaiji Mountain was silent for half a breath, and then, like a volcano erupting, it began to shake violently. After a while, two astonishing rays of divine light shot out from the bottom of the mountain. These two completely different kinds of power intersected and collided in the mountain, destroying each other, producing an enormous divine power that filled every inch of the mountain. Then, after a short ferment, it suddenly exploded. The entire mountain actually tore apart. The mountain base flew straight into the sky, and then, in the next second, directly exploded. The entire mountain was blown apart. This power was so great that the divine power surged out in all directions, and smoke covered the 9 heavens. Some of the orthodoxies that were closer had not expected this to happen, and were scared out of their wits. At the same time, they screamed and fled, but very quickly, they were caught in the divine power and were enveloped in it. All they could do was scream and scream. When the divine power faded slightly, corpses began to fall from the sky, one by one. Within the range of the divine power, only the middle stage Yuanian cultivators and above could escape with their lives, but everyone else was caught in the crossfire, and their lives were instantly taken by this terrifying power. What happened to Xiaoxitu? At this time, Yaoqi Wangmu and the others all straightened up, looking at the scene with faces full of fear. Zhu Xiu, who had not been affected, had no time to look at the unlucky ghosts that had suffered heavy casualties, but looked forward with a face full of concern. No one had expected that such a terrifying scene would appear at the beginning of the battle. That little devil was a little devil after all. His methods were strange and unparalleled. With one move, he crushed the entire Qiji mountain. Who would believe such a thing if it was told to others, and that Xiaoxitu, in order to avoid Fang Xing's demon baby's surprise attack, had escaped into the mountain, using the mountain as armor to protect herself. This was tantamount to being together with the mountain, taking on the enormous power drawn out by Fang Xing's ancient battlefield's murderous aura and boundless Buddhist aura. That was a divine power that could sweep away a large number of cultivators, and Xiaoxitu had taken it head-on. Would she, among all the opponents I have met in my life, in terms of ferocity, you are the most, but just as Zhu Xiu was inexplicably shocked, a voice rang out in the smoke. As the smoke gradually dissipated, a figure was revealed. It was at the position of the heart of the Qiji mountain just now. Xiaoxitu stood in the air, surrounded by purple lightning. When Zhu Xiu saw his appearance clearly, he was shocked. At this time, he looked a little miserable. There were large scars on his body, and his flesh was badly mutilated. But there were purple lightning emitting from his body, almost covering his whole body. Wherever the lightning passed, his flesh was rapidly recovering, and even his aura was getting stronger and stronger. Soon, it was far stronger than before he was injured. You have forced me to reveal my immortal body so quickly, which means you have found the right opponent. Fuyao Gong Xiaoxitu's words were like thunder to Zhu Xiu. Immortal body. Everyone in the world knew that this young priest had cultivated an immortal nascent and had been cleansed by the thunder tribulation, so he must have a great Dao divine ability. However, when he began to reveal his divine ability, everyone around him was shocked. After he formed an immortal nascent, he had an immortal body. Fang Xing had used a violent celestial technique to summon the murderous aura and Buddhist essence of the ancient battlefield to shred a mountain into pieces. Xiaoxitu, who was at the heart of the mountain, was seriously injured by this force. Even though he had the supreme wood technique, it was not easy for him to recover from such a serious injury. More importantly, after using the wood technique to heal his injury, his aura would definitely be weak and his strength would decline in a short period of time. However, no one expected that he could easily heal his injury with the purple thunder. Not only did his injury recover, even his aura became stronger and his strength increased. This did not make sense at all. Others might not know, but you and I should know that after forming a celestial infant, the foundation is stable and the opportunities are endless. However, the biggest change is actually the change of the source of the Tao. It is equivalent to planting a celestial seed in one's body. Just like Fusu, he used someone else's source of the Tao to replace his own source of the celestial infant. Although he has the name of a celestial infant, it is not a real celestial infant. However, I am different. When I came out of seclusion, I summoned the heavenly thunder to cleanse my body and soul. I forged a supreme treasure body and underwent the thunder tribulation. However, this was only a facade. The real change that happened to me was that the thunder tribulation had cleansed my source of the Tao. My source of the Tao was similar to the thunder tribulation. As long as my source of the Tao is not destroyed, I will not die or be injured. Xiaoxitu looked at Fang Xing quietly. His voice was clear and resonated in the surroundings. It was unknown how many great cultivators in the surroundings heard these words, and they were incomparably moved. These words were deeply engraved in their hearts. They had all heard about the celestial infant, but they did not know the truth. Xiaositu's words were equivalent to teaching them a lesson. With this experience, it would be much easier for cultivators to form a celestial infant in the future. After all, before this, all the cultivators thought that forming an immortal nascent was no different from forming an ordinary nascent soul, and it was just because one's accumulation was stronger that the quality of their nascent soul surpassed their peers. But who could have guessed that the key to forming an immortal nascent was actually the Tao source? Fellow cultivator Feng, this battle between us is also to verify each other's cultivation. Forgive me for offending you, but you said before that you were actually ready. I also sensed that your aura was ethereal and you used some kind of secret method to hide it. You should have formed a celestial infant, but you just pretended to be a golden core, probably to confuse me. From your divine sense just now, I can also see that your control of power has long surpassed that of ordinary Yuanying, which means that you have successfully formed a nascent soul. However, you still lack one last step. Xiaositu slowly floated toward Feng Xing. There was no hatred on her face. Just forming a nascent soul is not enough. You haven't been baptized by the thunder tribulation, so you can't be considered a real celestial infant because your source of the Tao has not been refined. If you form a nascent soul like this, no matter how strong your foundation is, it can't be considered a real celestial infant. Boom, after saying that, she suddenly took a step forward and pointed a finger at the center of Feng Xing's forehead. The finger pointing the country, it was one of the secret celestial arts of Fuyao Palace, the finger pointing the country. When this celestial art was first created by a sage, it was famous for breaking through thousands of miles of rivers and mountains with a finger. Later, after countless people improved and perfected it, this celestial art had become a top celestial art. There was once a certain Situ of Fuyao Palace who broke through the stars in outer space with a finger. The celestial art of this celestial art was that no matter what kind of celestial art, with a single thought, it could be turned into a finger. Boundless divine power could be condensed into a point, and one finger could break all celestial arts. It was one of the most terrifying and difficult celestial arts in the world, array-breaking scripture. Seeing this finger, Feng Xing's expression turned serious. He turned around and slapped back with his palm. Facing Xiaositu's finger, he also used the supreme array-breaking scripture. Fierce wind blew endlessly as he attacked first. The supreme array-breaking scripture was the most ferocious celestial art in the supreme 9 scriptures. It did not focus on moves, and it could be used with just a raise of the hand. It happened to be the exact opposite of Xiaositu's finger pointing the country. Xiaositu could use any kind of celestial art with a finger, but Feng Xing's supreme array-breaking scripture could use the celestial art of the supreme array-breaking scripture to use all kinds of moves. He could use it as he pleased, and there was nothing he could not overcome. Bang! 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 At this moment, the battle between the two finally showed its true brilliance. Two figures kept colliding in the sky, bursting with rays of divine light. Xiaositu's figure was like a flying cloud, appearing in all directions. Every time she pointed her finger, a hole would appear in the void. Her movements were unpredictable and unpredictable. On the other hand, Feng Xing was extremely violent. His movement technique was not any weaker than Xiaositu's. However, in addition to his celestial elegance, there was also a hint of ferocity. His movements were incomparably ferocious. His palms, fingers, fists, and legs were filled with vigorous divine energy, causing the void to explode. As expected of a celestial seedling, someone's eyes shone brightly as he stared at the battle. He was pleasantly surprised. These two celestial arts are profound and unfathomable. They can be considered to be on par with each other. It's really rare for them to have such abilities at such a young age. Among the younger generation in the world, they are probably the only ones who are qualified to be each other's opponent, someone exclaimed. It was an old cultivator. He even felt a little ashamed as he watched the battle between the two juniors. It's a pity that the little devil is still a little inferior, another person spoke in a low voice and sighed softly. That Xiaositu is right. The little devil has actually formed his nascent soul long ago. He's just pretending to be in the golden core realm. I really don't know how an immortal seedling like him could form his nascent soul without a trace. However, although he has formed his nascent soul quietly, he didn't go through the lightning tribulation like Xiaositu, so he didn't have the chance to refine the source of Tao into an immortal seed. This difference has already determined the gap between their foundations. Not to mention that their celestial arts and celestial arts are on par with each other. Even if the little devil's mastery of celestial arts and celestial arts is better than Xiaosutu's, then Xiaosutu would still be undefeatable by relying on this difference in cultivation level. There was no lack of discerning cultivators among the cultivators present, and they had already seen through the gap between the two immortal seedlings. In the beginning, the two of them were evenly matched. However, as Xiaosutu's advantage in cultivation level became apparent, Fangxing became more and more restrained. It wasn't that his celestial arts weren't brilliant enough, nor was it that his celestial arts weren't ferocious enough. The main reason was the difference in cultivation level. Because of this difference, Xiaosutu's advantage grew larger and larger, and it was like a rolling snowball that gradually suppressed Fangxing. Fellow Taoist Fang, if it wasn't for you giving up so many secret techniques in order to return a favor to me, the outcome of today's battle might still be uncertain. However, now that we're fighting based on true cultivation level, you're a step inferior, and you're no match for me. Xiaosutu spoke lightly, and strands of violet lightning had already condensed on her finger. After that, she took 9 steps in succession and rushed to Fangxing's side. With a whoosh, this finger caused the heavens to change, and it seemed as if only this finger that was coiled with terrifying violet lightning remained in the world. She pointed directly towards the center of Fangxing's brows, and her imposing aura practically forced Fangxing into a corner. She sighed in a low voice, "Consider it as me taking advantage of you." Fighting force with force, presently, Fangxing had no time to dodge, and he was forced into a corner by Xiaosutu, so he could only fight force with force. However, if he were to fight force with force, then he was bound to suffer a loss because his cultivation level was inferior after all, whether it was in terms of strength or other aspects. He was at a great disadvantage compared to Xiaosutu because he hadn't refined the source of Tao into a celestial seed. This was also the reason why Xiaosutu sighed in a low voice. If Fangxing didn't give up so many trump cards, he still had a chance to make up for this gap. However, it was rare for Fangxing to be open and aboveboard for once. In order to repay the favor he owed to Xiao Man, he gave up his trump cards and fought openly, and this kind of attitude determined that Xiaosutu would win against him. Is the little devil going to lose? When Xiaosutu pointed with her finger, countless people in the surrounding void craned their necks to look over, not even daring to breathe loudly. On the side of the Tribulation Immortals Association, the old man from the Great Snow Mountain, Huqin Elder, Daphne, and even the Lingshan Temple's first seat, all had glints in their eyes. They almost couldn't control themselves and wanted to rescue Fangxing. That was because, based on their knowledge, Fangxing was about to lose. The gap between their cultivation levels could not be made up, and he was bound to suffer a great loss if he were to fight force with force with force. It settled. On the other hand, Yaoqi Wanmu and the others were overjoyed, and their expressions were slightly relaxed. At the same time, they raised their vigilance and looked at the side of the Tribulation Immortals Association from afar to prevent anyone from interfering. However, no one from the Tribulation Immortals Association made a move. Bai Qianzhong reached out and stopped Xu Xiu. He's not a person who would give up all his backup plans. That simple sentence convinced the old man from the Huqin sect and the others to decide to wait and see. Those words made their hearts flutter. This little bastard really doesn't have a time when he's facing his enemy head-on. In that split second, Xiaosutu's finger had already reached the front of Fangxing grand and majestic, condensing purple lightning, and with a point of her finger, she could destroy mountains and rivers. Fangxing, who seemed to have no other way out, was destined to suffer a great loss if he took the attack head-on, and might even be killed by the finger. However, at that moment, he suddenly raised his head and looked at Xiaosutu with a stern gaze. Then, he revealed a fierce and proud smile, and said in a low voice, "How do you know that I don't have an immortal seed?" Boom! He suddenly put 2 fingers together and placed them vertically in front of his chest, causing a change in heaven and earth. From between his eyebrows, a flame suddenly lit up. The color of the flame was like samadhi, and it carried an indescribable divine might. Xiaosutu's finger pointed right at Fangxing's chest. However, in the next moment, his expression suddenly froze. He realized that Fangxing had already disappeared under his finger and turned into a flame that even with his current cultivation level, he found it extremely terrifying. As the flame spread out, the heaven and earth had already turned into a sea of fire, enveloping him in all directions. There was nowhere to hide. You use tribulation lightning to refine the Tao source, and everyone in the world knows about it. Fang Xing's voice rang in his ears, but when I refined the Tao source, even the people closest to me don't know about it. Because I already obtained the opportunity to refine the Tao source when I was in the Foundation establishment realm. When he pointed at nothing, Xiaositu's expression changed abruptly, and for the first time, he showed an expression of shock. When he formed his celestial nascent soul and summoned the lightning tribulation to cleanse his soul and cleanse his soul, he had cultivated his own Tao source. It was his celestial seed, and it was also his strongest technique. However, after he pointed his finger out, he suddenly realized that Fang Xing also had a technique that was comparable to his own. Not only had this bastard formed his nascent soul, he had also refined a celestial seed a long time ago. However, he had been hiding it all this time, waiting for this opportunity to suddenly explode out, all for the sake of catching him off guard. He didn't even understand. How was this possible? His celestial seed was a thunder retribution. For this, he had suffered the pain of being cleansed by the heavenly thunder, and the whole world knew about it. He wasn't trying to show off, but there was no way to hide this kind of cultivation that stole the fortune of heaven and earth. But how did this devil form his nascent soul and refine his celestial seed without the spies of the Fuyao Palace knowing? He had been tricked by him. At first, this devil seemed to be generous and showed all the tricks he had prepared to trick people. He even revealed some of his own aura to let her see the fact that he had formed his nascent soul. It was probably to reassure her that he had really given up all his tricks and was ready to fight with her fair and square. But in fact, he had hidden his most powerful tricks and was waiting for an opportunity. Whoosh! After pointing at nothing, Xiaositu almost didn't think. She stepped into the void and rushed up to the sky, but at this time, the surrounding flames were already burning the sky and filling the void. That kind of flame was not ordinary fire, but a kind of celestial flame that could threaten her. True Samadhi fire. Xiaositu was very knowledgeable and recognized it at first glance. She was shocked. This was truly an immortal seed that only perfected immortals could master. Legend had it that one could become an immortal after going through 9 consecutive thunder tribulations. One of the hallmarks was that one would refine the 3 desires during the 9 thunder tribulations and nurture the true Samadhi fire. This fire was also known as the immortal flame and could help cultivators cultivate into an immortal body. In other words, this was the source of immortality. After going through 9 thunder tribulations, the source of a cultivator's Tao would be the true Samadhi fire. It's the complete true Samadhi fire. How is that possible? Did he overcome 9 lightning tribulations before? Xiaositu's heart trembled violently. A strange thought popped up in her mind, but she quickly shook her head and denied it. If this little devil had survived 9 lightning tribulations, wouldn't he have become an immortal long ago? Moreover, it was so difficult to overcome a thunder tribulation. Every time the ancestors and great cultivators of the aristocratic families underwent a thunder tribulation, regardless of success or failure, the news would quickly spread throughout the entire divine prefecture. When she formed her immortal infant, it was also because she had received the thunder tribulation that she became famous in the 4 regions. This little devil could not hide the fact that he had survived 9 thunder tribulations. His true Samadhi fire came out of nowhere. There must be a reason behind it. Of course, at this time, he didn't have the time to investigate the reason. He had been tricked by the little devil and had fallen into a dangerous situation. Ha 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 ha, since you're here, don't run away. Fang Xing's laughter resounded in his ears. At the same time, he waved his arms and circulated the power of heaven and earth. The vast area actually began to change according to his will. The void distorted and changed shape, faintly transforming into the shape of a huge copper cauldron. Meanwhile, Xiaositu was trapped in the copper cauldron. There was no way for her to escape even if she wanted to. She could only focus and circulate her qi. Purple lightning flashed between her brows and forcefully resist the immortal flames. Boom, boom, boom. It was as if he was being roasted in a pill cauldron. Flames that could melt his bones were licked from all directions. The copper cauldron had even cut off his connection with the void outside. It was difficult for him to even take a breath of spiritual qi. This demon, the son of AB*TCH, he had really made up his mind to set a trap for him and use it to secure victory. How is this possible? At this time, when Zhu Xiu, who was watching the battle, saw this scene, many people had already stood up, their faces filled with horror. Forget about Xiaositu. Rumors of her receiving the heavenly tribulation to cleanse her immortal nascent had already spread throughout the 4 regions. But what was up with this devil? What was up with the immortal flames that made even Yuanying Mahayana stage cultivators shudder with fear? Whether it was the tribulation lightning or the immortal flames, they were both powers that far exceeded their realms. How did they manage to control them? Only Uncle 11, despite his shock, curled up the corners of his mouth, as if he also felt a little helpless. This little bastard, he really deceived even me. However, even I didn't expect that the mysterious coffin unique treasure I passed on to him would only allow him to obtain the first level of the Samadhi True Fire. How did he make up for the other 2 levels? How did he truly control this power? It was hard to fathom. However, judging from the current outcome, he must have already thought of using the Samadhi True Fire to refine the Tao source so that he could truly cultivate Yuanying Mahayana stage. The Samadhi True Fire was originally in his body, so everything was done silently. No one could guess his thoughts at all. Boom! At this time, Kuaiji Mountain had already been twisted into pieces. The vast mountain area was filled with scattered rubble and smoke, and above the rubble and smoke was a large void burning with immortal flames. Feng Xing's figure shuttled through the immortal flames and charged toward Xiaositu. At this time, he had already transformed into his Dharma form. His true body Dharma form did not have 3 heads and 6 arms. Instead, it looked like a real person, but with a touch of divine essence. It looked like a celestial Taoist chi, and its aura was long and deep. At the chest of his Dharma form, there was a faint outline of a furnace. It was a bronze furnace, simple and exquisite. It was carved with lines of patterns, and there was a raging flame burning inside. The true Samadhi fire that filled the sky all extended out from this bronze furnace, and the huge bronze furnace in the void was also manifested by Feng Xing based on the appearance of this bronze furnace. This furnace was one of the existences in Feng Xing's fog zone. As he formed his nascent soul, those existences that were in deep slumber all year round began to slowly awaken, and the bronze furnace was one of them. In fact, the bronze furnace was the manifestation of the true Samadhi fire seed. Back then, he obtained the true Samadhi fire seed from the beheading picture of the mysterious coffin. Later, Nanzhan seized the opportunity in the Xian domain and made up for the second Samadhi fire seed. Then, under the guidance of the Lotus Girl, he obtained the third Samadhi fire seed. The true Samadhi fire seed had been made up for, but based on his cultivation at that time, he could not completely control it. This fire seed, at that time, was sleeping in the fog, which was equivalent to restraining most of its power. When Feng Xing formed his nascent soul for the first time, he began to have a kind of control over the fog zone, and was gradually able to use this power. When he was cultivating in seclusion in the demon abyss, he had discussed with the demon ancestor about using the true Samadhi fire to refine the source of the Tao. It was the demon ancestor who told him about it. However, he also understood that even if he really refined the source of the Tao and formed a real immortal nascent soul, he still did not have much of an advantage against Fuyao Palace's Xiaositu. Thus, he simply concealed this matter, and did not even tell Uncle 11, leaving it as a trap. Now, he had succeeded in one fell swoop. Xiaositu had completely fallen into his trap, and it would be difficult for her to escape. Ha 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 ha, quickly admit defeat and call me uncle, or I will burn you to death. Heaven and earth manifested the large copper cauldron, and endless immortal flames wrapped around Xiaositu like clouds of fire, covering the sky. Surrounded by these immortal flames, Xiaositu's figure began to blur. The purple lightning in his body continuously surged out to repair his Dharma form, but as the immortal flames nibbled away at it step by step, the speed of repair could not keep up with the speed of being refined by the immortal flames. After all, these immortal flames were separated from heaven and earth, making it impossible for him to replenish his spiritual chi and convert it into the source of the Tao. It was like water without a source, and could only be consumed bit by bit. In a battle of magical powers at their level, it was a battle of a single thread. If Xiaositu had trapped Feng Xing and used the heavenly lightning to suppress and kill him, it would have been difficult for Feng Xing to escape as well. Now, as they watched Xiaositu's figure begin to shrivel up and burn, Zhu Xiu was completely shocked. The dignified Xiaositu of Fuyao Palace is going to be refined to death by this little devil in front of everyone's eyes, countless people exclaimed softly, and Yaoqi Wangmu and the others could not help but want to help. But now, the situation was reversed. The Lingshan Temple's chief and the others did not do anything, but looked over coldly, obviously prepared. If they dared to interfere, the backbone of the Tribulation Immortals Association would not be polite. When both sides had the upper hand, they would never allow the other side to interfere in this battle, unless one side was willing to cause chaos that would affect Tianyuan. You humans are always like this. You always think that you can dominate the world by conspiring and scheming. You really deserve to be exterminated. In the direction of Zhu Shou from the small immortal realm, a golden-eyed man looked at the situation and sighed in a low voice, as if he was extremely dissatisfied with this battle that was finally decided by trickery. However, the people from the small immortal realms beside him did not dare to respond. Each and every one of them looked solemn and regretfully at the two people in the battle. He would rather be refined to death by me than call me master? This guy doesn't look like he has such a backbone. In the domain, Feng Xing also frowned and muttered in a low voice. He had a good impression of Xiaositu. After all, he had returned the Xiao man to him, which could be considered as making up for a sore point. Therefore, he also thought that if he could win this battle without hurting this guy's life, the result would not be too bad. However, he did not expect that Xiaositu would not say a word when he had already given him the chance to admit defeat and let him be refined to death. And as long as he did not admit defeat, he would not let him out. Both of them had formed immortal nascent souls, so they knew each other's strength. No matter how badly he had injured him, as long as he still had a strand of immortal origin left, he would still have a chance to be reborn with the power of heaven and earth after being released. If his cultivation was high enough, he could even directly summon the heavenly thunder and replenish his strength in the thunder tribulation. If he returned to his peak state, he might be able to turn the situation around. Either he admitted defeat, or he was killed. This bastard is not hateful at all. Is he really going to be refined to death? For the first time in his life, he felt compassion in the battle, but he did not notice that a rock under his feet flew up. It was one of the rocks that had collapsed after the Kuaiji mountain had been crushed. It was about 30 feet in circumference, enough for a person to hide in. At this moment, the rock quietly flew up. There was a faint flash of purple lightning on it, and a divine thought was transmitted, as if there was a lingering fear in it. As expected of the devil. Fortunately, I had a trick up my sleeve. Otherwise, I would really be forced to call him Grandpa. The first move was the great furnace of heaven and earth, refining countless living beings. This was a technique that Feng Xing created after refining the Tao source into a celestial seed. He already had the great Tao technique and could control the power of heaven and earth. After forming the nascent soul, he could control the true power of the true Samadhi fire. With the combination of the two, he created this terrifying supernatural power. He used the power of heaven and earth to seal the opponent in a certain area and isolated them from heaven and earth. Then, he used the true Samadhi fire to refine them continuously until the opponent disappeared. However, this was a new technique after all, and it was not perfect enough. Therefore, he had to invite the opponent into the trap. He pretended that he had not formed the celestial seed, so that Xiaositu would attack him. Once you enter my furnace, I guarantee that you will not be able to go to heaven and cannot go to hell. At this time, Feng Xing also looked at Xiaositu with shining eyes and said in a low voice, "Don't hesitate, quickly call me master, or you will be refined to death." It seemed that even at this time, she was still a little unwilling to kill. Of course, as he said that, the true Samadhi fire did not diminish at all and was still burning. A reminder was already a favor. He would not hold back at this time and make a mistake that would allow the opponent to turn the tables. "Sai, you are really a good person. Even I can't bear to cheat you." However, just as Feng Xing shouted into the bronze furnace, a faint sigh suddenly sounded behind him. He was so shocked that he let out a strange cry and turned his head with a whoosh. He saw a huge rock with purple lightning flashing on it, rushing straight towards him. "What's that?" Feng Xing shouted and subconsciously struck out with his palm. Following his will, he slammed his palm heavily on the rock, causing the rock to shatter and smoke to billow. From within the rock, a bolt of purple lightning shot up, causing the dark clouds in the sky to gather and the sky to change color. Among the countless dark clouds, streaks of thunder will began to appear and all of them rushed towards the bolt of purple lightning. Impressively, it turned into a human figure, wearing a fluttering red robe, with a sage-like demeanor, and was as handsome as a celestial being. She slowly stepped on the void and swept downwards, causing Fangxing to stare blankly. Who else could it be but Xiaositu? He turned around and saw that Xiaositu had been completely refined into nothingness inside the great copper cauldron. But in the air, Xiaositu looked as beautiful as jade, and there was no sign of any damage to her strength. Clone? Or an incarnation? Fangxing was only shocked for a moment, but he quickly calmed down. He waved his hand to put away the great copper cauldron and turned to ask Xiaositu curiously. It's just a backup move, Xiaositu actually answered honestly, pointing to the broken mountain below. From the moment you crushed Kuaiji Mountain, I felt that you were not simple. With this kind of ability, your insight must not be too bad, and you could easily guess where my current realm is. But knowing my realm, you still dared to fight with me. Either you're crazy, or you're hiding something else. So when you crushed Kuaiji Mountain, I hid a little fairy seed somewhere else. When you used the true Samadhi fire, this little fairy seed became my hope of turning the tables. As he explained, he seemed to be a little helpless. He smiled bitterly and pointed at Fangxing. I originally wanted to sneak attack you. You're so shameless. Fangxing's face suddenly tightened. Thinking of the situation just now, if he had sneaked up on him, he might really have succeeded. The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. He cursed angrily, looked up at Xiaositu, and asked, then why didn't you do it? Xiaositu smiled bitterly and said, I couldn't bear to see you ask me to call you uncle at the end. Fangxing was amused. Asking you to call me uncle is a good thing? Xiaositu said matter-of-factly, when it's a matter of life and death, calling me uncle can save my life. How big of a favor is that? Fangxing agreed with her and kept nodding. Well said. It's a matter of life and death. Calling me grandfather is worth it, not to mention calling me uncle. The two of them exchanged a few words in a light and indifferent manner, and they seemed to appreciate each other. In Xiaositu's opinion, Fangxing was someone who was fully qualified to fight him fair and square. He had formed his immortal nascent, and so had Fangxing. He had refined an immortal seed, and Fangxing also had an immortal seed that was not inferior to his. Most importantly, it was fortunate that he had been cautious in advance. Otherwise, he would have been refined to death by now. If it was someone else, they would only be shocked and angry. But for Xiaositu, this was the main reason why he thought highly of Fangxing. Fangxing could truly threaten him, so he was worthy to be called an opponent. Fangxing, on the other hand, felt that this immortal seedling, who was supreme in the eyes of others, was not as annoying as he had imagined. In particular, the various responses that he made when he suddenly thought of something in a fight of magical powers were to his liking. In Master Fang's eyes, there were not many smart people in the world, and the things that Xiaositu had done since he showed up could definitely be regarded as smart. You didn't trick me, and I don't want to trick you, so. Xiaositu was silent for a while before he spoke in a low voice and looked at Fangxing. Then let's not trick each other. Let's fight fair and square and see who's stronger. Fangxing took over his words and walked forward slowly. A faint samadhi fire essence began to linger around him, burning the void. That's right. Xiaositu nodded and walked forward as well, purple flames burning on her forehead. Their initial speed was not fast, but their attitude was extremely resolute. Step by step, they began to circulate the power of their strongest immortal seeds. One of them was surrounded by a fiery will that grew thicker and thicker, almost to the point of melting the void, like an ancient fiend. The other was surrounded by lightning, like he had transformed into an ancient god. Even the meteorological phenomena in the surroundings were alarmed by the two of them. Dark clouds churned, the sky changed color, and above the 9 heavens, layers of clouds formed a huge funnel shape. They're not fighting anymore, but are going to directly clash with the immortal seeds to determine the winner? The cultivators of the various orthodoxies in the surrounding heavens were alarmed. They straightened up and looked at the battlefield without blinking. No one expected that this earth-shattering battle between the two immortal seedlings would end up like this. They no longer used various immortal techniques, martial techniques, or even schemes. They directly used the strongest power of the immortal seeds. They wanted to decide the victor in an instant. Both the Tribulation Immortals Association and the Jade Lake Fairy Society became serious and nervous at the same time. Their minds were on the verge of breaking. Both sides did not want anything to happen to their immortal seedlings. They had already decided that even if their immortal seedlings lost, they would still save them. But now that the immortal seeds were directly colliding, even if they planned to save the immortal seedlings, they would not have the chance to do so. The outcome of this battle would only be decided in an instant. The loser might disappear, and the winner's fate would be unknown. They could only accept it, but they had no chance to change it. One lightning, one fire, like two different fates, they began to get closer and closer and were about to collide. As for the orthodoxies of Heaven Yuan, their attention was completely drawn away, and they forgot about everything else for a moment. Young Divine Lord, it's time to leave. A few old cultivators from the small celestial realm urged in a low voice. They didn't care about the outcome of the battle at all. Their gazes were fixed on the young man with golden eyes. At this moment, he was staring fixedly at the two people in the battlefield. It seemed like he wanted to see the outcome of the battle between the two great seedlings just like the members of the other orthodoxies. However, the old cultivators by his side were already extremely nervous. Some of them even mustered up the courage to pull on his sleeves and shove him away from this area. Ah, forget it. I originally wanted to devour the winner after the outcome was decided. The golden-eyed young man was extremely helpless. The golden-eyed young man felt extremely helpless. He raised his head to look at the sky, but in the end, he still shook his head, as if he felt great regret. Very quickly, the people from the small immortal world quietly retreated under the cover of the layers of clouds, not leaving a single trace behind. As for the surrounding cultivators, their attention was completely focused on the battle between the two immortal seedlings. Shockingly, no one noticed. Even if someone glanced over, they would discover that the area was already empty, but they didn't think too much about it. They simply didn't have the time to consider where the people from the small immortal world had gone. In the battlefield, the two great celestial seeds had already collided. First, the celestial chi caused by the celestial seeds collided, causing the space to churn and distort. Ripples spread out like sharp swords, tearing the earth apart, cutting through the sky, stirring up the clouds in the 9 heavens. The weather seemed to have become chaotic, changing without any rules. Sometimes it would rain, sometimes it would be sunny. It was a scene of madness. After that, it was the real collision between the immortal seeds. The purple tribulation lightning collided with the samadhi true fire. They intertwined with each other and actually produced a chaotic intent. It was very similar to the ancient records of the beginning of the world, when the most primitive forces annihilated each other and then bloomed into all things. At this time, such a dazzling scene had already made everyone feel shocked in their hearts. At that moment, no matter which side they stood on, they no longer felt any disdain or contempt towards the other person. The two seedlings had already displayed the strength to subdue their opponents. As a matter of fact, when the outcome of the battle was about to be decided, Zhu Xiu could not help but think, why must a victor be decided between these two seedlings? It doesn't matter who loses, it'll be a great loss for the Tianyuan continent. Have we done something wrong? At this moment, the old man from Huqin and the grand elder from Yaqi's side suddenly murmured at the same time, this battle started because of our selfishness. What alliance of the heavens? What sharing the tribulation? If we're really going to face the tribulation together, then we should truly cast aside our past enmity. But in the end, it's still because of our selfishness that the two seedlings are forced into a battle to the death. No matter who wins in the end, the Tianyuan continent that needs to face the tribulation together will still lose. This kind of thought was very strange, but on the faces of the two of them, faint regret appeared at the same time. As regret rose in their hearts, in the void, above the 9 heavens, the endless clouds had already gathered more and more, layer upon layer, incomparably thick. Inside, there seemed to be endless murderous intent, and it had already accumulated to the extreme. And below, the power of the collision between the two great immortal seedlings and immortal seeds burst forth with a shocking power, like a sharp sword shooting up to the 9 heavens, but impressively triggered the mighty power between the clouds. Boom! 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 Suddenly, 3 dark bolts of lightning descended from the clouds. They were like 3 pillars of heaven as they charged towards the region. Oh no, the collision of the two seeds is too powerful. It's triggered a lightning tribulation. Someone sensed the change and paled in fright. He raised his head in fright. No, it's not a lightning tribulation, it's a heavenly tribulation. The two celestial seeds were about to collide with each other, triggering a myriad of changes in the sky. The most terrifying thing was that within the layers of dark clouds in the sky, 3 bolts of tribulation lightning descended. Different from the purple lightning that greeted Xiaoxitu when she came out of seclusion, these 3 bolts of tribulation lightning were grayish and as thick as mountains. They rushed down from the 9 heavens like 3 heavenly pillars that instantly connected the heavens and the earth. At this moment, Zhu Xiao, who noticed this strange change, cried out in terror. The orthodoxies were in a state of chaos, and they even forgot about the 2 great seedlings. Could it be that the battle between the 2 seedlings has triggered the unseen tribulations and caused the heavenly tribulations to descend? An old cultivator with a profound cultivation base growled, his eyes filled with shock and doubt. Every time the mortals reached a bottleneck in their cultivation, the unseen Tao tribulations would descend. If they survived, they would step into a new realm. If they failed, they would die and everything would become nothing. There was a legend in the world that when a cultivator was too powerful, it would not trigger the Tao tribulations, but the heavenly tribulations. It was a terrifying power that descended directly from the heavens, erasing the person who violated the Tao tribulations. When they thought about the stunning performance of Fang Xing and Xiaoxitu, they could not help but link the 2 together. Had these 2 seedlings already grown enough to trigger the heavenly tribulations, but soon, they realized that what was descending from the sky was not as simple as the heavenly tribulations. Oh no, something's wrong with the heavens. On the Tribulation Immortals Association side, Bai Qianzhong realized that something was wrong and shouted loudly. His voice was like thunder, awakening Zhu Xiao who had fallen into a deep silence. Soon, more people realized that the 3 heavenly tribulations were not aimed at the 2 seedlings. Instead, they were separated by tens of thousands of miles and directly enveloped the area they were in. What was even more terrifying was that the 3 heavenly tribulations stood in 3 different directions like heavenly pillars, isolating the area from the rest of the world. Within these 3 heavenly tribulations, there were countless bolts of tribulation lightning descending. Each bolt had a terrifying aura, and a dusky aura of death covered tens of thousands of miles, enveloping all the cultivators within. Boom, a bolt of tribulation lightning fell into the area where one of the orthodoxies was located. That orthodoxy was in the western region of the Divine Prefecture. It was led by the Yuanying Patriarch and dozens of disciples, and they were quite powerful. After Bai Qianzhong's shout, the Yuanying Patriarch came to his senses in time. Seeing that the tribulation lightning was descending too quickly and it was too late for them to escape, the Yuanying Patriarch did not hesitate. He waved his arms in the air and took out the sex treasure, a huge oil paper umbrella, and held it above his and his disciples' heads. However, in an instant, the tribulation lightning descended. The oil paper umbrella, which could withstand an attack from the old cultivator who had undergone the 3 tribulations, did not even last for half a breath before it was completely torn apart and melted. As the Yuanying Patriarch roared in anger, the tribulation lightning descended on him and his disciples' heads. In an instant, everyone, including the Yuanying Patriarch, was turned into ashes by the grey tribulation lightning. Their souls disappeared and their bones scattered. Even the ground where they stood had a huge pit. The backbone of an orthodoxy was destroyed just like that, and not a single one of them was left. What was that thing? Many people were so shocked by this sudden change that they forgot to react and asked in a daze. Boom. 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 It was only a moment later than the first bolt of tribulation lightning, but more bolts of tribulation lightning fell from the sky in a continuous stream. Due to the battle between Fang Xing and Xiaoxitu, many people from the orthodoxies had gathered in this area. Apart from the core of the battle, the surrounding mountains, the ground, the void, and the clouds were all the core forces of the orthodoxies. Although it was not exactly crowded, the orthodoxies did not even have time to hide from the heavenly tribulations that were as dense as a storm. They were all enveloped by the tribulation lightning and were thrown off their feet. The entire area was covered by the tribulation lightning. Countless cultivators screamed in terror wherever the tribulation lightning struck. They had nowhere to run and nowhere to hide, so they could only use their spells or artifacts to defend themselves in despair. However, the power of the heavenly tribulation was unimaginable. They did not even have the strength to defend themselves before they were destroyed by the tribulation lightning. They vanished into thin air and vanished from this world. Is the heavens trying to exterminate all living beings? Xiaoqi and the ancient aristocratic families were also within the range of the tribulation lightning. Yaoqi Wangmu screamed when she came to her senses. She looked up at the terrifying tribulation lightning above her head and did not hesitate. She shot up into the sky and waved her sleeves madly, summoning a ray of light that floated above her and the disciples of Yaoqi like a celestial cloud. The tribulation lightning struck down and deformed the celestial cloud. It charged downwards, but it did not break, giving them some time to catch their breath. Quick, go, take Hong and leave. Yaoqi Wangmu's eyes had turned blood-red. Endless magical power surged into the celestial cloud in the sky as she shouted at the Great Elder and the others. Swoosh! Swoosh! At that moment, the celestial cloud above her head made a tearing sound. In the next moment, the entire celestial cloud was smashed into pieces by the tribulation lightning. The huge tribulation lightning struck down and enveloped Yaoqi Wangmu entirely. Even with her cultivation, she was completely defenseless after being enveloped by the tribulation lightning. Her dharma robes and even her flesh began to crumble and turn into smoke. Queen Mother, the Great Elder and the others took advantage of that moment to escape the attack of the tribulation lightning. They looked in the direction of the Queen Mother in disbelief. That was Yaoqi Wangmu, one of the most powerful people in the world. How could she be destroyed so easily by the heavenly tribulation? Disciples of the Han family, leave quickly. Not far away from them, a man dressed in black robes shouted. He thrust his iron spear into the air, creating thousands of spear shadows that pierced towards the heavenly tribulation that was descending on the people of the Han clan. However, after he met the heavenly tribulation head-on, he only lasted for a few breaths before he was turned into a skeleton by the heavenly tribulation. After that, even the skeleton was reduced to dust. Only his iron spear was melted beyond recognition by the heavenly tribulation, dripping with molten iron as it fell to the ground. The group of Han clan disciples roared, wanting to rush forward to save their clan leader. However, the heavenly tribulation soon descended and their roars were instantly drowned out. After a long while, they all disappeared from the world. The Han family, one of the 8 great families of the central region of the Divine Prefecture, had been annihilated. When the Great Elder of Yaoqi saw this scene, his eyes turned red. However, his mind also strangely calmed down. After a moment of silence, he suddenly turned around and flew away. At the same time, he shouted, "A great change has occurred. Disciples of Yaoqi and Fuyao Palace, listen up. Save Situ at all costs." Whoosh! 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 The group of disciples of Yaoqi and Fuyao Palace gritted their teeth and rushed toward the battlefield in front of them. This is strange. Retreat quickly. Bai Qianzhong was the first to react when the strange change occurred. He reacted much faster than the others. With a loud shout, he took out the small ivory tower that Feng Xing had left with him. The small ivory tower grew rapidly in the air and turned into a white tower that was almost 100 feet tall. Then, he picked up the great golden crow and Li Hongyi, one in each hand, and threw them into the small ivory tower. With his shout, the people of the Tribulation Immortals Association, the disciples of the Great Snow Mountain, and the juniors of the primordial demon Dao also reacted and rushed into the small ivory tower. At this time, there was no time to explain or discuss. They could only react. Quickly enter the tower and hide. The Green Hill Fox's old woman's reaction was not slow either. She turned into a clear shadow and fled towards the ivory tower, knocking aside the many junior disciples who stood in her way without hesitation. She was actually trying to make her way into the tower through the crowd of juniors. Scram! But right when she was about to charge into the pagoda, a cold shout sounded out from the side, and evil King Rock had transformed into his true form. Shockingly, he was a ferocious flying beast that was the size of a mountain, and he grabbed the old woman with his claw before tearing her into two without the slightest hesitation. Fresh blood sprayed all over the ground, and then his ferocious gaze swept coldly through all the regions as he said in a low voice, "Juniors, enter the pagoda successively, and anyone who causes trouble will die." Such a swift and decisive killing method and murderous threat shocked the Zhuxiu people around. Not to mention the elders who were in a hurry to escape into the tower. Even the juniors who were fighting to enter the tower out of panic became obedient. Although they were still terrified, no one dared to make a ruckus. One by one, they squeezed into the tower, unable to suppress the fear in their hearts. This is an immortal item, but its runes are incomplete. It can't carry so many people. Someone needs to send it out. Master Spirit Slaughterer, please. After handing over the tower, Bai Qianzhong bowed to the chief monk of Spirited Mountain Temple, and without a moment's hesitation, he flew toward the place where the lightning tribulation was the most concentrated. Zhu Xiu was shocked to see him rushing there. But soon, Daphne and the old man of Huqing came to their senses and caught up to him, rushing shoulder to shoulder with him toward the place where the lightning tribulation was the most concentrated. Fang Xing was still there. At this moment, all they could think of was to save him first. Chaos. 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 At this moment, there wasn't a single safe place in the heavens and the earth. All the sects that were enveloped by the terrifying heavenly tribulation were in chaos. Countless great figures of extraordinary status weren't even able to react before they were instantly struck to the point of death. Even if they were lucky enough to survive, most of them fled in panic. But no matter where they fled, heavenly lightning would descend, and the lives of cultivators were like worthless weeds at this moment. Who is there? The face of the Lingshan Temple's chief monk was solemn. He raised his head and looked at the 9 heavens. His eyes were filled with unprecedented seriousness and vigilance. Who would have thought that such a great change would occur at the moment when the 2 immortal seedlings were about to determine the winner? The heavenly thunder descended from the 9th heaven and killed countless cultivators as if they were slaughtering chickens and dogs. In fact, the clouds that contained the terrifying heavenly thunderbolts had already been slowly gathering and descending. However, the method of concealing the aura of the clouds was very profound, and they were far away from the ground. In addition, Fang Xing and Xiaoxitu were fighting below, so all the cultivators were preoccupied, so no one noticed it. It was not until the heavenly thunderbolts descended that they suddenly realized it. However, it was already too late for them to escape, for they had already fallen into a terrible land of death. There was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, and they could not even resist death. The consequence that Zhu Xiu faced in this zone was death. Those with weaker cultivations and slower reactions were directly annihilated as soon as the heavenly lightning descended, whereas those with faster reactions were able to temporarily escape with their lives by relying on the Dharma treasures of their orthodoxies or formidable figures. However, when faced with the heavenly lightning that descended ceaselessly from the 9 heavens, a feeling of despair arose in their hearts. The boundless heavenly lightning enveloped the region, and death was inevitable everywhere. Where could they escape to? At this time, under this strange change, these cultivators who were usually superior were like ignorant children who had broken into a battlefield. They did not even know what was happening. They only knew that they were in an extremely dangerous situation and could lose their lives at any time. However, they did not know where to escape. If they did not escape, they might lose their lives in the next second. Even if they escaped, they could still lose their lives at any time. However, they could not resist the things that posed a threat to them at all. They could only sit and wait for death. Master, save me, senior brother, junior sister, it's over. It's over. Is the heavenly tribulation coming? Are we all going to die? The zone was in chaos. Countless screams and cries were heard. Cultivators fell like rain, and there were countless casualties. Was this the legendary heavenly tribulation? Some people were in despair. They thought that the end of the world had come. They thought that this was the heavenly tribulation that everyone was talking about. Under this heavenly tribulation, no one could escape death. Faced with the crisis of death everywhere, they even gave up the thought of escaping. They knelt on the ground in despair and prayed to the heavens. They were as docile as lambs, quietly waiting for the arrival of death. Some people were unwilling to give up. They shouted loudly and rushed to the sky, even wanting to fight to the death with the heavenly tribulation. However, it was useless. It was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The power of the heavenly tribulation was incomparably terrifying, and it practically far surpassed the strength of a cultivator who was undergoing tribulation. It could even be compared to the strength of a true immortal. These cultivators who charged into the 9 heavens and collided head-on with the heavenly tribulation would only die even faster. Just who is it? Just who is there? At this moment, the head monk of the spiritual mountain temple also raised his head to look at the sky. The death of countless cultivators around him and the heavy presence of death made him extremely stern. He even became slightly angered. He did not believe that this was a heavenly tribulation. He did not even believe that it was caused by an unknown power. With his knowledge, he realized very quickly that the heavenly tribulation had appeared far too strangely. It had purposefully chosen this region because the battle between Fangxing and Xiaositu would affect the fate of the entire Tianyuan continent. As a result, just too many orthodoxies had come to spectate. Basically every single orthodoxy had sent an important person to spectate so that they could know the outcome of the battle beforehand. The arrival of the heavenly tribulation was too secretive. It even knew how to use the phenomenon caused by the battle between Fangxing and Xiaositu to conceal its terrifying aura, making it difficult for people to detect it in advance. Even the timing of the heavenly tribulation's arrival was well chosen. It was specifically when Fangxing and Xiaositu were about to determine the winner. This was because Zhu Xiu was the slowest to react as he was distracted. This was not a heavenly tribulation at all. This was a trap for the orthodoxies of the Tianyuan continent. He stared fixedly at the lightning bolts. He knew that there must be someone controlling this so-called heavenly tribulation. Take these juniors and escape. The head monk of the spiritual mountain temple said to Master Jiao Ro with a deep voice and handed the ivory tower to him. Chief monk, what do you plan to do? Master Jiao Ro was naturally a reliable candidate, but he suddenly realized something and hurriedly asked the head monk. I want to go up and have a look. The head monk of the spiritual mountain temple said in a deep voice. He waved his sleeve and a saber slid out from it. It was more than 3 feet long, with a single edge and a sharp edge. There was a blood groove in the middle of the saber. It looked very ordinary, but at this time, it faintly emitted an indescribable ferociousness in his hand. The head monk of the spiritual mountain temple also changed from his usual kind countenance to a fierce man with a strong murderous aura. After telling Monk Jiao Ro what he wanted to say, he took a deep breath, then lifted his foot and directly rose from the ground. Whoosh! At this moment, his fat body was like a bolt of lightning, rushing up into the sky. Boom! A terrible grey heavenly thunder descended from the 9th heaven and bombarded him. However, the head monk of the spiritual mountain temple did not even dodge. He directly waved his sleeve, and the fat monk robe at this time became even more like a black hole, forcibly absorbing the heavenly thunder into his sleeve. However, this sleeve was also torn by the heavenly thunder at this moment, turning into pieces of rags like butterflies, fluttering in the air. Even one of his arms was turned into a meat paste. However, the injured head monk of the spiritual mountain temple did not seem to be affected at all. Instead, he let out a long roar and stimulated his Dharma power. His body was more than 3 times faster than before. Facing the heavenly thunder that fell from the sky like a waterfall, with a rumble, he directly rushed up to the 9th heaven. Everyone knew that the head monk of the spiritual mountain temple was omnipotent, but no one knew exactly how strong he was. It was not until this moment that they saw it with their own eyes. The head monk of the spiritual mountain temple who rushed up to the sky in anger was like a real Buddha. His body was big or small, rushing straight, flying diagonally, or directly raising the butcher's knife in his hand, smashing the heavenly thunder into nothingness. He actually rushed up to the clouds. All the heavenly thunder fell from a boundless grey cloud that floated above the 9th heaven, 90,000 miles above the ground. The head monk of the spiritual mountain temple rushed directly into the cloud. The huge force even directly punched a big hole in the cloud. Then, he directly rushed above the cloud. His ferocious eyes seemed to be solid as he looked around. At this time, the dignified head monk of the spiritual mountain temple was like a devil who was eager to devour people. The killing intent on his body was as thick as a cold wind. Master of the spiritual mountain temple, you can stop now. At the moment when he rushed up to the clouds, a low voice sounded. In the sky, suddenly, 3 figures appeared. Each of them had incomparably strong chi and a faint immortal chi. They were the realm lords of the small immortal realm. At this time, they seemed to have been waiting here for a long time. When they saw someone rushing up, they appeared together and surrounded the head monk of the spiritual mountain temple. There was a faint murderous intent in their voices. Who set all of this up? Although the head monk of the spiritual mountain temple was powerful, he was also seriously injured from rushing up from below. His monk robe was tattered. And even his bronze-like skin was cracked. Golden blood formed a line and slid down the blade. It's our common master, the future master of Tianyuan, a realm lord of the small immortal realm said in a low voice. There seemed to be some emotion in his voice. Bastards, get out of my way. Let your so-called master come out. The head monk of the spiritual mountain temple didn't even want to listen to him. He roared angrily, rushed forward, and slashed out with the pig slaughtering knife. Under the stimulation of his terrifying killing intent, the three realm lords of the small immortal realm were shocked. At the same time, they cast amazing spells to block in front of them. However, the pig slaughtering knife seemed to have a terrible power that could destroy all rules. Almost at the moment when the head monk of the spiritual mountain temple rushed over, two of the three realm lords had already been beheaded by his knife. The remaining one was in front of him. He was so scared that his face changed drastically. He subconsciously wanted to escape to the side, but the head monk of the spiritual mountain temple directly rushed forward. It was too late for him to dodge. Puff, the ferocity of the head monk of the spiritual mountain temple was indescribable. In the face of the realm lord of the small immortal realm who was as frightened as a bird, he didn't use his knife, nor did he dodge. He just collided directly with the realm lord of the small immortal realm. With a puff sound, the realm lord, who had the power to pass the heavenly tribulation, was directly hit by the head monk of the spiritual mountain temple. His flesh and soul, magic treasures and divine sense, were all smashed into pieces. The head monk of the spiritual mountain temple, whose body was covered in minced meat, was even more ferocious. He saw that above the tribulation cloud, there was an endless sea of golden light, spreading to the void outside Tianyuan. He knew that was the place he wanted to go. Suddenly, he let out a long roar and rushed over with the knife. Who on earth dares to offend Tianyuan? Show me your true face. The roar of the head monk of the spiritual mountain temple resounded through the universe, even from the ninth heaven to the ground. You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Just as he was about to rush to the front of the golden sea, suddenly, an incomparably huge claw reached out and stabbed fiercely at his chest. Endless terrifying power erupted, and even the head monk of the spiritual mountain temple couldn't resist it. He was directly smashed down from the ninth heaven, through the tribulation cloud, like a huge mountain, and ruthlessly pressed him to the ground. The earth trembled and cracked, the mountains cracked, and a large pit with a circumference of several miles appeared. Even though the heavenly tribulation was extremely dangerous, Zhu Shou was also shocked by this. Everyone turned their heads and looked at the golden claw that fell from the sky like a pillar of the sky. Their hearts and minds trembled. At this moment, in the heavenly tribulation, the figure of a man in a green robe with golden eyes appeared. He held a golden decree in his hand, and his eyes slowly swept across the human world cultivators who were terrified below. With a disdainful smile on his face, his voice spread across the wilderness. The Divine Lord has descended to the human world, and all the creatures of Tianyuan will be slaves. The Divine Master has descended upon the human world, and all living beings of Tianyuan shall become his slaves. The golden-eyed young man hovered in the air with a golden decree in his hand and spread his words to the surroundings. Then, he smiled and threw the decree to the side. He put his hands behind his back and quietly looked around, especially at the place where Feng Xing and young Sidu were fighting. He seemed to be looking for something. He saw the miserable appearances of the cultivators of the orthodoxies who were enveloped by the heavenly lightning, and he seemed to be very happy. With a faint smile on his face, he took a deep breath. The smell of blood that filled the air made him very intoxicated. What divine master? Who are you? After he read the decree, an angry roar suddenly rang out in the air nearby. The person who spoke was an old cultivator in a Taoist robe. He was covered in blood and mixed in with the crowd. He was relatively close to the golden-eyed young man, and he suddenly burst forth. His body enlarged and he shot towards the golden-eyed young man like a bolt of lightning. He was impressively a Yuanying Mahayana realm cultivator, and he was the island lord of the Punlai Island in the eastern region. He was not dead, and he charged towards the golden-eyed young man with an explosive attack. Human? In the face of the full power attack of a nascent soul stage cultivator, even the color of the air had changed. Compared to the seemingly ordinary aura of the golden-eyed young man, the aura was as huge as a mountain. However, in the face of this sudden attack, the golden-eyed young man did not care at all. Instead, a faint mocking smile appeared on his face. Still as leisurely as before, he took a step forward and swept through the air. Who said we're human? When he took that step, his body underwent an indescribable change. His entire body swelled up a lot, becoming 3 times taller than his original size. He looked like a golden pagoda, and his skin turned golden. Natural patterns appeared on his skin, and he moved like lightning. His forehead elongated, and a strange horn grew out of it. His thighs became extremely thick, and there were barbs at the joints. His sharp claws were like swords that stabbed into the air, and 3 pairs of membranous wings grew on his back. Boom! In this form, his speed became indescribably fast. With a stomp of his feet in the void, the 3 pairs of membranous wings on his back flapped, and he disappeared on the spot. He was so fast that even the Yuanying Mahayana realm master of Punlai Island couldn't capture his figure. When he reappeared, he was already behind the master of Punlai Island. His sharp claws directly grasped the master of Punlai Island's head, and his hoarse and gloomy voice sounded, "We are gods, the gods who control the life and death of all living beings in the world." As he spoke, his claws were already tightening. The island master of Punlai Island didn't expect that his strength would soar in an instant. Frightened, he tried to flee. However, when the monster grabbed his head with its claws, natural runes lit up on its 5 fingers. Streams of light surged like water and turned into a realm between its fingers, imprisoning the soul of the Punlai Island master in his head. Even if you have stolen some great Tao from the God clan, how can you compare with us natural-born gods? The monster chuckled in a low voice. Then, it exerted force with its claws and tore off the bloody head of the island master of Punlai Island from his body. While laughing, it tossed the head away and raised its head. Then, it opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the head that was still strangling the island master of Punlai Island's soul. After chewing a few times, it swallowed the head into its stomach and heaved a sigh of satisfaction. Human cultivators are indeed a kind of good livestock. His appearance slowly changed back to that of an elegant young man in green clothes. He took out a white handkerchief from his sleeve and gently dabbed it on the corner of his mouth a few times to wipe away the blood that had splashed out. Then, he smiled and continued to move forward. Alien race, it's actually the alien invasion, it's the extraterritorial creatures who once fought against the ancient immortals. It's those extraterritorial demons. What he did shocked countless cultivators. They all cried out in fear and retreated in fear. Facing this seemingly elegant green-clothed young man, they were even more afraid than facing the heavenly tribulation. At this moment, no matter what, they understood that this was not a heavenly tribulation at all, but an invasion. It was an invasion by beings from the outer realms. Moreover, some knowledgeable people still remembered that there were records of beings from the outer realms fighting against the ancient immortals in ancient books. However, those records were too old, so old that they were almost lost in the human world, and only a blurry shadow remained. At the thought of the invasion of such ancient creatures, many cultivators were terrified, and their fighting spirit faded like a tide. These were creatures who once had the strength to fight against the ancient immortals. How terrifying was their strength, especially that young-looking monster. He actually killed the master of Punlai Island, who was at the Mahayana realm in Yuanying, with one blow. His movements were so easy that it seemed that he did not use his full strength. Didn't that mean that his strength was at least comparable to a tribulation-passing cultivator? Alien invasion, slay the demons, protect our Tian Yuan. Some people were afraid, but some were brave. After the golden-eyed young man revealed his true form, his attack did not frighten everyone. On the contrary, many people were enraged by him. Almost in the next moment, there were many angry roars in the void. Almost 4 or 5 powerful auras appeared, and various figures rushed out of the void. They used various magical powers and magic treasures, and rushed towards the golden-eyed young man with grief and indignation. Among them were the Meng family leader and several clan leaders of the North Deep. "Humph, you're courting death." When the golden-eyed young man saw this, there was a hint of fear on his face. He paused for a moment, but he did not have the slightest intention of retreating. Instead, an evil smile appeared on his face. Looking at the great cultivators rushing towards him, he felt that it was extremely funny. Then, he shook his arms, and suddenly, a bolt of tribulation lightning that was far greater than a normal heaven's tribulation descended from the sky. It rumbled in the void, and the old cultivators rushing towards him were sent flying in all directions even if they were not hit by the tribulation lightning. It's fortunate that your internal strife is so fierce. You only care about profit, yet you stay here and watch others fight. This gives us a chance to capture all of you in one fell swoop. Living beings like you who only know how to fight privately, what right do you have to protect destiny? The golden-eyed young man sneered in a low voice. Then, he suddenly raised his voice, from today onwards, all living beings of Tianyuan will be slaves. As he shouted, his voice shook the surroundings. In the void above the 9 heavens, a faint golden light also began to appear. It was as if countless suns had sunk down from the clouds, bringing with them a dense fog. At this time, the tribulation lightning had become fewer and fewer, and the tribulation clouds had also begun to thin. It seemed that the terrifying tribulation lightning was not a magical treasure that could be attacked without limit. However, the tribulation lightning had become fewer and fewer, and the existences that had been accumulating power for a long time had also begun to descend. When they revealed their true appearances, the world became quiet. They were densely packed and endless, amidst the clouds and the 9 heavens, there were all sorts of strange creatures. They were divided according to their clans. At a glance, it was like an ocean, and any one of them possessed unimaginably terrifying strength. The part that had already been revealed was at least a few thousand, and this was only the iceberg. It was unknown how many more were there that had yet to be revealed. 3,000 gods will enter Tianyuan. Those who are slaves will live, and those who don't surrender will die. With the appearance of these creatures, a loud roar rang out in the sky. It reverberated in all directions and even shook the heavens. Whoosh! 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 Following the loud roar, the countless creatures in the sky suddenly charged down. Those with sharp fangs bared their fangs, and those with sharp claws bared their sharp claws. All kinds of strange runes rose into the sky, each with their own abilities. They were extremely ferocious and bloodthirsty as they charged down on the surviving cultivators of the orthodoxies. They showed no mercy as they slaughtered without restraint. Originally, there were no less than a few tens of thousands of cultivators from the various orthodoxies that had come to watch the battle between the 2 great immortal seedlings of Tianyuan, and it could be said to have gathered the elites and elders of various orthodoxies. Those with insufficient status didn't have the qualifications to come at all. However, after that sudden heaven-shaking purge, practically more than half of those tens of thousands of cultivators had been annihilated, and those that survived were all extremely lucky darlings of the heavens. However, they didn't even have the time to rejoice in their escape before they were surrounded by these formidable and ferocious god clan. Those living beings were not the same, and each had an extremely obvious difference. At a glance, one could see that there were dozens of them. Some had the appearance of a praying mantis, some had the body of a snake, and were covered in earth armor. Some were only the size of a fist, but they jumped in the air and ate the brains of all cultivators. There were even some that looked like humans, but possessed abilities that were completely different from those of the human race. But no matter what, they all had one thing in common, and that was that they were savage and powerful. The closer they were to the front, the more they were like that. Whoosh! 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 Countless heads flew into the air, and flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Countless cultivators lost their lives, and their blood and bones were devoured. We surrender, we surrender. There were also people who were scared out of their wits. They knelt in the air in droves and worshipped the living beings, pleading for their lives. There were even people who had fallen into complete despair. They waved the weapons in their hands frantically and fought against the living beings that they did not understand at all. They screamed shrilly, "Is this the great calamity? Is this the doomsday of Tianyuan? Why did it come so suddenly? Where are the saints? Where are the seedlings? Why isn't anyone coming to help us resist the great calamity? Why isn't anyone coming to kill these demons?" On the Tianyuan continent, the legends regarding the Great Tribulation had been around for a long time. Everyone talked about the Great Tribulation and even used it to do certain things, but not many people actually took it seriously. After all, no one could escape from the Great Tribulation. Even if they did not think of a way to overcome the tribulation, others would. Even if the sky collapsed, there would be someone taller to hold it up, so why would they need to worry about it? As a result, even more people used the name of the Great Tribulation to think about how to seize an advantage for themselves and their orthodoxies. The Great Tribulation had yet to appear, but the Xianxia and the Tribulation Immortals Association, as well as the other orthodoxies, had already considered rebuilding the heavenly court after the tribulation. This could be seen from this, but now, this sudden surprise attack made all the cultivators truly feel the taste of despair. They had originally thought that when the Great Tribulation came, the saints would be able to resist it. However, the saints did not appear. They had originally thought that when the Great Tribulation came, the ancestors of tribulation would be able to resist it with their great abilities. However, the saints did not appear. They had originally thought that when the Great Calamity came, the omnipotent patriarchs and Taoists would be able to resist it. But now, under the heavenly calamity and the encirclement of the Outerium god race, even cultivators at the level of patriarchs and Taoists were powerless to resist. As for the disciples of the saints and the immortal seedlings that they had placed their hopes on, most of them had yet to mature. Two people who had barely established a certain foundation had just experienced a battle between immortal nascent soul cultivators due to a conflict of interest within the Tianyuan continent. Their fates were unknown, the true Great Tribulation had arrived. It seemed like they could only rely on themselves. At that moment, the situation in the world was hopeless. All the Zhu show of the orthodoxy had been wiped out by the sudden heaven's wrath. At least 2/3 of the cultivators had died mysteriously, while the remaining ones were either injured or panicking. They had completely lost the courage to fight before the Protoss that had charged into the battlefield in droves. They were either surrounded and killed in despair, or they did not dare to fight at all and fled in panic. Some even knelt on the ground and begged to be enslaved. Looking at the sorrowful scene, the golden-eyed young man, who had just issued the decree, was in a great mood. As he smiled, he walked towards the place where Feng Xing and Xiaoxitu had fought earlier. His golden eyes carefully looked around, trying to find the two of them. The two of them seemed to possess some luck. Could they have been blasted to smithereens by the heavenly tribulation? The golden-eyed man muttered as he searched. He even felt that it was a pity. As he searched, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. His golden eyes narrowed, and he looked around eerily. At that moment, the world was still in chaos. Countless people were fleeing and countless people were fighting. There were not many human clan cultivators left, probably only a few thousand. However, with so many Protoss living beings crowded in this area, it was difficult to tell who was who. However, when the golden-eyed man's eyes suddenly narrowed, the void seemed to freeze in an instant. Then, it kept zooming in. The faces of the surrounding cultivators instantly flashed past his eyes like a movie. Very soon, he saw a figure. A smile appeared on his face, and he pounced forward. "I knew you wouldn't die so easily." Whoosh! His hand, which was as gentle as jade, turned into a sharp claw at this moment, grabbing at a figure. That figure was originally in the northern part of the Kuaiji mountain range. He was tall and slender, and his expression was solemn, but his eyes seemed to be a little confused. Purple lightning surrounded him, causing his body to rapidly transform and gradually recover his original appearance. It was the appearance of Fuyao Palace's Xiaoxitu. It seemed that he had also been seriously injured, and his spirit had almost flown away. However, he still had the seed of the celestial infant, and he was using the power of the heavenly tribulation as the source to be reborn on the spot. At that moment, he had only recovered most of his strength, and had not fully grown yet. If he survived, then, in that battle just now, did that little devil lose? The golden-eyed man grabbed at Xiaoxitu, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. However, just as the claw was about to reach Xianxia, his expression froze again. He looked to the south and furrowed his brows. His gaze soon crossed all kinds of obstacles and focused on one person. There, 4 or 5 giant-like god race clansmen were besieging a tall and slender woman. That god race clansman was relatively weak. Although the 5 of them were besieging her, they were still unable to take her down. However, they had forced her into a corner and were about to find a chance to kill her. However, flames appeared beside them, and a figure jumped out of the flames. His eyes were bloodshot, and he punched out, smashing through the head of a god, and then tore it apart. Then, he jumped to the woman's side. None of them died? The golden-eyed man was slightly stunned. He was a little hesitant, not knowing who to take down first. Those 2 people were naturally Feng Xing and Xiaoxitu. Neither of them died. Strictly speaking, they were saved by this sudden heavenly tribulation. Originally, when the immortal seeds collided, such a ferocious fighting style meant that one of them would win or die together. There was basically no way for them to compromise. However, when they finally activated their immortal seeds and collided with each other, it was destined that one of them would die. Both of them felt a little regretful. Or rather, they were a little unwilling. Just for the sake of a so-called title, did they really have to fight to the death with no value at all? However, although they were unwilling, the arrow was already knocked on the bow, and they had no choice but to release it. From the moment the two of them started fighting, there was no room for compromise. It was also at this moment that tribulation clouds gathered in the void. The terrifying power accumulated to the extreme, and countless tribulation lightning descended from the sky. At this moment, both of them were on guard. Other cultivators did not understand the power of immortal nascent souls, and thought that the tribulation clouds in the sky were attracted by the two of them. However, both of them knew very well that they were hiding their divine power, and they were trying to gather their strongest power to determine who was stronger. How could they have any extra energy to release it? The tribulation clouds did not belong to either of them. It was the existence of a third party. Faced with this strange change, both of them changed their minds extremely quickly, and they looked at each other. Then, they made a decision at the same time. Both of them withdrew 30% of their divine power at the same time. Originally, they were going to fight with Fang Xing with all their strength, but they withdrew 30% of their divine power. It was too dangerous. It was entirely possible that Fang Xing would attack with all his strength and take advantage of this opportunity to kill them. Of course, the winner would not be able to escape the tribulation lightning that descended from the 9 heavens. However, no matter what, it was an indescribably dangerous thing to put their lives in the hands of the other party. However, to the two of them, it was a moment of enlightenment. In a split second, they made a decision and withdrew 30% of their divine power. At the same time, they placed their lives in each other's hands. After withdrawing 30% of their divine power, although they had also collided, they did not destroy their own immortal seeds. Instead, they borrowed each other's strength and bounced back the instant the tribulation lightning descended. It was also because of this that they managed to dodge the most concentrated tribulation lightning that had already been aimed at them. Of course, although they did not destroy their immortal seeds, the collision of 70% of their power had caused them to be seriously injured. Coupled with the shockwaves from the tribulation lightning, both of their bodies had already collapsed, and they would not be able to recover in a short period of time. Fang Xing was bounced towards the south and turned into a faint fiery cloud. It looked like a ball of fire from the void that had been ignited by the tribulation lightning. It was not eye-catching, and he was also injured quite badly. It took him a full 10 minutes to recover his real body. During this time, he could not move or speak, but the flames were his immortal flames and his divine sense. He could clearly feel, hear, and see everything that was happening around him. This hellish scene of slaughter, this apocalyptic massacre, left him completely stunned. How could this be? What were these things? How could they be so strong, so ruthless? I have to save little Fang Xing. He saw Uncle 11, Elder Hu Qin, and Daphne disregard the tribulation lightning and rush to the battlefield to save him. However, he did not expect that the ball of fire from the void beside him was actually him. It brushed past him and rushed into the most dangerous area without hesitation. He saw the Lone Blade Mountain Peng Fai being brushed by a heavenly movement. Half of his body instantly disappeared, and the other half of his body was extremely shocked. He held the iron halberd in his hand and roared at the sky, shouting, "Who wants to kill me? If you have the ability, come out and fight me." He also saw the chief monk of Lingshan Temple, who was as mad as a devil. He held the butcher's knife and rushed to the 9th heaven. Then, he was directly slapped down by a huge hand that looked like a heavenly pillar and suppressed to the ground. He saw the golden-eyed man holding the Dharma decree, and also thought of the short battle in Kunlun Mountain. In his heart, endless fear rose. It turned out that such a terrifying existence had long existed in Tianyuan. Perhaps they had already arrived when the small immortal realm descended. In fact, he had already discovered their existence, but he did not take it seriously. Because there were too many things in his heart, he did not think about it carefully. He only thought that the immortal realm had cultivated some kind of existence like the divine sun, and that the immortal realm did not matter at all. His heart was filled with endless bewilderment, endless grief, and endless anger. However, for a moment, he could not move, and could only watch quietly. He saw countless people fighting around him, countless people dying in front of him, and countless people screaming in despair. Among them, there was no lack of people he knew, people he was familiar with. He wanted to lend a helping hand, but he couldn't even move a single strand of his divine sense. In this most miserable time, he could only be a bystander. Countless Tianyuan cultivators were killed by the heavenly tribulation. They cried and wailed as they were torn apart by the descending god race creatures. Their blood and bones were sucked out. However, the severely injured Feng Xing could only turn into a ball of wildfire, healing his wounds in the fire and recondensing his magical power. Although he only used 70% of his power when he collided with Xiaoxitu, he was still severely injured. It was not possible for him to return to his peak in a short period of time. This was also because he had the Samadhi true fire as his immortal seed. If not, an ordinary Yuanian cultivator would definitely be killed by such a collision. Where did this evil monster come from? How dare you hurt the people of my demon land? He saw the old white ape of the great sage mountain, who was always smiling and did not put on any airs. He was like a good-tempered old man in the human world. He flew into the air with a heavenly rod in his hand. Impressively, several god race creatures in the form of praying mantises smashed 3 or 4 praying mantises into minced meat. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, but a purple-winged praying mantis quietly sneaked up from behind and pierced its chest with a knife. Its pair of blood-red eyes that were filled with anger gradually dimmed and finally disappeared. No matter how arrogant you demons are, when I return, I will definitely. He also saw the head of the Meng family abandoning a group of clansmen and turning into a stream of light to flee. As he fled, he cursed. However, when he fled to the front of him, he was still surrounded by a few strange creatures that were the size of a fist but half the size of a human body. They were covered with fangs and swarmed up to gnaw at his flesh and blood. In the end, he was eaten alive until he was only a skeleton. He struggled and fell down. I am willing to be a slave, I am willing to be a slave. He also saw a building master of Beko Kekyung kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. However, he was killed by a god race creature who was in a killing mood. Some were tragic, some were heroic, and some were ridiculous. All kinds of scenes played out around him. At this time, Feng Xing had actually become a bystander. Even though his eyes were bloodshot, he was still helpless. Where are the old monsters who have passed the heavenly tribulation? Where are the sages? He was also extremely anxious in his heart. Why didn't any of those important figures appear at this time to resist the great calamity? There was no way those people wouldn't know that such a shocking change had occurred in this area. Or perhaps, as he thought of this, Feng Xing's heart sank. Could it be that those people didn't come because they also encountered the same calamity? The enemy was too strong. Even a powerhouse like the chief monk of Lingshan Temple was slapped to the ground and suppressed. Feng Xing, you bastard, where are you? Stinking bastard, hurry up and come out. Amidst his despair and helplessness, he heard an anxious voice shouting. He anxiously scanned the area with his divine telekinesis and saw the anxious dragon lady rushing over. They were originally worried and did not personally come to watch the battle. Instead, they were waiting for news less than 500 kilometers away from the battlefield. Coincidentally, they managed to avoid the densest area of the heavenly tribulations and survived. However, at this moment, Chu Xi, Xianxia, and the others all rushed over in a panic. They came to the most dangerous place and wanted to find him. We can't go there. Wine and Meat monk of Lingshan Temple transformed into a 10-meter-tall golden giant. He held the ivory tower above his head and blocked the light of the heaven tribulation from falling from time to time. He rushed out of the heaven tribulation area and met 3 women head-on. He knew the severity of the situation. With a roar, he stretched out his big palm to catch the 3 people to prevent them from dying. But Chu Xi and Xianxia, who had weaker cultivation, were caught by him and thrown into the ivory tower. And Dragon Lady dodged his grasp without hesitation. She continued to rush into the battlefield without hesitation and shouted loudly. Boom! 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 For huge rock giants noticed her and seemed to find it funny that this woman took the initiative to die. They surrounded her and attacked her with great strength. Obviously, Dragon Lady didn't have enough strength. She used the Dragon Clan's great skill to deal with them. Their battle circle was right beside Feng Xing. But at this time, he could only see Dragon Lady struggling to hold on. She was in danger again and again, but he couldn't help her at all. The hatred in his heart grew. He roared silently and the flames began to rise. Poof, the dragon lady dodged 4 or 5 attacks before she was finally grazed by a stone arm on her back. Blood gushed out, and Fangxing was instantly enraged. The Samadhi true fire became stronger and stronger under the stimulation of his anger. The speed at which his injuries recovered also increased by many times. It was as if he had suddenly broken free from some invisible shackles. He suddenly regained his freedom. His real body jumped out of the flames, and with endless anger, he punched the stone golem that had injured the dragon lady. With just one punch, he pierced through its stone head. This was the scene that young divine master Qingtong had seen. "How dare you hit my wife? I'll kill you." At this time, Fangxing's heart was full of anger. His eyes were red like fire. He roared and rushed towards those deities. The array-breaking scripture was also activated to the maximum. Every move he made was like a divine general charging into a formation. He was unstoppable. He actually clashed head-on with these rock giants. His supernatural power seemed to be endless, and the monstrous flames circulated around him. He was like a god of war. Just now, he could not move, but he also noticed some phenomena. These self-proclaimed deities had different levels of strength. The strong ones were like the owner of the giant golden claw that descended from the 9th heaven, who suppressed the chief monk of Lingshan Temple to the ground with one strike. Some were like the young man with golden eyes, who killed the island master of Punlai Island with one strike as easily as chopping melons and vegetables. However, most of them were only in the Yuanying realm. Compared to ordinary cultivators, they were naturally terrifying. However, compared to him, they were still far from it. These stone monsters were considered ordinary. They were not as terrifying as the young man with golden eyes. They were only equivalent to the intermediate Yuanying realm. Judging from the battle, they did not seem to know any spells or martial arts. They only had terrifying strength. One punch could crack a mountain, or they could absorb strength from the earth to repair themselves. However, in front of Fangxing, this strength seemed weak. Boom. Boom. Boom, his every move was as powerful as a mountain. He forcefully smashed these stone monsters into pieces. His ferocious state shocked the surroundings. Around him, many kinds of deities had already noticed him. "Stinking bastard, you're still alive." Dragon Lady, who had been saved from a desperate situation, was completely stunned at this time. Tears rolled down her cheeks. When a man goes to the battlefield, women should not cry. It's inauspicious. Fangxing hugged his arms and crushed the head of the last stone monster. He said without turning his head. Dragon Lady was already stunned at this time. She raised her head and looked at Fangxing's back. "You go to a safe place and wait for me. I'll go call Uncle 11 and the others back." Fangxing did not have time to say anything else. He reminded her in a deep voice. It was as if he had made a promise, "I'll definitely come back." After saying that, he took huge strides and rushed forward, leaving Dragon Lady in the same place. He had already seen Uncle 11, Elder Hu Qin, and Daphne rushing forward to rescue him. In the end, they were trapped deep inside and disappeared without a trace. He could not leave just like that. He had to bring the 3 of them back. Moreover, he was already distracted. After violently smashing 4 stone monsters, he had already attracted the attention of many strange creatures. It was too dangerous for Dragon Lady to follow him. Swoosh! He used the carefree body technique and rushed between the battlefield. At this time, there was no more thunder calamity. However, in the void, there were God clan creatures chasing and killing the human clan cultivators everywhere. It was also extremely dangerous. However, at this time, Fangxing's carefree body technique was incomparably mysterious. He swept through the air with an ethereal and elusive posture. Countless God clan creatures who wanted to rush over to surround him pounced on empty air. Instead, they were torn apart by him. Drops of God's blood sprayed out. Then, he casually threw their flesh and blood on the ground and continued to rush to another place. All the life techniques lead to a dead end. Then, I'll kill a way out. Not far away, a beautiful woman was holding a translucent glazed crystal sword in her hand, fighting fiercely with the living beings of the God clan. Half of her body was covered in blood, and she looked very fierce and somewhat hysterical. It was TT Fairy, the goddess of the Path of Een in the northern region of the Divine Prefecture, who seemed to have everything in her grasp. She was a person who would not make a move if it was not necessary, but at this time, she had also joined the battle. "Follow me." Feng Xing's figure turned and passed by her. His Dharma form surged, and the sword will of the demon sword flourished. He cut off the head of the god clan creature who was fighting fiercely with her, and then shouted at her. "TT Fairy escaped from death." She looked up and saw him. She did not say any polite words. She smiled faintly and followed behind him, continuing to fight with him. Feng Xing's goal was to find Bai Qianzhong and the others. However, at this time, the battlefield was too chaotic. Looking around, he could not find any trace of Uncle 11 and the others. He could only see scenes of Tianyuan cultivators fighting fiercely and being slaughtered. There was no time to think about it. Every time he saw someone trapped, he would save them. Not long after, a team of more than 10 people gathered behind him. They did not say a word, nor did they think of escaping. They all followed behind Feng Xing and killed their way forward. "You are evil, so I will kill evil. You are God, so I will kill God." As they were killing their way forward, a battle group suddenly appeared in front of them. A familiar voice came from within. Feng Xing looked over and saw that it was LV Fengxian. At this time, he was surrounded by 3 god clan creatures wearing armor and bones. Although these god clan creatures were of different shapes and sizes, one could faintly tell the difference between them. Those who wore simple armor were often much stronger than ordinary creatures. At this time, there was no time to use the Yin-Yang Fiend God Mirror, but thinking about it, they should be of the warrior class. The 3 god generals surrounded LV Fengxian and fought fiercely, but he held the heavenly halberd in his hand. His aura was wild, and he was not at a disadvantage. He was actually on par with them, which was really shocking. However, the 3 god generals were also very strong, and it was impossible to determine the winner in a short time. Seeing this scene, Feng Xing rushed over without thinking. His figure was like a rock descending from the 9 heavens, and he ruthlessly stepped on the back of one of the god generals, causing golden blood to spurt out of his mouth. He fell forward, and his head was smashed by LV Fengxian's halberd, and blood splattered everywhere. Kill. Zhu Xiao, who followed behind Feng Xing, had already rushed forward and attacked the other 2 god generals. No matter how strong the god generals were, they were soon killed on the spot by 4 or 5 people, and with experts like Feng Xing and LV Fengxian on the side. "I don't need your help." LV Fengxian withdrew his halberd. Seeing that it was Feng Xing, he frowned and shouted angrily. "Don't talk nonsense, I need your help." Feng Xing was too lazy to talk to him. With a cold shout, he turned around and rushed in another direction. "Follow me." Hearing this, LV Fengxian was stunned for a moment before he said, "Oh, that's fine." With a powerful figure like LV Fengxian following them, the strength of Feng Xing's group immediately increased a lot. They rushed all the way to the center of the domain. For a moment, no one noticed that they were rushing towards the most dangerous area with the most Protoss creatures. For Feng Xing, he didn't think too much. He just wanted to rush over to find Uncle 11 and the others. However, when he saw the Tianyuan cultivators being hunted on the way, he naturally saved them and allowed them to follow behind him. On the other hand, if he left them where they were, they would probably be besieged by the Protoss creatures and die tragically. They would be safer if they followed him. As for the cultivators that he saved along the way, they didn't think much. After escaping from death, under the impact of anger and unwillingness, they didn't even know where they were going. After being saved by Feng Xing, they just followed him and killed all the ferocious Protoss creatures they encountered. The people that Feng Xing saved were also meticulous. He didn't save just anyone. They were all the cultivators that were besieged by the Protoss creatures who were unwilling to submit. These people happened to be the ones with the strongest bloodlust. Of course, LV Fengxian was an exception amongst these people. He utterly didn't think too much about it, and after he obtained Feng Xing's unexpected request for help, he charged at the front as a matter of course. His halberd fluttered about in an invincible manner, and besides the solemn expression on his tense face, there was actually a wisp of a faintly discernible complacency, causing him to seem to be in high spirits. The group of people rushed all the way in this way. The number of people gathered was about 40 or 50. However, they had already attracted the attention of many creatures of the god clan. Many ferocious creatures rushed up from all directions to stop them. However, there were strong and weak creatures among the creatures of the god clan, and they had their own rules when distributing their opponents. Now, the creatures of the god clan who had launched attacks were just some soldiers who were in the vanguard. At most, there were several immortal generals among them. However, they failed to stop Feng Xing and his companions. Instead, Feng Xing and LV Fengxian joined hands and killed 7 or 8 god generals and over 20 creatures of the god clan on their way. Of course, compared to this huge battlefield, their influence was still too small. It was not important at all. It was as if a great river had flowed down and destroyed everything, but a group of ants had gathered into a group and were swimming against the current. Most of the god clan's creatures that they killed were just stupid people who were not very clear-headed. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were cannon fodder. Poof, in the void, Feng Xing pulled out a bone spike that had pierced him with a backhand. He then kicked a strange creature covered with bone spikes in front of him and ruthlessly stabbed the bone spike into its body. He could only grit his teeth in hatred and look around. The chaos of battle was everywhere, making people dizzy. He couldn't see where Uncle 11 and the others were. They must be fighting somewhere. At this time, he was leading this group of people, and the more he rushed, the more tired he became. There were enemies everywhere, and there was no end. Every time they killed an enemy, they would more or less pay a price. Among the cultivators he had saved, there were already some who had been injured or even killed. Around them, there were still countless sinister god clan creatures. How should I find Uncle 11 and the others? Feng Xing gritted his teeth and thought. He looked around angrily. At this time, this group of people had alarmed the surroundings. Some cultivators were desperately rushing towards them, intending to join them in the battle. But at the same time, there were many Protoss creatures who were observing them. They were not in a hurry to rush over, but were secretly waiting for an opportunity. Some creatures were simply born killers. They would not face the enemy head-on at all. Instead, when they were charging, they would suddenly appear from the void behind Feng Xing or LV Fengxian when they were unprepared and easily take away a person's life. Although he had saved this group of people casually at the beginning, now that these people had followed him, it was not the same thing to let them die with him. Even if some of those who had died were people that he did not know at all, watching them die in front of him, Feng Xing still felt full of grievance. There was a kind of suppressed anger that kept accumulating in his heart. Now, although their group was only an insignificant existence compared to the entire battlefield, for many Protoss creatures around them, they were already extremely conspicuous. If they continued to rush forward, there would be a continuous stream of people coming to stop them. If they were ordinary creatures or divine generals, it would be fine. But if they attracted the attention of a higher existence, that would be a calamity for this group of cultivators who were mainly made up of junior cultivators. There was anger in his heart, and a heavy pressure. He was bent on finding Uncle 11, but there were more and more people blocking the way in front of him. At this time, even Feng Xing's heart was about to be in a mess. He had a feeling that he was almost going to go crazy. At this time, he would rather capture some people and have a fierce battle with them. However, many creatures of the god clan regarded them as prey. They didn't dare to come forward to stop them. Instead, they started to kill them playfully. Some monsters with strong auras were staring at them from a distance. They weren't in a hurry to take action. Their eyes were cold, as if they were waiting for them to show a higher value before they could harvest them. In this case, let's play it big. Others would be more cautious in the face of a desperate situation, but Feng Xing only became crazier and crazier. He growled and looked in one direction. There was a huge battle less than 1,000 meters away from them, and the one who was fighting was the golden-eyed young man whom they had fought in Kunlun Mountain. He was the first monster who appeared to announce the arrival of the innate lord after the Lingshan Temple's first master was suppressed to the ground. He had attacked several times, and the strength he showed was simply shocking. Even the island master of Punlai Island, who was at the primordial soul realm, was killed by him with one strike and had his head chewed off. His leisurely stroll made people feel that they were no match for him. At this time, the person he stared at was Fuyao Palace's Yuanying. The golden-eyed young man had not completely transformed into his real body, but 2 bat wings appeared on his back. He flew around Xianxia like lightning and attacked fiercely. At this time, Xiaositu was forced to resist and persevere. With Fang Xing's eyesight, he could see at a glance that Xiaositu had not fully recovered his strength, but it was related to Fang Xing's cultivation. Fang Xing used the Samadhi True Fire as his immortal seed, and the Samadhi True Fire came from his body. In addition, he had swallowed the myriad panacea and had a strong source of Tao, so his recovery was extremely fast. On the other hand, Xiaositu's immortal seed came from the thunder tribulation. In a place that was isolated from the heaven and earth, her recovery was extremely slow. Now that this part of the heaven and earth had been covered by the arrangement of the God clan in advance, the power of the heaven and earth was almost completely isolated from the outside world. Therefore, her recovery was much slower than Fang Xing's. In addition, the golden-eyed young divine master had targeted Xiaositu long ago. The moment he revealed his real body, he attacked Xiaositu, causing him to have no choice but to face the enemy. He did not have the opportunity to take a breather like Fang Xing. Haha, after hesitating for a while, I still chose you first because your immortal seed is really to my taste. The golden-eyed young man laughed softly. The golden-eyed young man said with a low chuckle. His figure flashed past Xiaositu's back like a bolt of lightning, tearing off a large piece of his robe and leaving a wound on his body. However, when Xiaositu turned around and pointed a finger at him, he instantly returned to his original position. Even his voice did not stop. My clan has always been devouring thunder and lightning to increase our strength. If I devour your immortal seed, it will probably save me at least 300 years of growth. But don't worry, I won't let your opponent go either. He is luckier than you. Boom, Xiaositu did not say a word. He charged towards him and smashed his body and the void into pieces with a punch. However, his voice soon rang out behind him. What he smashed was only his afterimage. I can't eat his immortal seed, but I will take him in as a slave and let him stay by my side. After all, I like his personality very much. At that moment, he had a mocking expression on his face, as if he already regarded Xiaositu of Fuyao Palace as his. He smiled and said, human cultivators are undeserving of being favored by the heavens. Among the many juniors in Tianyuan, only the two of you are worthy of my attention. After saying that, he narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Xiaositu as if he was looking at a peach. At that moment, after witnessing Yaoqi Wangmu's death, Xiaositu, who had been silent like a trapped beast, finally had a fierce glint in his eyes. He said in a low voice with a hint of mockery, "You like the two of us?" He shook his head gently and sneered. "Unfortunately, I don't like you. I guarantee that the same goes for that demon." The golden-eyed young man's expression darkened. He said flatly, "Is that so? Then I'd like to see what you're really capable of." As soon as he said that, he moved again and charged forward. His left hand turned into a sharp claw that was sharper than any divine weapon. It tore a long hole in the void and went straight for Xiaositu's chest. Xiaositu roared as purple lightning gathered at her forehead. She channeled all the power of her immortal seed and clashed head-on with the attack. Since it's not easy to find Uncle 11 and the rest, then let them find me. At this moment, Fang Xing, faced with the predicament they had encountered, also made a decision. Since these bastards around us are staring at us like they are watching the performance of their prey, then we might as well put on a show for them. Since these bastards think of themselves as gods, then we might as well kill a god for fun. Donkey sh*t, do you dare to accompany me to kill that arrogant little Lord God? His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at LV Fingxian's face provocatively. When the surrounding human cultivators heard what he said, they were momentarily speechless even though their blood was rushing to their brains. LV Fingxian's eyes obviously lit up when he heard that. However, the joy that flashed across his face was fleeting. Then, he purposely put on a poker face as if he did not want others to see the ecstasy and excitement in his heart. However, he could not hide it. His eyes and eyebrows had long betrayed him. However, he did not know that. He raised his heavenly halberd nonchalantly and said flatly, "All right." Bam, 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 bam. If Fang Xing and the others were secretly being watched, then the fierce battle between Xiaositu of Fuyao Palace and the golden-eyed man had become the focus of a battlefield. Now, many living beings of the God clan had descended, but most of them did not bother to make a move. They only watched from the ninth heaven. They did not care about ordinary battles at all. Only the golden-eyed man and Xiaoxitu, because of their identities, attracted the attention of many living beings of the God clan. Many living beings of the God clan had already gathered around and cheered from time to time, although the golden-eyed man had not transformed into his original form. The 3 membranous wings on his back had already manifested. His speed had already increased to its starting point. He circled around Xiaoxitu, but he seemed to have turned into more than a dozen clones, attacking Xiaoxitu from all directions. At this time, Xiaoxitu's face was taut. Streaks of purple lightning appeared around her, like countless tentacles extending into the void. To a certain extent, they limited the speed of the golden-eyed man. They gathered and dispersed like tentacles, capturing his figure. In this situation, although the golden-eyed man had the upper hand, he could not take him down. Haha, child of lightning, do you need to spend so much effort on a mere living being of the human clan who has not become an immortal? In the surrounding void, a living being of the God clan walked over. He was tall and had a human form, but there were 2 huge bull horns on his head. On his back, there was a huge axe with a black handle and a white blade. His entire body contained a terrifying power. He stood there motionless, but the surrounding void seemed to be shaken by the amazing power contained in his body. It trembled from time to time, causing his body to look blurry. Within a radius of dozens of feet around him, no one dared to approach him. All the living beings of the God clan were unusually in awe of him, as though they did not dare to approach him. In his right hand, there was a hemp rope. The hemp rope was divided into hundreds of strands, and each strand was tied around the neck of a human cultivator. Those human cultivators all seemed to be in despair. They knelt on the ground on all fours and allowed the Minotaur to lead them. Their eyes were filled with despair and numbness. Only when they looked at Xiaoxitu of Fuyao Palace, who was in the middle of the battle, would they occasionally have a hint of elegance. Humph, when did you have the right to interfere in my affairs? The golden-eyed man called the Child of Lightning spoke in a cold voice as he fought fiercely. He seemed to be extremely dissatisfied. The Minotaur, however, did not take it to heart. He laughed loudly. I just wanted to see how much ability you, who has made a great contribution to the descent of our 3,000 god clans, actually have. In the future, I can brag about it to a few of my good friends. But today, I've seen it, and I'm very disappointed. You can't even take down a human who has yet to become an immortal. Your lightning clan has lost all face. His voice was filled with sarcasm, which caused the Child of Lightning to become even more furious. His attacks became even sharper. His figure wandered about, and wherever he passed, cracks in the void were formed. It was as though black lightning was circling around him. His power was simply terrifying to the extreme. And after this power reached its peak, he suddenly seized an opportunity and directly collided with Xiaoxitu. The purple lightning collided with the cracks in the void, and immediately, an abnormally terrifying power of annihilation erupted, rumbling and sweeping in all directions. Ouch! The surrounding god clan's living beings were all greatly frightened, and they hurriedly dodged. Only the Minotaur stood where he was. This kind of power of annihilation swept towards him and struck his body, but it did not even leave a single wound on him. Instead, it was as though a light breeze had brushed against his face. And after Xiaoxitu collided with the Child of Lightning, he could not help but retreat several dozens of feet before he managed to control his figure. The purple lightning on his body dimmed, but he simply did not have time to react. A shadow flashed in front of him, and a murderous aura assaulted him. The Child of Lightning had already charged over. At this moment, he had already transformed into half of his original form, and his sharp claws were directly clawing at the center of his forehead. Whether it was his strength or speed, they had almost doubled compared to before. It seemed that it was only at this moment that he could be considered to have displayed a little of his true strength. Bang! Xiaoxitu steeled his arms and blocked this claw in the nick of time. However, his arms were almost smashed, and he fell back several dozens of feet. The purple lightning on his body had already dimmed, and the dignified Xiaoxitu looked somewhat wretched. Lord Child of Lightning has shown his invincible might. Take down that overconfident human. Lord Child of Lightning is mighty. Puny human cultivator, why aren't you kneeling and worshipping the God Master? This sudden action had already caused many of the surrounding god clans to cheer. It seemed that this Child of Lightning was also a person of great prestige among the god clans. Many of the god clans had already stopped their pursuit, and specially came to watch this battle of his. Humph. Among everyone, only the Minotaur carrying a large axe was rather disdainful, and his expression was displeased. Haha, the god clan shall be established, and the glorious era of the immortals of the human clan will never appear again. The Child of Lightning also intended to kill Xiaoxitu in the human world with his claws to establish his might. With a sinister shout, he attacked 3 times in a row, and once again flew up. His figure had already completely transformed into his original form, and his entire body was like refined steel. He actually charged straight at Xiaositu's purple lightning, and his figure instantly flew above Xiaositu's head. He leaped high up, and clawed down from the air. It was exactly the same as when he killed the island master of Punglai Island. He clawed down with the intention of grabbing a person's head, and then using his own speed, he would rip the person's head off. Meanwhile, Xiaositu's eyes were already filled with grief and indignation. Facing this move, she seemed to know that she had no power to resist, but she did not attempt to escape or fight head-on. Instead, she pressed her palm lightly against her chest, and sighed softly. It's a pity for the thousands of beauties in this world. As he thought this, the purple lightning in his body faintly disappeared, and all of it gathered at a point in his body. As for the Child of Lightning, just as he was about to claw down, a cold smile appeared on his face. At this moment, the beings of the god clans cheered loudly, and they were in high spirits. Meanwhile, there were even many human cultivators who had already knelt behind the Minotaur and were watching the battle in despair. They all closed their eyes in pain. For him, the Child of Lightning's claw was a symbol of the destruction of his hopes. Even Fuyao Palace's Xiaoxitu was so useless in front of these gods, so what hope did he have? Perhaps it was right to seek survival in such humiliation. At least he could survive, but just as the Child of Lightning was about to claw down on Xiaositu's head, a small stone suddenly flew out of the silent void. Its speed seemed to pass through the void, and it was so fast that it was hard to describe. The Child of Lightning's claw had already clawed down, but at this moment, a sense of danger arose in his heart. He suddenly stopped, turned around, and grabbed that small stone in his hand. His reaction speed was similarly terrifying, and a pair of dark golden eyes looked out eerily. He shouted in a low voice, "Who ambushed me?" But before he could finish speaking, his expression suddenly changed drastically. As if his hand had been scalded, he threw out the small stone in his hand. Just as the stone left his hand, it exploded, and emitted a monstrous red light that enveloped him. Some of the god clans that were nearby screamed in pain. Some were already burned, and they hurriedly fled. Haha, god clan? Lightning clan? A few 100 feet away, a figure appeared in the void. His eyes were ruthless, and he held a huge slingshot in his hand. His eyes were sinister as he looked over. His voice seemed to be mixed with indescribable mockery. "I know you guys have known for a long time. It's that little devil." The moment they saw this figure, the human clan cultivators that were led by the Minotaurs, and their eyes were numb and filled with despair. At this moment, they all cried out in alarm. They did not have the magical power of the Child of Lightning to discover Fangxing's figure in the chaotic battlefield. Before this, when they saw the fierce battle between Xiaoxitu and the Child of Lightning, they knew that Xiaoxitu had survived, and correspondingly, that little devil was definitely dead. That was why they treated Xiaoxitu as their only hope. But they did not expect that the devil would appear again at this time, and it was him who had saved Xiaoxitu at this time. In particular, what method did he use to actually injure the Child of Lightning in one move? "You are courting death. I originally planned to take you in as a slave." A ball of red fiery light appeared quickly and disappeared just as quickly. Within that fiery light, the Child of Lightning's slightly battered figure already appeared. However, compared to his battered appearance, what was even more shocking was that under that terrifying red light, his body actually didn't suffer too much damage. There were only a few scorch marks that were quickly recovering. Instead, the anger at the bottom of his eyes was even more shocking as he stared fixedly at Fangxing. Haha, interesting. The Minotaurs who were watching the battle also revealed a slightly curious expression. With a low laugh, he sized up Fangxing. "I actually didn't plan on taking you in as a slave, because apart from being a slingshot, I really don't know what else you can be used for." Fangxing laughed, and waved the slingshot in his hand twice, making 2 feints. It was only at this time that someone looked towards that strange artifact. They really could not imagine how such a simple artifact could release such a terrifying attack. Only the Child of Lightning, after being reminded by Feng Xing's words, immediately guessed something. In addition to the faintly familiar aura that he felt from the slingshot, he also guessed something, and his gaze changed greatly. This slingshot was actually made from the bones and tendons of his own clansmen. This discovery immediately made the proud and arrogant Child of Lightning's eyes turn red to the extreme. "I will grind your bones and scatter your ashes." As he roared, the terrifying power on his body suddenly flourished, and he completely transformed into that terrifying form. His 6 wings flapped at the same time, and as if he had teleported, he directly appeared in front of Feng Xing. 2 terrifying claws directly clawed at Feng Xing's face. The astonishing black smoke emitted from the claws had already enveloped Feng Xing's entire body, leaving no room for escape. It was only when he had the intention to kill the Child of Lightning that he had the leisure to use the Yin-Yang God and Demon Mirror to look at him. At his current realm, the strength of all the opponents he encountered was terrifying. Wanting to pry into the other party's cultivation and details was no longer that simple. Especially when these outer realm beings possessed powerful transfiguration techniques. Wanting to see through them with a glance was easier said than done. It was basically impossible to use it in a timely manner in battle. Even Feng Xing had to use the Yin-Yang God and Demon Mirror for the time it took to drink half a cup of tea before he could see through his true body. Afterwards, his heart was greatly shaken, and he remembered something. Back then, on the 9th floor of the Baekokeikyung Tower, he had once come into contact with the lightning race. He had once unintentionally obtained their terror bones, and used the tendons on them to forge a slingshot. When used together with the runestones of the Desolate Era, its power was extremely great. The principle behind it was that this race was born with extreme speed, and their tendons were extraordinary. Just think about the tendons of a skeleton that had long since withered and no longer contained any vitality, yet it could forge such a powerful god-striking bow. Then, just how powerful would the living beings of the lightning race be? What made him even more shocked was that within the mysterious coffin, why would there be the remains of this race's beings? Could it be that the existence that left behind the mysterious coffin had long since anticipated this day, and thus placed the skeleton of the lightning race into the mysterious coffin in advance, preparing to leave it for later generations to study and understand the details of these beings that called themselves the God Race? If this was really the case, then they would really be disappointed. The eyes of the people of the world were only focused on the cultivation methods, resources, elixirs, and spiritual medicines within the mysterious coffin. How many would pay attention to those skeleton? Even Baekokeikyung only piled them up on the 9th floor, not paying any attention to them. Of course, these problems were not something a little bandit like him could care about. Now was also not the time to consider these problems. All of his attention had already landed on the body of the Child of Lightning that he had angered. After he discovered the identity of the Child of Lightning, he purposely took out the god-striking bow in order to infuriate him, and the effect was not bad. At this time, the Child of Lightning was no longer just infuriated. Boom. He directly rushed in front of Feng Xing, and his sharp claws ruthlessly swiped down, even more ferocious than when he dealt with Xiaoxitu. From his speed, just now, when Feng Xing struck with the rune stone, it actually did not seem to cause too much damage to him. Under such a rapid speed, even Feng Xing found it difficult to react in time. Back at Kunlun Mountain, he had already experienced this Child of Lightning's godly speed. However, at that time, this child didn't dare to reveal his true form. As a result, even though his speed was fast, it wasn't fast to this degree. Only now, when he revealed his true form and didn't hold back in his rage, did this terrifying speed finally reveal itself. Shockingly, it was as if he had directly pierced through the void, instantly traversing several thousand feet, but at that moment, Feng Xing, who was already prepared, gritted his teeth and smiled. Then, with a circle of his arms, he activated a certain secret technique. The Child of Lightning's claw swiped downwards, tearing apart Feng Xing's body. However, only when he did so did he discover that Feng Xing's body had actually turned into flames with astonishing might. That was not his true body at all, but a clone refined from flames in conjunction with the relics in the Thousand Spirits pill. It was also at this instant that the Child of Lightning's eyes froze. He sensed that something was off. There seemed to be a strange power in the world, and it was gradually taking form, sealing off the entire world. This made him think of the move Feng Xing had used against Xiaoxitu just now, a trap. this guy actually dared to set up a trap for him, and he even used the same old trick that he had just used. He lifted his head to take a look, and as expected, he saw Fang Xing's real body appear above his head. He was drawing circles with his hands, causing the power of the world around him to change shape. Under the terrifying divine power he was casting, the world was forming a copper cauldron, completely sealing off his position. Within the copper cauldron, the terrifyingly powerful true Samadhi fire burned. The child of lightning understood this type of fire far too well. He had heard quite a few times about this type of terrifying immortal fire from his seniors, so he subconsciously felt incredibly wary. Want to refine me? In your dreams? Discovering Fang Xing's intentions, the child of lightning laughed sinisterly, and then his 3 pairs of wings flapped at the same time. At this moment, the heavens and the earth seemed to have changed shape. In the void, it was precisely because of his claws that a collapsed black hole had appeared. His entire person, at this moment, had completely turned into a black line. In a split second, he had rushed back hundreds of feet. He had actually managed to escape in time in the short time that the copper cauldron had revealed itself and sealed itself. It was as if he was facing a turtle in a jar. Originally, he had thought that it would be easy to catch. As long as the lid was closed, it would have nowhere to go. However, it had actually escaped in the instant that the lid was closed. So fast? Even Fang Xing, who was above the copper furnace, was stunned. His gaze was strange. He never thought that there would be someone who escaped faster than him. However, as long as the plan was executed, then it would be linked together, and there was no guarantee of failure. The child of lightning retreated several thousand feet, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. He escaped from the encirclement of the great copper furnace of heaven and earth that Fang Xing had executed. Just as he was about to laugh coldly and shout, he suddenly felt a powerful force rushing towards him from behind. Shockingly, it was the Fuyao Palace's Xiaoxitu, who had almost been forced into a dead end by him just now. At this time, she moved across the sky, her hands holding the monster's thunder will, and her entire person seemed to be riding a sea of thunder, directly colliding with Fang Xing's plan. It was flawless. After Fang Xing made his move, he didn't have time to discuss anything with Xiaoxitu at all. He didn't even have time to send a divine thought, but that Xiaoxitu also discovered Fang Xing's intention in a glance. She knew that he was going to use the same trick again, and refine the child of lightning in the furnace. Thus, when the child of lightning charged towards Fang Xing, he also charged over. Then, the child of lightning escaped from the copper furnace in time, and just happened to meet the charging Xiaoxitu behind him. He actually watched helplessly as he was forced into Fang Xing's furnace by Xiaoxitu once again, and at this time, Fang Xing, who had reacted, also pushed the great copper furnace of heaven and earth forward. The mouth of the furnace opened. The speed of the two of them clearly couldn't compare to the child of lightning, but under this cooperation, they almost forced him into a dead end. Haha, the two of you want to join hands to fight me? Facing the situation of being attacked from both front and back, the child of lightning didn't show any fear. Instead, he laughed angrily. 3 pairs of flesh wings flapped at the same time, and then his body began to burst with terrifying lightning, making him look like a sun, extremely dazzling. I have the bloodline of the lightning race, a natural-born god race. With just the two of you, you want to force me into a dead end? Following his loud roar, a spear made of lightning appeared in his hand. Facing the lightning pool that Xiaoxitu pushed over, he didn't dodge at all. Instead, he flicked it towards that part of the sea of lightning. However, there was only a rumble, and the huge sea of lightning, under his spear, was stirred up into a waterfall of lightning that was tens of thousands of feet high. It rushed into the 9 heavens, and made the entire world seem dim. And in such a shocking and terrifying scene, he laughed loudly and calmly, about to escape from this dead end. Lord Child of Lightning is remarkable indeed, invincible. At this moment, an unknown number of god race beings cried out loudly, and they were abnormally excited as they loudly cheered. As for the human beings, their hearts were filled with extreme despair. Fang Xing and Xiaoxitu were both the best seedlings in the world, but even when the two of them joined hands, they still couldn't do anything to this god race being. Everyone's hearts couldn't help but sink, and a bitter feeling of despair arose in their hearts. However, this despair only lasted for less than a breath of time before an unexpected change occurred. The child of lightning, who seemed to have forcefully carved out a path of survival, was about to escape with his life amidst his complacent laughter, and then he was about to defeat Feng Xing and Xiaositu one by one. However, unexpectedly, in the space before him, a tall man in white silver armor charged out. In his hand was a halberd made of rotten silver, and he slashed through the air with an astonishing aura. This kind of wave almost caused the Child of Lightning to be unable to stand steadily, and that halberd was ferociously and invincibly striking towards the Child of Lightning. Who is it? At this moment, even the Child of Lightning was frightened out of his wits. He never thought that there would be such an expert lying in ambush, whether it was Feng Xing's great copper cauldron of heaven and earth, or the sea of lightning that Xiaositu of Fuyao Palace displayed. They were all astonishing abilities that were enough to threaten him. However, these two people were the two most famous seedlings in Tianyuan, after all. It was one thing for them to have such abilities, and with his own speed, it was enough for him to tangle with them. However, who would have thought that at such a critical moment, someone like this would appear out of nowhere? Boom, almost without time to think carefully, the spear in his hand had already pierced out, meeting force with force. The newcomer was too unexpected, and with Xiaositu by his side, he already had no time to display his speed. However, he was confident that with the power of his spear, he would not lose to any of the younger cultivators in Tianyuan. However, even he did not expect that. When he saw his spear striking out, the person holding the heavenly halberd would actually grit his teeth and laugh, as if this was exactly what he wanted. Then, when the heavenly halberd collided with the heavenly halberd, the Child of Lightning's expression immediately changed. He only felt an indescribably terrifying force rushing towards him. That kind of power was simply indescribably ferocious. His body did not even have the slightest bit of resistance, and he was sent flying by the huge rebounding force, falling straight into the copper cauldron. This scene, whether it was the living beings of the Shin clan or the cultivators of the human clan, all of them were directly stunned. This was really too unexpected, everything happened too quickly. They only saw that when the Child of Lightning was about to escape, suddenly a person holding the heavenly halberd jumped out, and then, as easily as hitting a rock, directly forced the Child of Lightning into the great copper cauldron of heaven and earth that Feng Xing had been waiting for all this time. This scene was too terrifying, wasn't it? In this world, there were two outstanding immortal seedlings. When did such a person appear? I am LV Fengxian, who dares to fight with me? In the dead silence, only the silver-armored cultivator holding the heavenly halberd pointed in all directions, swallowing the heavens and the earth, and shouted loudly. Even those who didn't know him well could tell from his shout that there was a kind of exhilaration. You think I can't refine you to death this time? LV Fengxian was elated. As he shouted in all directions, Feng Xing was also overjoyed. He swooped down from the sky and pressed one hand towards the sky. As he clawed with his 5 fingers, the sky seemed to wrinkle, faintly turning into the shape of a giant pot lid. Then, he firmly covered the copper furnace below. With this, the giant copper furnace immediately became airtight. From the outside, one could see that the Child of Lightning was also shocked. He dashed left and right, and the spear in his hand fiercely stabbed at the wall of the pot. He was like a mad demon. However, the copper furnace seemed to be unstoppable. He dashed left and right, but there was no chance of him escaping. Heaven and earth as the furnace, immortal source as the fuel, raise the samadhi fire, and refine all things. This was the great divine ability that Feng Xing had derived after he truly formed his immortal nascent. When he first formed his emperor nascent soul, he had already grasped the half-step great Tao technique and could borrow the power of heaven and earth. After that, he had severed his soul with his sword and split his body into 2, so he had the ability to cultivate the great Tao technique again. His use of the power of heaven and earth had also become perfect. However, the power of heaven and earth was too strong. With his current cultivation, even if he comprehended the technique, it would be difficult for him to activate it. Or, after he activated it, its power would be mediocre, and it wouldn't be enough to subdue the enemy. Thus, he borrowed the Samadhi true fire to temper his body and refined this great Tao technique into a divine ability. He turned a part of heaven and earth into a copper furnace, isolating it from the outside world. Then, he summoned the Samadhi true fire and refined everything within the furnace. This divine ability was currently his strongest ability. Once he entered the copper furnace, it would be difficult for him to escape the heavenly tribulation. Mortal, you dare trap me? I will definitely tear your corpse into 1,000 pieces. Inside the copper furnace, the Child of Lightning was still unwilling to give up. He dashed left and right with all his might, wanting to escape. But at this time, he was like a fly that had flown into a pot. No matter how fast he had no way out. "Call me Lord," Feng Xing shouted, slapping both hands on the copper furnace. The true samadhi fire rose from the bottom of the pot, almost like a volcano. He didn't show any mercy to the child of lightning. The true samadhi fire was even more ruthless than when he was refining Xiaoxitu, burning the child of lightning until he screamed. In this copper furnace, no matter how fast he was, it was useless. His indestructible body wasn't impervious to fire and water under the true samadhi fire. Not long after, his body already showed signs of being scorched, and one of the 3 pairs of wings on his back had already caught fire, half of it burned away. In the surroundings, everyone who saw this scene, regardless of whether it was the god race or the human race cultivators, were astonished. They stared at the child of lightning, who was screaming in grief and indignation in the copper furnace and had no way out. They didn't even dare to believe their eyes. The child of lightning had actually been suppressed. He was a junior expert whose name rose to fame in the 3,000 god races. At this time, the god race beings all had faces full of shame and anger. As for the human race cultivators who had been suppressed and surrendered, they all revealed strange lights in their eyes. Some people even seemed to have forgotten about life and death at this time. They suddenly stood up, beat their chests and stamped their feet, and laughed loudly with tears in their eyes. Whoosh, the Minotaur who had been watching the battle flicked his finger, and a beam of divine light penetrated the laughing human race cultivator's head. His spirit scattered, and then he stood up with a sneer on his face. He said unhurriedly, "Brother child of lightning, you have such a great reputation, but you were suppressed by a human race cultivator and are on the verge of death. This joke is really big." As he spoke, he walked forward and looked at Feng Xing with a smile that wasn't a smile. He lightly raised his hand and pointed, saying softly, "Let him go, and I will allow the 3 of you to leave your slave status and become my generals." "You let him go." For the first time, Feng Xing didn't reply sarcastically. He replied coldly, "Let the people around go, and I won't kill him." At this moment, the true samadhi fire was still burning in the copper furnace, but he didn't deliberately activate it. Instead, he slowed it down slightly, preparing to use the child of lightning to exchange for the person. He had seen this person in Kunlun Mountain before, which meant that he should be an outpost of the god race in the outer realm. He had made great contributions, and just now, he had personally witnessed him reading the decree. This meant that his identity wasn't ordinary, and he had a high position in the god race. Combining all these factors, he concluded that this person had a lot of value, so he was prepared to capture him as a hostage. But when the Minotaur heard his words, not only did he not agree, but a mocking smile appeared on his face instead. "Are you bargaining with me?" He looked at Feng Xing with some amusement, then shook his head. "I'm not bargaining with you, I'm just giving you a chance. Go to hell, quickly let him go." At this juncture, Feng Xing didn't have the time to talk with him anymore, so he shouted. A sneer appeared on the Minotaur's face. Without saying a word, he suddenly took a step forward, took the battle axe on his back into his hands, held it with both hands, and fiercely chopped at the copper furnace floating in the air. The power was so violent that even when he rushed over, a strong wind blew within a radius of 100 miles, and the bystanders couldn't even stand still. When the axe chopped down, it had a rare power in the world, and it made people shudder with fear. Roughly speaking, this axe was no weaker than a full blow from a tribulation warrior. This furnace is hard to break from the inside, but is the outside also so sturdy? When the axe fell, his disdainful voice rang out, shaking the surroundings. This sentence also showed his state of mind. He didn't want to bargain with Feng Xing at all, and he even felt that it was ridiculous. After all, the furnace was there, and he just needed to split it open with the axe, and he would be able to save the people. Why would he care about exchanging people? Seeing this axe, Xiaoxitu and LV Fengxian's expressions changed greatly, and they wanted to stop it, but it was too late. They saw the Minotaur's axe hit the copper furnace, and then they saw an even more shocking scene. Bang! Under the shocking axe, the copper furnace suffered a heavy blow, and the void trembled endlessly, but it didn't shatter. Instead, ripples appeared, and like a stream of water, the power of the axe was drawn over, and then it converged towards the child of lightning, who was rushing left and right in the copper furnace. The Child of Lightning was preparing to use the power of the Minotaur's axe to rush out, but he didn't expect such a thing to happen. His body stiffened in the air, and he jumped straight up, and golden blood spurted out of his 7 apertures at the same time. That axe didn't shatter the copper furnace, but instead caused the Child of Lightning to spurt out blood from his 7 apertures. It was as if the axe didn't hit the copper furnace, but directly hit his body. Seeing this scene, not to mention Xianxia and Xianxia, even the Minotaur was stunned. He realized how terrifying this copper furnace was, and he didn't immediately strike a second time, afraid that he wouldn't be able to save the people, but would kill the one inside. "He's in my furnace, you can't save him, quickly let him go." Above the cauldron, Fangxing shouted in a ghastly voice. This copper cauldron was manifested by him, so logically speaking, he should have suffered a backlash after suffering such a heavy blow. However, looking at his appearance, he was calm and composed, and his expression was the same as before, as if he didn't show any signs of being affected. This was where his confidence came from. The great copper furnace was manifested by his great Tao, and in this furnace, he could borrow almost all the power. No matter how strong the Minotaur was, when he struck the copper furnace, the power would be drawn away by him, and then added to the Child of Lightning in the furnace. Because of this, it could be said that as long as there was someone in the furnace, this furnace would never break. If the Minotaur wanted to break the furnace, he had to first shock the Child of Lightning to death, and when there was no one in the furnace who could withstand the power, then there would be a hope of breaking this great furnace of heaven and earth. Simply put, it was impossible for anyone to forcefully save someone from the hands of Fangxing. The Minotaur didn't say a word, but it was obvious that he had discovered this problem. His eyes were cold, and he didn't want to give up on saving people, but he was also unwilling to compromise with Fangxing. He stared at Fangxing, and suddenly laughed. "Do you really want me to let him go?" Before he finished speaking, he suddenly turned around and slashed at a human cultivator that he had tied up. With a chi sound, that human cultivator didn't have the slightest ability to resist. His head fell off, and his spirit was also destroyed by this axe. The surrounding people were stunned, and they didn't expect such a result, and the Minotaur looked at Fangxing provocatively, and he laughed. "Weak race, you think you're qualified to talk terms with me? You have hostages, and so do I. If you don't let him go, then I'll kill one person at a time. Let's see who can endure it more." Poof. As he spoke, he waved his axe again, and cut off another person's head. Then, he walked towards the third person with his axe. He actually used such a method. The Minotaur's method made Fangxing's eyes turn bloodshot. Killing one person at a time was like slaughtering cattle and sheep. He was simply treating human cultivators as animals. His breathing became rapid, and his eyes faintly turned bloodshot. Xianxia and Fangxing were also furious, and they rushed towards the Minotaur. However, many Protoss creatures immediately rushed out from all directions and surrounded them, beating and killing them randomly, forcing them to be unable to approach the Minotaur. "What do you think of my proposal?" The Minotaur calmly cut off the head of the third human cultivator, and turned around to smile at Fangxing. "Very good." Fangxing squeezed out a few words from between his teeth, and then raised his head to look at the Minotaur. A smile appeared on the Minotaur's face, and he thought that Fangxing had compromised. He said with a faint smile, "The overall situation is like this, what can you do?" Before he finished speaking, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. After Fangxing finished speaking, he suddenly slapped the copper cauldron with his palm. It was also at this instant that the immortal flames in the copper cauldron surged and filled every inch of the cauldron. The Child of Lightning that was trapped in the cauldron had already become extremely weak after enduring the power of the Oxhead's giant axe. However, at this moment, it suddenly jumped up in pain and let out a miserable shriek. However, it only managed to scream halfway before it stopped abruptly. Its entire body remained frozen in midair, and after a long time, it turned into ashes in a cluster. "Do I look like a person who has the overall situation in mind?" Fangxing's voice was filled with ruthlessness, and his eyes were spitting out flames of anger. He was actually killed. The Minotaur, who felt that victory was in his grasp and everything was under his control, suddenly had his eyes turn blood red at this moment. It was not sadness, but anger. He felt that he had been tricked by Fangxing. He was angry because the situation had gone out of his control. The axe that was aimed at the fourth human cultivator did not fall, but turned straight and aimed at Fangxing. The murderous aura on his body seemed to have turned into a substantial gust of wind. It whistled from the void and swept across the wilderness, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. It was as cold as winter, and the surrounding Protoss creatures were also stunned. Each of them was indescribably angry, almost unable to believe it. The Child of Lightning, who had made a great contribution to the descent of the 3,000 Protoss, had died so easily. This was a flawless descent that had been planned for many years. How could such a great figure have died? Dong, 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 above the 9 heavens. At this moment, the dull sound of drums rang out. A desolate murderous intent filled the air, startling all the cultivators who were engaged in battle, causing the entire battlefield to fall into silence. Everyone stared at the sky in disbelief. They knew that the sound of these drums represented the death of a noble from the divine race. However, they couldn't understand. In such a great battle where they had the upper hand, how could there be a noble from the divine race dying? Was it because he was too careless and was plotted against by others? Or was it because of the struggle for merit that the aristocrats, who had complicated relationships with each other, decided to play dirty tricks on each other? In this silence, in the dull sound of drums, 2 pairs of eyes also penetrated the endless layers of clouds and cast down. There was a supreme will of existence that noticed a small corner of this battlefield. It saw the 3 human cultivators, Xianxia, LV Fengxian, and Fengxing, who had extraordinary auras. It also saw the Minotaur, who was standing not far away and pointing his giant axe at Fengxing with a murderous expression on his face. The entire battlefield, under the gaze of this will, seemed to have frozen. Kill these 3 sons. Offer their heads to the divine master of the Lightning Clan as an apology. After a long time, there was a powerful voice that echoed in the wilderness. Then, this gaze stayed on the Minotaur for a few breaths of time, and once again retracted into the clouds. Boom, in the wilderness, the God Clan, who were fighting for themselves, killing, or taking human cultivators as slaves, were all boiling up. After receiving the order from the strongest expert who had descended this time, they all gave up the battle in front of them. Some of them roared, some of them laughed hideously, and some of them looked around with gloomy eyes, rushing towards the center like a surging tide. Looking from the 9th heaven, the momentum of rushing towards the center from all directions seemed to be able to squeeze the people inside the encirclement into minced meat with just the force of the collision. I have to say, you've really put me through a lot this time. The Minotaur was the closest to Fengxing and the others. At this time, he was walking towards Fengxing with a gloomy gaze. Looking at his appearance, there was actually a trace of heaviness and helplessness on his face. That guy is indeed very dislikable. If I had the chance, I would have swallowed him. But he died like this, especially when the 3,000 God clans cooperated to descend to Tianyuan. Especially when he died so close to me, it's really... He said in a low voice, and the murderous aura on his body became heavier and heavier. How vexing. This time, not only does the Lightning Clan hate me, but even the 9th Underworld King suspects me. In these murderous words, he actually seemed a little helpless. Fengxing's move was really beyond his expectations. He thought that his method could completely force Fengxing to release the Child of Lightning. In the worst case, he would seize the Child of Lightning to escape. After all, this was his understanding of human cultivators, and the response he made would also ensure that no matter what, he would not be in a passive situation. If he could rescue the Child of Lightning, then he would kill him. Not only would he not lose his prestige, but he would also sell the Child of Lightning, who he had never been on good terms with, a great favor. He would have profited greatly, and even if that guy was afraid and wanted to seize the Child of Lightning as a hostage to escape, he would still be in control of the situation, but no one would have thought that he would actually kill him. After all, there were so many people watching. In the future, if the Lightning Clan asked and found out that the Child of Lightning was ruthless because he had slaughtered human cultivators during the negotiation process with that human cultivator, would the Lightning Clan doubt his original intentions? He had lost control. Once the Child of Lightning died, he would suddenly not be a human anymore. Now that things have come to this, the only way is to take the heads of the 3 of you to prove my innocence. Boom, when the surrounding God Clan creatures of Fengxing rushed over like a tide, he was the first to jump high. The giant axe in his hand contained the power to split a mountain, and he fiercely chopped down on Fengxing below. The terrifying power seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, two figures rushed towards Fangxing, one on the left and one on the right. One of them controlled an endless amount of purple lightning, transforming it into a sea of lightning. The other wielded an ancient halberd, stirring up the wind and clouds. In addition to Fangxing's control of the void, a huge force was formed. The three forces fused together, creating a shocking force that fiercely rebounded outwards, forcibly blocking the axe strike. At this critical moment, Fu Yaogong Xiaositu and LV Fengxian rushed over and joined forces to block the attack. At this time, the two of them had somewhat serious expressions. They looked around in all directions and saw the densely packed God Clan creatures. No matter who it was, their hearts would be full of pressure. The God Clan creatures that were originally scattered throughout the battlefield were now rushing towards them. The three of them had become the three main targets after the arrival of the 3,000 God Clan creatures. They had been targeted by the Supreme God Clan creatures. How could they really be killed? Facing the overwhelming number of God Clan creatures, the three of them formed a triangle with their backs against each other. They looked in three directions. LV Fengxian sighed softly and smiled bitterly. He did not have any complaints, but his voice was a little helpless, as though he had not expected this. "Are you afraid?" Fangxing sneered and asked mockingly. LV Fengxian was instantly enraged. He shouted, "I'm not afraid." "I'm actually afraid," Xiaositu smiled bitterly and said, "Sigh, to think of the 3,000 female disciples of my Fuyao palace, all of them beautiful and alluring, all of them are willing to go through fire and water with me. But who would have thought that I, Xiaositu, would ultimately die together with you two men?" "Humph." Fangxing and LV Fengxian snorted coldly, unwilling to respond to her words. But Fangxing was silent for a few breaths and suddenly thought of something. "Your name is Nye Qianhong?" Xiaositu nodded. "Yes, my surname is Nye, given name Qianhong, nickname Hong. My nickname is Young Master Hong, and I specialize in understanding women's hearts." His answer was solemn, but Fangxing could not help but burst out laughing. "Haha, a man is called Hong. I didn't expect the great Xiaositu of Fuyao Palace to be such a sissy." LV Fengxian said coldly, putting Xiaositu in a difficult position. Boom boom boom, in just a few breaths of time, countless god race beings had rushed over from all directions like a tide. The three of them immediately fell into a fierce battle. At the beginning of the battle, the three did not speak. After a while, it was Fangxing's voice that sounded, "Situ sissy, donkey dung egg, if we don't die in this battle, this young master will not bully you two anymore. Haha, I have always looked down on my peers. If I knew there were people like you, I wouldn't have been so lonely for so many years." Xiaositu laughed loudly, full of heroic spirit. Monstrous purple lightning flooded the area. "My name is LV Fengxian. I have traveled the world and have never tasted defeat. If I have the rest of my life, I hope the two of you can be my witness." LV Fengxian held the heavenly halberd and sent a group of god race beings flying as he shouted. Life and death was a great calamity. Now that they were surrounded, no one had the thought of escaping. Instead, they were determined to fight with everything they had. Some were once the proud sons of heaven, some were little demons who had stirred up the Tianyuan provinces, and some were natural generals who thought they were invincible but were always obstructed and looked down upon. There were many grudges between them before, but at this moment, they felt empty in their hearts. Everything in the past was gone. They trusted their backs to each other and began to fight with everything they had. Tianyuan cultivators are actually so difficult to deal with. This thought rose in the hearts of many god race beings as the three of them attacked with their full strength. Ever since they descended, they had first bombarded them with heavenly tribulations and slaughtered countless living beings of the god clan. Wherever their divine weapons pointed, there would be wails everywhere, like scattered clouds. As a result, in just a short period of time, the living beings of the god clan had begun to look down on the human clan, whose ancestors had once had endless glory. They thought that the human clan was just SOSO. But it was only now that they truly felt some deep fear. The cultivators of the human clan were indeed difficult to deal with. These three were not immortals yet, but they were already so difficult to deal with. If they became true immortals in the future. With this thought in mind, the god race beings attacked even more terrifyingly. They already had the thought of killing the three of them prematurely. Boom. Boom. Boom, wave after wave of god race beings rushed forward, and wave after wave was destroyed by the three people at the center of the battlefield. The three of them had already displayed their imposing manner, like invincible generals. They each occupied a side and faced the enemy head-on. Shockingly, no one could get close to them. The current battlefield had already gradually calmed down. Under the ferocious might of the god race beings, the cultivators who resisted did not even have time to form a line of defense before they were surrounded and killed. As for the cultivators who did not resist, they had already prostrated themselves on the ground, willing to be slaves, begging for their lives. There were also some people who were hiding in the dark, avoiding direct confrontation. It could be said that the flames of war had already been extinguished, and the palace was being closed. And it was precisely because of this that the battlefield became particularly conspicuous. Not only did it attract more and more god race beings, even many human race cultivators looked over. The figures of Feng Xing, Nie Qianhong, and LV Feng Xian, the three of them fighting back to back, were like a thorn that had pierced into the hearts of the god race beings, and also like a spark that was burning in the hearts of the human race cultivators, unyielding and unyielding, unending heavens yuan, kill. Suddenly, outside the encirclement, a cultivator jumped up high and roared loudly. It was a cultivator who had already knelt on the ground and admitted defeat. Unyielding pride, unending divine origin. As the human cultivator who had already surrendered shouted those words, he pounced on the divine race creature closest to him without any regard for his life. In the surrounding void, the human cultivators who had surrendered also flared up. The fierce battle between Feng Xing, Xiaoxitu, and LV Feng Xian had already burned their hearts like a red-hot soldering iron. Their hearts, which had already been filled with despair, were now filled with fire. Then, with the appearance of those words, their hearts, which had already been like dead ashes, were completely ignited. These creatures who called themselves gods were not that strong. Didn't an important figure just die? The cultivators of divine origin were not that weak. The three of them had been besieged by the divine race creatures for a long time, but they still went on a killing spree without any fear. All sorts of thoughts intertwined with each other, giving them some courage once more. There were indeed many cultivators of divine origin gathered around Kuaiji Mountain to watch the battle. There were probably tens of thousands of cultivators from the various orthodoxies. Then, they were ambushed by the divine race creatures. A lightning tribulation struck and killed 2/3 of them, but there were still many who survived. Most of them chose to surrender in the face of the threat to their lives and willingly became slaves. They were not killed. Instead, they were watched over in batches, kneeling on the ground, waiting for the divine race's decree to arrive. There were quite a lot of them, almost 10,000 of them. These people belonged to the forces that had already surrendered, but at this moment, they exploded once more. They actually disregarded their own lives and leapt up once more, fighting fiercely as they charged towards the divine race creatures. Moreover, at this time, they were no longer fighting for themselves like before. Instead, they now had a backbone, and recklessly charged towards Feng Xing and the others. This also caused the impenetrable encirclement to show signs of disarray. The battlefield that had already calmed down was once again ignited with the flames of war. The situation that was already under the control of the divine race creatures was once again thrown into chaos. Today, we will fight side by side with the world. Someone shouted in a low voice and rushed out to protect Feng Xing's group. It was the person Feng Xing had saved not long ago. At this time, he didn't run away but rushed over. When Feng Xing saved them, he had made up his mind to use himself to attract the attention of the God clan so that they could escape. But at this time, they gave up this choice and rushed to Feng Xing's side without any hesitation. They were ready to fight with him. And among them, the one with fluttering white clothes was the Grand Princess of the Kanglan Sea. "Bitch, why did you come back?" When he saw this group of people, Feng Xing cursed angrily. As for the eldest princess, Ao Zhen, she just lowered her eyes and sighed. "The world is like this, how can we choose? I'm just following you into battle. You're so disobedient. Just you wait. After this fight, I'll immediately divorce you." Feng Xing was angry, but he couldn't do anything. He could only curse angrily. With such a wife, what more can a husband ask for? Fu Yaogong, Xiaoxitu, sighed in a low voice. Her eyes were full of admiration. "That's my wife, why are you looking at her like that?" Fangxing shouted and slapped, but Xiaosutu dodged it easily. They are courting death. Let's just kill them all. Some god clan creatures looked at all of this below and growled in a low voice. They were ready to put down their arrogance and personally slaughter them. We can't slaughter them all. They are still of great use. We should focus on subduing them. Others had a different opinion and advocated subduing them. After all, they are the descendants of the deities. They still have pride in their hearts. Just cut off their backbone. Someone said in a low voice and looked directly at the center of the entire battlefield. His goal was very clear, and he had obtained the approval of most of the god clan's life forms. Those 3 people were the core of this chaos. As long as these 3 people were killed, the fighting spirit that had just risen in this group of Tianyuan cultivators would be extinguished like a bucket of cold water. Although these 3 people have not become immortals, they are not ordinary kids who can deal with them. Let's do it. Someone suggested and then stood up. The aura on his body was vigorous, much higher than that of the Child of Lightning. Haha, if we do it, it will not be a good thing. If the kids see it, they will be afraid of the human clan. However, another person spoke lightly. These words seemed to speak to the bottom of everyone's heart, and they remained silent. Are we just going to watch? No need, let them go. Someone sneered and pointed in a direction. There was a group of cultivators gathered there. Some of them had extraordinary auras, but in this cloud, they seemed out of place, as if they were born a head lower than the others. They all held their breath and stood solemnly. Their gazes only looked at the battlefield below, but no one looked over. It was as if they did not even dare to speak, afraid that they would arouse suspicion. These people were divided into 12 groups. They belonged to Zhu Xiu, who had previously returned to the small celestial realm. This group of slaves has made a lot of contributions. We have to help them. The god race creature who had brought up the proposal before said, the infinite deity king handed his own son over to them to infiltrate the human world as a spy. The life of the Child of Lightning was naturally tied to them. Although today, their efforts were successful, and they had indeed protected the Child of Lightning very well, who would have thought that the Child of Lightning would unexpectedly perish in this great battle? Although they have completed their mission, they did not personally hand the Child of Lightning back to the infinite Divine King. Will the old Divine King let them go? Now that he has gone to fight with the human clan saints for the treasure, when he returns, I'm afraid that these slaves will also die, right? His voice was not soft. It was as if he had deliberately let Zhu Xiu hear him. When those people heard this, as expected, many of them trembled, and fear appeared in their eyes. That's why I said, give them a way out. The god clan creature who had spoken laughed, let them take down those 3 people. In any case, it's also an explanation to the infinite Divine King. They will be recorded in the Book of Merit. In the future, when the infinite Divine King wants to vent his anger on them, they won't have to leave no one alive. The other god clan creatures finally understood what he meant, and they all laughed. I will fight on behalf of the 9 Serenities Divine King, and kill this human rebel. Without waiting for them to give the order, several elders in the small celestial realm came forward and bowed to ask for the order. Go. The high and mighty 9 Serenities Divine King nodded and gently waved his hand. The god clan creatures looked at each other and laughed, but the experts from the small celestial realm all had solemn expressions. They rushed down from the 9 heavens, and in the process of descending, they also released their real killing intent. Each of their auras soared into the sky and shook the void. Their invisible auras deterred the entire battlefield at this moment. Both the human clan and the god clan creatures were stunned. A total of 9 old cultivators descended from the sky and revealed their cultivation. They were all in the tribulation passing realm, and their auras were not inferior to the tribulation passing realm ancestors of the ancient clans. A total of 9 tribulation passing realm ancestors had descended. How terrifying was that? Reinforcements are here. The tribulation passing realm seniors are here to save us. At this moment, some of the human clan cultivators were already shouting in excitement. But very soon, the words that came from the sky made them speechless, and the excited expressions on their faces froze. The Divine Master has descended to the human realm. Those who are slaves live, and those who are unyielding die. This sentence made Zhu Xiu feel despair in his heart, and he recognized the reality. These were not the tribulation-passing realm seniors of Tianyuan who had come to save them, but the human clan cultivators from the small celestial realm. They had long surrendered to the god clan creatures. After thinking about it, it was possible that this group of god clan cultivators had descended because of them, rebels. Rebels of Tianyuan. You led foreign enemies to invade Tianyuan, you are sinners of all ages. Many of the human clan cultivators who had figured this out began to curse wildly and point their halberds at the 9 cultivators in the sky. Those who talk nonsense will die. One of the realm lords of the small celestial realm was furious when he heard this. He waved his palm and smashed the group of human clan cultivators who were cursing below into minced meat. The rest of the realm lords didn't look good either. Without saying a word, they directly swooped down and charged at Feng Xing, Xiaoxitu, and LV Feng Xian, who were at the center of the battlefield. Under the violent force, countless cultivators around them were sent flying, and only the 3 of them were left standing in the same place. They were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered on a butcher's table, as if they would turn into minced meat in the next second. After killing these 3 people, this battle should be over. This thought came to some people's minds, and then they closed their eyes regretfully. The last hope of Tianyuan was going to be buried in their own hands. The rebels of Tianyuan must not be punished. Suddenly, just as the 9 realm lords of the small celestial realm attacked, and it seemed that Feng Xing and the other 2 had no hope of escaping, a loud roar suddenly came from the void. An old man with white hair and a white beard, who was wearing a Taoist robe, rushed over. He controlled a purple light that filled the sky and turned the void into an endless cage, which rumbled toward the 9 realm lords. At the same time, he used his finger like a sword and slashed at the void. In an instant, 1 sword gave birth to 3, 3 swords gave birth to 9 swords. In the end, there were a total of 81 sword lights. Tribulation Transcendence. Apparently, he was also a Tribulation Transcendence cultivator, but he clearly didn't look like he was going the same way as the realm lords of the small celestial realm. His violent attack forced the 9 realm lords of the small celestial realm to look at him. They all focused on defense and didn't continue to attack. Old Immortal Yuan. The appearance of the old man shocked Xu Xiu, and then he was overjoyed. In the end, a Tribulation Transcendence cultivator of Tianyuan had come to rescue them. It turned out to be the ancestor of the Yuan family, Yuan Sanqing, Old Immortal Yuan, even Feng Xing, Xiaoxitu, and the others didn't expect that Old Immortal Yuan would appear at this critical moment to stop the enemies and save their lives. Otherwise, how could the 3 of them survive the all-out attack of the 9 realm lords of the small celestial realm? Yuan Sanqing, it turns out that you are still in the human world. One of the realm lords of the small celestial realm shouted. He also used his divine power and rushed toward the white-bearded old man. I thought it would be difficult for me to survive the next thunder tribulation, so I was going to cultivate in seclusion, but I didn't expect this would happen, Old Immortal Yuan replied in a low voice. Then, he made a hand seal, and several terrifying divine thunders struck down from the void. Facing his violent divine power, the 9 realm lords of the small celestial realm didn't dare to underestimate it. While dodging the divine thunders summoned by him, they sent out a few people to deal with him. The few people in the lead took out their powerful Dharma treasures and shouted, "Then you should hide and linger on with your last breath. Heh, what's the point of hiding when I'm so weak?" Old Immortal Yuan didn't stop controlling the Dharma treasures, but he said with a wry smile, "I'd better do something useful." As he spoke, he dashed toward the sky above Feng Xing and the others like lightning. Then, he used 3 celestial spells to fight against the 9 realm lords of the small celestial realm. Let's kill him together first, then kill the 3 juniors. Among the 9 realm lords of the small celestial realm, one of them shouted and attacked Old Immortal Yuan at the same time. Old Immortal Yuan seemed to be risking his life. Even though he knew he couldn't defeat them, he didn't have any intention of retreating. Instead, he became more and more ferocious. It seemed like he was gradually losing strength, and it was only a matter of time before he died. A cultivator who was going through the heavenly tribulation didn't seem to have any effect on the overall situation. It was really sad and difficult to understand. But unknowingly, many things had been changed by him. Stubborn old man. In the far south, an old Confucian scholar stood at the entrance of the Tribulation Immortals Association and looked over quietly. No matter how intense the battle was, no matter how dangerous Feng Xing and the others were, the old Confucian scholar didn't have any intention of helping them. But now, when he saw old immortal Yuan, he sighed softly and slowly stood up. He put his hands behind his back and slowly walked forward. His figure gradually rose into the sky. Sure enough, people always make the right choice. It's just that sometimes they're annoying, but there are some people that I can't hate. In the void, Bai Qianzhong's figure also appeared. He sighed softly and then slowly walked out. Xiaositu, the great elder of Fuyao Palace, and the others also led a group of people and rushed out of the chaotic battle. Their faces were full of urgency. After such a chaotic battle, they finally found where Fang Xing and the others were. More importantly, in the middle of the battle, a cold and faint voice rang out, unyielding, Tianyuan and indestructible. The place where the voice rang out was in the middle of the battlefield, where the leader of the God clan creatures had pressed him to the ground. After discovering the abnormality, the chief monk of Lingshan Temple went against the thunder tribulation and rushed to the 9 heavens. He had already rushed to the front of the God clan creatures, but he was pressed down by the powerful existence. He was pressed to the ground, and no one knew whether he was dead or alive. But somehow, a trace of consciousness gradually came back. However, from the compassionate thoughts, it had turned into a horrifying demonic intent that was like a sea of blood. It roared and shook the field. So what if he's a demon? So what if he's a Buddha? Compared to the life and death of a race, what's the point of having a biased thought? In this unspoken thought, but it was clearly felt by everyone, including the God clan creatures. A kind of demonic intent rose from the place where the chief monk of Lingshan Temple was suppressed. Then, a kind of boundlessly powerful demonic intent rose too. It even affected the sky above, causing demonic clouds to appear in the sky. Each cloud contained a horrifying murderous intent. 3,000 years ago, I gave up my butcher's knife and became a Buddhist, seeking a quiet place. But I didn't expect that after 3,000 years of Buddhist cultivation and reading Buddhist scriptures, I still haven't succeeded. Well, maybe God doesn't want people like me to become a Buddhist, so I'll just abandon Buddhism and become a devil. Ha 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 ha, everything is empty, it's all bullshit. Sex is not emptiness, and emptiness is not sex. The world has thousands of karmic cycles, and there will always be a blade to seize fate. Only the dead can cross to the other side, and only the sea of bitterness can grow golden lotuses. If I lose, I'll just be a dream, and if I win, I'll be blessed with great fortune. In the crazy scream, the place where the chief monk of the spirited mountain temple was suppressed rumbled, as if there was an earthquake, and also as if there was a volcano brewing below. Streams of amazing divine power were pressing down, making people tremble subconsciously and stay away from it. After being slapped down from the 9th heaven by the powerful divines of the divine clan, the giant hand that looked like a heavenly pillar had already retracted. At the same time, it moved a mountain and pressed it on top of the chief monk of the spiritual mountain temple. The mountain was engraved with strange talismans, forming a sealing matrix that firmly sealed the chief monk of the spiritual mountain temple, Master Spirit Slaughterer, in this area. But at this moment, a violent force suddenly hit the mountain, as if a true devil was about to break free. Chief monk, in the distant void, Master Wine and Meat and the other arhats, who were rushing to rescue the juniors of the Great Snow Mountain and the Primeval Path, were all shocked. They looked back, and although they couldn't see the specific situation, they could feel the change of chi activity. It was extremely shocking. Around the mountain, the 18 golden-bodied arhats who were ready to rescue Master Spirit Slaughterer but were helpless were also shocked. After exchanging a glance, they suddenly sat cross-legged in the void and began to chant sutras. Those sutras were not meant to enhance Master Spirit Slaughterer's Dharma power, but the Reincarnation Sutra, which had always been chanted for the dead to be reborn in paradise. The butcher is going to be possessed by the devil? Even old immortal Yuan, who was not far away, was extremely shocked when he saw this. Ordinary people didn't know what was going on. Instead, they were excited to see that Master Spirit Slaughtering, who had been suppressed, was about to break free. However, they didn't know that Master Spirit Slaughtering's choice to be possessed by the devil was too great a loss. After the destruction of the Buddhism sect, Master Spirit Slaughtering was the one who had the greatest hope of becoming a Buddha. He had been pursuing Buddhism for 3,000 years because he had no choice but to become a Buddha. Because he had killed hundreds of lives, he was plagued with sins. The former palace master of Tianji Palace once said that he was destined to die miserably, unless he was willing to be an animal for hundreds of lives, waiting to be slaughtered by others, or destroy his own spirit and disappear from the world. That was to say, Master Spirit Slaughterer was born with 100 generations of sins to resolve. Now, he had seen his hope. The real Arhat had been born and was cultivating in the Bayan temple in the Pure Land. As the master and guide of the Arhat, Master Spirit Slaughterer had accumulated great merits. When the Western Heaven Realm reopened, he would embark on the path of Buddha and become one of the first people to enter the Western Heaven Realm. At that time, his sins would be resolved, and his 3,000 years of cultivation would not be wasted, but at this time, because of the arrival of the Divine Clan, the Master Spirit Slaughterer was enraged. He gave up on cultivating the Buddha, and took the initiative to lead the sins of 100 generations to cultivate the devil, and set foot on a path of no return. Ha 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 ha. In Zhu Xiu's astonishment, the mountain that had suppressed Master Spirit Slaughterer suddenly collapsed. The sky was filled with smoke, covering the whole area. Within a radius of 100 miles, all the creatures were swept down by the terrible power, falling from the sky like fallen flowers. Even the 18 Arhats who had stayed near the sacred mountain to recite the Reincarnation Sutra for him and turned into sins were among them. All the creatures in the world are sinful, and I slaughter them like dogs. Amidst the smoke, an extremely maniacal shout rang out. It was filled with terrifying evil intent. Then, a gust of wind blew over and dispersed the smoke, revealing the appearance of Master Spirit Slaughterer of the spiritual mountain temple. The monk had become neither human nor ghost. He was tall but pitch black, like an iron tower. As he moved, the devil chi surged and rushed in all directions. There seemed to be a hell hidden in his eyes, from which countless wronged souls were trying to rush out. These wronged souls had obviously affected his mind, making him look a little crazy. His eerie eyes were filled with a frightening murderous intent. Kill, 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 kill. My sins are already monstrous. Why should I be afraid of one more? Ha 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 ha. As he laughed, he fixed his eyes on a group of god tribe creatures not far away from him. They were frightened and did not dare to rush forward. Without hesitation, he slapped them with his palm. The slap was like a demonic cloud falling. There were nearly 100 god tribe creatures, including some human tribe cultivators who were fighting fiercely with them. However, they were all smashed into meat paste by Master Spirit Slaughterer. Blood dripped from the sky like a rain of blood. The whole world seemed gloomy and gloomy. Master Spirit Slaughterer became more and more excited. As he laughed, his eyes shone with a ferocious light. He waved his palm, and countless white bones flew out from the flesh and blood. They gathered in his hand and turned into a white-boned saber, surrounded by countless wronged souls. The saber gave off a terrible aura. Then, he looked up at the 9 heavens, stamped on the void, and rushed up again. My old friend, it's all my fault. If I can do it again, I will definitely pass on the immortal sealing art of the Yuan family to help you overcome this disaster. Immortal Yuan looked at Master Spirit Slaughterer from afar. His eyes were gloomy, and his heart was filled with endless regret. The problem of Master Spirit Slaughterer was not unsolvable. The immortal sealing art of the Yuan family could help him suppress his sins. Master Spirit Slaughterer had once asked the Yuan family for help, but the immortal sealing art was one of the 3 immortal techniques of the Yuan family. How could they pass it on to him? It was exactly because of this that Master Spirit Slaughterer was forced to embark on the path of seeking Buddhism. But now, as he watched Master Spirit Slaughterer transform into a demon and soar into the heavens, Immortal Yuan began to feel regret. The sectarian bias of the Tian Yuan continent had killed many prodigies, but it was too late now. Master Spirit Slaughterer was different from others. Others cultivated demonic arts, but he cultivated demonic hearts. Once he became a demon, he would no longer be himself. He would only be the carrier of the sins of 100 generations. After venting his resentment, it would be time for him to disappear. Stop him. How can there be such a monster other than the sages in the Tian Yuan continent? Don't let him get close to the Divine King. Shouts came from the 9 heavens, followed by thunder and lightning. The war between the gods had begun. I'll stop them. Leave now. Glancing up at the 9 heavens, old Immortal Yuan instantly retracted his gaze and coldly stared at the 9 world lords from the 9 heavenly realms. After that, he violently attacked, fighting 1 against 9. At the same time, he turned around and roared. He actually wanted to take advantage of the chaos in the 9 heavens to rescue Feng Xing and the other juniors. Such actions, such performance caused Feng Xing to be dumbfounded. He felt that this was a little foreign. They're different. Many people seem to be different in the face of a disaster. Kill. The god race beings were enraged when they saw this. Some people led them and charged forward with a roar. Don't let them escape. The 9 realm lords of the small immortal realms shouted as well. They joined hands to attack Immortal Yuan, forcing him to retreat. Blood spurted out like a waterfall. Then, the 9 realm lords of the small immortal realms attacked desperately. They knew how important Feng Xing and the other 2 juniors were. If they couldn't kill them, Immortal King Wu Jian of the god race would definitely cause trouble for the small immortal realms when he returned. At that time, no one in the 12 small immortal realms would be able to stop him. Boom. The battlefield was in chaos again. Immortal Yuan was fighting against 9 realm lords of the small immortal realms. Even if he risked his life, he still couldn't stop them. He had entangled the 9 realm lords of the small immortal realms, so they couldn't go after Feng Xing and the other 2 juniors with all their strength. However, he couldn't defend against all their attacks. How many people down there could withstand the tribulation? In addition, there were many powerful cultivators hiding among the god race beings. The battlefield was in chaos again. There were fights and killings everywhere. It was difficult to tell who was the enemy and who was the ally. I don't care. I'll kill one of them. Feng Xing couldn't tell which direction to go. He was less than 300 feet away from Bai Qianzhong, but he was soon scattered by the palm attack of the 9 realm lords of the small immortal realms. Moreover, he, Xiaoxitu, and LV Fengxian were the main targets of the realm lords of the small immortal realms, so they took most of the force of the attack. The tribulation was so terrible that he was seriously injured. Even with the help of the immortal seeds, it was too late for him to recover. At this time, it was difficult to tell which direction to go, so he could only clench his teeth and fight with all his might. Boom! 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 Several powerful cultivators of the god race, including the Minotaur, fixed their eyes on him and rushed toward him. Facing such opponents, it was difficult for him to deal with them even when he was not injured, let alone now. In a short period of time, he was already in danger. He was seriously injured and on the verge of death. A sense of despair rose in his heart. His fists seemed to have become extremely heavy. He couldn't move them anymore, and he almost fell to the ground. However, just as he was about to risk his life, there was a sudden chaos around him. Someone killed a path of blood and arrived in front of him. When their eyes met, they were stunned. The people who rushed out were the great elder of Fuyao Palace and a few immortal ladies of Yaoqi. There were also several female disciples of Fuyao Palace beside them. When they saw Feng Xing, the surprise in their eyes faded and was replaced by disappointment. One of the female disciples even cried, It's not Xiaoxitu. It's this devil?" The great elder was obviously a little surprised. He immediately wanted to retreat, but when he saw Feng Xing's seriously injured appearance, a complicated thought rose in his mind. After a short pause, he suddenly rushed forward and shouted, "Saving people is more important." Even Feng Xing didn't expect that the great elder of Fuyao Palace and the others would rush over to save him just as he was about to lose his strength. This group of people were obviously looking for Xiaoxitu in the chaotic battlefield. His battle with Xiaoxitu and LV Fengxian had attracted them here, but then the realm lord of the small immortal domain joined the battle and stirred up another big battle. The whole battlefield was in a mess now. It was impossible to distinguish who was who and where. There were fierce battles everywhere. It was almost impossible to find someone in such a chaotic situation. This group of people from Fuyao Palace should have rushed into the battle to save people like Bai Qianzhong and the others. But they couldn't find anyone, so they could only rush into the encirclement. They should have seen that his position was heavily surrounded and thought that Xiaoxitu and Nie Qianhong of Fuyao Palace were here. But when they rushed into the battle circle, they found that he was seriously injured. Originally, they had the chance to retreat immediately. The surrounding God clan creatures were staring at him, so they weren't affected much. But they only hesitated for a moment and still rushed over. "Take him away first." The great elder of Fuyao Palace took the lead and used his divine sense to block the God clan creatures that were rushing towards Feng Xing. Then, the female immortals of Yaoqi and the female disciples of Fuyao Palace swarmed forward. Two of them supported Feng Xing, who was almost exhausted. The others were still crying, but they still held their swords and stood guard beside them. Then, a group of people wrapped around him and rushed out. "Leave him here." A group of powerful god clan creatures led by the ox-headed man shouted and rushed over with blazing eyes when they saw this scene. The great elder of the Fuyao Palace turned his head to look at them. An invisible aura burst forth from his body. His white beard swayed and his robe fluttered. His usual aura was low-key and reserved. As a man, he had always been inferior to the Queen Mother of the Jade Pool. But at this moment, his aura completely burst forth. His right hand reached into his left sleeve and took out his weapon. It was a huge hammer. With a wave of the wind, it grew to more than 10 feet long. Held in his hand by his Dharma idol, he looked like a deity. "I am Duanmuki, the great elder of Fuyao Palace. With me here, who dares to take half a step forward?" Boom, as he roared, he swung the hammer diagonally. It shook the heavens and the earth, and the void shattered into pieces. It was like a huge wave of the void. With this earth-shattering attack, the ox-headed man and the other powerful god clan creatures were forced to retreat for a moment. But very quickly, they became even more furious. They watched as Feng Xing was being escorted by a group of women behind the great elder. Their anger reached its peak. A few of them had already revealed their true forms. They were like small mountains, and they rushed over in the void. They surrounded the great elder and fought fiercely with the other god clan creatures. The great elder gritted his teeth and roared angrily. He was like a pillar in the middle. Boom! The ox-headed man rushed over. The great elder waved his huge hammer and attacked him. Blood sprayed out from his body like a fountain. But after 3 blows, the ox-headed man was still forced to retreat. The great elder laughed, and his laughter shook the heavens. Boom! A golden giant rushed up and smashed its fist onto the great elder's head, causing him to stagger and almost fall to the ground. However, the great elder was ruthless. He swung his head and charged forward again. This time, his head smashed onto the golden giant's head, causing the golden giant to be knocked back several dozen zhang. Then, like a small mountain, the golden giant sat down on the ground, feeling dizzy. Boom! 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 The god clan creatures rushed over like a tide. They were like ants covering the body of an elephant. The great elder roared in sorrow and reversed his mana. Cracks appeared on the yuanying inside his body. Divine flames burned from within his body. At the same time, the god clan creatures that covered his body screamed and jumped off his body, flying everywhere. On the surface, people respect my identity, but behind my back, they say that I willingly fell. I used to be the leader of a great orthodoxy, but after seeing Mu Yan, I gave up my orthodoxy and entered Yaoqi as a foreign surname. I willingly hid behind Mu Yan and helped her for the rest of my life. I am not a man at all. Looking at the god clan army in front of him, the god clan creatures showed fear in front of him. Even Tianyuan Zhuxiu was terrified of him. But now, when they looked at him, it was as if the other Tianyuan cultivators were looking at them. This made him very happy. He laughed heroically and said, "But after today's battle, who dares to say that I am not a man?" Ha 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 ha, he laughed wildly and raised his hammer again. "Today, as long as I am here, you will not be able to take even half a step forward. Come, come, come. Let's see who has the ability to send me to Mu Yan." "Great Elder, why didn't the Great Elder follow us? Where is Xiaoxitu? Where is Xiaoxitu? Are we leaving now? Are we just going to leave like this?" At this moment, Feng Xing was being held tightly in a soft embrace. All around him were the cries of women. Some were screaming in fear and kept looking back, waiting for Great Elder to catch up. There were also some who were crying incessantly, still looking around for the figure of Fuyao Palace's young minister Nie Qianhong. There were even some who were unwilling to retreat. They were angry and anxious, screaming hatefully, feeling as though the sky had collapsed. "We are too weak to fight anymore. Saving people is more important. First, take him out," one of the nuns said with a sorrowful voice, but it was firm. "Why? We are here to save Xiaoxitu. Why should we save him? In order to save him, are we going to abandon Xiaoxitu?" He was our enemy. He was the one who robbed the peach forest. He was the one who beat forth concubine Xian until only a remnant soul was left. He was the one who snatched the title of the Jade Lake Fairy Society. He was also the one who almost killed Xiaosu several times. He was originally an enemy that we must kill. We should have killed him when we met him, but why? The surrounding women were all crying, and most of them were Nie Qianhong's concubines. They were all miserable and anxious, and their hearts were in a mess. At this time, they didn't understand the actions of Great Elder and the nuns at all. They began to cry loudly, and there were even some who directly cried and questioned loudly. Slap. Suddenly, one of the female immortals turned around and slapped the concubine. From Fang Xing's misty eyes, he could see that this woman was often by Yaoqi Wangmu's side. He did not know if she was ranked 3rd or 5th among the 10 beauties of Yaoqi. She was also one of the princesses. Every time she saw Fang Xing, she was one of the strongest. Many times, she proposed to kill Fang Xing to prevent future troubles. But at this moment, she suddenly raised her eyebrows and slapped the concubine hard on the cheek. The anger in her eyes was about to spit out. Enemy? Her voice was like thunder, as if it contained endless anger and sorrow. Your enemy is behind you. They are the beings from the outer realms. They are the small immortal realms that have attracted foreign enemies and betrayed Tian Yuan. Now, all of you remember, Queen Mother of the West died to protect us, and the Great Elder died to save her. What you can do now is not to cry, but to save them. Even if you die, you have to save them. Hong'er cannot die. This little bastard cannot die either. We don't have time to find Hong'er now. We can only save him first. Third aunt, the female disciple of Fuyao Palace who was slapped, was stunned. The other female disciples were also stunned. After the slap, third immortal aunt seemed to have lost all her strength. She staggered and seemed to use all the strength in her body to steady herself. Tears flowed down her face, and her voice carried a suppressed sob. She tried her best to control it, but it was difficult to hide the trembling in her voice. They are the hope of Tian Yuan. They are the seeds of true immortals. One more of them alive means one more hope for Tian Yuan. Now, we might not be able to find Hong'er at all. If we can save one, then so be it. Kill our way out. We must protect him. He cannot die. After third aunt's voice sank, there was a moment of silence. Then, someone raised a long sword and pointed forward. We must charge out. The group of women gritted their teeth at this moment. No one said anything, and no one cried. Even though tears still hung on their faces, all of them gritted their teeth and surrounded the woman who was carrying Fang Xing. They killed their way out of the encirclement. Roar, a creature with a long snake's body charged towards them, but it was cut into two by third aunt's sword. However, the severed body rebounded and bit third aunt's arm. Then, the woman did not even frown as she cut off her own arm with her sword. She then ruthlessly pierced through its head and nailed its huge head to the ground. Then, she left without looking back. Boom, a stone giant that was almost 30 meters tall charged over, but 3 female disciples of Fuyao Palace rushed forward and held its head. Then, while crying, they detonated their gold cores at the same time, turning them into ashes. Even though the Great Elder had resisted a large number of pursuers, there was never a lack of enemies on this battlefield. However, no matter how terrifying, ferocious, or sinister they were, none of them could get close to Fang Xing. At this time, some of the female disciples around him were seriously injured, some were killed, and some were left behind. However, Fang Xing was not threatened at all. At this time, Fang Xing could not speak, but there was an indescribable feeling in his heart. The more furious he became, the more anxious he became. He wished he could use all his strength to shout, but all his words were stuck in his throat. He could only let this group of women use their bodies to break away from the enemies, block the pursuers, and pave a safe path of flesh and blood. In the chaotic battle, Fuyao Palace, Yaoqi, and the other girls protected Fang Xing and rushed out of the battlefield. Now, although some creatures of the divinity tribe were killed, and even the noble child of lightning was burned to death by Fang Xing's world furnace, the divinity tribe still had an absolute advantage in terms of the height of the battlefield. It was impossible for the human tribe to reverse the situation. Master Spirit Slaughter turned into a devil and soared to the ninth heaven. Old Immortal Yuan fought with all his might against the 9 realm lords of the small immortal realm. He was also vomiting blood, as if he would be killed at any time. The other battlefields were even more tragic, at this critical moment, for Tianyuan Zhu Xiu. If he could escape, he would win the battle. Bai Qianzhong and the others were sure of this as soon as the tribulation appeared. They concluded that this was a long-planned invasion. Therefore, they took out the small ivory tower, a fairy treasure that could resist the thunder tribulation, and sent the great golden crow and the others out of the battlefield. They wanted to keep the juniors alive and protect the seedlings. Those who did not share the same idea as them were also trying their best to send the juniors out of the battlefield, even at the cost of their own lives. What Feng Xing, Xiaositu, and LV Fengxian did at the center of the battlefield was just a miracle in this one-sided battle. It aroused hope in many people's hearts, but it could not change anything. They could only escape first. At that time, Feng Xing was so hot-blooded that he forgot to escape. He did not expect that he would be rescued by a group of female disciples of Fuyao Palace. However, after experiencing untold hardships and countless casualties, the group of female disciples finally fell into despair when they finally reached the edge of the battlefield. At the edge of the battlefield, there were many people who had escaped. They all hid their sorrow in their hearts and rushed into the distance, full of hope. But soon, they lost all hope. In this area, thousands of miles away from Kuaiji Mountain, there was a huge triangular barrier. It was like a huge cover that separated heaven and earth into a dead zone. This huge cover was connected by 3 heavenly lightning pillars, separating the area. Some people quickly remembered that these 3 pillars were one of the 3 lightning strikes that fell from the sky when the thunder retribution fell. They fell into 3 different positions. Now, it seemed that these 3 positions were set up by the Shin clan. They were a kind of formation that divided the battlefield and surrounded everyone. Even if they escaped, they could not leave at all. They were like prey that had been trapped, and could only gasp for a while, waiting for the arrival of the slaughter. Roar! Someone was unwilling to give up. He leaped up and slashed at the barrier with a huge sword in his hand. But there was only a rumble, and there was a lot of divine light reflected off the barrier. The Yuanian cultivator did not make a sound and fell down. His bones were all broken, and even his supernatural power began to dissipate. That barrier was formed by the thunder retribution that the Shin clan had controlled at the beginning. It had a terrible divine power. Even if one was going through the thunder retribution, it would be difficult to resist, let alone shatter such a powerful and terrible barrier. They were trapped here. These Shin clan creatures, they simply want to kill us all, someone cried out in despair, wailing loudly. It was not easy for them to escape the thunder retribution that fell from the sky, and with great difficulty, they escaped from the Shin clan creatures who were killing everywhere. They thought that they could escape with their lives, but who would have thought that they would be stopped here? Behind them, there were still countless Shin clan creatures shouting and killing the human clan cultivators. And their path forward had been blocked. It seemed that it was only a matter of time before those Shin clan creatures caught up with them. Can't we escape anymore? At that time, there were 20 to 30 people on Yachi's side who followed the Great Elder into the center of the battlefield. But now, there were only 6 or 7 of them left. It was still a miserable scene. Some had broken arms, some were covered in blood, and there were even some who were on the verge of collapsing. They had to be supported to rush here. But when they looked up, they could only see the sky barrier that was so high that they could not see the top. Their hearts were instantly filled with despair. The strength that supported them to escape to this place seemed to have been sucked away. Some directly lowered their heads and said nothing, while some directly cried, "What exactly happened inside? Hurry, hurry, break the sky barrier and save the people inside." On the other side of the sky barrier, there were also several orthodoxies rushing over. Through the translucent sky barrier, they saw the miserable scene inside. Some sensed that something was wrong and quickly turned to lead their disciples away from the disaster. There were also some who were trying everything they could to break the sky barrier and save the people inside. But the funny thing was that these people who did not come to watch the battle between Feng Xing and Xiaositu were instead some of the weaker orthodoxies. Because they were not qualified to occupy a piece of land around Kuaiji Mountain, they were completely powerless to shake the sky barrier. They could only shout in vain, looking into the eyes of the people inside the sky barrier. powerless to save them. That's not right. Didn't Senior Yuan drive them away? He came from the north. Could it be that the northern barrier has been broken by him? A female disciple of Fuyao Palace cried out involuntarily. She thought of something, and hope rose in her heart again. Hope rose in the hearts of countless people at this moment, and they wanted to rush to the north. But the third fairy's voice was extremely bitter. He came here a long time ago, but he has been hiding on a mountain not far away to watch the battle and did not show himself. Now, we can only ask the experts outside to break the sky barrier. Experts, the experts are all inside. Where can we find them? Outside, there was a person. It was the tower master of Danxiang Tower. This old man was staring blankly at the huge sky barrier with a look of despair. Where are the sages? Where are the ancestors of the other aristocratic families? Someone cried out in despair. They're not in the battlefield, so they must be outside. It's been so long. Even if they're one domain away, they should be able to rush here with their ability. Why haven't they come to save us? Have they all given up on us and left us to fend for ourselves here? Or have they all met with calamity in other places? This cry seemed to make everyone's heart sink into the abyss of despair. Had the sages and the tribulation transcendents both met with calamity, they were already trapped here, and if the sages and the tribulation transcendents both met with calamity, how could there still be hope for Tian Yuan? Just treat it as if you have already met with calamity. At this moment, in the distant outer domain, in a broken immortal palace floating in the nebula, a person's roar rang out. This was clearly a battlefield that had just experienced a great battle. Countless corpses and weapons of the celestial race were strewn on the ground. There was a group of people standing on this battlefield. A woman in a white lotus dress looked at them indifferently, her expression calm and emotionless. You lied to us. Among this group of people, there was endless anger on his face. Previously, when we discovered the strange signs of the small immortal realm, we knew that something big was going to happen. But you told us that the small immortal realm did not dare to act so quickly, and that the most important thing was to snatch this treasure to prevent it from falling into the hands of the extraterrestrial godly kings. We believed you, so we came with you. But there is only one extraterrestrial godly king. Why would we need to mobilize all of us? You also heard him say that 3,000 celestial race came to Tian Yuan. It is clear that Tian Yuan is their main target. Now that we have the treasure, so what? Tian Yuan is occupied, and the young cultivators are being slaughtered. How are we going to rush back to save them? I never planned to let you go back to save them. The woman in the white lotus dress said indifferently, and after you come out, you won't be able to go back. You, Zhu Xiu and the others were furious. Someone pointed at her and shouted, Woman, are you a spy sent by the extraterrestrial beings? What right do those slaves have to make me a spy? The woman in the white lotus dress said indifferently. Her voice was cold and arrogant, as if she didn't care about the celestial race. Girl, you better explain everything clearly. Among the crowd, a tall and sturdy old man with flames burning on his body walked out. He didn't hide his killing intent at all as he stared at the woman in the white lotus dress coldly. We respect you because of your identity, but you better not play tricks on us. Quickly tell us your plan, or else I won't give face to the one behind you. I will kill you. He, young demon of the Pure Land, an existence that obtained part of the true demon's inheritance. Of course, I wouldn't dare to lie to you. The woman smiled gently, shook her head, and said, I originally wanted to explain the usage of this treasure to you. It's just that you were too impatient. Speaking of which, it's a good thing that the living beings of the god race only sent the infinite divine king of the 10 great divine kings to fight for this treasure. It means that they don't know the details of this treasure. It's already a great fortune that you can obtain this treasure without injuring a single person. Before this, I've already prepared for at least half of you to die before I can obtain this treasure in my hands. At this point, she sighed and smiled. To be able to obtain the treasure so easily, it means that the fate of heaven's origin still exists. It is a good thing. Hearing her words, Zhu Xiu didn't speak for a moment. Instead, he turned around and looked at the end of the broken celestial palace. There was a broken star field there, and there were several large stars that guarded a dark stone platform. The large stars were the remains of the dried-up sun stars. It seemed that someone with supreme power had once captured these sun stars that couldn't possibly exist in the same field and used them as furnaces to forge the stone platform. Even now, there was still some warmth left, as if they had just stopped burning not long ago. What exactly is this treasure? An old cultivator asked with a deep voice. His eyes shone brightly as if he had guessed something. The general selection platform. The woman chuckled and looked into the distance. There seemed to be a hint of pride in her voice, but also a hint of emotion. She murmured softly, the investiture of the gods, the general selection platform, the power far beyond the realm of creation. Only by obtaining this treasure can we be considered to have taken the first step towards overcoming the great calamity. She suddenly smiled and waved her hand, so don't worry. This trip was worth it. Not to mention obtaining the treasure, heaven's origin may not be as weak as you think. It's not like all the sages followed us out. After receiving my invitation, didn't those suspicious people pretend to be ignorant? Haha, they can't avoid it. Those who stayed in heaven's origin have a heavier burden on their shoulders. I also left my spiritual body in heaven's origin to keep an eye on the overall situation. Although I can't say that everything is under control, it's not out of control either. Besides, she paused for a moment, and then smiled mysteriously. No one will die in vain. A heavenly barrier had become an abyss of despair in front of the cultivators of Tianyuan. They had worked so hard to get here, but they still couldn't escape. This made them feel despair. Some people guessed that the saint and the tribulation transcendence cultivator had already been killed, and it was impossible for them to save them. This made them feel endless panic. If they could escape, and they couldn't find the saint or the tribulation transcendence cultivator to help them, then what was the difference? They would be found and suppressed by the divine clan sooner or later. Then, the idea of submitting to the divine clan once again arose in many people's hearts. Those who are slaves live, and those who are unyielding die. In the distance, the roars of the divinity clan once again rang out in the battlefield. As most of the cultivators fled to the edge of the battlefield, and the divinity clan chased after them, the center of the battlefield also moved towards the edge. Above the ninth heaven, several figures with terrifying auras descended. They split into 3 directions and rushed towards the cultivators of the heavenly origin who were waiting to break out of the encirclement. They were the experts of the divinity clan who had been entangled by Master Spirit Butcher. At this moment, a few of them finally came down to suppress the enemies. Hand over the 3 suns, or destroy their clans and mountains. Someone shouted from the center of the battlefield. It was none other than the 9 world lords of the minor immortal realms. A few of them rushed out. At this moment, old immortal Yuan, who was already at a disadvantage, was completely powerless to stop them. At this moment, he was like an arrow at the end of its flight. His entire body was covered in blood, his beard fluttered in the wind and the divine light around him had already dimmed. 6 of the 9 world lords from the minor immortal realms had already split up to chase after their original target. Only 3 world lords from the minor immortal realms were still surrounding old immortal Yuan, unleashing all sorts of innate techniques to suppress him, preparing to take his life. There's no way forward, and we're being chased. We can't escape. At this moment, someone shouted in despair and knelt on the ground. Surrender. We are the immortal seed, high and mighty. Our immortal ancestor once ruled the universe with glory. Our homeland, Tianyuan, was once known as the center of the universe, the place where the Tao originated. We are destined to live with the sky and shine with the sun and the moon. How can we be slaves of the extraterrestrial demons? At this time, someone shouted, the descendants of the celestial ancestor would rather die than submit. Let's fight them to the death. Zhu Xiu had 2 choices at this moment. Some people were really scared. They wanted to live even if they had to be slaves. Some people thought that it was better to stay alive than to die here. Some people would rather die than submit. They thought that the glory of celestial ancestor Tianyuan was there. That glory had melted into their blood and formed a kind of pride. For this pride, they would rather die than bow down to the creatures outside the city. They would rather be slaves. Rumble, the figure descending from the 9 heavens had already descended from high above and was closing in the center of the battlefield, the realm lord of the small immortal world, who had chased after them, had already led countless living beings of the god clan to rush over like a tide. At this moment, no matter what Zhu Xiu was thinking, there was one thing he was sure of. Despair had descended upon his heart. Third aunt, what should we do? The female disciples of Fuyao Palace were also filled with panic as they looked at the fairy nun who had lost an arm. The one-armed celestial aunt looked at Feng Xing, who was in the arms of the fifth elder. She became silent and hesitant. He is the target of the small immortal world. If we don't hand him over, only death awaits us. The fifth aunt said calmly, without any emotion. The one-armed celestial aunt naturally understood this. They couldn't escape now. If they didn't hand over Feng Xing, they wouldn't even have the chance to surrender. They would only be killed. The enraged realm lord of the small immortal world had already made this clear. If he was Hong Er, would you still want to hand him over? The one-armed celestial aunt said coldly after a moment of silence. The female disciples of Fuyao Palace immediately became serious. They looked at each other and stood outside with their swords in hand. They faced the surging god clan living beings. The one-armed celestial aunt also flew up into the sky and looked at the charging realm lord of the small immortal world. As for the celestial aunt who was holding Feng Xing, she took a step back and stood in the center. She hugged Feng Xing especially tightly, almost suffocating him. Whoever dares to resist will be killed without mercy. The experts of the god race who had rushed up from the 9 heavens roared and waved their palms. Boundless power swept through the area. Some of the heaven origin cultivators who had escaped to the edge of the 9 heavens saw red and rushed up into the sky to fight with their lives on the line. There were also others whose knees gave way and they knelt on the ground. The realm lord of the small immortal world stared at the female disciples of Fuyao Palace, especially at Feng Xing, who was in their arms. His eyes were dark and filled with killing intent. One of the realm lords was a short, dark-skinned old man. He glanced at the one-armed celestial ant and suddenly sneered, "Mu Xian celestial ant, hand him over." "I won't." The one-armed celestial ant replied quietly. She even asked, "Do you think Yaoqi celestial ant will be afraid because of the words of a stray dog like you?" Hearing the word stray dog, the dark-skinned old man's gaze was as sharp as a sword. This little devil caused a ruckus in the Jade Lake Fairy Society at Kunlun Mountain and stole the peach garden. I saw it all. Are you really going to risk your lives to protect this enemy? His words attracted the attention of the surrounding cultivators. They all turned to look at him. Under so many gazes, the one-armed celestial ant lowered her brows slightly, as if she was also thinking about the same question. After a while, she finally raised her head and replied calmly but firmly, "The conflicts, quarrels, and even fights between us and Tianyuan are our own matters. We can settle it behind closed doors. How can outsiders like you have the right to criticize us?" Boom, such an ordinary sentence seemed to have touched a chord in the hearts of many cultivators, making them think of something. The realm master of the small celestial realm instantly became extremely angry. He shouted, "Then you're all courting death. Why are you talking so much nonsense with them? Since they're courting death, let's fulfill their wish." In the sky, several celestial race beings shouted and directly struck down with their palms. A mighty divine power swept through the surroundings and descended from the sky, landing on the group of female disciples of Fuyao Palace. Under such terrifying power, even the one-armed celestial ant, who was at the Mahayana realm of Yuanying, could not withstand it. The group of female disciples did not even have the strength to hold their swords. They looked at the sky in despair. Some of them had already closed their eyes, waiting for the power to descend. However, even at this moment, they were still holding on to their swords. None of them let go. "Haha, I've been comprehending the truth of my entire life. This is still the truth that suits me the best." However, just as the terrifying power descended and the disciples of Fuyao Palace were feeling despair, a faint voice rang out from afar. The voice seemed to be very far away, but everyone could hear it clearly. It seemed very calm, but it also seemed to contain an endless amount of terrifying power. As a result, the expressions of the cultivators of the celestial race in the sky changed abruptly when they heard the voice. They withdrew their palms and focused their magical powers on themselves. Then, they vigilantly swept their gazes in the direction where the voice came from. Their eyes were filled with shock and bewilderment. Around the sky barrier, all the cultivators also looked in the direction where the voice came from. Outside the sky barrier, in the void, there was an old man dressed in Confucian robes. His shoulders were hunched as he slowly walked over. He held a rusted sword in his hand, and the aura around his body was unusually dim. It seemed that he was much weaker than ordinary martial artists. However, there was a strange quality about him that attracted the attention of all the realms. People could not help but look at him and pay attention to his every move. He did not walk quickly, but step by step, he approached the sky barrier. However, he did not have the slightest intention of stopping. It's him. At this time, the head of the Bekokekian Danxiang Tower, who was still guarding outside the sky barrier and trying to think of a way to save people, saw this person. His expression changed drastically in fear. He immediately led his disciples and moved to the side. Then, after a moment of hesitation, he shouted, "Senior, the sky barrier cannot be broken." Before he could finish speaking, he shut his mouth. Because when he was still 1,000 feet away from the sky barrier, the old Confucian scholar had already drawn his sword. The rusted sword, which looked like it was about to rot, was thrust out by him at this moment. It slashed at the sky barrier that towered into the clouds. Wow, it was as if a huge curtain had fallen to the ground, or as if glass had shattered. The huge translucent sky barrier was covered with cracks when the old Confucian scholar's sword slashed at it. It fell down with a rumble. Endless divine light and thunder power were annihilated, causing several huge cracks to appear in the void. Then, it completely disappeared between heaven and earth. Even the huge light pillars standing in 3 directions suddenly became extremely dim at this time, and then gradually disappeared. During this process, the old Confucian scholar slowly withdrew his sword and did not even slow down his pace. Who are you? Whether it was the realm lord of the small celestial realm or the experts of the Shen clan, they were all shocked. Someone shouted in a deep voice, his voice trembling slightly. Me? The old Confucian scholar's blurred eyes swept forward. He looked at old immortal Yuan, who was being suppressed by the 3 realm lords of the small celestial realm in the middle of the battlefield. Then, he looked at Bai Qianzhong, who was fighting fiercely at the edge of the sky barrier in another direction. He also looked at the helpless disciples of Fuyao Palace, and Fang Xing, who had been tightly held by them and had rolled his eyes. Finally, he sighed deeply. I am a failure in the pursuit of Tao, a forgotten dead person, a sinner who has been imprisoned for 300 years, and an old man who helps people manage the accounts. As he nagged, he took a step forward again, but no matter what, I am a family member. After the old Confucian scholar with the rusted sword broke the sky barrier with his sword and slowly stepped into it, his voice resounded like thunder in all directions, drifting far away in all directions. It was like a spring thunder, trying to wake up some sleeping existences in the 4 regions. When the 2 realm masters of the small immortal realm heard him say that they were one of their own, their faces were already filled with anger. They were embarrassed and aggrieved. They naturally knew that no matter if it was the fairy of Fuyao Palace or the old Confucian scholar, they were excluded. However, they were also from Tianyuan, and their roots were here. They had only chosen to stand on the side of the God clan and had been led into Tianyuan. His words and attitude naturally meant that he had completely excluded them from Tianyuan. Even though they had already made up their minds and had their own reasons, when faced with these words, they were still ashamed and annoyed. What do you mean by one of our own? Since that's the case, then you can all die here together. The creatures of the God clan didn't have such thoughts. After seeing the old Confucian scholar break the sky barrier with his sword, they had already listed him as their number 1 enemy. Then, when he glanced around and seemed to be slightly distracted, several masters had already chosen to attack at the same time. Boom! 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 At least 4 terrifying beams of divine light fell from the sky, containing indescribably terrible divine power. They intertwined and rushed toward the old Confucian scholar. The masters of these 4 beams of divine light had terrifying combat power that was not inferior to that of old immortal Yuan. At least this attack was a realm that even those who were going through the heavenly tribulation had to be careful with. It was far beyond the realm that Zhu Xiao and Yuaning could resist. When the 4 of them attacked at the same time, their power intertwined, making the divine power soar even more. It was estimated that even people at old immortal Yuan's realm would have to temporarily avoid it. As for the old Confucian scholar, he seemed to be careless and preoccupied with other people, but he didn't care about the 4 intertwined beams of divine light. When the divine light almost fell on the top of his head, he looked up at the four creatures, stroked the sword edge, and whispered with a smile, "Haha, the enemy of the ancient immortals, the extraterrestrial deities? It's just right for me to wash the rust off my divine sword." From the moment the four god race beings attacked to the moment the divine light descended on his head, it was actually only a snap of a finger. But in his eyes, that time seemed to be more than enough, as if it had been stretched out countless times. He calmly stroked the sword and then gently flicked the blade. A melodious dragon roar rang out from the rusted sword. At the same time, he drew his sword. The sword was like a flowing light. It didn't have much dazzling splendor, but its speed was beyond imagination. Before the four god race beings could react, his sword had already reached the 9 heavens. The blade of the sword cut through everything. Even the divine light that the 4 living beings of the god clan had shot down was shattered by his sword. Then, they flew back into the sky without any delay. The 4 living beings of the god clan cried out in terror and retreated. However, the sword light soon caught up to them. Then, their limbs were severed. Not only had they been cut by the sword light, but even their bodies had been destroyed by the terrifying power contained in the sword light. To outsiders, the sword light had only flashed by, and they had successfully retreated hundreds of feet away. However, just as they stopped, terror appeared in their eyes. Then, their bodies suddenly collapsed, whoosh, blood and pieces of flesh rained down on the land of Tianyuan like a rain of blood. The heavens shook. The eyes of the 2 realm lords of the small celestial realm were already wide open. Their faces were full of fear, and their hands were trembling. How could there be such an expert in Tianyuan? Is this a sage who stayed in Tianyuan? No, even a sage doesn't have such a shocking ferocious aura. The 2 of them spoke almost subconsciously, and then made the same decision at the same time. They turned around and fled, without any intention of attacking. They turned around and fled. A cultivator in the tribulation passing realm fled like a rabbit. As for the others, including the god race beings and the cultivators of Tianyuan, they were all stunned. No one spoke for a long time. Everyone just stared blankly at the old Confucian scholar. From the old Confucian scholar's aura and his ability to break the heavenly barrier, they had already guessed that the old Confucian scholar might be an expert. However, no matter what, they didn't expect this expert to be so terrifying. If the old Confucian scholar's strength was only comparable to that of a tribulation passing realm cultivator, or even slightly weaker than that, everyone would admire him. But at this moment, fear, almost like the god race beings, what they felt was only fear. He was too powerful. It was a kind of power that was almost beyond the comprehension of mortals. "Old Senior, you are," at this moment, the one-armed immortal nun of Fuyao Palace was the first to react. She stepped forward and bowed slightly. Her background and status were there for all to see. She was more courageous than the others. She knew that it was reasonable for her to thank him. Facing the one-armed fairy who came forward to salute, the old scholar suddenly laughed. He put the rusted sword back into his sleeve and slowly turned around. His gaze was also sizing her up. After a long time, he laughed softly and said, "It's fine for others to call me senior, but senior sister Mu Xian, it's not right for you to call me senior again. We haven't seen each other for 700 years, do you really not recognize me anymore? Senior sister Mu Xian?" The one-armed nun suddenly froze. She stared blankly at the old Confucian scholar, her eyes filled with shock. It was hard for her to accept that such an old man called her senior sister, but she quickly reacted. Due to the difference in cultivation and strength, cultivators usually had appearances that did not match their age. For example, she looked like she was only around 30 years old, but in fact, she had lived for more than 900 years. Many old gold core cultivators looked like they were at the end of their lifespan, but they were not even as old as her. But this old cultivator shouldn't be. Her gaze became more and more confused. It was obvious that she still did not recognize him. The old Confucian scholar did not explain further. He smiled faintly and walked back to the center of the battlefield. In front of him was a group of tens of thousands of god race beings. Behind this group of god race beings was old immortal Yuan, who was at the end of his lifespan and was about to die. The old Confucian scholar's gaze was very firm. He walked forward step by step, as if he was really anxious. One person was like an army, boom. Boom! Boom! As he approached, the army of god race beings began to flow backward like a tide. However, there were too many of them. When they rushed forward, their momentum was monstrous and unstoppable. When they wanted to retreat, it was extremely slow because of the large number of them. Soon, the old Confucian scholar caught up with them. The old Confucian scholar did not say anything. He pulled out the rusted sword from his sleeve again and slashed it down. Impressively, he directly killed his way into the god race beings. Looking down from the sky, he looked like a sword that directly cut into the army of god race beings. A line of blood rapidly pierced through the army. Not only did he kill 4 experts among the god race beings with one sword strike, he actually wanted to directly kill his way through an army. This arrogance, this ferocity, finally made the 4th nun of Fuyao Palace think of a person. It's him. It's actually him. Her eyes were filled with horror and disbelief. How is he still alive? How did he become so old? The army of tens of thousands of god race beings was like a piece of paper in front of the old Confucian scholar. And this seemingly gentle and kind old man, at this time, was like the incarnation of a devil. He killed people like flies, and the sea of blood was monstrous. He did not seem to slow down at all. He directly killed his way through the entire army and then came to the back of the army, where old immortal Yuan was besieged. At this time, the 3 realm lords of the small immortal realm who besieged old immortal Yuan had already escaped. They did not even dare to stay for a moment longer to give old immortal Yuan the last blow. At this time, old immortal Yuan was sitting on the ground, his breath weak. When he heard someone coming, he raised his head forcefully. His dim eyes were already blurred when he saw people, so he could not recognize who the person in front of him was. However, the faint familiar aura made him feel a little confused. This, old friend, I wonder, old immortal Yuan spoke in a deep voice as if he wanted to greet him, but his words were weak. I'm not your old friend, I'm your great-great-grandson. The old Confucian scholar walked to him and did not help him up. He just lowered his head and smiled gently. Great-great-grandson? Old immortal Yuan opened his eyes with difficulty and stared at the old Confucian scholar. The old man in front of him was naturally very strange, but the more he looked at him, the more he felt a sense of familiarity. His facial features and the corners of his eyes finally mixed with a shadow in his memory. This made his heart suddenly tremble. He suddenly realized something, and vitality began to rise in his almost exhausted body. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand heavily, grabbed the old Confucian scholar's robe, and shouted with all his strength, "You! Where have you been?" "I've always been in Tianyuan, I've never left." The old Confucian scholar replied softly. He did not squat down, nor did he break free from old immortal Yuan's pull. How did you live?" old immortal Yuan said while panting, but halfway through his words, he already started coughing violently. "I've left my Tao source and my family, so how did I survive?" The old Confucian scholar knew what he wanted to ask, so he answered calmly, "Because I've left a strand of Tao source in my body, a pure strand of Tao source that belongs to me. I've been struggling for hundreds of years. Although I'm not dead, I'm not really alive." Then why didn't you go home?" At this time, old immortal Yuan's last strength was tied to this person, so every question was extremely strenuous. "Because I've always hated you." The old Confucian scholar hesitated for a moment, but he still said it. There seemed to be some helplessness in his voice, but it was more of a kind of relief. He smiled bitterly and said, 700 years ago, I was at the most critical moment of my cultivation. I encountered a great calamity, which was like purgatory, but if I survived it, I would be reborn, like a phoenix bathing in the fire of nirvana. However, at this time, someone else's Tao source was suddenly inserted into me." His smile was also full of bitterness. A phoenix that was undergoing nirvana was suddenly saved by someone. How did it feel? Old immortal Yuan was stunned. His beard trembled, and he was speechless for a long time. After a long time, he asked bitterly, "Then, why did you show yourself now?" The old Confucian scholar smiled softly and said, "Isn't it a small matter when it comes to family matters? As expected of the descendants of the immortals, there are still some powerful figures. High up in the 9 heavens, after Master Spirit Slaughter's ruckus, the place was in chaos. The clouds had been swept away, revealing a golden giant sitting high on a throne, looking down at all living beings. He was 100 feet tall, clad in golden armor. His eyes under the golden helmet were glinting with a cold light, making him even more dazzling than the sun. In other words, he was the kind of person who made others feel that the power contained in him was even more terrifying than that of the sun. There were 2 rows in front of him, and there were 4 beings with strange auras that didn't belong to the same race. Their auras were similarly monstrous and terrifying, but they were slightly weaker than him. In terms of status, they seemed to be his subordinates, and they stood like statues. In front of them, there were 4 huge bronze pillars. The Mad Master Spirit Slaughterer had been hung up, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Countless runes were shining and suppressing him. He was surrounded by countless injured immortal generals. Even 2 of the 4 immortal generals in front of the throne were injured. Obviously, they had been injured by the Master Spirit Slaughterer's rampage just now. Just suppressing the Master Spirit Slaughterer was enough to make the immortals look grim. They had so many immortal generals, but they couldn't take down the Mad Monk. He almost made it to the Divine King's throne. In the end, they had to rely on the Divine King to suppress the monk. This made them think that the descendants of the immortals of Tianyuan were indeed full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. However, before they could heave a sigh of relief, they suddenly saw the Divine King's gaze suddenly become abnormally sharp, like 2 sharp swords. They stared straight at the ground below, sensing that something was wrong. The immortal generals rushed to the clouds at the same time and looked down. Then, they were shocked. What they saw just happened to be the scene of the old Confucian scholar slashing the heaven barrier. Then, before they could react, they saw the 4 immortal generals who had been sent to control the situation being completely slashed in the void by the sword. This scene made them lose their composure, and they almost fell down from the clouds. They couldn't help but panic in their hearts. Where did such an expert come from? Rumble, a streak of blood rushed from the east to the west, piercing through the army of tens of thousands of god race beings, rushing straight to the center of the battlefield. The high and mighty god race beings had their lives harvested like weeds. Such a scene caused the eyes of the god generals to burn with passion. How dare you? At this moment, a sonorous voice sounded. It was the 9th Serenity Immortal King who was sitting on the throne. This immortal king was the first to arrive at Tianyuan under the order of the Lord of Gods to deliver the will of the Lord of Gods. He had always thought that it was a waste of his talents to be used in this kind of work. Therefore, he was unwilling to do that. After he arrived, he just let the immortal generals under his command carry out the plan according to the previous arrangement. He didn't even move a bit. It was not until the crazy monk went to the 9th heaven that he suppressed him twice in a row. However, when he saw the scene under the cloud, he was infuriated. With dim light in his eyes, he stared at the old Confucian scholar. I wanted to leave some life for Tianyuan, but since they don't know what's good for them, I'll kill them all. The Divine King stood up. As he stood up, the clouds in the sky began to gather and disperse. His voice was cold and emotionless. This battle was meant to serve as a warning to the others. Since the Heaven Origin Immortals' descendants are so bold, it means that we haven't killed enough people. Continue killing. If 10,000 isn't enough, kill 20,000. If 20,000 isn't enough, kill 100,000. Kill them until they don't have the guts to resist. Yes, Divine Lord. The other divine generals shouted in unison. Then, they followed the Divine King and charged towards the battlefield below the clouds. At this moment, the atmosphere of the entire battlefield changed. They looked up at the sky and saw several figures slowly descending. In particular, there was a tall god king in the middle whose aura seemed to be able to dim the light of the sun. The living beings of the celestial race roared and yelled, while the cultivators of the heaven's origin world trembled in fear. They felt like the sky was pressing down on them, making it hard for them to breathe. Every flying sword in their hands became as heavy as a mountain, and they couldn't even lift it up. The immortal king has descended. Zhu Shou of Tianyuan must kneel. Those who don't kneel will die. Beside the Divine King, someone shouted loudly. His voice rumbled and swept out in all directions like divine thunder descending from the heavens. At this moment, everyone fell silent. No one dared to speak. The immortal king in the sky was like the sun, attracting everyone's attention. However, in the middle of the battlefield, there were 3 people who didn't even raise their heads to look at him. At this moment, old Immortal Yuan's aura had already begun to dissipate. He was like an old man at the end of his life. He spoke and looked at people weakly. He laughed a few times and shook his head in self-mockery. After a long time, he pulled on the corner of the old scholar's pants and raised his old face. He tried his best to squeeze out a smile that was uglier than crying. I sacrificed little Hunter, forced Xiaobai away, and gave the seed you left to little Fusu, but he couldn't form a real immortal nascent soul. Now I know, even your failure to reach nirvana was all because I thought I was smart. I always wanted to do the right thing, but I never did anything right? Yes. The old scholar said softly. However, after a moment of silence, he laughed again. You have good intentions, but you always do bad things. This sentence wasn't enough to dispel the tide-like disappointment in old Immortal Yuan's heart. He painfully and forcefully shook his head and smiled bitterly. No wonder you all left me. You hate me, Xiaobai also hates me. You made me a loner. If he hated you, he wouldn't have come here now. The old scholar said softly and looked in a direction. Old Immortal Yuan also looked in that direction and was slightly startled. Not far away from him, a figure in white clothes and white hair was fluttering in the wind. It was Bai Qianzhong. No one knew how long he had been there, but he had been standing not far away and looking at old Immortal Yuan. After seeing the old scholar, he didn't go closer, giving the 2 people time to talk. However, he didn't leave either, as if he wanted to accompany old Immortal Yuan to take his last breath. Old Immortal Yuan understood his intention. His eyes were gradually filled with guilt and apology. He slowly reached out his hand and took out a storage magic treasure. Then, he slowly placed it in the old scholar's hand. His speech became smoother and smoother. However, because of the final radiance of the setting sun, he glanced at the old scholar and then at Bai Qianzhong. He sighed and said, "You are both good children, destined to be famous throughout the ages. It was me who caused you to become like this. These are the flat peaches of immortality that I cheated from that wild monkey. They are the best red jade flat peaches. You can share them, half each. It must be fair, and no one should take more than the other." After being unfair all his life, was he finally going to do something fair? Bai Qianzhong sighed and walked forward slowly. He said softly, "We will remember this. Don't worry, we will avenge you." Obviously, this meant that he had forgiven old Immortal Yuan. As he and the old scholar spoke, they turned their heads at the same time to look at the small celestial world's realm lord and the others who were spying on them from the nearby space. It instantly caused these people to shudder with fear, and they didn't hesitate to flee 500 kilometers away as they were unwilling to be targeted by them. No, don't avenge me, old Immortal Yuan shook his head hard. He used almost all his strength to point at the helpless cultivators of the heaven's origin sector. The veins on his neck bulged, and he growled, "Avenge me. That's not important. What's important is to save them. Saving one more is more important than avenging me. You must remember this, or I won't be able to die in peace." Hearing this, Bai Qianzhong and the old scholar were slightly stunned. They seemed to be touched. "I've done wrong all my life, so I have to do one right thing." Old Immortal Yuan laughed miserably and suddenly pushed the old scholar away. Then, he gathered his spiritual power and sat up straight. He shouted, "My old friends, don't stay out of this anymore. The heaven's origin sector is facing a calamity. If you don't do something now, when will you? Don't only look at the benefits in front of you and forget about your eternal reputation. Go, go, I will die of shame today. I hope you can all take this as a warning." His voice, which contained the last of old Immortal Yuan's spiritual power, spread far and wide, and even resounded in all the provinces. It was like a final warning to those who didn't want to get involved in the calamity. After he said that, he finally breathed his last. His body was stiff like a fossil. Even in death, his face was filled with guilt. "Cousin, the old scholar looked at Bai Qianzhong and said with a complicated expression. "Our ancestor did the right thing in the end. Let's listen to him." Bai Qianzhong let out a long sigh. He looked around and said in a low voice, "Let's save them." At the same time, the Divine King had already arrived above the 9 heavens. The divine generals each led a group of powerful living beings from the god tribe and charged toward the heaven's origin sector. Xianxia, who had yet to surrender. The divine king, whose aura was indescribably powerful, also descended at this moment. He stared straight at the old scholar, clearly intending to challenge him to a battle. However, the old scholar only looked back at him and shook his head with a smile. Then, he suddenly turned into a ray of sword light and flew toward the heavenly barrier in the north at an indescribable speed. "Cultivator, do you dare to fight me?" The divine king was enraged. He ignored the others and rushed toward the old scholar, stirring up a huge wave. "I'll fight you, but you have to wait until I save the people first," the old scholar replied in a low voice. Like a flowing cloud, he crossed thousands of miles and arrived before the heavenly barrier in the north. He waved his sword and destroyed it. Boom, another heavenly barrier collapsed. The cultivators of the heaven's origin sector that had gathered there immediately rushed out like a tide. Following old immortal Yuan's final decision, the cultivators of the heaven's origin sector began to flee. The divine generals who rushed down from the 9 heavens began to form groups and slaughter the fleeing cultivators of the heaven's origin sector. At the same time, the auras of countless hidden experts in the various regions of the heaven's origin sector began to awaken. Old immortal Yuan's last words had touched many people's hearts that were as stubborn as stone. As the heavens barrier that separated this part of the world was destroyed by the old scholar's sword, the cultivators of the heavens origin sector who had escaped with great difficulty but were blocked by the heavens barrier began to flee like a swarm of bees. In the short period of time since the god race had descended, they had experienced too much fear and shock. Now that they had a rare opportunity, they would naturally flee at all costs. Some of the human cultivators who had already surrendered also fought to resist and flee. The destruction of the 2 heavens barriers undoubtedly meant that the god race's plan was no longer perfect and had even begun to lose control. This caused the god race to be furious. A few god generals and the god children led their armies to pursue and slaughter the god race. "Let's go all out in one go. The god king's law is here. Directly push forward. Slay immortals, slay Buddhas, and slay demons. All the beings of the heaven's origin world shall become slaves. Those who are willing to bend their knees and surrender shall enjoy endless glory. Those who don't surrender shall be killed, annihilated, and annihilated." Among them, the divine generals and the minotaurs were the most excited. Originally, they had been filled with killing intent ever since they had invaded the Tianyuan continent. Everyone knew that the Tianyuan continent was bountiful, and there were countless resources and immortal treasures from the immortals' world that had descended. They obviously wanted to take them for themselves first, but when they truly descended, the divine wills they received were to intimidate the Tianyuan continent with lightning speed, but they could not kill too much. They mainly wanted to subdue and enslave the beings of the Tianyuan continent. As a result, whether it was killing or slaughtering, they had always been slightly restrained. They did not dare to go too far. The Tianyuan continent was a place where countless resources and immortal treasures had descended. Now, no one had thought that the resistance of the beings of the Tianyuan continent would be so powerful. They had even angered the God King of 9 Serenities, who had issued a decree of slaughter, so what was the point of holding back? They unleashed all their killing intent. All they needed to do was take all the treasures and resources. Roar! Roar! Countless beings of the god race charged out. They beat their chests and stomped their feet as they roared at the sky. Afterwards, they charged off into the distance. With the destruction of the barrier, the trapped beings of the heaven's origin world had a way out. However, it was like a box had been opened. The beings of the god race had charged out as well. The universe immortal village of the Tianyuan continent, the place where the ways originated, had finally faced its greatest crisis since the ancient times. The Protoss were extremely powerful. Although they had achieved several shocking results after they descended, such as the 3 sons of heaven's origin sect working together to kill the child of lightning, the master spirit slaughterer falling into a demonic state, and the mysterious old Confucian scholar killing 4 deities with a single strike, the overall strength of the Protoss was not something the cultivators of heaven's origin sect could resist. Even the weakest of the Protoss were at the nascent soul stage. Although many of them did not know any spells or divine abilities, they seemed to be naturally terrifying. Above the regular beings of the god race of the gods were the generals of the god race. This was not a power that ordinary orthodoxies could resist. For some small orthodoxies and sects, 2 or 3 god race beings were enough to annihilate them, and their disciples were all slaughtered. In addition, the god race beings were ferocious and had many races with terrifying speed. Many sects and orthodoxies were invaded before they could even react. Some died, some surrendered, and some fled. Roar of the god race, a winged being of the god race descended upon the capital of a country in the divine continent. It opened its gaping mouth and swallowed 1,000,000 lives in a single gulp. Kill, there were races that loved to kill. They worked together to destroy the protective formation of a certain orthodoxy and charged in viciously, slaughtering all the people of the orthodoxy. Not a single one was spared. Blood flowed down from the top of the mountain, dyeing the stream below red. For several whole months, the stream had been dyed red. Who knows how many demonic beasts and grass elves had spawned beside the stream. These demons seemed to be tainted by the grief and resentment of the orthodoxy, wailing day and night. It could be heard 100 kilometers away. It was originally a blessed land, but it had turned into a demonic region. Surrender. My golden sword sect surrenders. Some orthodoxies had already surrendered when the beings of the god race arrived at the mountain peak. Led by the sect master, they knelt on the mountain peak. They did not even activate the protective formation. Nor did they put up any resistance. Such a great orthodoxy was conquered by 2 or 3 beings of the god race. The process was so easy, and their temperament was so gentle that even the beings of the god race were stunned. They had picked up a great merit for free. Surrender. My entire Saint Treasure sect welcomes the arrival of the beings of the god race. We are willing to be your vanguard. There were even a few beings of the god race who, after slaughtering a small country, were full of food. They walked back in high spirits. On the way back, they saw a group of human cultivators rushing over. They were so scared that they turned and fled. But before they could take a few steps, they heard someone shouting behind them. They turned around in surprise. Only then did they realize that these few orthodoxies had come to surrender of their own accord. Not only did they not have any evil intentions, they even expressed that they wanted to help. The Han family will not surrender. The beings of the god race rushed into the lands of the ancient aristocratic families in the central region. They were met with crazy resistance, especially the Han family. Apart from the old ancestor and the patriarch, the person with the highest seniority in the Han family raised his iron spear and roared madly. The immortal ancestor of the Iron Spear Han family was born in battle. He was invincible and invincible. The blood of the Han family flows in our bodies. We can die in battle, we can perish, but we will never surrender. Kill, kill, kill. All members of the Han family, be it women or children, put on your armor and fight for Tianyuan. We will protect our lands until the last man. The fierce battle lasted for an entire day. When the Han family's lands were occupied by the beings of the god race, there was no one left alive. Some resisted, some surrendered. The orthodoxies and aristocratic families put on a good show in front of the beings of the god race. Although the beings of the god race met with occasional resistance, they gradually occupied most of the land in the divine prefecture within 10 days. Within these 10 days, several more groups of beings of the god race came from the foreign lands under the leadership of the divine king and continued to invade. However, during this process, many powerful forces unknown to outsiders appeared to secretly protect the fire seed of heaven's origin. Retreat to the Black Mountain over there. LV Fengxian, who had escaped from the battlefield, gathered with a group of cultivators. They fought as they retreated, but he had already been targeted by a divine general who led a large number of beings of the god race. Seeing that he had nowhere to run, he was forced to retreat to a desolate black mountain and decided to fight there. Just as the beings of the god race were about to attack, a plume of black smoke rose from the mountain and turned into an invisible field that enveloped them. Deep in the mountain, someone shouted, "No matter who it is, whoever dares to trespass into my place of cultivation will be killed without mercy." The divine general was shaken by this aura and didn't dare to enter. He shouted, "The god race is capturing people, who dares to stop us?" The being in the Black Mountain laughed, "I have been asleep for 10,000 years, don't force me to wake up early." The divine general was terrified. He gritted his teeth and ordered the entire army to retreat and report to the divine king before making a decision. A divine general led an army to chase after Master Jiao Ro and the others who escaped with the disciples of the Great Snow Mountain and the primordial demonic Tao. When he saw that he had caught up to them, a mighty divine power descended from the sky and repelled Master Jiao. Then, it struck down towards the golden crow and the others. Suddenly, an arrow flew over from the far north. It traveled tens of thousands of miles and contained an indescribable divine power. It pierced through the shoulder of the divine general and sent him flying 100 miles away. Then, a cold voice was heard, "You have come, why do you have to kill all of us?" This arrow broke the divine general's courage. He could only watch as Monk Jiao and the others escaped. No one dared to stop them. Dragon Lady and Aotian brought a group of people and fled to the seaside. Behind them, a large group of god races beings had already caught up. At this moment, the wave surged violently and a group of people appeared. They were all of the sea races beings. The leader of the group was clad in dragon armor. His eyes were scarlet red and he held a big flag in his hand. He waved it at the god races beings and laughed, "Everyone, it must be tiring to come all the way here. Go and have a rest. Let us, the Tsang Lan Si, handle these cultivators. You can go back and report to Lord Nine Underworld King." The group of god races beings retreated after seeing the big flag. This shocked Xu Shou. Instead, the man on the wave squatted down and looked down at the dragon lady. With a faint smile, he whispered, "Big sister, we meet again. Let me make a deal with you. If you obediently follow me back to the Dragon Palace, I will spare the lives of these lowly cultivators. What do you think?" The dragon lady guessed a lot of things. She was so angry that she couldn't speak. In the end, she nodded and said, "All right, I'm going to see what you have done." After that, she entered the waves and left with the group of people. Such incidents were still happening in various places. Some god races beings appeared in the northern demonic land. When they were massacring, they suddenly had hallucinations. They seemed to have gone mad and started to kill each other. In the end, none of them survived. Some god races beings chased after a group of cultivators and rushed to a small island. However, the island turned into a giant turtle and swallowed the leading divine general. Then, it used its body as an island and swam into the vast sea with the human cultivators on its back. The god races beings who heard the news tried everything they could, but they couldn't find any trace of the turtle. When some god races beings stepped into a certain place in the demon abyss, they were attacked by the desolate beasts and suffered great casualties. A divine king led them into the Pure Land. When they were about to destroy the Permitha temple, one of the ancient tombs in the Pure Land trembled. A certain existence seemed to have been awakened by their murderous aura. It opened its eyes and glanced at the divine king from afar. The divine king was immediately shocked and retreated with his troops. He also marked the area within a radius of 10,000 kilometers of the ancient tombs as a forbidden zone, strictly forbidding the god races beings from entering. The Tianyuan continent gradually became a land occupied by the god races beings. However, there were also many strange things that appeared at this time. After that, there were some unknown killings. Finally, there were 9 places that were regarded as forbidden zones by the god races beings. When Fangxing woke up, he discovered that he was already in a deep and serene valley. When he was held in the arms of the Jade Pool Fairy and tried to escape, he was already seriously injured. That was the heavy blow of a heavenly tribulation cultivator, which made his divine soul agitated and his mind restless. In addition, that illusory feeling endlessly disturbed his divine soul. It was a very strange feeling. His ears and eyes were filled with the tender cries and sorrowful cries of women as they fought, swaying masses of blood splattered on the ferocious faces of the god race creatures in black armor, and his nose was filled with a mixture of rouge and blood. Traces of blood and a hint of sweetness mixed together and turned into an indescribably strange smell. It seeped into his nose and went deep into his sea of consciousness, lingering there, and there was no way to get rid of it. Under such circumstances, he finally fainted and knew nothing about what happened after that. He only remembered that a group of women protected him while he was escaping. There were pursuers behind him and enemies in front of him. He was in a desperate situation. However, in his dream, there were still countless terrifying scenes. He saw Bai Qianzhang rushing to the battlefield and killing countless ferocious god race creatures. However, he was smashed by a huge hand that fell from the sky and his spirit disappeared without a trace. He also saw Daphne transforming into a vermilion bird and fighting with a divine general. The vermilion bird's claws pierced through the divine general's chest, and the divine general's blade before he died also cut his body in half. He also saw the Huqin elder covering the retreat of a group of unknown human race cultivators and being drowned by the god race creatures that came after them. It was hard to tell if it was a dream or not. "How dare you? How dare you? How dare you?" When he saw Dragon Lady transforming into a golden dragon and rushing to the battlefield, summoning endless flames to burn the entire battlefield, but being nailed to the ground by countless god race creatures with iron thorns, Fangxing suddenly woke up. He immediately felt his body burning, as if his body was about to be burned to ashes. That kind of pain was indescribable. In his eyes, the figures of several women were reflected. 3 of them were hugging him in the middle, while the other women were gently wiping the cold sweat on his forehead. Their eyes were extremely complicated. "Don't move." The person who spoke was a woman who was sitting in front of him. She was beautiful, but she had lost an arm. At that moment, her remaining hand was pressed 3 feet in front of his chest, channeling warm magic power into his body to suppress the fire that was about to go out of control. She quickly explained, "The celestial seed in your body has already gone out of control, and you're on the verge of chi deviation. We're trying to think of a way to help you suppress it, but we don't understand the mysteries of the celestial nascent soul, so we can't help you solve this problem. You still need to guide the fire on your own and return it to its origin." Cultivation deviation? Fangxing's heart trembled. He understood what had happened to his body, but he didn't have time to ask more. He activated his Xianxia. There was a big celestial source in his body, formed by the Samadhi true fire. It had all kinds of magical powers and was his greatest foundation. However, in the battle at Kuaiji Mountain, he was seriously injured by the joint attack of several realm lords from the small immortal realms, and his celestial source almost collapsed. However, it was a celestial source after all, so its foundation was unimaginably strong, and it quickly recovered. But at that moment, Fangxing's mind was so agitated that he even forgot to guide the power of the celestial source. As a result, it began to spread unscrupulously, and even caused a backlash. The Samadhi true fire was formed by the combination of anger, and desire, so emotions had a great impact on it. Fangxing was originally a person with a heart of stone, which was why he could successfully operate the Samadhi true fire. However, when he was fleeing from the battlefield, his emotions were agitated and he lost his original heart. This caused the Samadhi true fire to go out of control and almost caused him to fall into a state of chi deviation. However, after he woke up, he realized the seriousness of the problem, and immediately put away all distracting thoughts. His mind returned to one place, and the immortal fire that was running amok in his body, and even the 3 Yuanying experts couldn't suppress it, was like a tamed wild horse. It obediently returned to one place, and slowly sank. Like a violent wave, it suddenly restrained its aura, and turned into an ancient well, as expected of an immortal infant. The eyes of the one-armed fairy and the other 2 women who were helping Fangxing suppress his injuries were filled with fear, and they seemed very surprised. The 3 of them had been helping Fangxing suppress this out-of-control immortal fire for a total of 3 days. During this time, they had used up countless spiritual treasures, and they had even used up all their dermic powers. However, they could only faintly suppress the unconscious immortal fire. To them, this power had even surpassed the tribulation transcendence, and it was unimaginably violent. However, after Fangxing woke up, with just a thought, all the immortal fire turned into nothingness. This could only mean that although the little devil in front of him had just formed his nascent soul not long ago, his foundation was strong, his magic power was strong, and even his physical body was strong. He had already far surpassed them, the veteran nascent soul cultivators who had formed their nascent souls for decades or even centuries. This was indeed an immortal seedling qualified to compete with the devil incarnate of their family. As the immortal fire returned, Fangxing's scorching body temperature gradually decreased. His complexion began to improve, and his breathing became stable. Humph. Seeing that he was fine, the woman who was wiping his sweat gently through the silk handkerchief on him, stood up, and walked out. What happened after that? Fangxing sighed deeply in his heart, opened his eyes, and asked quietly. With a sweep of his divine consciousness, he understood his situation. He was in a secluded valley deep in the mountains. Around the valley, there was a great stratagem that concealed chi activity. In the valley, there were many women walking around. Some were on guard, and some were packing up. It was obvious that these were the disciples of Fuyao Palace. They must have rescued him from the battlefield and brought him here. When the 3,000 god race descended, we became their hunting target. You were injured, and we rescued you. However, Yaoqi had already been occupied, and Fuyao Palace had also become the main target of the god race. We took advantage of the chaos and escaped to Fuyao Palace with you. However, the god race quickly caught up with us. Led by 2 god race generals, we knew that we were no match for them, so we took some of the resources and ancient books from the palace, abandoned the mountain, and escaped to this deep mountain. Now, the god race outside is still attacking everywhere. One armed fairy maiden was silent for a while, and told him some of the things that happened when Feng Xing was unconscious. What about the others? Feng Xing seemed to be slowly digesting it, and asked with some difficulty, who died? Old Immortal Yuan passed away in the middle of the battlefield. One armed fairy maiden's mood was also very gloomy. She slowly said, in the end, an old friend of the Yuan family broke the heaven barrier, and we were able to escape. Afterwards, it was said that he had a fierce battle with the Jiu deity king above the 9 heavens. No one knows the final result. Some said that he died, some said that he escaped, but one thing is for sure, he did not win that battle. Otherwise, the god race's attack would not have been so fierce. In just a short period of half a month, they had already occupied so many orthodoxies. As for the others, we do not know. The battlefield was too chaotic at that time, and even after that, we could only focus on running for our lives. 3,000 god race. 3,000 god race, Feng Xing murmured. When he heard this name, an indescribable anger rose in his heart. Where did so many powerful enemies suddenly come from? He stared at the immortal nuns in disbelief. In his mind, a Taoist orthodoxy like Fuyao Palace was one of the best in the world. Naturally, it had the responsibility to investigate the heavens and discover hidden dangers. Hence, he found it increasingly difficult to understand. How could there be such a powerful being invading, yet the Taoist orthodoxy had not detected it at all? Especially now that he thought of the past, the god race being called the Child of Lightning had even appeared at Kunlun Mountain. How could an existence like Fuyao Palace be so slow, and actually know nothing about it? It's our fault, the one-armed fairy could hear Feng Xing's confusion. After a long while, she sighed softly. We should have noticed this, but everyone's eyes were on the Alliance of the Heavens. We all wanted to take the lead when the Alliance of the Heavens was established, but we didn't expect that Tian Yuan had long been targeted by some terrifying existences. They used the small celestial realm as the vanguard to descend upon Tian Yuan and make arrangements in secret. Although we noticed that the small celestial realm's attitude wasn't right, we didn't have time to think too much about it. We even thought that with the wisdom of the sages, if they really had any plans, they would definitely be discovered. However, no one expected that the sages would suddenly disappear, and we would become lambs waiting to be slaughtered. The sages have disappeared? Feng Xing was taken aback and raised his eyes to look at her. His heart was shaken. The meaning behind these few words was too terrifying. How could a sage with that level of cultivation and realm go missing? The one-armed fairy nodded lightly. Ever since the god race beings descended, the sages have yet to appear. Even more than half of the tribulation-passing patriarchs have disappeared. Feng Xing was a little speechless. After a while, he said in a low voice, "Where did those god race beings come from?" "They are all beings from the outer realm." At that moment, it was not the one-armed fairy who answered. Instead, it was a fairy sitting behind Feng Xing. She took out an ancient book from her storage bag and handed it to Feng Xing. She whispered, "Actually, the Tian Yuan orthodoxy is not unfamiliar with these beings from the outer realm. In fact, it can be said that they are very familiar with them. Many ancient books have detailed records of them. It's a shame to say that they are not invading, but they are here for revenge." However, no one expected them to become so powerful. In ancient times, the immortals and sages had a great battle. The immortals lost and were chased into outer space. The opponents they encountered in outer space were these beings from the outer realm. In order to fight for a place to cultivate, countless battles broke out. The ancient immortals were powerful and suppressed 3,000 beings from the outer realm. They seized their ancestral lands and made them slaves. Hee, it's funny now that you mention it. Actually, the name God race was given to them by the ancient immortals. The slaves of the immortals are called divine generals. The enslavement of the immortals, this sentence stunned Feng Xing for a long time. Although he had long known that these extraterrestrial creatures must be related to Tianyuan, he still found it hard to believe that they must have had close contact with the human race from the fact that they came from all sorts of races and spoke the same language as the human race. Such powerful and ferocious creatures that called themselves the divine race had actually been defeated by the immortals of Tianyuan in the past, and had even been enslaved for an unknown period of time? In ancient times, when the immortals and the immortals were connected, many of these extraterrestrial deities descended upon Tianyuan. However, most of them were driven by the immortals to send messages across the void, or they were directly sent to the orthodoxies below them as warriors. There are even many races in the human world now that have their bloodline. However, there are very few records of the Great War between the immortals and them. There are only a few words. When the immortals flew over, they saw the evil demons. They drank blood and chose people to devour. The immortals were defeated and enlightened their civilization to free themselves from barbaric history. The immortal nun from Yaoqi seemed to have a very good understanding of these ancient histories. She calmly explained to Feng Xing, those divine race should be some creatures born in the extraterrestrial world. Many creatures are naturally different from the human race. They are naturally powerful and do not need to cultivate at all. Their bloodline is a treasure trove. As long as they grow up smoothly, they will be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the experts of the immortal king. However, the laws of heaven and earth have determined that the more powerful they are, the fewer they are. The ancient immortals fought against these opponents with great difficulty, but they still won in the end. They did not kill them, but taught them the human language and passed on their civilization in an attempt to assimilate them. For many years after that, and even throughout the ancient times, the immortals and the divine clan coexisted. Even now, there are still many immortals in the world, which refers to the ancient immortals and the divine clan. Moreover, the immortals are not very strict with the divine clan, so many people simply compare the divine clan to the immortals. We have also predicted the Great Tribulation in the future many times, but no matter how we thought about it, we would never have thought that the Great Tribulation would be related to the divine clan. Firstly, they have already been enlightened. Secondly, with the immortals suppressing them, how could they become the enemy of Tianyuan? How could the 3,000 divine clan even gather together and invade Tianyuan together? How could the 3,000 divine clans gather together and invade Tianyuan together? Calmly analyzing, the immortal nun frowned. In the end, she voiced her speculation. After the heavens were sealed, something must have happened to the immortals, so they could no longer suppress the divine clan. Perhaps they were too powerful and became disloyal, or perhaps they were still brooding over their past humiliation, so they deliberately took revenge by descending upon Tianyuan, wanting to enslave all the living beings of Tianyuan. Sadly, the current Tianyuan is simply too weak compared to them. The sages and many seniors who have passed the tribulation have also disappeared. To the current divine clan, Tianyuan has no power to fight at all. Being completely enslaved by them is only a matter of time. The three immortal nuns of Yaoqi listened quietly. When Feng Xing was unconscious, they should have already discussed these matters. The debt owed by our ancestors is now being paid by our descendants. This is also a form of karma. There's nothing much to say. The one who spoke was the quietest of the three immortal nuns of Yaoqi. She was the one who had escaped from the battlefield with Feng Xing in her arms. She was beautiful, but she seemed to have a weak personality. She had been silent all this while, but when she spoke, her words made the one-armed nun and the other immortal nun fall silent. The three of them were the same as the others. When they first saw the 3,000 divine clans descend and kill countless of their family and friends, then send out an army and force all the people of Tianyuan to become slaves, they were furious. But after understanding the past, they were filled with confusion about the future. Even their hatred for the 3,000 divine clans was not as strong as before. They felt that this was retribution. The ancient immortals had once defeated the divine clans and forced them to become slaves. Now that they had descended upon Tianyuan to take revenge, there seemed to be nothing much to say. Sometimes, they even found an excuse for themselves. They subconsciously wanted to prove that the ancient immortals had not been so cruel to the divine clans. They had taught the human language and civilization to the divine clans, and taught them to break away from barbarism. These were all supreme acts of kindness. But why did the divine clans not appreciate it? Why did they invade Tianyuan to take revenge on the descendants of the immortals? Of course, these thoughts were only in their subconscious. They did not say it out loud. In fact, they did not even realize it themselves. However, one thing was very obvious, and that was that their auras were much weaker than before. Haha, do you think it's reasonable for the divine clans to come back for revenge? After Fangxing heard her words, he smiled and looked at her with a strange expression. The immortal nun was slightly stunned. She shook her head and said, "Of course it's not reasonable, but it's still possible. Women are women. Even the women of Fuyao Palace are no different from the women of other places." Fangxing interrupted her. He pursed his lips and said, "Your hair is long, but your knowledge is short." This sentence caused the previously calm atmosphere to become somewhat heavy. No matter what, it was Fuyao Palace that had saved Fangxing's life. At this time, Fangxing's strange tone undoubtedly made the three immortal nuns' expressions turn ugly. "You're all afraid now," Fangxing said bluntly. "After studying the ancient records, I discovered that our ancestors had also bullied them before. Now, you feel that it's reasonable for them to bully us in return, right? You can't say that only we can bully them, but they can't bully us, right? Haha, isn't that what you're thinking now?" He said mockingly, mocking them without the slightest bit of politeness. "But in my eyes, this is pure bullshit. It stinks. How stupid must one be to have such a thought? How much of a coward would he have to be to use such a reason to convince himself? In my opinion, this kind of person should be thrown out and starved to death." After saying that, he suddenly stood up and stretched himself. The bones in his body crackled. He gritted his teeth and a ruthless look appeared in his eyes. Everyone wants to live a better life, and everyone wants the people around them to live a better life. Reason is only for our own people to listen to, and only our fists can explain it to outsiders. So don't think that it's only right for them to come back for revenge. The reason why you think this way is because you're afraid. In the past, since our ancestors went out to fight with them, there must be a reason for it to be either you die or I die. There's nothing more to say. Why should we compromise ourselves when we can compromise our opponents? Hearing him speak of this bandit culture in an off-key tone, the three immortal nuns of Fuyao Palace all had strange expressions on their faces. They faintly felt as if a knot in their hearts had been unraveled, but they didn't quite understand what he was trying to express. No one knows what happened to the immortals who once defeated and enslaved the god race, and where exactly did they go. But that's not important. It doesn't even matter if this group of bastards who call themselves the god race is the legendary catastrophe. I know that they came and killed people. They killed many people that I know, and even I suffered a loss at their hands. So they can forget about leaving peacefully. They were once defeated by the ancient immortals, which means that it's not that they're too strong, but that we're too weak. When he reached the end, a faint flame rose in Fangxing's eyes. His voice also carried an unprecedented murderous intent. Then we'll just use them as whetstones. It's better than forcing us, two complete strangers, to fight each other when there aren't many people in the world who can spar with us, right? I think of that bastard LV Fengxian. There are many people in this world like him who haven't had the chance to make a name for themselves. Now, a great opportunity has arrived, an opportunity even greater than the 9 coffins in the heavens. I'm even beginning to suspect that the true opportunity left for the Tianyuan continent by those fellows who threw the 9 coffins in the Tianyuan continent is these beings of the god race. Hearing his words, the expressions of the 3 immortal nuns became rather strange. The descent of the 3,000 god race, the flames of war, and the 4 provinces sank into despair. Why is this little demon actually a little excited? Moreover, the problem they had been discussing before was how to survive under the eyes of the god race. First, they had to preserve their lives in kindling, then wait for a suitable opportunity, wait for the sages and tribulation-passing experts who had already disappeared to return. But from the tone of this little demon, he actually wanted to directly use the god race as a whetstone? What's there to talk about with this kind of thing? Rather than counting on the sages to come back and save people, it's better to rely on ourselves to think of a way. Fangxing seemed to have seen through the thoughts of the 3 immortal nuns. He said rather disdainfully, since they've attacked, we naturally have to think of a way to fight back. Only a grandson would think of hiding and not get hit a second time. Anyway, only the ancient immortals in the past could defeat them, so we can definitely do it too. Of course, what's different from the ancient immortals in the past is. He paused for a while, then smiled slightly sinisterly. In the past, the god race was only defeated and then became slaves, but this time, I'm going to kill them all. Such words even caused the expressions of the three immortal nuns of Yachi to change. It was very strange. No matter how you looked at it, it looked like a wild monkey that had gone mad and was boasting. But when Fangxing said it, it made them feel that he was serious. Not only did he say it, he threw down such words, turned around, and walked out of the cave in an imposing manner. What are you going to do? One-armed immortal nun felt very uncertain and could not help but ask. I'm going to kill the god, Fangxing replied with a strange expression, as if he did not understand why she would ask such a question. Come back. You're not allowed to go. You're trying to slip away, aren't you? The three Yachi nuns were stunned for a moment before they reacted. After saying so much, this little devil actually wanted to turn around and go find trouble with the god race. They immediately panicked. One of them anxiously called him back, while the other subconsciously grounded him. However, the one-armed immortal nun was the more meticulous one. She saw through the little devil's true thoughts at a glance and directly exposed his intentions. She even leaped forward and grabbed Fangxing's hand. Her almond-like eyes stared suspiciously at his face. What? I'm going to do something big, and you're stopping me? Fangxing looked at them with a strange expression. He seemed to be a little unwilling. The god race is powerful and has as many experts as the clouds. Are you going to die alone? This is a serious matter. No matter what, we have to discuss it properly. The two immortal nuns tried to persuade him, but the one-armed immortal nun sneered. She looked at Fangxing and said, Little devil, don't forget that your life was saved by Fuyao Palace. Now, it's time for you to protect the hundreds of lives of Fuyao Palace's people. How can you just leave like that? I didn't really say I'm leaving, facing the one-armed immortal nun Mu Xian's eyes, which seemed to be able to see through his mind. Fangxing felt a little helpless. Although this group of women had saved him, there was no doubt that not many of them had a good impression of him. This could be seen from the moment the woman who wiped his sweat saw that he was awake. After all, he had always been their enemy. Moreover, in order to save him, they had lost the chance to save Xiaoxitu and Ye Qianhong. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for anyone to have a good impression of him, let alone a group of women. However, they had indeed saved him, and it wasn't appropriate for him to fall out with them. Instead of waiting for big trouble to come, it was better for him to leave. He would remember their kindness in his heart and repay them when he had the chance. However, on normal days, the world was so big. He would go his own way and figure out how to find trouble with the God clan. This thought was hidden very deeply, but he didn't expect one-armed nun Mu Xian to see through it. What are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? Alright, I'm not leaving. Fangxing's face was filled with dissatisfaction. He grumbled a few words at the suspicious expression of the one-armed celestial nun and helplessly sat down. He was the one who owed her a favor. Since she had pointed this out, then no matter what, he would be too embarrassed to leave. When the female immortals saw him sit down, they looked at each other and felt that this little devil was really a bit difficult to deal with. Let's make this clear first. How long are you going to keep me here? After hesitating for a while, Fangxing spoke first. If he didn't clarify this question, he wouldn't be confident. After all, he had too many people to find. We won't keep pestering you, but no matter what, you have to help us find Xiaoxitu or find a safe place to settle down. This is very fair, right? To be honest, we are not out of danger yet. There are still countless God clan beings looking for us outside. Once they find us, with just the three of us, we can't protect the disciples. One-armed celestial nun Mu Xian said in a low voice. Her tone was very solemn. Alright, no problem. When Fangxing heard this, he slightly froze and agreed. He wasn't an ungrateful person. When he heard that the female disciples of Fuyao Palace were not out of danger yet, he naturally couldn't leave casually. Mu Xian and the other two female immortals looked at each other and said, "Before we find Hong we need you to promise us one more thing." Seeing that she was speaking seriously, Feng Xing was slightly startled. "What is it?" Mu Xian took a deep breath and her expression was extremely solemn. "To be the great Situ of Fuyao Palace." Feng Xing was instantly stunned. His face was filled with disbelief. The Great Situ of Fuyao Palace was a well-known title in the world. Not only was she the master of the world's top orthodoxy, she symbolized a supreme status and was also one of the most powerful people in the world. Most importantly, everyone in the world knew that the Great Situ of Fuyao Palace had 3,000 concubines and was extremely lucky with women. It could be said that in the cultivation world, almost everyone had a sweet dream of becoming the Great Situ of Fuyao Palace. But of course, it was just a sweet dream. The inheritance of the position of Situ was extremely strict. Normally, even if one were to reincarnate 10 times, they wouldn't be able to touch it. Feng Xing had never thought that other than fighting with the other party, he would be able to have any sort of relationship with Fuyao Palace's Situ, but now, the one-armed celestial nun and the others actually made such a request. This really shocked him. He was surprised, puzzled, shocked, and even a little shy. After a while, he lowered his head and said a little embarrassedly, "I already have 3 at home. If I marry another 3,000, it won't be easy to raise them." When he said this, it was Mu Xian and the others turned to have strange expressions. What is this little devil thinking? With a cough, the one-armed celestial nun, Mu Xian said indifferently, "You think too much. The disciples of Fuyao Palace will not marry you." Feng Xing was stunned when he heard this. Then he said angrily, "If you won't even give me a wife, then why do you want to be the Great Situ? In any case, I won't do it." When Mu Xian and the other 3 celestial nun heard this, they immediately didn't know what to say. Looking at Feng Xing's angry face, they couldn't help but think, this little devil is really not easy to deal with. He's even more difficult to deal with than the devil incarnate at home. For a moment, they wanted to scold him and persuade him, but they just couldn't figure out which way Feng Xing would fall for it, so they were in a difficult position. After a while, it was still the celestial nun, Mu Xian, who had carried Feng Xing and escaped from the battlefield, who spoke softly, "The disciples of Fuyao Palace will not marry you. They are Hong Er's Dao companions, so they can't talk nonsense. However, the little princess of Yaoqi can marry you." "The little princess of Yaoqi? That little mantu?" When Feng Xing heard this, he couldn't help but be slightly startled. His expression was a little strange. The more he listened, the more confused he became. He couldn't understand what these 3 women were thinking. In the end, it was the one-armed celestial nun, Mu Xian, who coughed and explained, "Letting you become the Great Situ of Fuyao Palace is also for the sake of both of us. After all, we weren't familiar with each other in the past, and even had some enmity with each other. But now, we depend on each other and must support each other. Hundreds of disciples of Fuyao Palace escaped with us, so we have no choice but to consider this carefully. To be honest, your previous reputation really wasn't very good, but there was one thing that the world recognized, and that was that you have always been protective of those around you. You did not hesitate to sacrifice your life and shed your blood for the people around you. Thus, we also need to form this kind of marriage relationship with you to show that we are magnanimous and have no selfishness. Only then can we trust each other in this chaotic world. Furthermore, Fuyao Palace has been operating for tens of thousands of years and has deep roots. Many forces and orthodoxies are our chess pieces. Even the living beings of the god race cannot uproot them. Now, it is time for us to use these chess pieces. Unfortunately, the Queen Mother has passed away and Hong Er is nowhere to be seen. The only person who can use these chess pieces is Great Situ of Fuyao Palace. Thus, before Hong Er returns, we want you to be the Xiaositu of Fuyao Palace. This is not to deceive others. Yaoqi originally had the power to designate Great Situ of Fuyao Palace. But this time, the 3 of us have joined hands to recommend you as Situ. Then, you will be the real Situ of Fuyao Palace and can use those forces. At this point, one-armed Fairy Mu Xian paused slightly. Instead, it was Fairy Mu Xian who continued, "Of course, there is another point. Perhaps outsiders may not think of it as important, but to us women, it is extremely important. The few hundred female disciples of Fuyao Palace need your protection, but they are Hong-Er's people after all. If they stay with a man like you all the time, their reputations cannot be ignored. Thus, we want to marry the little girl Xiaoqing to you. This way, it will be perfectly justifiable for you to protect them, and your reputation will also be much better." After listening to the explanation of the three fairy ladies, Fang Xing's mind was still in a mess. A thought rose in his mind: what is this all about? It had to be said that women's minds were extremely meticulous. Other than the second point, which Fang Xing could barely understand. He did not understand the rest. They had saved his life, so of course he would not abandon them. But they did not believe in him. Did they really have to form an in-law relationship before they could trust him unreservedly? And the third point, if they stayed with him, were they afraid of ruining the reputations of the few hundred female disciples of Fuyao Palace? Were they not afraid of ruining his own kidneys? Also, what did they mean by marrying little Mantu from Yaoqi would improve his reputation? If he really wanted to marry these three female fairy ladies, his reputation would be ruined even if it had to be ruined. Of course, there is actually the most important point. The three female fairy ladies looked at each other. Fairy Mu Xiai, who was the first to take out the ancient scroll, spoke in a low voice: "You have a nascent immortal body and have just formed your nascent immortal not long ago. This is the time for you to properly cultivate. Now is a chaotic time, so we cannot hide anything. Yaoqi and Fuyao Palace have a large number of immortal arts and Dao manuals for you to comprehend. However, since ancient times, the orthodoxy has had strict rules that immortal arts and Dao manuals cannot be spread to outsiders. Other than Fuyao Palace's situ, even we are not allowed to read them. Thus, if we want to pass these immortal arts and Dao manuals to you, we can only do so if you are Fuyao Palace's great situ. We hope that you can understand our painstaking efforts and agree to this condition." Fuyao Palace's Dao manuals and Dao manuals? I can pass them all to myself? Hearing this, Fang Xing's heart finally palpitated. His expression became solemn. After thinking for a long time, he finally let out a long sigh. "All right, I agree to be your Fuyao Palace's great situ. However, I have another condition." He paused for a moment, then said with a slightly bitter expression: "Can I not marry that little princess? There is no emotional foundation." "No." Before the three female immortals could react, someone suddenly shouted from outside the cave, "Why?" Just as Fang Xing righteously proposed a condition for him to be the great situ of Fuyao Palace, the three immortal nuns did not answer. Unexpectedly, another person shouted loudly and rushed into the cave, her face full of indignation. Who else could it be but the little princess of Yaoqi, Mu Xiaoqing? This girl was actually a little aggrieved at this time. When she heard that Fang Xing had woken up, she knew that he must be discussing something with the three immortal nuns. She also guessed that it would be related to her, so she came over to eavesdrop. In the end, she heard that they wanted to marry her to this little devil. She immediately suppressed her anger and wanted to jump out to oppose, but after listening to the analysis of the three immortal nuns, her heart also became heavy, and she couldn't say the words of refusal for a while, so she was delayed for a few breaths of time. Then she heard what Fang Xing said: he actually refused. This immediately made her full of dissatisfaction. She wanted to oppose this matter wholeheartedly, but when she blurted it out, it became to oppose Fang Xing. To think that I, the dignified little princess of Yaoqi, beautiful as a flower, 16 years old, rich, good-looking, and has a high status. My cultivation is not low, and I'm also cute. This average-looking, bad-temper, frivolous wastrel who eats women like eating steamed buns, actually dares to refuse to marry me. This is going against the heavens, a thought flashed through her mind. The little princess of Yaoqi, who originally had a belly full of refusal, suddenly became full of grievance and injustice. Nonsense, the elders are talking, why did you rush in? Seeing Mu Xiaoqing rush into the cave, Mu Xian immortal couldn't help but raise her eyebrows and shout. They had already discovered that she was eavesdropping outside, and some of the words just now were deliberately said to her. If I don't come in, you will sell me. The little princess of Yaoqi shouted, very aggrieved and angry. Little Xiaoqing, this is not the time for you to be willful. Mu Xian immortal frowned. I know it is not the time for me to be willful. It is not impossible for me to marry him, but why does he refuse to marry me? You are a young lady, what are you talking about? Quickly get out, you don't need to interrupt these things. This is something that concerns me, so why can't I butt in? I'm going to say it. For a moment, Yaoqi's little princess, Mu Shaoqing, and the three immortal ants quarreled, and the cave became a mess. Oh my god, can't you be a little better? When they quarreled, it annoyed Fangxing quite a bit. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh. He pressed his hands down and said, all right, stop quarreling. I'm already annoyed enough when 3 women don't quarrel. How am I supposed to live when 4 women quarrel? As he spoke, he seemed to have made up his mind and looked as if he was willing to sacrifice himself. I'll take it as I've suffered a loss in this matter. I promise to marry you, okay? When the 3 nuns heard this, they all looked at him strangely. On the other hand, Mu Shaoqing saw that he had changed his words and said with a little pride, that's more like it. As he spoke, he suddenly froze. Huh? When did I agree to marry you? Just now. Fangxing said matter-of-factly, if I don't marry you, I'm afraid you'll commit suicide. I'll commit suicide if I marry you. I didn't agree. Mu Shaoqing realized that she actually couldn't explain it clearly, so she anxiously shouted again. All right, if you don't agree, then don't agree. I won't marry you, okay? Fangxing rolled his eyes. Anyway, I already have 3 at home. I'm tired of raising a wife. You've already married 3, why can't you marry me? Seeing that one was stupid and the other was stubborn, the 3 nuns didn't know what to say. With their shrewd eyesight, they could naturally see that these 2 actually didn't dislike each other, but they didn't have deep feelings for each other either. They had talked to Mu Shaoqing before and found that ever since she was kidnapped by Fangxing and experienced the immortal attraction ceremony, she already had a faintly discernible good impression of her. However, in the past, they had tried their best to suppress this idea of hers. Now, they had to go along with her and nurture this idea. However, Mu Shaoqing was also stubborn. If Fangxing went along with her, this matter would naturally succeed. However, Fangxing was also stubborn. When he insulted others, he didn't give them any face. This made the situation a little tense. From the moment the 2 of them quarreled, their words were tough, but they didn't go all the way. It could be seen that their intention to refuse was not that heavy. However, in the current situation, if they were to continue quarreling, the last bit of hope would be erased. When they said something heartless, they wouldn't know how to end it. The 3 nuns looked at each other and already had an idea in their hearts. The one-armed immortal ant Mu Xian slapped the stone table beside her and shouted, enough. Don't quarrel, let us decide this matter, but we won't force you. For now, we will set a marriage for you. After 1 year, the marriage will be completed. If you really don't agree, then we will cancel it. Just a marriage? After 1 year? When Fangxing and Mu Shaoqing heard this, they were slightly startled and didn't immediately refute. Immortal Aunt Mu Xian continued, since the 2 of you don't have any objections, this matter is settled. Fangxing and Mu Shaoqing looked at each other and snorted heavily. Then, they turned their heads away. I will go arrange it. Seeing that the matter was settled, the one-armed immortal Aunt Mu Xian stood up and walked out of the cave. Not long after, she returned with a serious expression and said to Fangxing in a low voice, come out. The group of people stepped out of the cave and saw that in this valley, all the female disciples of Fuyao Palace had gathered together. They looked at Fangxing with complicated expressions. Some were indignant, some were angry, and some were curious. In the middle of the valley, a stone platform had been set up. It was simple and unadorned, like a throne. 9 female disciples of Fuyao Palace stood behind the stone platform, each holding a tray. Some had an ancient robe, some had an ancient crown, some had golden boots, treasured swords, and other things. Time is short, the arrangements are simple, please don't mind. Immortal Mu Xian walked over with Fangxing and sighed softly. It's all fake anyway, what's there to mind? Fangxing said indifferently. He felt that they were taking this matter too seriously. But when Immortal Aunt Mu Xian heard this, her expression became serious. She said solemnly, this is not fake. Wearing the immortal robe and crown, you are the real 36th Great Situ of Fuyao Palace. Your name will also be recorded in the ancient books of Fuyao Palace. All the power of Fuyao Palace and all the ancient books of Fuyao Palace will be used by you. In the future, even if you find Hong Er and you give up your position to him, he will only be the 37th great Situ. In that case, you will be his elder. We are very serious about this matter, and we hope that you can take on this great responsibility. A temporary replacement, and you can give up your position at any time. I have to believe you even if you say that you are serious. Fangxing looked at this immortal ant from the corner of his eyes. He felt that what she said was not true. Immortal Ant Musei sighed and said, the great sage of the divine prefecture, Goli, also had this experience. He had a close relationship with the 33rd great Situ of Fuyao Palace, and they were like brothers. Thus, 700 years ago, when Fuyao Palace's great Situ disappeared in the immortal banishing hall, Yaoqi and Fuyao Palace were without a leader. He once wore the immortal robe and crown and temporarily became the 35th great Situ of Fuyao Palace. Although he only held the position for 3 days, he also protected Fuyao Palace for 700 years. In these 700 years, actually, there was not a single Tribulation Realm expert in Yaoqi and Fuyao Palace, but their status did not drop because of this. They still stood at the peak of the cultivation world, and no one dared to covet the immortality peach forest in Yaoqi. With this precedent, do you still think that being the palace master of Fuyao Palace is giving you a hard time? Even a sage has done it before? Is this for real? When Fangxing heard this, his expression became much more serious. His footsteps towards the stone platform also seemed a little heavy. Since there was a precedent of a sage, it did not seem like Fuyao Palace was using him. However, if they were using each other, it would be fine, and he would not feel burdened. However, at this moment, when he looked at the crown, his heart felt heavy. He knew that it was not just a crown, but a kind of responsibility. As long as he wore it, these female disciples of Fuyao Palace who were not even his wives would have to rely on him to live. However, on second thought, she had saved his life. With such a great debt of gratitude in front of him, what was wrong with taking up this responsibility? His thoughts were clear, and his footsteps became relaxed. With a long sigh, he walked towards the stone platform. One armed fairy nun Mu Xian and the other 2 fairy nun also stood on the stone platform and looked at him quietly. When he stepped on the stone platform, the 3 fairy nun looked at each other, their gazes indescribably serious. Fairy Mu Xian took the crown from the female disciple standing behind the stone platform and gently placed it on Fangxing's head. She straightened it and tied a ribbon for him. Then, she took a step back and said in a low voice, with an indescribable simplicity and mysteriousness, wearing the crown of the 9 heaven stars, the heavens above my head, the Tao is equal to the heavens, I am the king under the heavens. Then, Fairy Musei took the fairy robe and draped it over him. Wearing the robe of the 10,000 li mountains and rivers, carrying the common people on my back, never giving up, wearing the green cloud boots, soaring 90,000 li, strolling among the clouds, free and unfettered, wearing the 10,000 li mountains and rivers sword, golden spears and armored horses fight the 9 heavens, protecting the Tao from the heavens, cutting down the evil. The low voice was like an oath. The 9 treasures were placed on Fangxing's body, as if he had sworn 9 oaths. In the end, Fairy Mu Xian walked over and placed a hand on Fangxing's shoulder. Her voice carried a complicated emotion. From now on, you are the 36th great Situ of Fuyao Palace. Our fates and destiny are inseparable. Sigh. Fangxing did not reply and only sighed deeply. Then, he turned his head and faced the many female disciples of Fuyao Palace. Greetings, great Situ. In front of him, hundreds of female disciples of Fuyao Palace knelt down. Whether it was those who did not accept him, those who hated him, or those who feared him after hearing too much about his past, they all knelt down devoutly. No one dared to have any objections, even the little princess of Yaoqi, Mu Xiaoqing. She stood in front of the Fuyao Palace disciples and bowed down. Her small face was also extremely solemn. Forget it, stop bowing. Get up. Fangxing waved his hand helplessly. Looking at the little princess of Yaoqi who was closest to him, he said speechlessly, I can see the 2 steamed buns on her chest. With the 9 spiritual treasures that symbolized the inheritance of Fuyao Palace and the worship of hundreds of female disciples, Fangxing was now officially the 36th great Situ of Fuyao Palace. Even when this matter was confirmed, he still felt that it was a little unreal. A few days ago, he was still an enemy of Fuyao Palace and regarded Nie Qianhong, who was about to become the great Situ of Fuyao Palace, as his greatest enemy. He thought of all kinds of ways to kill the other party, and the Tribulation Immortals Association that he had established had the idea to overthrow the foundation of the Jade Lake Fairy Society and make them lose everything. But who would have thought that in just a few days, the situation would change so drastically, and he would actually become the great Situ of Fuyao Palace? The absurdity of the world and the tricks of fate could be seen from this. Follow me. After the ceremony, the other female disciples of Fuyao Palace naturally dispersed. Mu Xi called out to Fang Xing in a low voice and walked towards a small hidden cave in the valley. Mu Xiaoqing saw it and followed curiously. But she had only taken a few steps before she was grabbed by the one-armed immortal nun and brought to a corner of the valley to tidy up the ruins. This made Mu Xiaoqing very unhappy. Among these things, there are many that even little girl Xiaoqing cannot see. Mu Xi smiled awkwardly and explained softly. In this cave, she brought out several ancient books. They were all simple in appearance and had an ancient aura. There were layers of restrictions on them and they were very mysterious. Usually, in the cultivation world, most of the grudges were because you took a look at the secret of your family's orthodoxy, and I took a look at the seal you made when you cast spells. The foundation of a sect was really not to be underestimated. There are 3,000 scriptures of Wei Yin, Yao Qi, and the 9 great secret scriptures of Fuyao Palace are all famous supreme scriptures. Unfortunately, the god race descended and attacked like fire. The 3,000 scriptures of Wei of the Jade Pool and the 9 great secret teachings of the Fuyao Palace are all famous supreme scriptures. Unfortunately, the god race descended and attacked like fire. At that time I was stationed at the Fuyao Palace and received Third Sister's message. I realized that time was of the essence and I didn't have the time to transport all the secret scriptures out. I could only add a Dao seal and sink them into the 9 abysses. Then, I only brought 3 of the most important secret scriptures of the Fuyao Palace and escaped. When I reunited with them, these are the scriptures in front of us. These are the supreme secrets of the Fuyao Palace that only the Situ can read. Even we can't make the decision to pass them on to others. The supreme secret scriptures of Fuyao Palace. Fang Xing's expression also became serious. He slowly swept his eyes over the 3 scriptures of Wei, feeling a little excited. Just as he was about to reach out and touch them, he was stopped by Mu Xi. Don't touch them. These scriptures of Wei have restrictions left behind by the previous great Situ. If you don't get their approval, even if the scriptures of Wei are destroyed, not a word will be leaked. I still have to get their approval? Fang Xing was stunned. His brows were tightly knitted together. He felt that these great orthodoxies were truly troublesome to deal with. To think that he had casually passed down the regal 9 scriptures of the regal orthodoxies to others. When had he ever had such strange thoughts? Of course, you are now great Situ, you can still get their approval. Mu Xi said matter-of-factly. Then, she began to teach Fang Xing the method of reading the scriptures of Wei, but it was extremely complicated. Fortunately, Fang Xing really wanted to see the contents of the scriptures of Wei, so he controlled his temper and memorized it. Then, he did it according to the method. First, he dripped his own blood on it, then he pressed the sword of the great Situ of Fuyao Palace onto the scriptures of Wei. He chanted a mysterious ancient mantra in a low voice. Then, his divine sense shot up into the sky, but it worked together with the Dao crown on his head. Immediately, he felt the scene change in his divine sense. It was as if he had opened a pair of divine eyes. In front of him, there were endless floating golden characters. All the golden characters had flown out from the scriptures of Wei. They leaped in the air as if they had a mind of their own. These scriptures of Wei were obviously not for reading, but to be actively instilled into people. F***ck, F***ck, F***ck. Fang Xing was shocked to the extreme in his heart. He cursed 3 times in a row and almost jumped up. Even when he was cultivating the 9 scriptures of the Supreme Sect, he had not been so excited. He was truly stunned by the secret teachings and great Tao contained in these scriptures of Wei. He could not help but sigh in his heart. Fuyao Palace was indeed worthy of being the greatest orthodoxy in the world. Among the 3 books that Lady Mu Xi took out, the leftmost one recorded the cultivation experiences of every Grand Minister of Heaven, including every obstacle they encountered, how to avoid it, and how to overcome it. There were even complete notes left by some immortal ancestors in the true immortal realm. Through these notes, it was simply the most perfect, most direct path to the highest realm of cultivation. Translator, Zephizi editor, Dio Quinn. Among the 3 books that Lady Mu Ci took out, the leftmost book contained the notes of every Grand Minister of Heaven. It was no wonder that the Xiaositu of Fuyao Palace were all so talented. Their path of cultivation was fast and powerful. Because they had these notes, it was equivalent to having dozens or even hundreds of wise masters guiding them on how to avoid all the obstacles on the path of cultivation. And the rightmost one recorded no less than 9 immortal techniques. All of them were profound and mysterious. Any one of them, once learned, would have divine might that could dominate the world. Among them, during the battle at Kuaiji Mountain, the finger pointing at the country and soaring 90,000 li that Xiaositu and Nie Qianhong had displayed were impressively included. Moreover, it seemed that these 2 immortal techniques were not even the strongest. There were also several immortal techniques that were even more difficult to cultivate. In terms of power, they were simply several times stronger than the finger pointing at the country. Even Fangxing couldn't help but feel slightly terrified when he saw these immortal techniques. If Xiaositu and Nie Qianhong were a little more talented and had learned a few more immortal techniques, or if they had learned all of these immortal techniques, then I really wouldn't be a match for them. Of course, this was just a casual remark. He understood in his heart that it was probably not because Xiaositu and Nie Qianhong didn't want to learn them, or because his aptitude was low, but because cultivating immortal techniques was not so simple. Every single immortal technique required a cultivator to spend a lot of effort and time to immerse himself in it, analyze it, and comprehend it. If Xiaositu really wanted to learn all the immortal techniques, then the strength he would be able to display in the end would probably be even weaker than the strength he had displayed during the battle at Kuaiji Mountain. After clicking his tongue in wonder for a while, Fangxing's gaze gradually turned solemn, and he looked at the last law of Tao. If the other 2 laws of Tao were already so miraculous, then what was this law of Tao that Mu Ci spoke of as the most important law of Tao? Are you sure you want to read this law of Tao? Unexpectedly, while he was reading the other 2 laws of Tao, Mu Ci had been allowing him to do as he pleased, but at this moment, she suddenly seemed to hesitate. She raised her hand slightly and stopped in midair, as if she wanted to stop Fangxing, but in the end, she did not extend her hand. I can't read this law of Tao. Fangxing raised his head to look at her. His gaze was a little strange, and there was a hint of mockery in it. Mu Ci Immortal sighed and said, "Don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to hide anything from you. But before you read this Taoist code, I need to explain to you that this Taoist code is very important. It's the supreme esoteric inheritance of Fuyao Palace, and only the Prime Minister can cultivate it. Even Hong is not qualified to read it because she hasn't really become the Prime Minister before. You are now the 36th Prime Minister of Fuyao Palace, so you are naturally qualified to read it and even cultivate it. But I still have to warn you, after reading the contents of the Taoist code, no matter how magical the incantation is, you must restrain your impulse not to cultivate it." Read it, but not cultivate it? Seeing that she was speaking seriously, Fangxing's gaze became puzzled, not knowing what she was worried about. I am not boasting, but this law of Tao can definitely be called the strongest of all the supreme celestial techniques of Tianyuan, and there are very few in the world that can compare to it. Even the many secret manuals and techniques that descended from the 9 coffins, there are not many that can compare to this law of Tao. The reason why the successive great Situ of Fuyao Palace was able to stand alone in the 9 heavens and not lose to anyone was because she cultivated this law of Tao. Therefore, the cultivators of the world, especially those with outstanding talent like you, after seeing this law of Tao, it is very difficult for them to restrain their impulse and not cultivate it. However, what I have to say is, you are currently unable to cultivate it, so rather than taking this risk, it is better to directly restrain your impulse and not look at it. Mu Ci's intentions were probably good, but her words made Fangxing's heart itch even more. Why are your words so unpleasant? I only want to ask you, am I really the great Situ of Fuyao Palace right now? Fangxing tilted his head and asked seriously. Mu Ci said with a straight face, of course. Fangxing asked again, this law of Tao can only be cultivated by the great Situ of Fuyao Palace, right? Mu Ci sighed, yes. When Fangxing heard this, he placed his sword on the law of Tao with a schwa sound and said with a smile, then why can't I cultivate it? Mu Ci wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. Her face was full of embarrassment, and she was even a little embarrassed to say it out loud, because although you are the 36th great Situ, you have never had a concubine that you grew up with. In the process of speaking, a strange change had already occurred, and she could not continue speaking. At this time, Feng Xing had already used a secret technique to extract the contents of the Law of Tao, turning them into large golden characters, and slowly guided them into his sea of knowledge. As he comprehended the contents of this Law of Tao, his expression gradually became excited. At one moment, his face was full of shock, at another moment, he was full of laughter, at another moment, he was full of amazement, at another moment, he was full of amazement, at another moment, he was full of frown, as if he was possessed by a demon. Ha ha, unrivaled in the 9 heavens, I am the only one, slaying immortals and destroying Tao. What a good law of slaughtering immortals in a chaotic world, this law, I want it. The art of celestial massacre in troubled times. It was hard to describe the shock Feng Xing felt when he perceived the contents of this law of Tao. Mu Xi had not lied. This was indeed a supreme law of Tao. It was no wonder that even Xiaositu and Ye Qianhong had not cultivated it before. This was because this law of Tao could only be cultivated by those above the Yuanying realm. When she fought with Feng Xing, Xiaositu had just stepped into the Yuanying realm and had not had the time to comprehend it. Under those circumstances, if she had comprehended this law of Tao, she probably would not have been able to fight with Feng Xing anymore, because she would have been distracted. This law of Tao was too powerful. For cultivators, especially those who cultivated the way of battle, it was too tempting. This was because this law of Tao did not belong to the category of celestial techniques at all. To be more precise, it was actually a heavenly technique of the ancient sages that had been passed down from the immemorial age. A long time ago, Feng Xing had heard the little princess of Yaoqi, Mu Shaoqing, talk about the great battle of immortals and sages in the immemorial age. The final result was that the powerful ancient immortals were defeated. Some were sent to the immortal execution stage, while others were banished to the outer realm. This hidden history seemed to have been deliberately erased. Very few people knew about it. Only the Tao orthodoxies with a deep foundation like Fuyao Palace would occasionally have some records of it. However, the truth was very high. This was because the various rumors in the world had also mentioned the existence of the ancient sages. In the legends, they were all people with shocking strength, even surpassing immortals. However, their lifespans were extremely short, and they disappeared from the world after only a few years. The scripture of Tao also mentioned this past event. It even stated that the scripture of Tao recorded a heaven art passed down by an ancient sage. This ancient sage once used this heaven art during the War of Immortals and Saints to slay countless immortals. Together with other ancient sages, they quelled the immortal chaos calamity. That was why this art was named the Art of Chaotic Times and Celestial Slaughter. Of course, just like the 3 immortal arts of the Yuan family, these names were the most ancient names, whereas in the later generations, for the sake of avoiding the karma of the unseen world, they didn't dare continue using these names since a long time ago, deeply afraid that they would be feared by the immortals. Thus, under normal circumstances, when they occasionally mentioned it to the outside world, they would only say it was the heavenly art of Tao protector of Fuyao Palace, and they would absolutely not associate this cultivation technique with words like immortal slaying. Of course, the name had changed, but the content remained the same. This was indeed It was a heavenly art that could kill immortals. As for the past Situ of Fuyao Palace, all of them were terrifyingly powerful and arrogant. The secret was also here. Even if their aptitude was insufficient and they couldn't completely comprehend this heavenly art, as long as they could cultivate this cultivation technique to the lesser stage, or even just comprehend a part of it, then their strength would increase and they would be able to stand at the peak of the world and stand shoulder to shoulder with the geniuses. However, after he saw even more of the contents of this cultivation technique, a wisp of seriousness appeared on Feng Xing's originally excited face. After that, this wisp of seriousness gradually turned into shock, and he even seemed to sigh slightly. He discovered some secrets from this cultivation technique, and it caused his heart to feel as if it was being pulled, causing him to sigh with emotion for a time. No wonder sages are so short-lived, no wonder the Situ of Fuyao Palace don't live for long, and you still need so many concubines. He slowly drew back the sword in his hand and let out a light breath. Then, he fixed his gaze on Lady Mu Xi. The past great Situ of Fuyao Palace were all extremely talented. Their strength could be placed at the peak of the world in any era. However, these powerful Situ did not live long. Not to mention other Yuanying or tribulation-passing cultivators, who could easily live for thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years. There were not many Situ of Fuyao Palace who could live for 1,000 years like Jing Dan. This was also the reason why the history of Fuyao Palace's Situ was only tens of thousands of years, but there were already dozens of Situ. Almost every 1,000 years, and this was the reason. The techniques passed down by the ancient sages were powerful, but it did not mean that they were good. Cultivators sought longevity and immortality, and the ancient sages actually went against this philosophy. At the beginning, the path they took was the same as celestials, and the real difference between them and celestials was when they cut off their own path to longevity. That was an extremely powerful path, but it was not a path that could lead to longevity. It was even a path that would reduce one's own lifespan. As for the past Situ of Fuyao Palace, because they cultivated this law of Wei, they all more or less embarked on this path. Therefore, they were powerful, but it was also because of this that they all had short lives. We have taken this technique out and placed it here to show you that Fuyao Palace does not hide anything from you. Our greatest secret technique and greatest secret can be revealed to you, and in these troubled times, we also hope that your strength can increase, the faster the better. However, I still do not wish for you to cultivate this technique. Firstly, the price of cultivating this technique is too great. Even if our Fuyao Palace saved your life, we do not have the right to ask you to pay such a great price. Secondly, cultivating this technique is difficult, far too difficult. Even though the past great Situ had 3,000 concubines, when they cultivated this technique, they were still very careful. There were not many who cultivated it to the minor level, and most of them stopped after grasping a few of the techniques. Mu Xiai Immortal let out a long sigh and said in an extremely sincere manner, "And you, after all, entered Fuyao Palace halfway through, and do not have any concubines to cultivate with. The female disciples in this area belong to Hong and you cannot touch them. Moreover, if they are unwilling, they will not be able to help you in any way. So, I still advise you to give up, and forget everything you saw just now, lest you fail in your cultivation and end up hurting yourself. Who said that I don't have concubines who are good to me?" When Fangxing heard this, he did not seem to care at all. Instead, he rolled his eyes at Mu Xiai Immortal. "You mean, Mu Xiai thought of something from the past and knew who he was talking about?" She smiled bitterly and shook her head. "That is not enough, it is the same as having nothing. But I have other methods." Fangxing revealed that complacent look again, and said with a smile, "You need to use that method to avoid qi deviation. That's because you're stupid, and can only use this kind of stupid method, but I'm different from you, I have plenty of methods, just Xiaoman alone is enough." Although his expression was playful, Mu Xiai Immortal became more and more serious as she listened. She realized that he was not joking. After a long time, she said seriously, "Then, you want to cultivate this technique, aren't you afraid of shortening your lifespan? Previously, you said that you have inquired about me and understood me, but if you really understood me, you would not have asked this question." Fangxing's reply was very straightforward. He chuckled lightly and said, "I was originally a little bandit. I followed my 9 uncles to rob houses, split the gold, eat the meat, and drink the wine. My life was very comfortable. But do you know why I risked my life to enter the cultivation world? It is because when our ghost Smoke Valley was living happily, there was a cultivator. And, from the looks of it, he was not a cultivator at all. He was just a little brat at the spiritual movement realm. That guy rode an iron eagle and held an iron sword. He descended from the sky and killed all of our brothers in the Ghost Smoke Valley. I was so scared that I crawled out of the dog hole to escape." As he spoke, his voice gradually became softer. It was too scary. That scene really scared me to death. I almost peed my pants, or I should say that I had already peed my pants, but I was too scared, so I did not realize it. But from then on, I realized that there was actually someone so powerful in this world. So I swore that I must be even more powerful than that guy. So I entered the Blue Cloud sect, learned his techniques, walked his path, and finally killed him. Then, step by step, I walked to where I am now. That's right, I want to learn the strongest ability, so strong that no one can pretend to be a god in front of me, so strong that no one can scare me into crawling through the dog hole. But just a few days ago, I seem to have seen that guy riding an iron eagle again. But just a few days ago, I seem to have seen that guy riding an iron eagle again. But this time, it wasn't one, but a group of them. They didn't ride iron eagles either, instead, they were stepping on gray clouds. A large number of them fell down from the sky, killing people in such a manner that it was even more terrifying than a river of blood. I saw a lot of people that I knew and didn't hate being killed by them. Even I was beaten like a dog by them. I had to be hugged by a group of women to escape with my life, he. Fangxing suddenly laughed in a low voice. His eyes faintly looked at Fairy Muci. What do you think I would do? Looking at this little devil who did not have a long lifespan and could only be considered as a child in front of her, Fairy Muci felt a chill run down her spine. She opened her mouth, but no words came out. She only moved a little uneasily. Fangxing did not wait for her answer. He stood up and stretched. The light of the setting sun shone into the cave behind him, as if he was inlaid with a layer of gold. He said in a deep voice, "Other people cultivate to become immortals, but this young master has never done so. Just like what the uncles in our Ghost Smoke Valley said, to be like those honest farmers, trembling in fear and working hard to live. What's the point of living to 100 years old? Roaming the world, living a happy life is the rarest. Compared to cultivating to become immortals, this is what I like the most." After saying that, he turned around and walked out of the cave. He pulled out the little princess of the Jade Lake, Mu Xiaoxia, who was hiding nearby and eavesdropping. He pinched her face with both hands and pulled hard, making the little princess scream in pain. Then he laughed and strode toward the end of the valley. His clear voice came from afar, "I'd rather be a grandfather with a short life than a grandson with a long life." The little princess of Yaoqi stared at this back view in a daze. She even forgot to take revenge on Fangxing for pinching her face. After a while, she let out a long breath and said to Fairy Muci, "This bastard is so handsome." In the minds of the cultivators of the Divine Prefecture, or perhaps the Tianyuan clan, Fuyao Palace was the orthodox of the orthodox. From a small matter, it could be seen that Fuyao Palace was not like the Nanzhan Huangfu clan, who had the ambition to become a hidden emperor. However, when others mentioned the women of Yaoqi, they would subconsciously refer to them as princesses. The reason was that they had inherited the ancient Yaoqi orthodoxy and controlled the peach forest of immortality. Fuyao Palace, which was powerful and had always been arrogant in the world, had the dignity and recognition of a royal family. However, it was only after Fangxing had a deeper understanding of Fuyao Palace's supreme law of Wei that he realized that the foundation of this orthodox Fuyao Palace's invincible power was built on an unorthodox law of Wei. It was needless to say that this law of Wei was powerful, but it was also extremely difficult to cultivate it. Solitary yang does not grow, solitary yin does not grow. In a hidden cave in the valley, Fangxing was muttering to himself, trying to figure out the price he needed to pay to cultivate this law of Wei and the correct path. Therefore, if I want to live forever, I need to maintain the balance of yin and yang in my body at all times. This is the original Tao that every cultivator must abide by. It conforms to the principles of heaven and earth, and can be called the heavenly Tao. However, this art of chaotic times and immortal slaying defies heaven. Not only does it not abide by this Tao of balance, but it also deliberately breaks it, causing one's power to go out of control and collide with each other, achieving a terrifying divine power that far exceeds one's realm. However, in this way, one will suffer a backlash that is too strong. Not only will one suffer a backlash when using this remarkable ability, one will also suffer a backlash when cultivating it. This kind of backlash is unavoidable, and one can only control it to a certain extent to prevent the backlash from being too strong and exhausting one's lifespan in one go. The countermeasure that Fuyao Palace thought of was to use 3,000 female attendants. These female attendants are not Situ's human cauldrons, nor are they simple female attendants. Instead, they are a kind of spiritual medicine that can alleviate the backlash. They will use their pure primordial yin energy to dilute the degree of the backlash every time. No wonder that woman said that it's impossible to cultivate this immortal slaughtering art without female attendants. The reason is that it's too easy to suffer from qi deviation when cultivating this immortal slaughtering art. In fact, it can even be said that the process of cultivating this immortal slaughtering art is a continuous process of chi deviation. In this endless process of chi deviation, one will find a suitable degree for oneself and from there control the power of chi deviation. In the situation where there are female attendants, one can experience the pain of chi deviation many times, but in the situation where there are no female attendants, one might cultivate to death after 1 or 2 times. Of course, whether one can find this degree or not, the backlash is certain every time. Cultivating this art of immortals slaying the essence, and one has almost no chance with the great Tao of immortality. But this power is really something to look forward to. Fangxing hesitated in the grotto. He was not considering whether he should cultivate this art of immortal slaying, but whether the method he had thought of before would work. Although he had an idea, he was not very sure. Old devil, come out. After hesitating for a long time, he sank into his sea of consciousness and called out loudly. The person he was calling was the Sword Demon Patriarch, who had not been heard from since the battle at Kiji Mountain. Strangely, this old devil would usually come out as soon as he called out, but now there was no response. You didn't help me at Kiji Mountain, and now you're playing dead? Believe it or not, I'll expel you from my spiritual realm right now. Fangxing was annoyed. He felt that the Sword Demon Patriarch was not normal and seemed to be deliberately avoiding him. Retract all your aura, and don't release any divine thoughts. Finally, under his repeated curses and threats, the Sword Demon Patriarch's consciousness quietly rang in his heart. What are you trying to do? As soon as Fangxing heard the Demon Patriarch's voice, he became angry. I only want to ask you, why did you? Don't talk and listen to me. However, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by the demon ancestor. I can't talk to you for too long. Listen to me first. It's too cruel. I didn't expect that even these guys would come to Tianyuan. It's too cruel. Boy, it's not that I'm hiding from you. In fact, I'm hiding from an old enemy of mine. He has already come to your Tianyuan, but he doesn't know that I'm here. This guy is very powerful. Not to mention that I've condensed a spiritual body like before, even if he senses a wisp of my aura, he'll find me at all costs and kill me. At that time, you won't be able to escape death either. Do you understand? Before Fangxing could vent his anger, he was frightened by the fiend ancestor's words until he lost his confidence. What kind of existence could scare the old devil like this? Was it those divine beings? I heard your conversation with that woman just now, and I know what you want to ask now. I can only give you some advice. If you're really willing to give up on the great Tao of immortality, you can cultivate this ancient technique. Its power is beyond your imagination. Even the Taoist canon of Fuyao Palace is incomplete. If it was complete, it would indeed have the power to destroy the heavens and slaughter immortals. However, cultivating this technique is too difficult, and the price you have to pay is too great. If you want to cultivate it, you can use this method in the early stages, but at most, you can only use that method to cultivate up to the minor stage. Also, borrowing the woman's primordial yin to slow down the backlash isn't necessarily the only way. I also have a way to alleviate the backlash. I told you about it before, I'm sure you still remember. Alright, I can't be awake for too long. That guy is very powerful and will sense me. When you find a place that can completely isolate the power of heaven and earth, I, the ancestor, will naturally appear and tell you everything. Hearing Demon Ancestor's voice gradually weaken, Fangxing almost became anxious. Hey, I haven't finished yet. Unfortunately, Demon Ancestor seemed to be extremely afraid of him. No matter how Fangxing shouted, he hid and refused to make another sound. This old bastard always bragged about how powerful he was, but I knew he wasn't reliable. Fangxing complained bitterly. He thought that this old B***starred was usually very arrogant. He always said that he was once an existence that could destroy the world. But in the end, he was sealed when he came to heaven's origin and was thrown back here. Now that he had finally woken up, he was scared by a certain existence of the God clan and didn't even dare to speak. He didn't have the demeanor of a master at all. It seemed that he was not even as courageous as this young master. However, if this method works, then I can cultivate with peace of mind. As he muttered to himself, his expression gradually became solemn. Then, he slowly opened his palm, and in the center of his palm, a wisp of spiritual light gradually grew. After a while, it turned into another appearance, vivid and lifelike, with an astonishing aura. If someone was beside him, they would be surprised to find that this was also a spirit that belonged to him. Moreover, its aura was complete, and it was not divided into thoughts. This was simply a true spirit that could be directly sent to reincarnation, but it was born from the same source as his own spirit. It was extremely strange. In this world, there is probably no one like this young master, who is a devil on the outside but a saint on the inside, and who has created a twin spirit with one sword strike. Feng Xing murmured to himself, when others cultivate that Taoist code, they are afraid that it will be difficult to control their qigong deviation, so they have to be careful with every step, but I am not afraid. I have refined the incarnation with the myriad spirits relic, and then put this spirit into it, so that I can cultivate this Taoist code without any worries. Even if I leave because of qigong deviation, as long as I am fine, I can make the spirit reborn. This means that I am constantly thinking and experimenting, until I find a safe path in the endless process of qigong deviation, and then restore my real body. As he thought of this, he gradually became excited, and his eyes lit up. At that time, in the Tribulation Transcending Immortals gathering, Uncle 11 had pointed out to him that the twin souls should be cultivated separately and then fused together in the end. Sure enough, it was a great help to him. It was the same as setting up a special cultivation path for his unique soul. How is the situation outside? While Feng Xing was focused on improving his strength, the three immortal ladies of Yaoqi and many female disciples of Fuyao Palace were not idle. They sent many disciples to investigate the outside world, and also arranged their own escape route. Finally, on the third day, a group of disciples who went out to investigate returned in panic. Mu Xian and the others immediately sensed that something was wrong and hurried over to ask. It's very troublesome. The female disciple who had just returned said, the god race has almost wiped out all the resisting orthodoxies in the central and southern regions of the divine continent, and supported a group of orthodoxies that are willing to be slaves, using their hands to rule the divine continent. Now that the situation has eased, they have begun to send a large number of people to clean up the orthodoxies that are in hiding like us. Now they have already sent several armies into the Tiangang mountain range. In such a situation, it is almost impossible for us to hide without being discovered. We can only leave. Mu Xian said solemnly, once we are discovered, we will definitely be the main targets of the god race. But where should we go? A female disciple who went out to investigate frowned, now there are claws and spies of the god race everywhere. Those hateful orthodoxies have no pride at all. After joining the god race, they are scrambling to find us, so that we can make a contribution in front of the god race. Once we go out, we will be discovered by them, especially when we are bringing that little Big Situ. He is now one of the 7 great human cultivators that the god race has a high bounty on. I don't know how many orthodoxies are looking for him. Who is looking for me? Right when everyone was discussing a plan, they heard a lazy voice resound out. It was Feng Xing who held a green-skinned bottle gourd as he walked over unhurriedly as if he was taking a stroll on the street, and he just happened to hear the words of this disciple and had a curious expression. Weren't you cultivating just now? The women were a little surprised by his sudden action. Mu Xian frowned and asked. I am still cultivating now. Feng Xing replied, then smiled, it's mainly because you guys are having such a headache, I can't help it. Mu Xian knew that he had heard their conversation just now. Her heart moved slightly, and she hurriedly asked, do you have a good idea? I don't have a good idea. Feng Xing shook his head and smiled, I do have a few bad ideas. In the face of the extremely difficult situation outside, even Mu Xian and the others had a heavy heart and were at their wits' end. But from the mouth of this little devil, or rather, from their own great situ, he had a lot of ideas. The female immortals and even the disciples of Fuyao Palace were a little disapproving, but they knew that this little devil had a lot of ideas. In the past, when his cultivation was ordinary, he had played around with all the orthodoxies. Now that his cultivation had skyrocketed, he must have more tricks up his sleeves. They did not dare to ignore his words. One by one, they approached him with a serious expression, asking for details. Tell me about the situation first, let me listen first. Fang Xing asked lazily as he sat down on a rock with the green gourd in his hand. He took a sip from time to time. The female disciple who went out to inquire about the news did not speak, but first glanced at Mu Xian. Mu Xian knew what she was thinking. She frowned and reprimanded, "Don't be rude to Great Situ, but what you know, just say it." The female disciple then said, "Now the outside is full of the god race's eyes, ears, and claws. Every road and every mountain is patrolled by forces loyal to them. Even the void in many places has been banned, and no one is allowed to pass through at will. However, most of those forces are human race orthodoxies, and there are not many real god race beings. The god race is small in number, and at most, they have deployed elite troops and several divine generals. They are stationed in every area to deal with any changes. However, they communicate with each other. If there is any change, there will immediately be god race forces stationed in all directions to help. Therefore, if we are discovered, we will absolutely not be able to escape." After listening to her words, Fang Xing nodded gently, took a sip of wine, and motioned for her to continue. It was easy to guess the current situation of the world. Back when he was at Kuaiji Mountain, he had seen a sky full of god race beings, but that was only because the 3,000 god race beings had gathered together and charged in at the same time. They were scattered across the Tianyuan continent, or even the various regions of the divine continent, so there were extremely few god race beings. This was also due to the special characteristics of god race beings. He had heard from Mu Ci that god race beings were powerful and would become experts once they matured, but because of this, their bloodlines were rare and their numbers were extremely few. Of course, there were many cultivators on the Tianyuan continent, but there were all kinds of people in the world. Back when he was at Kuaiji Mountain, there had been quite a few iron-blooded cultivators who would rather fight to the death than bend their knees and become slaves. However, that was the past, and it was now. There were quite a few people on the Tianyuan continent who were willing to become slaves. It could be seen now. Who knew how many lineages had surrendered to the enemy, taking the place of the few god race beings? They were basically even more dedicated than the god race beings themselves. Now that the matter of searching through the Tianyuan mountains and capturing all the sects and organizations that had gone into hiding was mentioned, it was all done by the human sects that had surrendered to the foreign races. The god race was still fighting everywhere, and the situation had not stabilized yet, so they did not have the time to do anything. When the god race searches the mountains, there will definitely be divine generals accompanying them. They are existences that can rival tribulation cultivators. Once they discover us, we won't be able to put up a fight at all, so the only way is to leave before they search the mountains and find a new place to settle down. It's just a pity that there are lines of defense outside the Tianyuan mountains, and soldiers are stationed everywhere. It's possible that we'll be discovered as soon as we leave. The woman calmly introduced the various situations, and then quietly looked at Fang Xing. "Yeah." Fang Xing nodded pretentiously and asked, "What's your name?" The female disciple was slightly surprised, but she still replied politely, "Great Situ, I'm called Pomelo." "You've done very well, Pomelo." Fang Xing displayed the manner of the Great Situ and praised the female disciple. He then passed the gourd to her. "Go get me some alcohol." The disciple called Pomelo accepted the gourd speechlessly. She did not know what to do and asked blankly, "Where's the alcohol?" Only then did Mu Ci react. She asked, "Where's the alcohol in this valley? Where did the alcohol you're drinking come from?" Fang Xing said, "It's from the mountain spring over there." Mu Ci was a little confused. "There's still alcohol from the mountain spring?" Fang Xing said, "Just pour some spring water, it's just an artistic conception." The female disciples were completely speechless. The female disciple called Pomelo looked at Fang Xing with some dissatisfaction. The female disciples of Fuyao Palace did not really respect him. From their point of view, only Xiao Situ and Ye Qianhong could become the Great Situ of Fuyao Palace. Even if Fang Xing had obtained the approval of the three immortal ladies of Yaoqi, even if he had saluted the heavens, he was still a fake. "Go get him." Mu Ci was the one who sighed and ordered Pomelo to bring the gourd. Then, she frowned and looked at Fang Xing. "Why did you send her away? What do you want to say?" Mu Xian asked softly. She saw through Fang Xing's intention at a glance. Fang Xing raised his head and laughed. He said seriously, "I want to ask, do you really think I'm the Great Situ?" The female immortals frowned. and Mu Xiai said, "We've already talked about this many times." Fang Xing interrupted her and said, "I know, the title is real, but I'm asking you, do I mean what I say?" The few immortal ladies reacted for a while and understood. This little devil was asking how much authority he had. He could probably see that although he was the great Situ of Fuyao Palace in name, he did not have much weight in the hearts of the female disciples. Even if it was a small matter, the female disciples would first ask the three immortal ladies before deciding whether to listen to his arrangements. If it's good, it naturally counts. The few immortal ladies looked at each other and only gave such an answer. When Fang Xing heard this, he raised his eyebrows and sneered, "If you still don't trust me, then it's best if we don't discuss these things. Anyway, you've saved my life, and I'm your great Situ in name. So when you're in danger, I'll naturally help you. If it involves other decisions, then I won't say a word and let you decide what to do. Is that okay?" The few immortal ladies could see that he was dissatisfied, and their expressions were somewhat awkward. They exchanged a few strands of divine sense, but it was Mu Xian who made the decision first. She looked at Fang Xing solemnly and said, "It's our fault. Before this, the three of us have been cultivating in seclusion all year round and did not care about the affairs of the world. Our current strength is not as good as yours. It's precisely because of this that we want to ask you to be the great Situ to protect the hundreds of disciples of Fuyao Palace. Now that we think about it, it doesn't match our original intentions. Forget it, if you have the heart, then we'll hand over all the affairs of Fuyao Palace to you. Of course, if the three of us feel that it's not right, we hope you'll listen to us." All right, that's enough." Fang Xing also knew that it was already very rare for the three of them to make such a decision, so he readily agreed. He then straightened his body, cleared his throat, and said seriously, "This is naturally not a place to stay for long, but if we want to leave, where can we go?" Mu Xian said, "Right now, the various domains of Tianyuan are filled with the forces of the God clan, but there are a few mysterious places that are guarded by experts. Even the beings of the God clan do not dare to invade. If we want to go, naturally, it's best to find a forbidden area for protection. Right now, in Tianyuan, there are many orthodoxies and forces that are unwilling to bow down to the God clan. Going to the forbidden area, not only can we obtain protection, but we can also gather together and discuss the big plan together. These forbidden areas, are they safe?" Fang Xing frowned and asked seriously. Mu Xian thought for a moment and said, "Not all of them are safe. The forbidden grounds are scattered across the Tianyuan plain, and many of them are extremely remote. Let alone the distance, it's hard to guarantee their safety. Actually, it's not like the life forms of the god race don't dare to provoke the forbidden grounds at all. In my opinion, they're just unwilling to provoke those troublesome mysterious existences before the situation is stabilized, so they're allowing the forbidden grounds to exist for now. They'll probably send troops to attack the forbidden grounds as soon as they gain complete control over the situation. That's not bad. They can also use the name of the forbidden areas to attract some orthodoxies that are unwilling to submit to them. It's perfect to catch them all in one fell swoop." Fang Xing smiled. He had seen through the thoughts of the beings of the God clan with a single sentence. However, the forbidden areas are temporarily safe. It's still better than us wandering outside. Mu Xian said, "Also, the forbidden areas are different. There is a place that the beings of the God clan do not dare to set foot in. Someone once said that a God king had once set foot in that place, but he sensed an extremely terrifying existence and immediately retreated. If we can go to that place, we can truly settle down and then discuss how to deal with the beings of the God clan." Scared away the God king? Fang Xing was slightly surprised when he heard that. He hurriedly asked for more details. "The extreme west of the Pure Lands, the immeasurable mountains." Mu Xian said seriously, "It's rumored that a heavenly demon is buried there. It has been dead for almost 10,000 years, but its demonic spirit has not been destroyed. Regular cultivators do not dare to set foot in the surrounding 100,000 kilometers. Some people have guessed that what scared away the God King was the demonic spirit of the heavenly demon. And because of this, not only are there no beings of the God clan guarding the immeasurable mountains, even the Pure Lands has the least number of beings of the God clan on the Tianyuan continent. For a short period of time, it can be said to be the safest place on the Tianyuan continent. If we can go there, everything will be settled." The Pure Lands, the immeasurable mountains. Fangxing frowned when he heard that. He felt that it was rather familiar. Sigh, the greatest problem is that the beings of the God clan also know that many orthodoxies want to escape to the Pure Lands, so they set up heavy defenses around it. If we want to go there, we need to pass through a line of defense at the edge of the demon abyss first, and then cross the entire abyss. We'll have to deal with the claws and eyes of countless beings of the God clan along the way. The journey is long and filled with danger. It won't be easy, whatever, let's go to the Pure Lands. There's no need to worry about anything else. I've already thought of a plan. Fangxing slapped his thigh and made up his mind. Afterwards, he explained his plan with a smile. It would have been better if he hadn't said anything. Although the female immortals had some doubts about his abilities, they could at least trust him. However, after hearing his thoughts and plans, their faces all turned green at the same time, and they couldn't help but have the urge to strangle him to death. Will this method work? At this time, the disciples of Fuyao Palace had already left the valley. A group of people had stepped onto the path to the Pure Land, but their appearances had changed greatly. Mu Xian, Mu Ci, and the other two immortal ladies had changed into a skinny old man, a fat monk, and a one-eyed old Taoist. The female disciples behind them had also changed into different kinds of clothes. There were both men and women, some had changed their appearance through supernatural powers, and some had simply changed their clothes. But without exception, all of them were dressed in a grotesque manner. They swayed as they walked, looking messy. At first glance, they were a loose cultivation orthodoxy with lax rules and corrupt teachings. More importantly, one of the people walking in the middle was carrying a large flag with the words, "Treasure Offering Alliance" written on it. They were majestically rushing towards the demonic abyss. Not only did they not hide when they saw people on the way, they even went up to greet them. Don't worry, it will definitely work. The person carrying the flag heard the question and answered indifferently. At this time, outside the Tiangang mountain range, there were already many orthodoxies that wanted to gain merit in front of the Shin clan. They volunteered to be the eyes and ears of the Shin clan, capturing and killing the orthodoxies that hid in the Tiangang mountain range and disobeyed the Shin clan's orders. They even spontaneously formed several lines of defense. If the disciples of Fuyao Palace wanted to go to the Pure Land, they first had to avoid the small lines of defense set up by these orthodoxies, then pass through the large line of defense set up by the Shin clan outside the Demon Abyss, then cross the Demon Abyss and reach the Pure Land of the West Continent on the other side. Now, the God clan had set an iron order that they could not travel in the air or wander around the mountains. Otherwise, if they were discovered, they would be immediately surrounded. However, if they walked on the main road, the countless interrogations and searches within the line of defense were a headache. Although these small orthodoxies could not stop the disciples of Fuyao Palace if they wanted to force their way in, once they revealed their tracks, the God clan creatures stationed nearby would immediately rush over. Therefore, if they did not think of a way to deal with these spies and claws, it would be difficult for them to move an inch. While the two of them were talking, they saw an orthodoxy set up an array formation between two mountains in front of them and stationed people there. When they saw the group of people coming from afar, the leader's eyes immediately lit up. 3 or 2 cultivators flew over on clouds and stopped them in midair. They shouted, "Halt! We are disciples of the Golden Sword sect and have pledged our loyalty to the Mo Wu celestial race. We have been ordered to set up a defensive line here and investigate those who disobey the celestial race's orders. Where are you from and where are you going? Quickly report the truth." Heh, even a Foundation establishment realm clown has jumped out to show off. Fangxing glanced at a disciple beside him and handed him the flag. Then, he sneered and walked forward. The 3 Golden Sword sect disciples who came to block the way had limited cultivation. Of course, this was for sure. If they were really powerful, they would not have joined the Mo Wu god race and been sent to this desolate place to set up a line of defense. Which Shin clan did you join? At this moment, Fangxing had transformed into the appearance of a small old man, and he welcomed the 2 Foundation establishment realm disciples with a grin. Who told you to come here? Stand at the back. Our Golden Sword sect belongs to the Mo Wu god race. Didn't you hear? The 3 Golden Sword sect disciples immediately shouted when they saw Fangxing walk up to them. Stand at the back, Fangxing smiled. Suddenly, he gave a backhand slap. His attack was not light. The slap sent the leading disciple to the ground, creating a crater. The disciple could not even make a sound. Then, Fangxing took a step forward and dragged back the two Golden Sword sect disciples who were about to run away. Then, Fangxing slammed them into the ground with his hand and threw them to the ground as well. This, Mu Xian and the other disciples became quiet, not a single sound could be heard. They had been helpless and had been forced to listen to Fangxing's arrangements. The Grand Yaoqi goddess and the female disciples of Fuyao Palace were dressed up and didn't take the mountain paths. Instead, they swaggered their way south. They had already received Fangxing's guarantee that if they encountered any trouble, he would step forward and it would be a smooth journey. But who would have thought that they would cause such a big mess at the first line of defense? These small orthodoxies were indeed nothing, but they were still slaves who had joined the Shen clan. Don't tell me we have to kill our way out from here? Immortal Aunt Zhu and the female disciples all had grave and stern expressions on their faces. They had already begun to emit faint killing intent. Who is it? Golden Sword sect disciples, listen up. Open the formation and report to the Mo Wu God clan. At the front of this line of defense, Fangxing had casually beaten up 3 Golden Sword sect disciples. He had also frightened the Golden Sword sect disciples in the formation behind them. They all shouted loudly. Some people were guarding while others were reporting. They thought that they had encountered people who hated them for joining the Shen clan and were deliberately looking for trouble. There were many people like this. In just half a month, the Golden Sword sect had already lost 7 or 8 disciples. They were all killed by those who looked down on them or those who were discovered by them. Breakthrough? Humph, you think your broken formation is qualified to stop us? Amidst the panic, Fangxing suddenly opened his mouth and shouted coldly, his voice reverberating in all directions. You dare to come here just because you're relying on some bullshit Mo Wu divine race? Why don't you take a look at what we're doing? You're truly blind. His shout was like a bolt from the blue, but it shocked everyone in the formation. The disciples of the Gold Sword sect who were in a mess calmed down. One of the old men among them seemed to have an extraordinary status. When he saw Fangxing's confident appearance, he felt a bit uncertain and waved his hand to stop the disciples. He looked at Fangxing in a probing manner and called out, "Dare I ask my ass. Come out and talk to this king." Fangxing shouted explosively, interrupting him. His imposing manner was practically capable of ascending into the heavens. Seeing his momentum, the old man from the Golden Sword sect was a bit uncertain. Of course, he didn't dare to walk in front of him. Instead, he hesitated and hesitated. Finally, he used the formation and cupped his hands several thousand feet away. He called out, "Fellow Taoist, where do you come from?" Haha, since when does a lowly thing like the Golden Sword sect deserve to call this old man a fellow Taoist? Fangxing's voice became even more arrogant. He coldly shouted, "Open your dog eyes and look. This old man is the cave master of the Eastern Sea's great lineage, nicknamed the Little Green among 10,000 flowers. Today, I'm heading to the demon abyss to present a treasure to the fallen god clan's divine child." Haha, did you say that you were guarding this place under the orders of the Mo Wu god clan? Then quickly summon that clan member. This old man wants to ask, who does the Mo Wu god clan think they are to have such confidence? Could it be that they want to steal the treasure this old man is preparing to give to the fallen god clan? Fallen god clan? The old man from the Golden Sword sect was startled when he heard these 3 words. He almost couldn't breathe. The 3,000 god clans that had descended to the heaven's origin realm were very diverse and had many names. There were many strange names that were impossible to name. To be honest, the Mo Wu god clan that their Golden Sword sect had pledged allegiance to was almost a nameless clan. They appeared mighty and domineering in front of human cultivators, but in the eyes of the 3,000 god clans, they were nothing. However, the fallen god clan was different. Among the 3,000 god clans, they were as famous as the Lightning clan, the Demonic Ox clan, the Hillman clan, and so on. They were one of the most powerful god clans. It was no wonder that these people were so arrogant. They never thought that their own clan would be able to stop the people who had pledged allegiance to the fallen god clan. Although strictly speaking, they didn't seem to have successfully pledged allegiance to the god clan, their tone was very confident. After all, there were many different ways to pledge allegiance to the god clan. There were sects like the Golden Sword sect that wagged their tails and begged for mercy, but they were never looked up to from beginning to end. There were also orthodoxies that were actively recruited by the God clan and treated with great importance. Even more brilliant ones would offer their orthodoxies treasures, immortal pills, and secret manuals in exchange for special treatment from the God clan. After the God clan descended, they had a strong desire for these things. They searched everywhere for all kinds of treasures. Therefore, this last method of pledging allegiance was the most extraordinary. If they offered a treasure that suited them, their status would often soar to the sky. They could even become the patriarch of a region, and their status and identity would not be inferior to that of a small immortal realm. It was far from what ordinary servants could compare to. This old man has eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please forgive me, Your Excellency. The old man from the Golden Sword sect was so frightened that he repeatedly bowed and apologized with a smile. However, there was still some doubt between his brows. However, Your Excellency, please don't blame this old man for speaking out of turn. You're going to offer treasures, so why are you raising the banner of the Treasure Offering Alliance? Humph, they're all a bunch of opportunistic bastards who followed me. Fang Xing snorted coldly. We don't have that many people in the womanly cave. We've been ostracized by those orthodoxies in the past, and we're almost out of disciples. But this time, I want to take advantage of the opportunity of offering treasures to get to know the lords of the God's Fallen clan. Then, I'll establish an orthodoxy, recruit disciples, and glorify our clan. I met these bastards on the way. They also want to pledge allegiance to the God's Fallen clan, but they don't have such good treasures, so they gave me a lot of benefits in private. They asked me to take them with me and offer the treasures they want to offer to the God's Fallen clan. When the time comes, with my treasure as a front, how can the lords of the God's Fallen clan refuse? And once those lords accept them, these bastards will have a relationship with the God's Fallen clan. With that reputation, won't they be able to do whatever they want in the 4 provinces of Tianyuan? This method, the old man from the Golden Sword sect was surprised when he heard that. He seemed to be rather interested. After hesitating for a while, he gathered his courage and approached Fang Xing. He said softly, "May I be so bold as to ask what treasure you're planning on offering to the God's Fallen clan, sir?" Hee. Fang Xing looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. Then, he tore open the front of his robe and revealed something to him. The old man's eyes suddenly widened. A while later, he dropped to his knees with a plop and hugged Fang Xing's leg. "Sir, please have mercy and bestow upon our Golden Sword sect an opportunity." They really knelt down for him. Looking at the scene in front of them, the disciples of Fuyao Palace were all stunned. Although Great Situ had said that she was very confident, they still did not believe in his originally unreliable plan. It was only because there was no other good plan that they had no choice but to listen to his arrangements. In fact, everyone was already prepared to risk their lives at any time, but no one expected that the first step of his plan would go so smoothly. He had already knocked down a few people, and then acted like a big boss in front of these orthodoxies that had submitted to the god race. In the end, not only did he not cause any retaliation from these orthodoxies, he directly scared them into kneeling down. Is that old man stupid? Did he believe him just like that? Beside Mu Xian, Mu Shaoqing, whose face was covered in dust and had disguised himself as a dark-faced little Taoist, poked his head out and said, "How can we not believe him?" Mu Xian gently gritted her teeth and said hatefully, "Not only did he disguise us like this, he also wants to offer that kind of treasure." Mu Xi Immortal laughed softly and said, "But what he said is also reasonable. The biggest characteristic of our Jade Lake and Fuyao Palace is that the Yin Qi is too heavy, and the immortal Qi is too thick. When we walk outside, anyone will know that it is us at first glance. It is necessary to disguise ourselves. Since we are going to disguise ourselves, we should disguise ourselves as ugly and sloppy as possible. This way, others will not associate us with Fuyao Palace. Then, in the name of offering treasures, we will advance towards the demon abyss. These orthodoxies, which are at most related to unknown small divine clans, will not dare to obstruct us." Mu Xian frowned and said, "However, our disguise can deceive these people, but the further we go, the more powerful orthodoxies we will come into contact with. When the time comes, will this kind of crude disguise be able to deceive those people?" Mu Xiai smiled and said, that will depend on what method he has to deal with it. I have a feeling that he has already thought of a countermeasure for these things. You want me to give you an opportunity? At this moment, Fang Xing was looking at the old man from the Golden Sword sect with a smile that wasn't a smile. What do you mean? The old man of the Gold Sword sect rolled his eyes as if he had made up his mind. He said in a low voice, Senior, if you have such a rare treasure to offer, why would you worry about the lords of the Fallen God clan not liking you? No wonder so many people are following you. To tell you the truth, the reason why our Gold Sword sect is famous is because we have a divine artifact called the Golden Glazed Sword. This is the greatest treasure of our Gold Sword sect. Alas, we also want to use this treasure to exchange for the favor and protection of a great god clan. It's a pity that we don't have anyone to recommend us. If Senior doesn't mind, why don't you include our Gold Sword sect in this treasure offering alliance? When we get some benefits in the future, we can also help each other, right? Eh? Didn't you already side with the Mo Wu divine race? Fang Xing looked at him, seemingly a little surprised. Alas, don't mention this again, the old man of the Gold Sword sect sighed. The strongest cultivator in our Gold Sword sect is only a gold core cultivator. Our power is as small as an ant's nest. How can we enter the eyes of the God clan? We are loyal to this, even the Mo Wu divine race, which is not ranked in the God clan, had to rely on several layers of connections to get a verbal promise. In reality, they don't even care about us. They won't even give us a proper slave. We are just slaves of the God clan slaves. Now we have a chance to follow you to the Fallen God clan to offer a treasure. If we can become a follower of the Fallen God clan, wouldn't that be better than the Mo Wu divine race? As he spoke, he became ruthless and said hatefully, in times of chaos, it is the time for us to rise. The God clan is in need of manpower. If a small sect like us wants to enter their eyes, we can only side with them as soon as possible. Otherwise, the situation in the Tianyuan divine race will be stable. The previous weakest sect will still be the weakest sect in the future. This is also the reason why this old man begged you to give us a chance. Looking at the old man's sincere eyes, Fang Xing felt ferocious, but he smiled even more happily. He patted the old man's shoulder and said, well said. This old man also has this thought, which is why I didn't hesitate to offer this treasure in exchange for a chance for our orthodoxy to rise. I understand your feelings very well, and to be honest, I don't mind more people taking advantage of me. To put it bluntly, if we want to side with the God clan and gain their favor, it's not as simple as offering a treasure. Treasures are just a stepping stone for them to notice us. Most importantly, we have to let them see our strength. Only then will we be valued. We don't have many disciples in the Ladies' Cave, so I brought these people with me to gather more strength and form a large alliance. At that time, not only will we be able to get many treasures, it will be easier for us to gain their favor. More importantly, with more people, they will also value us. His words could be said to have hit the old man's heart. He nodded excitedly. However, I have to say the ugly words first. Everyone is going to seek wealth, so you have to listen to me on the way, Fang Xing said with a solemn expression. Moreover, after obtaining wealth, don't forget to join forces and work for the God clan. The old man of the Golden Sword sect was overjoyed. He nodded again and again. I know, you are the leader. Don't be in such a hurry to know. Fang Xing suddenly interrupted him. He gently gritted his teeth and smiled. I haven't completely agreed yet. I've already said so much. The old man of the Golden Sword sect was stunned. He didn't expect Yang Kai to suddenly say this. Fang Xing smiled and moved closer to the old man. He raised 2 fingers in front of him and gently twirled them. Then, he smiled and said, there are many orthodoxies that want to seek wealth from me. Why do I have to bring your Golden Sword sect? Oh, the old man was stunned. He suddenly reacted and nodded. I understand, the Golden Sword sect still has some foundation. After chatting for a while, the female disciple of Fuyao Palace who was waiting anxiously at the back suddenly saw Sidu Feng and the old man of the Golden Sword sect laughing together. Then, the disciple of the Golden Sword sect carried a large box over. After Sidu Feng checked it, it was all put into a storage bag. Then, the Golden Sword sect disciple who was originally guarding this side of the line of defense, loyal to the God clan, pulled out the entire formation and joined their ranks. The scene in front of them was beyond their expectations. The disciples of Fuyao Palace were a little confused. Fang Xing, on the other hand, casually waved the flag over and threw it to the old man. "Old Lu, lead the way." "Understood." The sect master of the Golden Sword sect, Lu Jinhong, accepted the flag excitedly. He carried it in an awe-inspiring manner as he hurried along. The old man did not doubt the authenticity of Fang Xing's words. Firstly, no matter how he thought about it, he could not believe that someone would use the excuse of offering a treasure to the God clan to deceive everyone. After all, every step forward would bring them closer to the powerful God clan. If it was fake, they would basically be looking to die. Secondly, there really were quite a few orthodoxies that offered treasures to the God clan for protection on the Tianyuan continent. They were all familiar with many of them. More importantly, the treasure Fang Xing had shown him would definitely be favored by the God clan. The large group set off once again. After traveling less than 150 kilometers, they saw the light in front of them again. There were cultivators standing guard. Seeing the large group of people rush over, people flew over from afar to block their path. "Halt. We are disciples of the True Flame Palace. We've set up a line of defense under the orders of the Night Truth clan. We're here to investigate those who disobey the laws of the God clan. Where do you come from and where are you going?" This time, there was no need for Fang Xing to speak. LV Jinhong, who was carrying the flag, jumped out first and shouted towards the other side, "Old Huang, don't play dumb with the Night D God clan's flag. Do they know who you are? Hurry up and come out. I have a great fortune here." After saying that, he smiled at Fang Xing embarrassedly and said, "Old senior, Old Huang and I are old friends." Fang Xing gently interrupted him and said lightly, "If you have someone you trust, it's fine to pull them into our alliance. I've told you before, the more the better. If you can really pull up an army of 8 to 10,000 people, even without this treasure, the lords of the fallen God clan will not ignore us. However, I'll say the ugly words first. It's best not to pull in a disloyal rat *T. If he has bad intentions and follows us to meet the big shots of the God clan, we will not be able to bear the consequences in the end." He won't. Lu Jinhong patted his chest and guaranteed, "My old friend is definitely loyal to the God clan. He's definitely not a rat *T. Fang Xing nodded noncommittally and thought to himself, "Damn it, why do I seem to be scolding myself?" That Lu Jinhong naturally did not know what he was thinking and rushed forward excitedly. Not long after, a bald old man with a red beard followed him and came to pay a visit to Fang Xing with a respectful expression. This friend of Lu Jinhong was not a big shot, but he was only at the third transformation of the Gold Core realm. Like the Gold Sword sect, he was someone who pledged his loyalty to others. In reality, not many people cared about him. Once he heard that there was a chance to offer treasures together and rely on the fallen God clan, he was immediately moved and took the initiative to ask to join. Fang Xing did not reject anyone and openly asked for benefits. Then, he agreed to let the disciple of True Yan Palace join them. Then, they set off again. The number of people in this treasure offering alliance was much larger. The disciples of Fuyao Palace had become more and more dissatisfied with Fang Xing. They were all prideful goddess-like existences, but now they were forced to walk side by side with these wretched and lowly people from the inferior orthodoxies. This made them feel extremely unhappy. But along the way, the benefits were obvious. With Lu Jinhong and the palace master of True Yan Palace following them, there was almost no line of defense that would suspect them. Instead, under some deliberate propaganda, there were many small orthodoxies that came to join them. Along the way, they passed through more than a dozen checkpoints. They did not encounter a single fierce battle, nor did they lose a single member. Instead, the team grew larger. There were at least 1,000 people, and they marched majestically towards the demon abyss. As the number of people increased, the hundreds of female disciples of Fuyao Palace mixed in with them became extremely inconspicuous. Originally, according to the thoughts of the female disciples of Fuyao Palace, and even the three goddesses, if they wanted to cross the line of defense and rush to the Pure Land, they would naturally need to be low-key, secretive, and even engage in battle. They would have to be cautious along the way, as though they were walking on the edge of a blade. However, no one would have thought that with Fang Xing's plan, this journey would be filled with absurdity and nonsense. Not only was it not low-key, it became more and more high-profile. Many people knew about this alliance that presented treasures. There were those who scolded them in secret, those who came to seek refuge, and those who were jealous of them. However, no one dared to block their path. It could even be said that some small orthodoxies that had set up a line of defense on the main road and guarded it to the death had respectfully welcomed them from afar. They even set up a banquet to entertain Fang Xing and the others. Many orthodoxies, even if they had truly pledged their allegiance to the god race and could no longer change their name, subconsciously wanted to build a good relationship with Fang Xing and the others. They treated them politely, which made the originally serious and heavy journey of Fang Xing and the others incomparably relaxed. The most absurd thing was that the lackeys who had already pledged their allegiance to the god race became the protective umbrella for Fang Xing and the others. Some people suspected their identities, but when they saw the disciples of the Golden Sword sect, True Flame Palace, and other orthodoxies, they put away their suspicions. Although these orthodoxies weren't big, their reputations were too bad. They belonged to the group of people who wanted to pledge their allegiance to the god race from the very beginning. However, the god race didn't think much of them. Hence, they had always been the target of ridicule. Of course, ridicule was ridicule, but no one suspected that this group of people would have any ulterior motives. To the god race, they were equivalent to clowns that posed no threat. They were too lazy to suspect them. Of course, even though Fang Xing had obtained protection from so many sects for free, he hadn't paid any price for it. On the other hand, every time an orthodoxy joined him, he would reap a great deal of benefits. Along the way, the amount of spirit essence, magic treasures, and other items he'd collected was already a considerable amount of wealth. As for the disciples of Fuyao Palace, what they had to do was simple. They just had to strictly abide by Fang Xing's instructions and interact with others as little as possible to avoid being exposed. Of course, there was no need to remind them about this. The female disciples of Fuyao Palace were originally proud and arrogant. In the past, these small orthodoxies were not even worthy of carrying their shoes for them. They were too lazy to deal with these people. In addition, Fuyao Palace was high and mighty in the past, and the female disciples lived in seclusion. Both parties were simply not on the same level, so there was no need to worry about being seen through. As such, they gradually headed towards the southern demon abyss. There were more and more people, and there were thousands of them. Even some rogue cultivators at the spiritual movement realm had mixed in with the group. It could be said that it was bustling, and their reputation had really spread. When they approached the demon abyss, they even encountered a defensive line guarded by real god race beings. However, after hearing that this group of people were offering treasures to the fallen god race, they did not dare to stop Fang Xing and the others and obediently let them pass. After all, the position of the fallen god race was extremely high in the god race. Senior Xing, if we head south for tens of thousands of miles from here, we will reach the former Beko Keikyun. Now that it has been expropriated by the god race, it is now the cave residence of the lords of the fallen god race. If we want to offer treasures, that is naturally the most suitable place to go. However, we still have to pass through a pass in the middle of the road. This pass is not ordinary, and cannot be compared to these small orthodoxies in front of us. It is best for us to send an invitation. After traveling for a few days, they had already stepped into the southern territory of the Divine Prefecture. LV Jinhong, who thought that she was Fang Xing's confidant, took the initiative to meet them. Send an invitation, my ass. We are here to offer treasures to the lords of the fallen god race. Now that we have gathered thousands of people, who would dare to not put us in their eyes? The first few lines of defense were guarded by real god race beings. But so what? Aren't they still obediently letting us pass, for fear of delaying us from offering treasures? The orthodoxies in front of us that you mentioned have probably prepared food and wine and are waiting for us, right? Haha. However, Fang Xing did not care at all. He had already completely immersed himself in his role, like a petty old man intoxicated by success. When he laughed like this, many people around him echoed him, and all of them had the faces of arrogant villains. However, LV Jinhong, the old head of the Golden Sword sect, appeared to be more mature. She said with a bitter face, "You don't know this. The defensive line in front of us is specially stationed on a road leading to the southern territory. Although it is also an orthodoxy of our divine prefecture, its status should not be underestimated. Not to mention that they have now entered the eyes of the god race beings and become one of the superior forces. Even in the past, they were also a well-known orthodoxy in the Northern Territory. Who was not afraid of the name of the Tianyi Palace in the Northern Territory of the Divine Prefecture? The Tianyi Palace in the Northern Territory of the Divine Prefecture? When Fangxing heard this, he was slightly stunned, and his expression became solemn. He was no stranger to the Tianyi Palace. When he was in the Northern Territory, he once went there to make a scene, and he was quite familiar with the fatty Dao Wufang, the young master of the Tianyi Palace. Later, they became friends for no reason. Later, when he entered the demonic abyss to fight for the fate, the fatty also helped him openly and secretly, leaving a good impression on him. However, he did not expect that LV Jinhong was talking about them. That's right. Alas, comparisons are odious. This Tianyi Palace used to have a great reputation. We, the weakest Taoist orthodoxies in the cultivation world, can't compare with them at all. Now we've all turned to the Shin clan, but we still can't compare with them. LV Jinhong, on the other hand, sighed with some grievance. How could they? The master of the Tianyi Palace is really smart. He knows which side to choose, Fangxing blurted out subconsciously, but he abruptly changed his words halfway. Isn't it because they have a good backer? Beside LV Jinhong, the bald Huatuachuo sneered, it is said that the Tianyi Palace has a deep relationship with the Sea of Azure Waves since the beginning. Back then, they could take root in the Northern Territory of the Divine Prefecture, where all kinds of people are mixed together, because of the support of the Sea of Azure Waves. When the Divine Prefecture descended, the situation of the world changed greatly, and they were even luckier. There are rumors that the Sea of Azure Waves was one of the biggest help to guide the masters of the god race to the Divine Prefecture. As the direct force of the Sea of Azure Waves, they naturally followed suit. The current Tianyi Palace seems to have not pledged allegiance to any god race, and they are still loyal to the Sea of Azure Waves. However, because of their relationship with the Sea of Azure Waves, the god race is also very polite to them. The Sea of Azure Waves. My father-in-law, Fangxing's brows furrowed even tighter. He inadvertently found out such shocking news. He hurriedly asked for details. However, people like LV Jinhong and Huatuachuo were at the bottom of the cultivation world, and the information they heard was only hearsay. When he asked for details, they did not know anything. Thus, Fangxing could only give up for the time being. Now that he had something in mind, he readily accepted the good advice and allowed LV Jinhong to send an invitation to the Tianyi Palace in the name of Old Xing, the leader of the Treasure Offering Alliance. She stated clearly when they would arrive at the territory guarded by the Tianyi Palace. She expressed her intention to visit the palace lord of the Tianyi Palace and borrow the way, and so on. It was just some superfluous formalities. The reply from the Tianyi Palace was also very fast. In the afternoon of the same day, they sent a messenger to the Tianyi Palace and politely sent a reply. The reply clearly stated that when the alliance arrived at the Tianyi Palace on the second day, they would hold a big banquet to welcome them. LV Jinhong, Huatuachuo, and the others were very excited when they received the reply. In the past, small orthodoxies like them would not be taken seriously by the Tianyi Palace. But now, even the few of them had become guests of honor. This really showed that their choice was correct. They had found a good thigh, and their future could be said to be boundless. For this correct decision, they held a banquet first. During the banquet, they also invited Fangxing. Usually, Fangxing would naturally agree without hesitation. However, this time, he strangely refused. He sat on the peak of a mountain and thought for a long time. Others thought that he was thinking about how to make the treasure offering more secure and obtain more benefits, so they did not suspect him. However, they did not know that at this time, his whole body was in turmoil because of the news he inadvertently learned. The Tianyi Palace, the Sea of Blue, speaking of which, these were all related to him. They belonged to the family of his father-in-law. He did not know if they had really surrendered to the Shin clan long ago, or if it had something to do with the arrival of the 3,000 Shin clan members. His father-in-law, who liked women the most, the Dragon Monarch, had also not heard any news from him since they parted at the Pilgrimage Mountain. After thinking for a long time, Xiaochen thought of his brother-in-law, Ao Lai, whom he had personally placed into the lightning pool. Ao Lai had obtained a great opportunity blessed by the heavens, a great fortuitous encounter. Now that so many years had passed, even Xiaochen had the strength to undergo a tribulation. As for Aolai, was he about to become an immortal, or did he need to continue sleeping for hundreds or thousands of years? No matter what, this time I have met the people of the Tianyi Palace. I have to find a way to inquire about the news of the Sea of Blue. After thinking for a long time, he secretly made a decision in his heart. He drank a few mouthfuls of wine and threw these useless thoughts aside. The next morning, they reorganized themselves and set off again. Because if they continued forward, they would be at the last checkpoint. The destination was far away. Zhu Xiu and the others were also excited and moved quite quickly. Although they could not fly, their legs were strong enough. They took big strides and traveled very quickly. By noon, they had already crossed the mountain ridge and reached the main road. At this time, Fangxing was lagging behind, discussing with the three fairy Yaoqi immortals who had concealed their faces. Suddenly, he heard a noise in front of him, as if there was a disturbance. He could not help but look up. Do you know that we are the people who are presenting treasures to the Lord of the God-Down clan? We also have the invitation letter from the Tianyi Palace here. How dare you block our way? From afar, with a sweep of his divine thoughts, he found that it was LV Jinhong and the others who were arguing with others. They had just crossed a mountain and were at the crossroads. When they were about to continue on their way, another group of people came from the side and forcefully scattered the disciples of the Jingjian school and the True Yen Palace in front of them. LV Jinhong and the others, who were now full of confidence, were naturally unhappy. Haha, a bunch of mobs. Do you think you can enter the eyes of the Lord of the God clan? Surrounded by the group of people who were trying to block their way, a cold snort came from a sedan carried by 8 people. It was quite disdainful. Hey, you are so unreasonable. Why do you scold us? LV Jinhong and the others were dissatisfied. However, the other party was imposing and powerful, so they did not dare to make a move. They opened their mouths and shouted. When Fangxing saw this, he was about to go over and ask. However, he did not expect that the three fairy Yaoqi immortals had also heard the words of the person in the sedan. Suddenly, their faces changed at the same time, revealing a look of horror and disbelief. They said in unison, "It's him." There were about 100 disciples, all dressed in black, and their auras were strong and terrifying. Among them, there were dozens of gold core cultivators, and several Yuanying cultivators could be vaguely detected. All the disciples were riding on demonic beasts. In front of them, there was a purple sedan chair, and behind them, there was a large carriage covered with a black cloth. There were countless runes engraved on the outside to prevent people from looking in. In terms of the overall number of people, Fangxing's treasure offering alliance had an absolute advantage. However, in terms of the strength of both sides, they were far inferior to the other side, who had deliberately hidden part of their strength. Dozens of gold core cultivators and a few Yuanying cultivators were already the foundation that only an orthodoxy in the divine prefecture could have. LV Jinhong and the others could be said to be villains intoxicated by success. Seeing such an opponent, they naturally did not dare to be insolent. But if they were treated like this, they were also a little unwilling, so they all looked back, hoping that Senior Xing would come out and say a few words. But at this time, Fangxing, who had originally planned to stand up and deal with this matter, had no time to care about them. He was curiously looking at the 3 nuns. He was a bit confused as to why the 3 immortal ants, who had good self-control, would have such a big reaction after hearing this man's voice. He couldn't help but secretly speculate, could it be that the person in the palanquin is a lover of the 3 immortal ants? White Emperor City Lord. Yi Huntian, before Fangxing could ask, Mu Xian Fairy had already lowered her voice and said bitterly. Every word seemed to be squeezed out from the gaps of her teeth. Hearing the name White Emperor City, Fangxing was a little familiar. He knew that this was an orthodoxy in the eastern domain of the Divine Land. It was very powerful and usually kept a low profile. There were no outstanding juniors in the city in recent years, so he had never dealt with Fangxing. But hundreds of years ago, White Emperor City Lord Yi Huntian was an outstanding heavenly son of heaven. He once had a great reputation in the cultivation world and was drawn in by the 4 orthodoxies. But Fangxing still did not understand. No matter how powerful Xianxia was, he would not dare to be an enemy of Fuyao Palace, right? How did he offend the 3 Yaoqi nuns again? Lady Mu Xi answered Feng Xing's question with one sentence. Before you became the Prime Minister of Fuyao Palace, we told you that Fuyao Palace secretly supported many forces so that they could cooperate with each other at critical times. The reason why we asked you to be the Prime Minister of Fuyao Palace is to gather these hidden forces. Xianxia, the young governor of White Emperor City, is one of those pawns. Xianxia is my subordinate? Feng Xing was also stunned for a moment. He looked forward in disbelief. He had not expected Fuyao Palace to be so bold. Even the city lord of White Emperor City had been secretly supported by them. What was even more unexpected was that this person was one of his subordinates, yet they met under such circumstances. He also understood the source of the 3 Yaoqi nuns' hatred. Since this person had appeared so openly here, could it be that he had already, previously, when Fuyao Palace was destroyed, I sent a group of disciples to White Emperor City to meet him, but I didn't expect him to. Mu Xian bit her lips tightly, her face livid. She had already thought of an extremely terrible possibility. Don't make a big fuss. Find out more information. I hope he has not made a big mistake. In the end, it was Mu Xian who spoke. The 3 forcibly suppressed the anger in their hearts and looked at Feng Xing. Feng Xing was also silent for a while. He did not say much and just nodded, indicating that he understood. At this time, because Feng Xing had not shown up for a long time on the side of the treasure offering alliance, the people of White Emperor City naturally succeeded in seizing the road. With a sneer, they had already reached the mainland. A group of people pushed the carriages and slowly moved forward. The thousands of people of the treasure offering alliance could only block the road and wait for their people to pass first. LV Jinhong and the others were livid and at the same time somewhat heavy. They had also discovered some truths. That was, even if they were lackeys who had betrayed Tianyuan and joined the God clan, the stronger they were, the more confidence they had. As for the fact that Feng Xing did not appear to negotiate with the people of White Emperor City, they thought that Feng Xing was afraid and deliberately did not show up. After all, among the nearly 100 disciples of the other side, not to mention dozens of Jindan, there were also 3 or 4 Yuanying cultivators. As for the people of the treasure-snatching alliance, from the surface, except for Feng Xing, Old Xing, who was in the Yuanying realm, the highest cultivation of the others was only in the Jindan realm. Following behind the people of White Emperor City, the people of the treasure offering alliance were gloomily on the road. Now that the limelight had been stolen by others, they naturally felt a little depressed. Fortunately, after walking for another half a day, they saw the line of defense of Tianyi Palace in the distance. It turned out that on the left side of the road, there was a palace on a green mountain. In the middle of the road, there was a large formation, guarded by the disciples of Tianyi Palace, and there was another person waiting on the side of the road. Seeing the large group of people arriving, he came up from afar with Buddhist whisk, ceremonial tent, and other things in his hands. Fellow Taoist from White Emperor City. Hey, fellow Taoist Xing from the East Sea Maiden Cave is also here. What a coincidence. I didn't expect you to be in the same place. Please forgive me for not welcoming you earlier. My master has prepared a feast in the palace. Please come up the mountain and have a rest and a few cups of wine. The person who came to welcome them was extremely polite. He took into consideration the mood of both sides and invited them to go up the mountain respectfully. We are all from the Great Path. Look at how polite the Tianyi Palace is. LV Jinhong and the others felt a little relieved, but they secretly criticized them and became more and more dissatisfied with the people of White Emperor City. The 2 sides went up the mountain one by one. As usual, the people of White Emperor City took the lead, while the people of the treasure offering alliance took the rear. After walking along the mountain road for more than 10 miles, they saw a gray-robed old man on a stone platform beside the road, holding a horsetail whisk, standing solemnly to welcome them. It was Elder Hu Jun, whom they had met in Tianyi Palace before. After not seeing him for several years, this person also looked older. Dressed in a gray robe, he carried an indescribable sense of loneliness. When he saw Feng Xing and the others going up the mountain, he put on an unnatural smile and said, White Emperor City Lord, fellow Taoist Xing, it's been hard for you to come from afar. Please come in. After saying that, he led the way in front. A group of disciples followed and helped the two sides settle down. As they walked up the mountain, they found that on the square in front of the palace, a banquet had been set up. Below the square, there were many seats for the banquet. Obviously, the banquet on the square was for Feng Xing and the White Emperor City Lord, as well as the important figures on both sides. The banquet below was for the disciples. Feng Xing also knew this rule, so he winked at Mu Xi and Fairy, hinting that they could hide below and end the banquet. He only took LV Jinhong, Huatuachuo, and the others to the square. Alas, LV Jinhong, Huatuachuo, and the others followed Feng Xing to the square. They looked around and were all excited. In the past, they were not qualified to sit on the banquet platform of Tianyi Palace. At this time, they could not help but sigh, and their faces were full of excitement. Get over there. Just as Feng Xing and the others were about to sit down on the left side of the host and guest, they suddenly saw a few more black shadows in front of them. Who else could it be if not the disciples of White Emperor City? They were looking at them with unkind eyes and shouting in a low voice. Behind them, Xianxia, who had just walked out of the palanquin, was also wearing a purple robe. He did not look at them, but only talked with Elder Hu Jun in a low voice. Obviously, he did not intend to sit on the right side, but was waiting for Feng Xing and the others to give him the left side seat. Elder Hu Jun also had a difficult expression on his face. He looked at Feng Xing with a complicated look. Even Feng Xing did not react to such a sudden situation. He was stunned. He did not know what this group of people was looking for. On the other hand, LV Jinhong and the others realized where the problem was. Each and every one of their faces turned red, and they blamed themselves for being too excited. They actually didn't notice such a small detail, but they didn't dare to make trouble. They carefully pulled on Feng Xing's sleeve and said, "Senior Xing, let's go sit on the left side? Right side?" Feng Xing was slightly startled. He finally understood where the problem was. However, when an immortal banquet was held, for the guests, the left side of the host was the most respected. Therefore, the most distinguished guests had to sit on the first seat on the left side. Just now, he had something on his mind, so he did not think much about it. He casually sat on the left side. He was used to sitting there, but he did not expect that he would anger the Lord of White Emperor City. He actually wanted him to sit on the right side. However, if he asked them to sit before they sat down, they would sit. However, they had already sat down. If they were asked to sit on the right side, they would lose a lot of face. Even LV Jinhong and the others felt extremely aggrieved and dissatisfied, not to mention Feng Xing, who had a short temper. "I am talking to you. Go to the right side and sit." Seeing that Feng Xing hesitated and did not immediately give up his seat, the White Emperor City disciple who came to drive him away became extremely impatient. Senior Xing, Huatuachuo's face was filled with anger. In this matter of snatching a seat, he seemed to be quite unyielding. Feng Xing ignored him and LV Jinhong. He raised his head with a faint smile and looked at the White Emperor City disciple. "What did you say?" The White Emperor City disciple became angry. He took a step forward and shouted, "I want you to give up your seat to my master." Before he could finish his sentence, Feng Xing suddenly stretched out his hand. He spread his 5 fingers and naturally produced a terrifying gravitational force. It directly intimidated the Golden Elixir Realm White Emperor City disciple and firmly gripped his neck. Then, with his other hand, he slapped him 7 or 8 times in the blink of an eye. Not a single tooth was left, and his mouth was full of blood. This action immediately scared the surroundings into silence. LV Jinhong and Huatuachuo almost fainted from fright. "You want me to give up my seat?" Feng Xing said coldly as he slapped him. However, his eyes were looking straight at the Lord of White Emperor City, Xianxia. The provocation was very obvious. "What qualifications do you have to ask me, old Xing, to get up and give up my seat? We are all guests of Tianyi Palace. Do you think that if you sit on the right side, your master will lose face? Haha, we are all servants, and now you want to be shameless?" There was a moment of silence. The surrounding people were all scared stiff. This self-proclaimed Yuanying old cultivator from the East Sea was really overbearing. He actually dragged the disciple of the White Emperor City's city lord over and slapped him in front of his master. LV Jinhong and the others could not believe this scene. Before this, he clearly did not dare to show his face even when his path was blocked. How could he be so overbearing now? More importantly, his words were too ruthless. Everyone was a slave, and now he wanted to save face. Not only did he scold the White Emperor City Lord, but he also scolded everyone present. Haha, well said, very well said. The White Emperor City Lord looked at Fang Xing with an expressionless face. He only lightly spat out a few words. In terms of appearance, he was indeed a middle-aged man with an extremely good appearance. He was much older than Fang Xing, but he was later than the generation of Bai Qianzhong and the others. Currently, he should be 400 or 500 years old, but his appearance was only about 30 years old. He had a deep and extraordinary aura, which made people feel awe and respect when they saw him. At this moment, although there was no joy or anger on his face, the trace of anger in his eyes revealed his true inner thoughts. He quietly looked at Fang Xing, raised his palm, and spiritual power condensed. Lord Yi, please calm down, Elder Hu Jun hurriedly tried to persuade him, but it was obvious that it was difficult to persuade him. Fang Xing's words were too ruthless. Moreover, he slapped his disciple in front of him. If it was anyone else, they would not be able to endure it, right? Hey, you want to fight? Fang Xing sneered and threw the White Emperor City disciple to the side. Then, he rolled up his sleeves. LV Jinhong, Hua Tuachuo, and the others had long since been frightened by this scene. They quietly retreated to the side and created a distance of 20 to 30 feet between them and Fang Xing. Then, they looked at each other and felt that this distance was not enough, so they quietly retreated even further. Down below, the third fairy of Yaoqi also frowned. They had discussed with Fang Xing before and wanted him to test White Emperor City Lord Yi Hunchun's attitude. But who would have thought that he would provoke them? What would they do if they started fighting? Putting aside whether Fang Xing was a match for him, even if he exposed his true strength in the process of fighting, it would be very risky, right? But at this moment, it was obviously too late to advise them, so they could only restrain their temper and wait and see. Haha, well said indeed, well said. However, right when Fang Xing and White Emperor City's city governor Yi were about to fight, a lazy voice resounded from within the residence, and it diluted the murderous aura in the surroundings. We're all servants, so why are you still concerned about face at a time like this? Haha, well said. You must be Elder Xing from the East Sea Maiden Cave, right? Just because of what you said, I, Dao Wufeng, must give you a toast. As these words came, a meatball stumbled out of the palace. Looking closely, one could see that it was a fat man carrying a barrel of wine in his hand. This fat man was wearing embroidered clothes of high quality, but they looked dirty and messy. His cultivation was not ordinary, and one could clearly feel that although his lifespan was not that long, he was already in the Yuanying realm. At this moment, he looked to be 70 to 80% drunk. As he poured the wine into his mouth, he lazily swayed out and sat down on the main seat. Young Palace Lord, you, when Elder Hu Jun saw him, his expression instantly became complicated. He couldn't help but frown and ask. Didn't my father blame me for being like a drunk pig every day and refusing to share his burden? Now I'm here. That fat man was Dao Wufeng, the young Palace Lord of Tianyi Palace. He smiled lazily and even burped. Seeing him like this, Elder Hu Jun didn't know what to say, so he just lowered his head and sighed deeply. Come on, Elder Xing, sit here and let's have a toast first. Dao Wufeng laughed and motioned for Fang Xing to sit on his left. Turning his head, he found that Yi Huntian, the Lord of White Emperor City, was still looking at Fang Xing with a gloomy expression, showing no intention of sitting down. The fat man narrowed his eyes and said with a faint smile, Lord Yi, are you still not satisfied? Do you want to sit on the left side? Haha, the left is high and the right is low. This is the rule of the cultivation world. But I know that the reason why this rule has been passed down is that in primitive times, when the sages and the immortals negotiated, the sages sat on the left and the immortals sat on the right. Therefore, the cultivation world of later generations followed this custom. Unfortunately. Haha, we've all disgraced our ancestors. I guess we won't have the face to meet the sages and the immortals when we go to the netherworld, let alone follow their rules. Just sit anywhere you like. The fat man seemed to be drunk, but his mind was very clear. Yi Huntian couldn't help but feel embarrassed when he told the story. Since you've given me a seat, I have nothing to say. But fellow Taoist Xing heard a disciple of White Emperor City. This is not a good thing. This is the temporary imperial residence of Tianyi Palace. I, the Lord of Tianyi Palace, will not argue with you. Tomorrow, when I leave, I will seek justice for you. Yi Huntian was annoyed by Dao Wufang, so he didn't want to argue anymore. With a cold face, he sat down on the right side. Haha, that's right, that's right. You attacked us on the territory of Tianyi Palace. That's not giving us face, Dao Wufang laughed, then lifted the wine barrel and slammed it on the jade table in front of him. Come on, let's drink. It was no wonder that he used a wine barrel. With his mountain-like body, using a wine jar to drink was indeed a little too small. It was a good banquet, but the young master ruined it. Elder Hu Jun looked a little embarrassed. But he still had to deal with the big picture. Seeing that the young master's words were not pleasant to his ears, the old man smiled and picked up a glass of wine from the jade table. He saluted Yi Huntian and Fang Xing, and said with a smile, "We are all working for the Shen clan. We should work together. Why do you have to make things so unpleasant for some groundless dispute? Tianyi Palace has prepared a banquet to entertain you too. Please have a drink with us and forget about the unhappiness." Thank you, Elder Hu Jun. Yi Huntian knew Elder Hu Jun. Seeing that he was polite, he also raised his glass and saluted him with a smile. Haha, do you know what I am going to do? Fang Xing said sarcastically again. He looked like an arrogant villain. He lazily raised his glass, but didn't bring it to his lips. He squinted at Yi Huntian, the city lord of White Emperor City, and sneered, "I have prepared 2 extraordinary treasures. I have also made friends with the great orthodoxies of White Emperor City. In total, I have 18 divine artifacts, countless other treasures, and some secrets. I am going to present them to the lords of the God-Down clan. When I present them, the lords of the God-Down clan will naturally look at me in a different light." Yi Huntian. Haha. As he said that, he deliberately looked at LV Jinhong and the others, and said with a strange smile, "You were just a human before." Haha. Hearing this, LV Jinhong and Huatuachuo felt like they knew each other very well. They laughed along with him. Of course, they didn't understand the implication in Fang Xing's words that Yi Huntian was not a human now. They thought that old Xing was saying that Yi Huntian, the former city lord of White Emperor City, was a big shot, but after they got the favor of the God-Down clan, they wouldn't care about him anymore. Where did this wild cultivator come from? How dare he disrespect my master? Pointing out Yi Huntian's name, the elders and disciples of White Emperor City were immediately dissatisfied and loudly rebuked him. Haha, wild cultivator? Fang Xing sneered and shouted with a straight face, "Old LV, tell them what I have prepared for them." LV Jinhong laughed out loud when he heard this. He jumped up and placed his hands on his waist. He said proudly, "The things that Elder Xing is prepared to offer to the lords of the God-Down clan are not the ordinary treasures that you think they are. Every one of them is extraordinary. I was fortunate enough to see them, so I will tell you about them. The first item is an extremely important map. This map shows the spiritual veins and rivers within the Tiangang mountain range. With this map, it will be much easier to capture those orthodoxies that have escaped into the Tiangang mountain range." Haha, in the process of speaking, Fang Xing purposely lifted the lapel of his robe, revealing the patterns. Only then did everyone realize that the pattern was actually tattooed on his body. Anyone who wanted to see it would have to get close to him. From afar, they could only see a stretch of lines. It turns out to be a map. Elder Hu Jun and young master Dao Wufang of the Tianyi Palace were also a bit serious when they saw this. They thought that this old man was a bit smart. Most of the Taoist orthodoxies in the central territory of the Divine Land refused to submit to the God clan and escaped into the Tiangang mountain range. This mountain range was extremely deep and far away. It would take a lot of effort to search for them. But if they had a map of the mountains and rivers in this area, it would be much easier to find them. Haha, while the others were serious, Yi Huntian, the lord of White Emperor City, just held his wine cup and chuckled. He did not express his opinion. LV Jinhong also looked a little embarrassed. This map of the mountains and rivers of the Tiangang mountain range did not frighten the lord of White Emperor City. Instead, he felt a little disappointed. Fortunately, at this time, Feng Xing transmitted a divine thought to him. Hearing this, his eyes gradually lit up and he looked at Feng Xing with great admiration. He made a deep bow and turned around. He first laughed and then continued, "Fellow Taoists, when I saw the first one, I was already amazed. Who would have thought that the gift he prepared would be much more generous than I imagined? The second magic treasure is even more extraordinary. It is the sword used by Situ, the first priest of Fuyao Palace. The high priest of Fuyao Palace has always used this sword to kill demons and represents the orthodoxy of the world. Senior Xing accidentally obtained this sword and planned to offer it to the elders of the God clan as the second treasure." Clang! Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Feng Xing had already pulled out a sword, and casually threw it on the table. "The sword of Situ, the first priest of Fuyao Palace?" Hearing this, Elder Hu Jun and Dao Wufang both raised their eyebrows. They looked up and saw that the sword was square, plain, and simple. They could not see anything special about it. The most important thing was that they knew it was an antique, but it was hard to tell whether it was real or not. However, if what they said was true and this was the sword of Situ, the first priest of Fuyao Palace, then it was really valuable. After all, Fuyao Palace had always had a very high status. Many people regarded them as the royal family in the cultivation world. Its sword was of great significance. This group of people offered this sword to the God clan, which was almost equivalent to a mortal offering a jade seal to the imperial court. Fuyao Palace had a very high status. Indeed, many people in the cultivation world regarded Situ as an existence like an emperor, and her sword naturally had many symbolic meanings. The sword did not necessarily have strong divine power. The key was that it represented an orthodox status, and its significance was extraordinary. In the eyes of some people, this symbolic meaning was really amazing. It would be of great benefit to make good use of these legends and words. Now that the Shin clan was suppressing the riot in Tianyuan, they really needed such a symbolic thing. To some extent, with this thing, they could even support another Fuyao palace to help them control the ways of Tianyuan. If this sword is real, then the Goddown clan will really treat them differently. Elder Hu Jun's heart was extremely solemn, and he looked at Feng Xing with some awe. No wonder the treasure offering alliance was so confident. They were indeed destined to reach the sky in a single bound. Below Feng Xing, Mu Xian Fairy and the others looked a little solemn. The treasures they had discussed with Feng Xing before did not include this sword. After all, this sword was of great significance to Fuyao Palace, and they could not agree to give it away. Meanwhile, at this moment, Feng Xing had already slowly put away his sword, and he was complacent and insufferably arrogant. "Haha, fellow Taoist Xing is really well prepared. Come, let me propose a toast to you. I wish you a smooth journey." Elder Hu Jun raised a glass of wine, his face full of smiles, and motioned from afar. "Haha, you're too polite. When the time comes, we will all work for the Shin clan. Please take care of us, Tiani Palace." Feng Xing laughed, picked up his glass, and glanced provocatively at White Emperor City. The two treasures, especially Situ Pei's sword, had subdued Tiani Palace. Judging from their words and attitude, they had acknowledged the future and status of the treasure offering alliance. Li Mu was eager to see how the city lord of White Emperor City, who seemed to be full of ambition, would react. It's just a group of mobs who gathered a few pieces of junk. Do they want to take advantage of this to enter the eyes of the Shin clan? Haha, in the past, you were just like mud. Now that the world is in chaos, you can forget about reaching the sky in a single step. To everyone's surprise, the disciples of White Emperor City didn't show much surprise. Instead, they laughed and ridiculed Feng Xing. Their contempt was obvious. Even Yi Huntian, the city lord of White Emperor City, still looked indifferent, as if the treasures Feng Xing took out were not worth mentioning at all. He held a cup of wine in his hand and sipped it slowly. He didn't even bother to take a look at them. Haha, the people of White Emperor City are quite generous. I wonder what kind of rare treasure they have prepared to offer to His Excellency the God Race. Huatuachuo couldn't help but sneer as he replied. Yes, didn't White Emperor City also go to Beko Keikyang to pay a visit to the fallen god clan and offer a great gift? At this time, the young master of Tiani Palace, the fat Dao Wufang, also laughed. The fat on his face was round and round, but his eyes were cold. He didn't seem to be smiling, but he hid it very well, so it was hard for ordinary people to notice. Since you don't like the gifts of the treasure offering alliance, why don't you take out the gifts you have prepared and let everyone have a look at them? It will also help to increase the mood of the wine. The people of White Emperor City didn't care about what Huatuachuo said, but since the fat Dao Wufeng had spoken, they couldn't pretend not to hear him anymore. Yi Huntian looked at him indifferently and smiled. Since the young master wants to see it, I naturally can't stop you. However, I have to warn you first. I am worried that after you see it, not only will it not help to increase the mood of the wine, but you will also not be able to drink anymore. Dao Wufeng narrowed his eyes and smiled. Now that you mention it, I am even more interested. Even Feng Xing slightly narrowed his eyes, quietly waiting for Yi Huntian, the lord of White Emperor City, to take out his great gift. Haha, the master's order cannot be refused. Young man, take out the great gift we have prepared and let us have a look. Yi Huntian smiled faintly and ordered. A disciple in black next to him immediately agreed. He first looked at Feng Xing with disdain, and then slowly took out a black storage bag. Standing in the middle of the square, he ordered someone to bring a long jade table and put it in front of him. Then he said loudly, "In my hand is the first great gift my master prepared for the lords of the fallen God clan. Everyone, please have a look." As he spoke, he put his hand into his storage pouch, and when he pulled it back, there was a round object in his hand. The smell of blood filled their nostrils, and it caused everyone to jump in fright. Surprisingly, it was a head, and there were still traces of blood on it. They could see that it was a white-haired old man, and his eyes were like copper bells. His mouth was wide open, and his face was filled with rage. It seemed like he was roaring furiously before his death. His name is Meng Songlong, the fourth elder of the Meng family in the central domain. After the Shen clan descended, the Meng family did not surrender. Instead, they hid in the deep mountains with a group of people. They fought with the orthodoxies loyal to the Shen clan many times and killed many people. After my master heard this, he led us to the deep mountains and spent 3 days and 3 nights to find them. We killed all the people of the Meng family and took the old man's head. The disciple of White Emperor City called Xiaozi explained faintly and put the head on the jade table. Then he put his hand into the storage bag again and took out another head. It was a beautiful woman. Her face was pale, but her lips were as red as blood. Despair was written on her face, and her dry eyes stared blankly at the sky. There was an indescribable sense of despair and poignant beauty. This woman is called Changyu Fairy. She cultivates in the Aquamoon Paradise in the eastern domain of the Divine Land. After the Shen clan descended, she publicly swore to fight the Shen clan to the death and killed several old friends who came to persuade her to pledge loyalty to the Shen clan. My master happened to know about this, so he broke into the Aquamoon Paradise alone. After a fierce battle, he killed all 21 disciples of the Aquamoon Paradise and took back her head as a warning to the orthodoxies in the eastern domain. As he spoke, he put Changyu Fairy's head on the table and reached out to take the head of a middle-aged man. This man is called Lu Yanqiong. He is from the Great Han Dynasty. Every time he stretched out his hand, he would take out a head and place it on the jade table in a row. Not long after, there was a long row of more than 10 heads. These people either led their clansmen to hide in the deep mountains to avoid being captured by the God clan, or they led their troops and swore to fight to the death against the God clan. Many of them were on the God clan's must-kill list. They had different identities, different cultivation bases, and different reputations. However, there was one similarity. Those who didn't want to be slaves of the God clan were now left with only their heads as they were placed here. The disciple of White Emperor City called Young Boy was still talking about the origin of each head unhurriedly. White Emperor City Lord Yi Huntian was also sipping the wine in his glass unhurriedly. But Zhu Xiu and the others were already silent. No one dared to touch the wine glass or the delicacies in front of him. They had seen dead people before, and each of them had killed more than these. But after seeing the row of heads, they could not help but feel suffocated and creeped out. Gudong, Gudong. Suddenly, Dao Wufeng, the young master of Tianyi Palace, who was sitting at the head of the banquet, picked up the wine barrel and poured it into his mouth. He did not stop him, but the sound of drinking was so loud that the disciple of White Emperor City could not go on. Of course, the preliminary goal had been achieved. The disciple looked at Feng Xing and the others provocatively. Haha, I just killed a few people. I came from the East Sea and also killed many practitioners who refused to surrender to the Shin tribe. But it's a pity that I didn't think of cutting off their heads to take credit. I'm not as good as someone who is so opportunistic. Fang Xing also sneered and slowly brought a glass of wine to his lips. His voice was very unkind. When the White Emperor City disciples heard this, their faces were filled with anger as they glared at Fang Xing. Fang Xing acted as if nothing had happened. He smiled at Dao Wufang and said, "It seems that City Lord Yi is not sincere enough. You're still hiding it and only took out a few heads. On the way here, I saw them escorting a huge carriage. It's very mysterious, and it can block people's divine thoughts from probing it. That must be the real gift for the masters of the Goddown clan. You just don't want us to see it." Haha, haha, Dao Wufang finished his wine. His small eyes, which were squeezed in his fat, were a little red. He first glanced at Fang Xing with a faint smile, then coldly looked at Yi Huntian, the Lord of White Emperor City, and sneered, "Lord Yi, are you really so stingy?" The other disciples of White Emperor City all looked at Yi Huntian, obviously asking for his opinion. No one knew what Yi Huntian was thinking at this moment. After a long silence, he smiled and said, "Since young master and fellow cultivator Xing are both interested in it, bring it here." "Hee, the second gift I prepared is much better than the first one, yes, Lord Yi." When the White Emperor City disciples heard this, their faces were full of excitement. They cupped their fists and walked out. Not long after, they each carried one end of the carriage and flew to the square. They placed the carriage in the middle of the banquet. It was the White Emperor City disciple called Xiaozi who spoke. He sneered at the people around him and said softly, "Everyone, please take a look. This is the second gift my master has prepared for the Fallen God clan." After saying that, under the curious eyes of Zhu Xiu, he uncovered the black curtain covering the carriage. The next second, everyone's eyes were fixed on the carriage. Some people who were drinking didn't even realize that their glasses had fallen to the ground. In the carriage, under the black curtain, there were women. There were 7 or 8 young women who were incomparably beautiful, but they looked dispirited and were completely naked. He deserves to die. Many female disciples of Fuyao Palace had their eyes turned red at this moment. They gnashed their teeth and burst into tears at the same time. At this moment, Fang Xing's eyes dimmed down endlessly. "Fellow Taoist Xing, what do you think of my second gift?" After the atmosphere suddenly became gloomy, Yi Huntian, the Lord of White Emperor City, opened his mouth and introduced the second gift he had prepared for the Goddown clan. "I selected these women from nearly 100 women. They are beautiful and have high cultivation. What's more, they are virgins. I heard that the Lord of the Goddown clan likes women the most. I think he will be satisfied with these women, right?" "Oh, yes, the most important thing is that I haven't told you yet." "Oh, that's right, I haven't mentioned the most important thing. The most amazing thing about these women is their identity. They are all disciples taught by Fuyao Palace using a secret method. Back then, I lured and captured 100 of them. When they resisted fiercely, I killed more than half of them. After that, I went through another round of selection and kept these few with outstanding appearances. The rest were killed as well, specially left for the Lord of the God race to experience the wonders." Disciples of Fuyao Palace? As soon as he said this, even Dao Wufang, the young master of Tianyi Palace and elder Hu Jun suddenly widened their eyes. When they first saw the women in the cages, they were only amazed by their beauty and the means Yi Huntian used to lock them in the cages. They didn't expect that they had such a background. For a moment, they were all shocked. There were 3,000 female disciples of Fuyao Palace. What kind of status did they have? Any one of them was no worse than the goddesses of a small orthodoxy, but now, they were stripped naked and given to the Goddown clan as a gift? 19 heads of traders, 7 female disciples of Fuyao Palace. At this time, the disciple of White Emperor City called Xiaozi sneered and looked at Fang Xing, Lv Jinhong, Tuachuo Hua, and the others with a contemptuous expression. He said proudly, "Now you know the difference between White Emperor City and you mobs, right? You are going to present your treasures and try to enter the Goddown clan. But we are going to present our merits. Present our treasures, present our merits." Everyone present subconsciously pondered the difference between these two words. Yes, one was to present their treasures, and the other was to present their merits. whether it was the heads beheaded by White Emperor City or the female disciples of Fuyao Palace, they were actually part of the military merits. Not to mention killing the traitors who refused to surrender for the Goddown clan, those orthodoxies that had set up a line of defense on the main road all had the same idea. Capturing and killing the female disciples of Fuyao Palace and keeping them alive was even more significant. Everyone knew that Fuyao Palace openly fought against the Goddown clan in Qiji Mountain. It was even rumored that they rescued the little devil Feng Xing, who the Goddown clan wanted to kill. Later, when the Goddown clan invaded the central region and western region, they were resisted in Yaoqi and Fuyao Palace and even fell into a trap. They suffered extremely heavy losses. Yi Hunqian's 2 gifts were so precious that all the treasures of the treasure-offering alliance were nothing compared to them. However, in the face of these 2 gifts, no one spoke for a long time, let alone praised them. In the eyes of Dao Wufeng, the young master of Tianyi Palace, there was a kind of fierceness that only belonged to the fat man. Elder Hu Jun was also frightened by Yi Emperor City's cruel means. He was about to praise Yi Emperor City, but he couldn't say it out loud. LV Jinhong, Huatutua, and the others were completely frightened by the Lord of White Emperor City. They felt inferior and no longer dared to compete with him. As for Feng Xing, he just gently held his wine cup. He didn't raise it or put it down, as if he was absorbed in thought. Evil thief, I'll kill you. At this moment, a roar suddenly came from the crowd below the square. 3 or 4 people suddenly roared and then jumped up. They controlled several flying swords in their hands and turned into white rainbows, directly rushing to Yi Hunqian on the square. Their killing intent and hatred were so heavy that it was shocking. It seemed that there was a bloody light bursting out of their eyes. This scene was really unexpected. Even Yi Emperor City let out a soft "huh," and then turned his head to look at them. Although the person who had sent out these flying swords did not have a weak cultivation level, it was clearly not enough to injure him. In fact, when he attacked, the several White Emperor City elders sitting next to him had already slapped their jade tables and jumped up, spreading their fingers to grab at the flying swords. Nonsense. At this time, Feng Xing suddenly slapped the jade table and shouted in a deep voice. With a bang, the world shook. His roar was like a thunderclap that shook the heavens, numbing the eardrums of the people around him. Even those flying swords flying towards Yi Hunqian were broken into pieces by his roar, turning into silver essences in the air and scattering in all directions. As for those who were going to fight Yi Hunqian with red eyes and those who were going to attack the female disciples of Fuyao Palace in the carriage, they all felt a powerful divine thought pressure that was beyond their bearing range. Their minds became blank in a split second as they were on the verge of collapsing and forgot what they wanted to do. Come back quickly. Don't act rashly. At this time, the 3 Jade Lake Fairy nuns reacted and shouted at the same time, suppressing the female disciples who were mingling in the crowd. They had a deep sisterly relationship, and some of them were even close sisters with the woman in the carriage. When they saw her, they lost their minds. However, they did not think that if they did that, their identities would be exposed, and it would bring great danger to everyone in the Fuyao Palace. Fortunately, Feng Xing's enraged shout had shaken the heavens and shook the earth. It had taken away their minds and didn't cause too much harm. Furthermore, the 3 of them had opened their mouths in time, startling those female disciples. After a moment of daze, they sat down dejectedly, some of them covering their faces and crying bitterly. This incident awakened Zhu Xiu, and he looked at Feng Xing with some doubt. The eyes of the city lord of White Emperor City, Yi Hunqian, flickered, as if he had found some clues. His gaze swept over the female disciples of Fuyao Palace who had been knocked unconscious by Feng Xing and held down by the others. He laughed in a low voice and said, "Fellow Xing, what's going on?" Feng Xing held a glass of wine in his hand and said with a smile, "What's going on?" Yi Hunqian laughed softly and said, "Many of the people you brought seem to be very dissatisfied with me. Have you checked their identities?" As he spoke, he gently lifted the glass of wine in the air, but didn't drink it. Instead, he looked coldly at Feng Xing and said, "Fellow Xing, you look old, but your shout just now was full of energy, like a young man." His words had a hidden meaning. Even the fat Taoist Dao Wufeng and Elder Hu Jun seemed to be thinking about it. "Hee, of course they're dissatisfied with you." Feng Xing faced the suspicious gazes of so many people, but he acted as if nothing had happened. He smiled coldly and said, "Not to mention them, even I don't like you." Alas, to put it bluntly, we surrendered to the Shin clan because we understood the situation and chose a good tree to live in. There's nothing much to say, but that doesn't mean we have to become scum. Hehe, fellow Taoisti, you have the ability to behead so many traitors as a gift to the Goddown clan. I really admire you. If you also behead these female disciples of Fuyao Palace and send them to the Goddown clan, I would admire you even more. You could even imprison them and send them to the Goddown clan like criminals, while thinking, he said slowly. But you stripped the women of the human clan, stuffed them into a cart and sent them to the Goddown clan like pork. Fellow Taoisti, to tell you the truth, although I also surrendered to the Shin clan, I feel that what you did is quite shameless. We are cultivators, and we rely on our abilities to make a living. In order to surrender to the Lord of the Goddown clan, I can offer all my treasures and even my life. But there's one thing: I won't allow others to touch our women, let alone offer them to others. You said that it's lucky for us to offer our treasures, but I don't know what you're doing by offering our women. At the end of his words, he raised his voice, and there was a trace of malicious killing intent in his eyes. He looked straight at Xianxia and said, even a beast who hasn't awakened its intelligence knows to protect the mother beast in its territory. But you, a man, treat several women of the same kind like this? Haha, to be honest, I'm also a cruel person. I've killed countless women, but I've never tortured anyone like this. Now, even I don't like you, let alone the female disciples of the Sissy's cave. Usually, when they see a man beating his wife on the street, they can't wait to kill him with their flying swords, not to mention your behavior, which is even worse than beating your wife. What he said was specious, but vaguely, he belittled Xianxia and elevated himself. He even secretly flattered the other people who had surrendered to the Shin clan, which resonated with some people. Dao Wufang, the young master of the Tanny Palace, looked at Feng Xing and Xianxia with malicious eyes. Elder Hu Jun sighed softly and looked at Xianxia with disdain. Even LV Jinhong and Huatuachuo snorted at Xianxia and raised their heads disdainfully. They all had the same thought in their minds: being a jerk and being wise to protect oneself and serving the Shin clan are two different things. As for what you said about my voice, Feng Xing giggled again and continued. He said mysteriously, my Donghai cave has close to 1,000 female disciples, but only a few hundred male disciples. I alone have a few hundred concubines. If I don't have the body of a young man, how can I endure it? Haha, Elder Xing is still strong and vigorous. Compared to the young, you are not at a disadvantage at all. LV Jinhong and Huatuachuo were both silly. After hearing this explanation, they laughed without a trace of doubt. Oh, on the other hand, Xianxia didn't seem to have given up the suspicion in his heart. He looked at Feng Xing calmly and said, fellow Xing's orthodoxy is in the Donghai Sea, right? I also established my Dao in the East Domain and have a good relationship with many orthodoxies in the sea. But why have I never heard of the Maiden Cave? An expert like fellow Daoist Xing shouldn't be so nameless. How do you explain this? Really? Feng Xing looked at him calmly, then shook his head repeatedly and said with a low laugh, impossible, you must have heard of my name. Haha, that's enough. The moon is bright and the wind is cool. It's a good time to drink to our heart's content. Why talk about these useless things? Seeing that the atmosphere was inexplicably heavy, Xianxia smiled in a low voice and looked at Feng Xing with a meaningful look in his eyes. Feng Xing also smiled and gently turned the wine glass in his hand. Dao Wufang, the young master of Tanny Palace, laughed and raised his glass to urge them to drink, diluting the inexplicable heaviness in the atmosphere. Naturally, the others also raised their glasses in a hurry and said some polite words. Feng Xing and Xianxia didn't say anything more. It seemed that they each had their own ideas and answers, but they didn't want to say it out loud. The atmosphere had been destroyed. No matter how many funny stories and jokes were said, this banquet was doomed to be boring. After less than 2 hours, seeing that the moon was already in the middle of the sky, the Alliance of Offering Treasures and the people of White Emperor City bid farewell and returned to the accommodation prepared by Tanny Palace. There were many people in the Alliance of Offering Treasures, but most of them could only sit cross-legged. Only Feng Xing and the others had caves and palaces arranged by Tanny Palace to stay. When Feng Xing returned to the palace arranged by Tanny Palace on the mountainside, he found that the third aunt of Yao Qi and the female disciples of Fuyao Palace were already waiting for him. The murderous and strange atmosphere on their faces made LV Jinhong and Huatuachuo, who had sent him back, feel a little uncomfortable. After sending him to the front of the palace, they hurriedly said goodbye. Don't talk. He walked to the front of the palace and looked at the Fuyao Palace disciples crowding around him. He snorted coldly and ignored everyone else. He strode into the side palace. Instantly, the expressions of the Fuyao Palace disciples outside were filled with anger, and they were filled with rage. At this time, in the side hall, the 3 Yaoqi immortal nuns and a few female disciples of Fuyao Palace were sitting around. The atmosphere was terrible. These female disciples were the ones who wanted to assassinate Yi Huntian in a moment of desperation. After Fang Xing's shout destroyed their divine thoughts, they were restrained by the 3 Yaoqi immortal nuns and brought here quietly. They were still worried, so they had been guarding them here personally. Oh, now you're being honest? Fang Xing walked in. He reeked of alcohol and sat lazily on the stone table. Why did you stop us just now? A girl raised her head. It was the disciple of Fuyao Palace named Pomelo. She looked at Fang Xing with a hint of annoyance. Fang Xing did not reply and continued to look at her with a grin. I can't watch my sister suffer like that. I want to save her. The more the female disciple spoke, the more agitated she became. The more the female disciple spoke, the more agitated she became. She didn't seem to be venting her anger. Instead, she was expressing her attitude to Fang Xing and the 3 fairy ladies of the Jade Lake. Her eyes were filled with endless hatred. Even if we die, we must save them and kill that beast, that's right. I beg the 3 immortal nuns to help us. Don't stop us. The other female disciples also spoke in unison. They were all very agitated. If it's useful for you to die, I won't stop you. Fang Xing chuckled, but there was a hint of coldness in his voice. Anyway, I'm not your biological father. You don't sleep with me at night, so I don't care whether you live or die. However, it's fine if you guys send yourselves to your deaths, but it won't do if you drag others into danger. Although you guys are stupid, you're not so stupid that you can't see the situation clearly. Where are we now? We're surrounded by a group of bastards and forces of the Shin clan. Do you know what would have happened if I hadn't stopped you just now? He said lazily and unhurriedly, first, you'll be killed on the spot by the masters of Tianyi Palace and White Emperor City. Then, more disciples of Fuyao Palace will jump out and follow you to die. We'll be completely exposed. The people of Tianyi Palace and White Emperor City will join forces to kill us. Those who we picked up along the way will also kill us to prove their innocence. As for Beko Kekyang not far away, the creatures of the Shin clan stationed there will also arrive. In the end, all of you disciples of Fuyao Palace, even the 3 immortal nuns, will die in this battle. What's worse is that you won't be able to die. Like the others, you'll be locked in a cart and stripped naked, alas, in the end, he sighed and smiled. Probably the only one who has a chance to escape is me. Some of them were frightened by his words. Their faces were full of terror. They wanted to say something, but they had no way to refute him. After all, they were not stupid. In fact, when they were stopped by Fang Xing, they already knew that what they did was extremely reckless. Now that they said those words, it was actually just to show Fang Xing and the 3 immortal nuns that they must save them. You're the first Situ of Fuyao Palace. If you can't even save people, what's the use of keeping you? In the silence, the female disciple called Pomelo was so angry that she suddenly said such a sentence. Fang Xing's face suddenly darkened. The surrounding atmosphere also became extremely awkward at this moment. Even the 3 immortal nuns of Yaoqi immediately looked at Pomelo, who spoke without thinking, and thought that she had gone too far. After Pomelo said this, she obviously knew that what she said was wrong, but she refused to lower her head. She stubbornly raised her head. That's right, I'm the first Situ, I owe you all. After a long time, the expected anger from Fang Xing did not appear. Instead, he laughed bitterly and said in a self-deprecating manner. We also know that we are in a dangerous situation now, so we can't act rashly. However, it is unbearable to see the disciples of Fuyao Palace being humiliated like this. Grand Minister of Prime Minister, the 3 of us have discussed this. It is unwise to put so many people in danger for the sake of a few lost disciples. However, it is not human to ignore the lives of those disciples. How about this? You take most of the disciples and go according to the original plan. You cross the sea by deceiving everyone and enter the devil's abyss. Among the three of us, one will stay with a few disciples and try to rescue them. Then, we will go to meet you. Mu Xian Immortal saw Feng Xing's expression and could not bear it, so she said softly. That's right, I'm willing to stay behind to save them. I'm willing too. The few female disciples of Fuyao Palace were overjoyed and fought to speak up, wanting to stay behind. There's no need, the original plan is no longer feasible. Feng Xing sneered and said softly, you guys don't need to stay behind either. This, Mu Xian Immortal was startled and looked up at Feng Xing. Do you really think those people are fools, that I can fool them so easily? Feng Xing raised his head and looked at them mockingly. When you tried to assassinate that guy surnamed Ji, he was already suspicious. Later on, he asked me a few questions. In fact, we didn't answer any of them directly, let alone convince him. Based on that guy's vigilance, even if he didn't guess your true identities, he must have guessed that your intentions were probably to seek refuge with the Shin clan. As for that fatty from Tanny Palace, I've dealt with him before. He looks like a stupid pig, but in fact, he's a smart pig, Feng Xing said softly, his face expressionless. Now they should have begun to inquire about us, and even planted spies in our treasure offering alliance to inquire about our background. When they understand our location, they will be even more suspicious. It is very likely that when we arrive at White Emperor City, they will immediately join forces with the God race to take us down, Then what should we do? The three Mu Xian Immortals were startled and looked up at Feng Xing. Their cultivation was not low, but they rarely walked in the cultivation world, so they were far from being smart. At this time, they had no idea what to do. Even the furious female disciples were dumbfounded at this time. They thought that the crisis of their unauthorized action had passed, but they did not expect that this was just the beginning, and the more dangerous situation was yet to come. For a moment, they were afraid, slightly apologetic, and full of doubt. They wondered if the other party had really found out, or if this unreliable big Situ was deliberately frightening them with frightening words. Why don't we rob the prisoner carriage now and escape immediately? What do you think? One of them, after hesitating for a long time, put forward such a suggestion. Believe it or not, now White Emperor City must be fully armed, waiting for you to come. Even Tianyi Palace should be ready. Feng Xing smiled noncommittally, his eyes full of sarcasm. Then, let's set off ahead of time and reach Beko Kekyung before White Emperor City, and carry out the original plan? Another person put forward a suggestion. Feng Xing still sneered, if Yi Huntian is only suspicious now, as long as we set off ahead of time, he will be completely sure. Then what do you think we should do? Wait for death here? Pomelo was a little agitated again, and she spoke without thinking. Didn't you have a good idea when you took action? Think about it yourself, Feng Xing sneered, as if he did not care. The female disciples of Fuyao Palace were angry again, and they all looked at Feng Xing angrily. Well, Situ, don't tease them. If you have a way, say it. Mu Xiai also sighed. She stopped Feng Xing and the other female disciples from arguing with each other and softly advised them. Of course I have a way. Otherwise, why did you ask me to be the big Situ? Feng Xing still said coldly, and his arrogant look made the female disciples of Fuyao Palace gnash their teeth with hatred. What way? On the other hand, the three nuns were overjoyed and hurriedly asked. Strike first and gain the upper hand. Feng Xing said lightly, and then became serious. His gaze swept across the three nuns and the female disciples, and he said seriously, it doesn't matter if that bastard Yi suspects us. He is very suspicious, and before he gets the evidence, he should not take action so quickly. Otherwise, there is no need for him to drink with me without batting an eyelid after he became suspicious. This is exactly what we want. Let us dig a hole for him first. Now I have an idea, and I need 3 people to cooperate with me. One is a smart and capable person from the Alliance, one is not weak, and can listen to me, and the last one is someone who is willing to risk everything, even if it means death. He pointed at himself. Let me do the job of the smart and capable person from the Alliance. Then he pointed at Mu Xian, you will be responsible for the second job. Finally, he looked at the most agitated Pomelo. You will be responsible for the third job, how about it? Why? His arrangements were too sudden, and most people didn't have time to react. After a long while, Mu Xiai asked in a daze. Fang Xing did not avoid her question, and looked at her directly, because I don't like you. Just because he didn't like someone, he would openly send someone to die. Fang Xing's words immediately aroused the anger of the female disciples of Fuyao Palace. Even the three immortal nuns frowned tightly. They felt that Fang Xing's arrangement was really inappropriate. As for the female disciple who was so angry that she said to Fang Xing, if you can't even save someone, what use do you have? The female disciple, Pomelo, was also momentarily stunned. Facing Fang Xing's mocking gaze, she couldn't tell if Fang Xing was teasing her or trying to frame her. Her expression alternated between anger and hesitation, and she couldn't speak for a long time. Why, it's your turn to save someone, and you don't dare to. Fang Xing's face was full of mockery as he looked coldly at Pomelo. If I can save someone, what's the harm in sending myself to death? Pomelo was agitated. She raised her head fiercely and looked straight at Fang Xing's gaze. All right, it's decided. Fang Xing slapped his thigh and immediately confirmed it without any hesitation. What exactly do you have in mind? Why don't you say it and we can discuss it together? Mu Xiai Immortal was the calmest, and she asked softly. All right, I'll let this woman die knowing. Fang Xing agreed with a grin. Then, he earnestly explained his plan. The three immortal nuns of Yaoqi and the few Fuyao Palace disciples present had solemn expressions. They originally thought that Fang Xing was narrow-minded and was deliberately taking revenge. However, after listening to his plan, they realized that he was indeed taking revenge on purpose. But even if it was revenge that rendered them speechless. To be able to save most of the Fuyao Palace disciples, and even to avenge this blood feud, this plan could already be said to be perfect. If that's the case, then I'm willing to die. The female disciple of Fuyao Palace called Pomelo's expression also darkened. She half knelt on the ground and said resolutely. All right, then we'll meet in the demonic abyss. Fang Xing stood up and laughed. He turned around and walked out of the side hall. The female disciples of Fuyao Palace outside the hall did not know what they were discussing, and did not dare to stop him. Fang Xing strode out, step by step, into the hall, and disappeared into the dark shadows. When he reappeared, he was a completely different person. He had turned into a wretched-looking, skinny man, and his cultivation seemed to be only at the Jingdan stage. He sneakily walked along a mountain path, and at the end of this path was the area where the people of White Emperor City were stationed. Is there really a problem with that treasure-offering alliance? At this time, on the hillside, in a brightly lit side hall, a group of people of White Emperor City was also discussing in the hall. At this time, it was an elder of White Emperor City who spoke. He frowned and said doubtfully, if there is a problem, why would they dare to go to Beko Keqiang and court death? Moreover, I've heard of the Jingjian clan and the True Yen Palace. They are a group of cowards. They belong to the Shin clan, but no one paid attention to them. How dare they play tricks on the Goddown clan? This matter. It's not them who have a problem. Yi Huntian, the city lord of White Emperor City, who was sitting in the main chair, smiled gently and said, in my opinion, they are just a bunch of idiots who don't know that they have been used as a disguise. But that old Xing, there is definitely something wrong with him. There must be a lot of dirty tricks among his subordinates. Many of them showed their grief when they saw the female disciples of Fuyao Palace being imprisoned by me. It is not fake. In that case, why are we still talking nonsense with them? Just take them down. Someone stood up in an aggressive manner. Yi Huntian glanced at him lightly and said, do you really think that the strength of the treasure-offering alliance is so weak? Many of them not only disguised their identity and appearance, but also concealed their real cultivation. When they saw the disciples of Fuyao Palace in the carriage, at least 3 of their auras were not inferior to the Yuanying realm. Even I felt frightened. It can be seen that they must have hidden masters. If we attack them rashly, we may be the ones who suffer losses. Let's pretend to be polite and wait and see. Send more people to find out the truth. In a loose alliance like theirs, it's not too difficult to find out information. At this moment, a disciple of White Emperor City suddenly rushed in and kowtowed, saying, reporting to the city lord, "We just caught a sneaky person at the foot of the mountain. He claims to be from the Treasure Offering Alliance and has a confidential matter to report to you." Even Xianxia was slightly stunned and then waved his hand, saying, "Let him in." Before long, a skinny man was escorted into the side hall. The man seemed to be extremely scared. As soon as he entered the hall, he knelt on the ground and cried to Xianxia, "I'm Xianxia, a rogue cultivator from Phoenix Ridge. Please save me, Lord Yi." Even Xianxia was a little curious about this. He looked at him up and down and said lightly, "What do you want?" The skinny man directly raised his head and cried, "It's a matter of life and death. Lord Yi, you don't know how unlucky we are. I heard there was such a treasure offering alliance before, so I wanted to follow them to get some benefits. But I didn't expect that they were just offering treasures in the name of evil intentions. There is a female disciple of Fuyao Palace in the Treasure Offering Alliance." What? Tell me the truth. Even though they already had their suspicions, the arrival of such an informant still caused everyone in White Emperor City to be greatly shocked. In particular, although they had their suspicions, they did not expect that the Treasure Offering Alliance would actually have a disciple from Fuyao Palace hidden within it. I don't know the details." The skinny man stammered. The skinny man stammered and stammered, but under the scolding of the people of White Emperor City, he still honestly said, "Well, this lowly one has always had a hobby, and that is to use beautiful and lovely people as cauldrons for cultivation. That way, I can get twice the result with half the effort. When I first entered this Treasure Offering Alliance, I felt a little strange. There were so many female cultivators, and many of them were in disguise. Although their techniques were brilliant, they couldn't hide from this lowly one's nose. At that time I noticed. It turns out that he is a flower-collecting demon." The people in White Emperor City looked at each other, and their eyes were full of disdain that couldn't be concealed. The skinny man continued to say honestly, "At that time, I didn't think too much about it. After all, it's not uncommon for female cultivators to dress up as men for convenience. But my old habit came back. At night, I couldn't help sneaking into the place where they were bathing. But today, when I went there, I was shocked. I saw several of them gathered together and crying, and they even mentioned your name. They said that you are a traitor, an evil thief, and should be cut into pieces. Some of them even said that they were going to assassinate you and rescue you, but they were soon scolded. They said that it was a matter of life and death for Fuyao Palace, so the most urgent thing was to muddle through and break into the demon abyss to meet with Xiaoxitu. At the critical moment, they had no choice but to sacrifice those women." Although he looked frightened, he still told them what he had seen and heard honestly, including many details, including how he heard those people scolding Xianxia, and how sad and hateful those women were, etc. Hearing his words, the people in White Emperor City all looked serious, and they all turned to look at Xianxia. "Is what you said true?" To everyone's surprise, what Xianxia had said was exactly the same as what he had guessed. But at this time, he calmed down, and his eyes fell on the face of the skinny man, Yu Xiliang, with a faint smile on his lips. "It's absolutely true. I saw it with my own eyes and heard it with my own ears. How could it be false?" The skinny man immediately complained of being wronged. "Oh. Then do you know how they are going to muddle through?" Xianxia asked in a low voice, looking leisurely. The skinny man was stunned. After a while, he said with a bitter face, "How would I know? And I don't dare to ask, haha." Xianxia laughed, but didn't say anything. He lowered his head, as if he was thinking about something. "City Governor, can this man be trusted?" An elder of White Emperor City came up and asked in a low voice. Xianxia glanced at the skinny man standing on the ground, and concentrated for a while. All of a sudden, he straightened up and said, "It doesn't matter whether I can trust him or not. Whether it's true or not, we will know after a test. Come on, bring me a map." A disciple next to him had already presented a map. Xianxia glanced over the map indifferently, especially at the line of defense, the direction of the main road, and the place where the God clan was stationed in Bako Kekyung. In the end, he fixed his eyes on the edge of the demon abyss, where a stretch of deep mountains connected to the demon abyss. His eyes darkened, as if he had seen through something. He pointed at the map and said lightly, "Whether it's true or not, we have to go and have a look." Then, his eyes turned cold and swept over the skinny man who was standing blankly below. His eyes seemed to have seen through everything. His voice was indifferent and full of killing intent. "Send someone to keep an eye on them. If that motley crew is fine tonight and has already set off tomorrow morning, reward this person with 1,000 taels of spiritual essence and allow him to be under the protection of White Emperor City. If those people make any unusual movements tonight and try to divert our attention so that they can come to save people or do something else, then immediately behead them and obliterate their souls." "Yes." The disciples of White Emperor City immediately answered and walked out. Even the skinny man who snitched was taken away again, interrogated repeatedly, and guarded strictly. Xianxia stood up and came to the window of the side hall. He quietly looked at the deep night sky and said nothing for a long time. Things shouldn't be so simple, but that unknown path is the only way to avoid the defense of the Goddown clan and enter the demonic abyss. I won't do anything but keep an eye on that path. I'd like to see what other tricks you can play. My lord, the people of the Treasure Offering Alliance bid farewell to Tiani Palace at the 4th night watch period. My lord, the people of the Treasure Offering Alliance unintentionally split into 2 groups. One group went straight to Beko Kekyang, and the other group dawdled. In the side hall, Xianxia didn't sleep all night. He sat quietly in the hall, breathing, waiting for his subordinates to report to him the news about the Treasure Offering Alliance. These news were like pieces of evidence that verified Xianxia's conjecture in his heart, making him more and more confident, and also more and more arrogant. Those women of Fuyao Palace, they really didn't step out of the door for too long. They only knew how to be high and mighty, but they had forgotten the sufferings of the world. In the past, there was the great elder of Yaoqi who secretly controlled everything, so everything was still under their control. But now that the great elder was dead, they were just a group of idiots. When he heard that the great elder had died in Kuaiji Mountain, he immediately decided to cut ties with Fuyao Palace because of this reason. He was indeed a chess piece buried by Fuyao Palace. Unfortunately, after the death of the great elder, this group of stupid women with only a body of cultivation did not have the ability to grasp him as a chess piece. When he thought of the faces of the Fuyao female disciples who rushed to his White Emperor City after the god race descended, and ordered him to immediately gather all his forces and escape into the Tiangang mountain range to meet up with the 3 goddesses, he felt that it was absurd and ridiculous. The one who chose him was Jade Pool's great elder Duanmuki, the one who supported him was Duanmeeting Hall, and the one who left behind many consequences to restrain him was also Duanmuki. Duanmuki had already died in the hands of the god race of Mount Kuaiji, so who else could control him? So he immediately killed them, rebelling without hesitation. He even wanted to see Duanmuki, the great elder of Yaoqi, who was a man but was willing to hide behind the women of Yaoqi, giving them advice and arranging everything for them. He wanted to ask him if he had ever thought that the women of Fuyao Palace would be so disappointing. This time, to be able to use the excuse of presenting treasures to bluff their way through, it shows that they have learned many things. It is a pity that they have met me, and these tricks are still too crude. Tell those children, no matter how many troops they split up, or how their itinerary is, keep a close eye on that person called Old Man Xing. If I am not wrong, that Old Man Xing should also be a chess piece planted by Fuyao Palace. This person is not simple. Wherever he goes, keep a close eye on that place. After quietly listening to the report of his subordinates, Xianxia suppressed the madness in his heart and calmly ordered. City Governor, the leader of the Treasure Offering Alliance hasn't shown up yet. Even when he bid farewell to the Palace Lord of the Tiani Palace, someone else did it for him. Could it be that he has already left? Xianxia thought for a while and made a decision. Since we can't see him, let's go and wait for him. After saying that, he stood up. After thinking for a while, a faint smile appeared on his face. But I still have to be careful not to fail miserably. How about this? Invite the young palace master of Tiani Palace and Elder Hu Jun to come with me. Tell them that I want to invite them to watch a good show. Yes. This subordinate went to obey the order. Xianxia's face gradually revealed a malicious smile. Fuyao Palace, oh, Fuyao Palace, you're really my benefactors. When I was in danger, you helped me get through the tribulation. Later, when I seized power in White Emperor City, I also relied on you to help me defeat my master's clansmen. Now, Haha, the God clan is coming, and we need to make great contributions so that we can have a meteoric rise. But you came to me and created a chance for me to make a great contribution, just a few disciples of Fuyao Palace. Their value is still too low. I hope there's a big fish among them, he muttered to himself and waited for the people of White Emperor City to gather. Before long, Dao Wufeng, the young palace master of Tianyi Palace, and Elder Hu Jun also arrived. They looked serious and wanted to know the details. However, Yi Hundian wanted to take all the credit, so he kept them in suspense. He just said with a smile that he had received some news and was going to do something big. Thanks to the hospitality of Tianyi Palace, he wanted to invite them to watch the show together. Dao Wufeng, the young palace master of Tianyi Palace, didn't say anything, but Elder Hu Jun seemed to be in a dilemma. Yi Hundian smiled and said, "A bunch of unruly people. They left in a hurry before the sun rose. They must have given themselves away. If Elder Hu Jun wants to keep an eye on that bunch of unruly people, you don't have to. Come with me. I won't let any of them escape." Hearing that, Dao Wufeng and Elder Hu Jun didn't say anything more. They looked at each other and followed him. Of course, in private, people from all walks of life were sent out to keep an eye on all directions. It was the same in White Emperor City. All the elders in the Yuaning realm hurried to all directions, keeping an eye on every direction in case of any changes. But Yi Hundian, the governor of White Emperor City, only brought a few trusted subordinates, Dao Wufeng, the young palace master of Tianyi Palace, Elder Hu Jun, and Yu Xiliang, the informant, with him. They rode on a cloud and flew straight to the mountain in the southeast corner. There were many mountains and rivers in the southern region of the Divine Land. Beko Kekyang faced the Devil's Abyss in the south, but there were endless mountains and forests in the east and west. The terrain was strange and dangerous. However, because the Devil's Abyss was a dangerous place where the rules had collapsed, the mountains bordering the Devil's Abyss were all bare mountains, making it difficult for people to hide there. The God clan also set up a heavy defense line with Beko Kekyang as the center. Therefore, it was almost impossible for ordinary cultivators to cross the defense line and enter the Devil's Abyss at will. Thus, the defense was extremely tight. However, no matter how tight the defense was, there would be some blind spots. Yi Hundian looked at the map and found a secret passage that could accommodate hundreds of people to sneak into the Devil's Abyss in the shortest time. It was in a mountain corner thousands of miles away from Beko Kekyang. There was a kind of strange vine growing here, which directly connected the mountains to the Devil's Abyss, so people could directly escape into the Devil's Abyss from the mountains. The defense line of the God clan and the patrolling soldiers they sent out all over the sky couldn't take care of this place. It was very remote. After some speculation, Yi Hundian concluded that if anyone from Fuyao Palace wanted to escape into the Devil's Abyss, they must take this passage. Haha, this place is beautiful, with verdant hills and limpid waters. It faces the Devil's Abyss in the south, and is backed by the Fairy Mountain, but it is hidden behind the big peaks. It is a good place to hide. My friends, how about you calm down and drink a cup of elixir tea with me here? Compared to Elder Hu Jun, who was worried, Dao Wufeng, the young master of Tianyi Palace, who didn't show his joy or anger, and Yu Xiliang, the informant, who was trembling with fear, Yi Hundian was really free and easy. He chose a blue stone under an ancient tree and sat down cross-legged. He personally took out an elixir furnace, a tea set, and other things from his storage bag. He refined elixir pills and brewed tea on the spot. Then, he talked loudly, talking and laughing with the breeze. City Lordji must have seen through something, right? Elder Hu Jun asked. He glanced at Yu Xiliang, whose clothes were obviously different from the disciples of White Emperor City. In the banquet last night, Elder Hu Jun and the young master should have seen through it too, right? Yi Hundian smiled gently and glanced at Elder Hu Jun and Dao Wufeng. Yes, so today, whether they said goodbye or left in batches, I didn't stop them. I just sent people to keep an eye on them. I want to see what they are up to. However, City Lordji brought us here, so I am a little. Elder Hu Jun frowned slightly, but he still said what he wanted to say. You're right, Elder Hu Jun. However, if we let them lead us by the nose, we will lose our demeanor. Secondly, it is easy for them to sacrifice their tail to lure the enemy. If we make a mistake, we may only get a few small fish and shrimps, but the real big fish will escape. that's why I invited you two here. There is probably nothing in this world that makes people happier than waiting for their prey. Xianxia chuckled. Xianxia chuckled. A jade talisman on his waist was constantly flashing a dim green light, sending messages one after another. Through this jade talisman, the messages from the disciples of White Emperor City were sent into his mind sea, which enabled him to grasp the overall situation while talking and laughing. Especially when he heard that a group of about 400 or 500 people in the treasure-offering alliance were heading towards this direction in batches after circling several times, Xianxia laughed even more happily. He was almost fully confident that he would definitely catch a big fish today. He even looked at Yu Xiliang with satisfaction and poured a cup of elixir tea for him. It's good that everything is under control, City Lord Yi. However, do we have enough people? Elder Hu Jun frowned and said, if there's really no other way, we'll send a secret letter to the Goddown clan. They're only 10,000 miles away from here. If they fly here, they'll arrive in about 30 minutes. It's always good to be more prepared. It's because the masters of the Goddown clan are close to us that we are more assured. If we can catch these big fish by ourselves, it will be a big fish. Even if these big fish struggle a little hard, it's still not too late to ask the masters of the Goddown clan for help. However, if we ask for help now, it won't be good if we can't get the evidence. Hearing Xianxia's words, Elder Hu Jun and Dao Wufang didn't say anything more. In fact, they also knew that Xianxia said so nicely because he wanted them to make a great contribution. We're almost there. After drinking 2 cups of elixir tea, Xianxia stood up with a smile. He had received the report from his subordinates that those people didn't walk after entering the deep mountain. Instead, they directly rode clouds at a low altitude and hurried in this direction. He sighed with satisfaction, waved his sleeves, tidied his clothes, and stood on a protruding rock in front of the cliff with his hands behind his back. Looking towards the west, he had already made preparations in his heart. In order to resolve the hatred that had been pent up in his heart for so many years, when the group of people who were trying to escape saw him clearly, he would definitely ask them with a smile, fellow cultivators from Fuyao Palace, where do you think you are going in the wilderness? Sure enough, after the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, a group of cultivators arrived on a cloud from the east. The words that Xianxia had prepared for a long time were on the tip of his tongue. However, he didn't say it out, because the words were taken away before he could say them. How dare you rebel from Fuyao Palace? You've come to this desolate mountain, but where do you think you're going? Xianxia, who had always been controlled by Fuyao Palace and could only be used as a chess piece to ambush in White Emperor City, was filled with endless resentment towards Fuyao Palace. His betrayal this time, although it was to seize the opportunity to realize his ambitions and aspirations, it was also to completely break free from the control of Fuyao Palace, and even to take revenge on this group of women who dared to use him as a chess piece. It was precisely because of this that when he was thinking about how to deal with Fuyao Palace, he was a little more frivolous, always hoping to achieve some dramatic effect. However, what made him very angry was that when everything was ready, his lines had been stolen by someone else. Coupled with the faint sense of foreboding in his heart when he heard these words, he maintained his silence and looked forward with an unfriendly gaze. Behind the mountain peak, a group of people rushed out. Looking at them, it was clearly a motley crew. There was not the slightest bit of order in their ranks. Some were riding on clouds, some were riding on weapons, and some were even riding on demonic beasts. Even their cultivation was low. There were not many Jindan cultivators, and most of them were in the foundational stage. The person leading them was in the Jindan realm, wearing a robe embroidered with golden threads. Who else could it be but the head of the Golden Sword sect, LV Jinhong? It was this nameless rogue cultivator who had stolen what he wanted to say just now. Xianxia's gaze swept around, but he did not see the figure of old Xing, nor did he recognize the appearance of any of the disciples of Fuyao Palace. A trace of strangeness rose in his heart, but he still maintained his calm and shouted in a low voice, "Where is old Xing? Where are the disciples of Fuyao Palace?" At this time, he was already a little suspicious. In his conjecture, the disciples of the small orthodoxies like the Golden Sword sect and the True Flame Palace were only used by the Fuyao Palace as a disguise. When they were really preparing to enter the Devil Abyss, they had already abandoned these people. Most likely, these people would not know that they had been used until the disciples of the Fuyao Palace entered the Devil Abyss. However, he did not expect this group of people to be the first to arrive here. Something was not right. Seeing Yi Hunqian's gloomy face, LV Jinhong, the leader of the group, felt a little scared. Usually, he did not dare to say anything disrespectful to the Lord of White Emperor City, and he even had to plop to his knees with a glance. But when he thought of what the head of the Treasures Alliance had said to him before he came here and the backer behind him, he became bolder. Knowing that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him, he worked harder and directly jumped to his feet and scolded, "Fuyao Palace's disciple, aren't you? You still dare to play dumb?" Hearing this, Yi Huntian was a little confused. He only felt that everything was beyond his expectation. LV Jinhong laughed and said, "Yi, don't play dumb. Before I came here, the old senior had already told me that you, a bastard, played the trick of injuring yourself to gain the confidence of others. You said you were going to present the treasures to the lords of the Goddown clan, but in fact, you were going to sneak into the Devil Abyss. I sent people to keep an eye on you all the way, and sure enough, I saw you coming here. Hee, now that I have caught you here, what else do you have to say? It's my turn to make a great achievement in front of the lords of the God tribe. Ha 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 ha, the head is so wise. Yi, why don't you surrender?" Behind him, the group of Gold Sword sect disciples laughed out loud. They were in high spirits, as if they had caught a big fish. Something is wrong. At this moment, Yi Huntian sensed that something was wrong, and he frowned. Nonsense. My master has set up an inescapable net here, waiting for you to take the bait. How dare you put the blame on me? At this time, suddenly, a group of people appeared in the void, divided into 4 directions, and faintly surrounded LV Jinhong's group. The ones who shouted in the air were several elders of White Emperor City. As soon as they appeared, the momentum of the scene suddenly changed. Although they were still much smaller than LV Jinhong's group, they had completely suppressed them. They looked angry and murderous. As soon as the city lord gave the order, they would attack together and kill the motley crew who dared to bite the city lord. Ouch! When the motley crew saw these people, they immediately felt that they were half a head shorter, and they all stared at each other. Could it be that they have other plans? At this time, Yi Huntian had no time to give the order to kill these people. He frowned and thought quickly, it's impossible. If they want to enter the Devil Abyss, they either sneak in here or break through the defense line of Bako Keikyung. It doesn't make sense. Could it be that they have other plans? Suddenly, he turned his head to look at Yu Xiliang, who had told him the secret, and gave off a horrible momentum. You take down these motley crew first. I'm going to Bako Keikyung at once. He gave the order coldly, and then he glanced around. Clouds gathered under his feet, and he was ready to fly away. Where are you going? Unexpectedly, as soon as he moved, LV Jianhong of the Jingjian sect shouted, Yi, don't try to escape. Surrender. The motley crew behind him also followed and shouted loudly. Their aura was extraordinary. Yi Huntian was already unhappy because he felt that he had miscalculated something. When he saw these rogue cultivators, who were even worse than stray dogs in front of him, dared to provoke him, he couldn't suppress his anger anymore. He suddenly jumped into the air and waved his palm at the rogue cultivators who dared to block his way. How dare you ask me to surrender? His palm was so powerful that even ordinary Yuanian cultivators couldn't resist it, let alone Jingdan cultivators. He planned to smash LV Jianhong and the others, and even kill some of them to vent his anger, and then rush to Bako Keikyung as fast as he could. However, as soon as he launched his palm, a grey divine light suddenly fell from the void and collided with his palm. The surging palm immediately collapsed, and Yi Huntian was also seriously injured. He couldn't help but sink back to the original place. Who are you? Yi Huntian's face changed dramatically, and he looked at the sky with cold eyes. Some of the disciples of White Emperor City, who had set up a formation in the air to surround LV Jinhong and the other rabble, reacted very quickly. As soon as they saw the Castellan was attacked, many of them immediately rushed toward the grey cloud in the sky. Streaks of sword light, like silver threads, rolled into the grey cloud, and a terrible murderous aura filled the void for a while. Boom! To everyone's surprise, the streaks of sword light rolled into the grey cloud, but didn't move at all. After a long silence, an indescribably amazing force suddenly spread out and directly scattered the disciples of White Emperor City who had surrounded the grey cloud. They all vomited blood and fell from the sky. While they were still in the air, they had already lost their breath. Obviously, they had been killed directly. Your Excellency from the Fallen God clan is here. How dare you, traitor of Fuyao Palace, be so presumptuous? At this moment, a shout came from within the grey cloud, and then the cloud dispersed, revealing a golden figure. The figure was 30 feet tall, and was extremely sturdy. He was wearing a golden armor, and even his face was covered. His face could not be seen, only a pair of cold eyes could be seen under the helmet. The killing intent he exuded was real, almost tangible. The grey cloud was formed by the killing intent on his body, and it was not caused by a spell. Behind him, there were 4 or 5 armored soldiers in the same clothes as him, and a woman in a cyan dress stood beside him. Her face was full of sorrow, and there was unconcealable hatred in her eyes. She stared at Yi Huntian like 2 sharp swords. Your Excellency from the Fallen God clan, Yi Huntian was dumbfounded. The shock in his heart was indescribable, and he didn't even come to himself for a while. Even Dao Wufang, the young palace master of Tianyi Palace, and Elder Hu Jun were dumbfounded at this moment. They looked at the sky with strange expressions. Yi Huntian, the city master of White Emperor City? The man in golden armor slowly walked down from the void with a deep look in his eyes. I know you. I've read the slave letter you sent before, and someone reported that you came to Beko Kekyung with several big gifts to show your loyalty to our Fallen God clan. I was quite interested in it. So, when someone came to me at the risk of his life and told me that you were playing the trick of injuring yourself to gain our trust. You pretended to be loyal to us, but in fact, you were secretly sending some people through the defense line. I was a little suspicious. Although I'm here, I'm not in a hurry to show up. I just want to see what's going on. As he spoke, he came to about 100 feet away from Yi Huntian and continued, now, things haven't been clarified yet. Why are you in a hurry to leave? Yi Huntian didn't come to himself until now. Having no time to think about it, he hurriedly knelt in the air and said, Greetings, City Master of White Emperor City. Speaking of this, he paused for a while. Then, the armored soldier said lightly, My name is Ghostwood. Yi Huntian hurriedly said. Greetings, Your Excellency Ghostwood of the Fallen God clan. Your Excellency, please understand that I'm completely sincere and loyal. In front of LV Jinhong and the others, he didn't bother to explain at all. But after the appearance of the Fallen God clan, he had to explain it clearly. He had already realized that he had fallen into some kind of trap, and his heart was filled with terror. Oh. Whether you're sincere or not, you can't say it out loud. I just want to ask you 2 questions. The armored soldier of the Fallen God clan seemed to be prepared. He calmly said, The first question, are you from the Fuyao Palace? Yi Huntian's back was covered with a layer of cold sweat. He felt that the soldier seemed to be hinting at something. After a moment of silence, he replied in a low voice, In front of Your Excellency, I dare not lie. I did receive the favor of the Fuyao Palace, but I'm not a disciple of the Fuyao Palace. I'm just a chess piece they secretly arranged. Moreover, after Your Excellency arrived, I cut off all ties with them. I killed many of the disciples of the Fuyao Palace who went to White Emperor City to contact me, and kept some of them as gifts to Your Excellency from the Fallen God clan. They are imprisoned in the rear. Well, this question makes sense. The armored soldier of the Fallen God clan turned his head and glanced at the female disciple in the cyan dress beside him. Then, he looked at Yi Huntian again. His eyes were cold and contained endless pressure. The second question, where is Feng Xing, the devil of Tianyuan, wanted by 3,000 people of our clan? This question directly confused Yi Huntian. That devil? How the hell do I know where he is? The Lord of White Emperor City, Yi Huntian, was really confused this time. He never thought that the Lord of the Gods Fallen clan would ask such a question. He naturally knew of the name of the demon of the heavenly origin, Feng Xing. In other words, there were probably not many people who did not know of his name in the many orthodoxies of the Tianyuan continent. Not to mention the things he had done before the God clan descended. Just when the God clan had just descended, he had worked together with the young minister of the Fuyao Palace, Nie Qianhong, and the abandoned son of the Lu clan, Lu Fengxian, to kill the young master of the Lightning clan, the Child of Lightning, who had contributed greatly to the God clan's descent. It could be said to be one of the most wondrous legends in the world. Of course, the God clan's reaction to this was also extremely fierce. Not only the Lord of the Lightning clan and the Divine King of Infinite swore to capture the three of them and cut them into pieces, but the 3,000 God clans even put the three of them on the wanted list in the name of the Divine Lord. Now it was widely said that during the arrival of the God clan and the subsequent resistance, there were 7 people who were deeply hated by the God clan. They were called the 7 evils, and the heavenly Yuan demon ranked first among the 7 evils. If he knew where the little demon was, would he wait for them to ask him if he could capture this little devil, or even just provide some valuable information? He would be rewarded generously and put in an important position by all the God clans. This was much more meritorious than taking the heads of a few cultivators who refused to submit or capturing a few disciples of Fuyao Palace. It was so absurd that Xianxia was stunned for a long time and didn't know what to say. Yi, since you've done it, why don't you dare to admit it? But obviously, the people of the God's Fallen clan didn't want to give him a chance to think about what had happened. Just when he was slightly stunned and didn't directly answer Guimu's question, the woman in a green dress who had been following Guimu sneered and said, "Your Fuyao Palace is really scheming. Not only did you use your hidden pawn for a long time, but you also used such a trick just to send the demon to the Pure Land. Unfortunately, I've already told everything to the Lord of the God clan. Who are you? How dare you slander me?" Xianxia was furious that she had smashed so many things on his head, so he yelled at the woman. "I am the abandoned disciple of Fuyao Palace, Pomelo. I am willing to serve the God clan and remove you, the hidden pawn of Fuyao Palace." The woman in cyan dress shouted at Xianxia. Before he answered, she hurriedly said to Guimu of the Goddown clan, "Your Excellency Guimu, please take him down immediately. That little devil is good at disguising himself, so it's hard to identify him. Since Xianxia wants to send him out, he will definitely take him with him. I can guarantee that there's a 70% chance that the little devil is one of his trusted followers. B*TCH, how dare you spout nonsense in front of me? How could the people around me?" Xianxia was so angry that he almost went crazy. He roared and was about to deny it, but suddenly, he was stunned. Among the people around him, not everyone could guarantee their innocence. Before this thought flashed through his mind, a thunderous roar came from beside him. "Brother Yi, we have been betrayed by that B*TCH. Don't pretend anymore. It's more important to run away. Let's kill that bastard of the Goddown clan first, and then we can run away together." In the shocked eyes of the people around, they suddenly saw a skinny man beside Xianxia suddenly jump up. While he was still in the air, he had already started to change. His skinny body began to fill up, his brown face gradually became ruddy, and even his aura kept increasing. Almost in a flash, he turned into a young man. When he was in the air, he growled and slapped forward with his palm. His palm strength swept across the sky like a bolt of lightning piercing through the void. Who on earth are you?" Xianxia was shocked by this change. He was anxious and angry, shouting loudly. "I am Fangxing, haven't you heard of me?" At this moment, the young man turned his head in the air and blinked at Xianxia. Then, he lowered his voice and said in a tone that Xianxia was very familiar with, "I have told you that you must have heard of my name, Old Xing." Xianxia suddenly became cold all over. A sense of fear and anger rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. It turned out that Old Xing was the little devil, Fangxing. It turned out that the rumor that the little devil was saved by the women of Fuyao Palace was true, and all these schemes were not something that the women of Fuyao Palace could come up with. They were all done by the little devil. Xianxia figured out several things in an instant. His eyes had already turned scarlet, his heart seemed to have fallen into an ice cave at this moment. So far, he still didn't know what the little devil's complete plan was, but he was sure of one thing. From the moment the little devil appeared next to him and shouted those words, he couldn't clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River, unless he killed him immediately. "It's really him." When Fangxing appeared and slapped the woman in the cyan dress, the pupils of the God clan's Guimu suddenly shrank. He opened his right palm, and soon, a portrait appeared in his palm. It was a vivid portrait of a man who was rushing through the void and tearing several God clan's creatures in half. This was a scene that a God clan's creature had cut from his own memory and turned into a portrait. Almost all 3,000 God clan's creatures had a copy of this portrait, hoping to find the little devil and then tear him into pieces as a warning to Tianyuan. The contrast between the two was too clear. The one who was slapping the woman in the cyan dress was the same person in the portrait. There was no mistake. Ha 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 ha, the Guemu of the God Clan laughed. 3,000 God Clan's creatures are looking for you. I didn't expect that you would fall into my hands. As he laughed, the gray cloud chi around him was suddenly released and turned into a vigorous and indescribable force, slapping directly at Feng Xing. This was a force almost comparable to the crossing tribulation. Even a Yuanying realm cultivator would find it extremely difficult to dodge this blow. Devil, how dare you trick me? At this moment, Yi Hundian, who was behind Feng Xing, shouted. He was so angry that he also made a move. The appearance of Feng Xing really made him feel that he couldn't explain himself. The only way was to kill him immediately or capture him and hand him over to the Lord of the God Clan for interrogation. Only in this way could he prove his innocence. Therefore, he didn't have time to think about it. He made a move as soon as possible. He wanted to seriously injure the little devil before the God Clan's creature made a move, and then hand him over to the God Clan with both hands. The attacks from the front and the back were both powerful forces that couldn't be underestimated. However, at this moment, Feng Xing showed a creepy smile. Then, he suddenly rotated in the air like a top. The power of heaven and earth seemed to form a weird force field with him as the center. Yi Hunqian's palm strike from behind was skillfully guided by Feng Xing. It brushed past Feng Xing's body and collided with the power of the God Clan's creature. At the same time, Feng Xing took back his own power and struck out at the same time as Yi Hunqian's. Boom! Boom! The two of them combined their strength and heavily collided with the weird power of the creature of God Fallen Clan. Two extremely violent explosions reverberated in the air. Feng Xing and Yi Hundian were pushed back by the great force at the same time, while the creature of God Fallen Clan was also pushed back a few steps. His eyes under the helmet had become extremely gloomy. Yi Hundian, you really have bad intentions, he roared in a low voice and took another step forward. Since you have the guts to attack me, take a few more strikes from me. Boom, this time, he directly rushed over with his golden fist, which was like a mountain, suppressing one side. No. I didn't. Yi Hundian stared at his palm in a daze and almost cried. He couldn't figure out why his palm, which was aimed at the demon's back, changed its direction inexplicably as if it had its own consciousness. It bypassed the demon and rushed towards the palm of Lord Ghostwood from the God Clan. However, he had no time to think about it. The God Fist of the God Clan had already enveloped him. At this moment, he could only try his best to protect himself no matter what. Sure enough, everything is just as he expected. At this time, Pomelo, who was in the air, was also slightly stunned when she saw the big change. At first, when they heard about Situ's plan, they all felt that there were some loopholes in it and that things might not go so smoothly. However, he said that as long as everyone did what he said, it would be a success. It was not that he guaranteed that there would be no loopholes in his plan, but that he was pressing forward step by step. Even if there were loopholes, there was no chance for others to make up for it. They could only follow the trajectory he had set. Oh well, those imprisoned sisters should have been rescued. Celestial Maiden and the others should be able to enter the demon abyss very soon. I'm a chess piece that was destined to be sacrificed, so I'll play my final role to the fullest. With this idea in mind, she stepped into the void and suddenly shouted, now is the time to establish a miraculous achievement. What are you waiting for? Capture all the disciples of White Emperor City and hand them over to Lord Ghostwood from the God Clan. Kill anyone who dares to resist. At this time, LV Jinhong and the others recovered from their ecstasy. They waved their flying swords and magical weapons and rushed toward the disciples of White Emperor City. At this time, they were so excited that they almost shouted. Previously, when Senior Xing said that he would give them a peerless martial art, they did not believe it. It was not until they heard that the big shot of the God-Down clan would also come that they mustered up the courage to come. However, no one expected that the martial art would be so great that it could even surround the little devil Feng Xing. The little demon, Feng Xing, was the leader of the 7 evils wanted by the God Clan. He was an existence that could attract the attention of the 3,000 God Clans. After Pomelo's shout, they rushed toward the disciples of White Emperor City. Although they outnumbered White Emperor City, their overall strength was much weaker than White Emperor City's. In normal times, they would be slaughtered. However, at this time, the greed of making a great contribution to the Shen tribe and then rising to the sky in a single bound boosted their courage. Even the rogue cultivators in the Zhuji realm dared to show their knives to the old practitioners in the Jingdan realm in the White Emperor City. However, the practitioners in White Emperor City were completely confused by the scene in front of them. For a moment, no one dared to kill them. They could only resist. In fact, they had the same thoughts as the disciples of the Treasure Offering Alliance. They had come with the intention of pledging allegiance to the god race, but no matter what, they had never thought that they would suddenly become the target of the god race's attack. If they resisted, it would be an act that would anger the god race. This was contrary to their thoughts. Deep in their hearts, they did not dare to truly anger the fallen god race. Therefore, they did not have the courage to kill. But if they did not resist, they would be surrounded by the ants of the Treasure Offering Alliance. It was truly dangerous, and many of them had even been killed. City Lord, in this completely chaotic situation, many people looked at their City Lord eagerly, hoping to get a clear order from him. However, Yi Huntian, the City Lord of White Emperor City, had no time to care about them. At this time, together with the little devil Fang Xing, they were forced into a desperate situation by Lord Ghostwood of the Fallen God tribe. While struggling to survive, they tried their best to explain, "Your Excellency, listen to me." Yi Huntian gasped for breath and shouted with all his strength. Hearing this, Fang Xing immediately flew toward him. His terrible chi forced Yi Huntian to shut his mouth immediately. Yi Huntian waved his palm angrily, but Fang Xing stretched out his hand and directly hit Ghostwood. At the same time, he turned his head and stared at Ghostwood fiercely. Following Yi Huntian's voice, he shouted, "Today, I will beat you until you call me father." Yi Huntian trembled in fear. He ran far away and shouted anxiously, "I have nothing to do with this devil." Fang Xing shouted and chased after him again. At the same time, he said, "Let's do our best for Tianyuan." Gritting his teeth, Yi Huntian shouted angrily while running, "This is a conspiracy, wahahaha." Fang Xing waved a pair of sword wings, shaking the void and forcing Yi Huntian to shut his mouth. He sneered at Guemu of the Goddown clan and continued Yi Huntian's words. "I lured you here so that I can beat the dog, demon, shut up." Every word of Yi Huntian's had been misinterpreted. Yi Huntian was completely enraged. He directly shouted at Fang Xing looking at his lion-like appearance. Fang Xing laughed out loud, "Brother Yi, we really are a match made in heaven." "Yi Huntian, I thought you were a smart man. It turns out that you are so stupid." Guemu of the Goddown clan didn't care about their awkward conversation. In fact, the moment Fang Xing showed up, he had focused all his attention on this devil. He just wanted to take him down, so he didn't pay much attention to Yi Huntian. Otherwise, he would have found some clues from Yi Huntian's expression. However, Guemu was only irritated by Yi Huntian's words. As he shouted, he flew up to the sky like a bolt of lightning. Gray smoke gathered around him, and then his bones grew out of his body with rustling sounds. They turned into a broad-boned saber on his right arm. With the help of his divine power, he fiercely swung the saber down from the sky, splitting the void in an area with a rumbling sound, and directly chopped towards the area where Fang Xing and Yi Huntian were. "Your Excellency Guemu, trust me." Yi Huntian was also full of bitterness. He couldn't even explain it clearly. Seeing that the creature of the Goddown clan was really enraged, Yi Huntian made up his mind to cooperate with that creature to kill this little devil no matter what. After that, he might have a chance to explain everything. Otherwise, if the Goddown clan really hated him, he would never be able to solve this problem. With this thought in mind, he directly roared and took out an ancient jade that was the size of a fist. Endless divine light that contained talismans bloomed from it. He opened his mouth and bit the tip of his tongue, and spat out a mouthful of blood on it. Then, a terrifying foul gas suddenly gushed out from the ancient jade. It was like a black bullet that shot towards Fang Xing at an indescribably fast speed. "Haha, good brother, you even took out such a treasure to help me." At this time, Fang Xing burst into laughter. Facing the heavy attacks coming from the top and the left, he just used the gang steps and drew a circle with his hands, running the half-step Great Way method. As he waved his hands, he had already confined a part of the void. Then, he exerted all his strength to pull it. In that part of the void, the dirty ancient jade that was fiercely hitting towards his back was forcibly turned into a jet of black light and flew upwards. With a bang sound, it collided with the bone saber of the god clan. An earth-shattering shock reverberated in this area. That piece of ancient jade, which he regarded as his trump card, was truly extraordinary. It actually knocked back the fallen god clan's Guemu's all-out attack. His entire body bounced back into the air, and then he retreated 7 or 8 steps in the void before coming to a stop. "You're courting death." When he raised his head again, Guemu's eyes were filled with endless killing intent. "It's over." I can't explain it. Seeing this scene, Xianxia's heart was completely cold. Until now, he still could not figure out what kind of weird method the little devil had cultivated. Not only could he reverse his magical sense, but he could also reverse his magic treasure. This kind of thing could not be explained, even in normal times, let alone in such a fierce battle. Go, let's get out of here first." In the blink of an eye, the disciples of White Emperor City had already been besieged. They were all in danger, but they restrained themselves and did not dare to fight back. In such a short time, Pomelo of Fuyao Palace and LV Jinhong, the rogue cultivator who was inferior to a wild dog, had already killed more than a dozen people. Most importantly, even the God Clan creatures who came with Guemu of the God Down clan were ready to make a move. It seemed that their killing intent had been aroused. If it went on like this, not many of the 100 elites of White Emperor City that he had brought with him would be left. Thinking quickly, he helplessly gave the order to withdraw first. No matter how big the misunderstanding was, they had to leave this place first. Otherwise, it would be more and more difficult to explain. Brother Yi is right. We'd better retreat for the time being. When we get a chance later, we'll come back and destroy the God Down clan. As soon as Xianxia gave the order of retreat, he suddenly heard someone next to him echoing. Turning around, he was so angry that he almost burst into tears. That little devil unexpectedly rushed towards him again, as if he wanted to fight shoulder to shoulder with him. At the same time, he shot out a jet of divine light from afar, frightening a disciple of White Emperor City, whose chest was almost pierced by LV Jinhong's flying sword, and dodged the disaster. Thank you, Master." The saved disciple of White Emperor City was still in shock. He thought it was his master who saved him, so he subconsciously thanked Xianxia. "We're all family. Don't thank me. Hurry up, protect your master and leave first." "I'll stay behind." Fangxing directly took over the conversation. His face was taut, and he looked extremely serious and righteous. "I'll cut off your grandpa's back." Xianxia was so angry that he forgot everything. He waved his palm and fiercely hit Xianxia. Fangxing grinned and turned his arms again. The invisible power of heaven and earth descended and forcibly reversed the power of Xianxia's palm. Then, he hit Ghostwood of the God Down clan, who was rushing in this direction diagonally. It seemed that Xianxia saw Ghostwood rushing at him and was worried that Fangxing would be hurt, so he immediately rushed up and hit Ghostwood with his palm regardless of his own safety. "Alas, Brother Yi, you're really loyal to your friends. Since you don't let me stay behind, I'll go first. Help me stay behind." Fangxing's face was taut as he tried to hold back his laughter. He pretended to sigh helplessly and leaped into the air as if he wanted to escape. However, when he leaped into the air, he could not help but laugh out loud as he leaped into the air. Then, he flew straight towards the far east. "Today, none of you can leave." Seeing this, that divinity creature was furious. He could no longer suppress his anger. In addition, he had already arranged the surrounding well. In order to capture the little devil that was jointly wanted by the 3,000 divinity clans, he couldn't care about anything else. He shouted and a big flag behind him flew up to the sky, fluttering in the strong wind. At the sight of this big flag, an earth-shattering roar suddenly came from the surrounding hollow, from hundreds of miles away. Then, rows of divinity creatures showed up from the hollow. There was a troop in the north, south, east, and west. They formed a huge net and surrounded this area. "Haha, Demon Lord, after receiving news that you might appear here, I mobilized all the forces of my clan to seal off the area within 3,000 miles. Even if you have the ability to transcend the heavens, you will definitely become a prisoner of my clan this time," Guemu of the god race shouted. His laughter was filled with boundless ferocity and hostility. Seeing so many divinity creatures blocking his way, Fangxing was stunned. He paused in the hollow, looked at Ghostwood behind him with a puzzled look, and said with a smile, "You brought all of them here to kill me. Is there no one left in Beko Keqiang's line of defense?" "Haha, if I can capture you, it's just a line of defense. What's the big deal about abandoning it?" Ghostwood smiled grimly, put his hands behind his back, and slowly walked forward. And the divinity creatures that appeared from all directions also shouted in a low voice, pressing forward step by step. As they approached, the encirclement began to shrink, and the field began to be filled with a terrible murderous aura. Even the hollow seemed to be frozen. Some disciples of the Treasure Offering Alliance and White Emperor City with lower cultivation were even trembling in fear under the impact of this murderous aura. They couldn't even stand steadily. What should we do? Being surrounded in all directions, Xianxia naturally couldn't leave. He couldn't help but murmur to himself with a grey face. "There's no need to defend. Our sharpness can cut through gold. We'll kill as many as we can." Fangxing flew over from not far away and stood next to Xianxia, looking like a brother. How much the God clan valued Fangxing, or how much they wanted to kill him, could be seen from this moment. The God clan had sent a large number of creatures to guard the void. There were no less than 400 or 500 of them, and they surrounded the area impenetrably. It must be known that when the God clan first came to Tianyuan, Zhu Xiu had the impression that they had a large number of people. It was, after all, an alliance of 3,000 God clans. The real God clan was born with a powerful bloodline. Every God clan creature that grew up possessed great power, but it was also because of this that they were envied by the heavens. Their numbers were extremely small, and a clan with nearly 100 members was already a rarely seen large clan. The God clan had transferred 400 or 500 creatures over, which was almost equivalent to emptying the military strength of the Beko Keqiang defense line. The 7 villains of Tianyuan are guilty of the most heinous crimes. Kill them without mercy. White Emperor City sheltering these villains should be punished as well, the creatures of the God clan strode forward with endless fierce wind and murderous intent. They raised their palms high and then waved forward heavily. Kill. Fang Yamo is sinister and cunning. In order to prevent him from escaping in the chaos and to prevent him from having other accomplices hiding among them, no one is allowed to escape within 1,000 miles. Kill them all. It is better to kill 10,000 than to let one go. Boom. Boom. Boom, the surrounding God clan creatures received the order. Their momentum was monstrous, and they all pressed forward. The void shook, and the wind rolled. Surrender, surrender, Lord of the God clan, we are sincere in seeking refuge. This ferocious power scared many people out of their wits. People from White Emperor City and the Treasure Offering Alliance all knelt down to beg for mercy. But to their surprise, they discovered that the God clan that had surrounded them didn't seem to be allies at all. They actually regarded all of them as enemies. They solemnly obeyed Gui Mu's order that they wouldn't allow anyone to escape. They directly swept forward and strangled them in the middle. Whether they surrendered or resisted, they all suffered the same fate. Flesh and blood rained down from the void. Miserable screams resounded like a tide. This domain had already turned into a slaughterhouse. At this time, everyone had become lambs waiting to be slaughtered. We, the Treasure Offering Alliance, have wholeheartedly pledged our allegiance. Why did you kill my disciple? LV Jinhong and the others in the Treasure Offering Alliance were the ones who had experienced the greatest emotional upheavals. They had just been dreaming of killing the 7 devils of heaven's origin, accomplishing a great deed for the gods' fallen tribe, and rising to the heavens. Now, they saw the enemy charging at them, not leaving a single one of their disciples alive. Their heads were filled with hot blood, and they were practically dumbfounded. The scene before them was like a dream. It was just that from a beautiful dream, he had suddenly fallen into a nightmare. When LV Jinhong saw this scene and saw her most beloved disciple being pierced by the expressionless God clan's iron spear, her mind was agitated. Her eyes were bloodshot as she rushed toward the God clan creature. She hugged the iron spear tightly with both hands and shouted angrily. She even shook it forcefully, trying to pull the iron spear out of her disciple's chest. However, her cultivation was nothing in front of the God clan creature. The iron spear did not move at all, but 2 bone blades slashed down from the side, and blood gushed out from his neck. A round head rolled down, carrying confusion, indignation, and confusion as it fell straight to the ground. Motherv *Ker, I pledged my allegiance to you for glory, splendor, and wealth, but you want my life? Huatuachua was also angry. He jumped high into the air, controlled a fire python whip, and charged toward the God Clan creature. Unfortunately, before he could reach halfway, someone from the God Clan indifferently spat out a breath of fire. While he was still flying in the air, he and the whip were turned into charcoal. Then, when the wind blew, they turned into ashes and scattered in all directions, as if they had never been there. The devil bullied me, the God Clan bullied me. At this time, Yi Huntian saw the disciples of White Emperor City being slaughtered. His eyes were bloodshot, and an uncontrollable anger rose from the bottom of his heart. He glared at Fangxing fiercely, as if he wanted to swallow him up. However, in the end, he did not rush toward him. Instead, he fiercely gave an order and took the lead to rush toward the north. Behind him, he led all the surviving disciples of White Emperor City. Charge out with me, don't let a single one go. Kill them all. In the void, an order was thrown out. Then, a group of God Clan creatures and the disciples of White Emperor City could be seen fighting. After giving the order, the God Clan creature, Gue Mu, slowly walked toward Fangxing with his hands behind his back. His voice was not loud, but there was a hint of cruelty in it. Human Clan Fangxing, do you really think that I can't see that there are many strange things going on here? Haha, you're indeed as crafty as the rumors say. You're the best at stirring up trouble. Right now, even I can't tell who's sincere in wanting to rely on you, and who's harboring evil intentions. The situation is too chaotic. At this moment, I really don't have the time to interrogate them one by one and distinguish them. So you want to kill everyone? When the massacre began, Fangxing had been strangely silent. Only now did he speak in a low voice. Yes, this method is very simple, isn't it? Gue Mu said indifferently, his voice tinged with disdain. I don't care what tricks you have up your sleeves, or what tricks you have up your sleeves. I just need to stay put to deal with all changes. No matter what plans you have in your heart, I just need to kill everyone. In any case, as long as the God Clan stabilizes the situation in the Tianyuan Empire, why would I need to worry about not having people willing to serve me? In any case, as long as I can keep you here, my goal has been achieved. It really is a good method. Fortunately, I changed my mind at the last moment. Fangxing looked at the massacre around him and the God Clan's creatures that were surrounding him. The encirclement was getting smaller and smaller. He couldn't help but sigh and say, although I think these bastards deserve to die, and I even deliberately sent them here to die, seeing this scene in front of me, I still don't feel right. There's a fire that needs to be ignited and I need to vent. As he softly spoke, he slowly raised his head and looked at Gue Mu with a faint smile. If you can keep me here, then you don't care how many people you kill, but what if you can't keep me here? As he said this, a strange aura faintly appeared on his body. Gue Mu's brows furrowed, and a faint gray smoke began to waft from his body. He said with a faint smile, I admit that you are stronger than ordinary human cultivators, but if you can't use your tricks, then it's too ridiculous to think that you can escape from me. Haha, our Bone clan once fought against the ancient immortals of the Tianyuan Empire in ancient times. The war lasted for 3,000 years, and we killed countless ancient immortals and their divine generals. That's how we got the name Fallen God. We are one of the most powerful god clans in the immortal realm, and the strongest can kill immortal kings. Although I'm not talented, I'm confident that I can kill a lower stage immortal of the human clan. You want to fight me, kill a lower stage immortal? Fangxing's pupils constricted slightly. The world had long forgotten about immortals, but in fact, they referred to cultivators who had gone through the heavenly tribulation. After going through the 9 tribulations, they were genuine immortals. Those who had begun to go through the heavenly tribulation but had not gone through the 9 tribulations were called immortals in ancient times. However, the path to heaven was cut off, and there were no more genuine immortals in the world. Thus, the name of immortals began to be forgotten. Once they were mentioned, they were collectively referred to as tribulation passing. This man said that he could kill immortals. Did that mean that he could kill cultivators who had gone through 3 heavenly tribulations? He didn't seem to be lying, and there was no need for such a lie at this time. Who are you? Fangxing suddenly opened his mouth and asked in a low voice. An existence who had the strength to kill a lower stage immortal was definitely not an ordinary God Clan creature. Moreover, since this man could command the God Clan creatures in Beko Kekyang and even send them out to kill him, it could be inferred that his status in the fallen God Clan was not low. Gue Mu, the second son of the fallen God Clan's Iron Bone Divine King. Does this identity suit you? Gue Mu knew what Fangxing was asking. He smiled and answered softly. Oh, if that's the identity, then I can play with you, Fangxing suddenly laughed. While he was conversing with Gue Mu, he had been secretly channeling his mystical method, and Gue Mu was obviously preparing for it. At this moment, they both felt that the other's chi activity had reached its peak, and it was clear that it was time to make a move. When he said the last sentence, he suddenly let out a long laugh, and all the supernatural power in his body surged out. Above his head, a ball of flame suddenly appeared, as if something was burning, and through this kind of burning, it caused his power to multiply at this moment, and a terrifying ferocious chi burst out, the Great God Massacre technique. Along with the birth of this ferocious aura, Fangxing seemed to have transformed into a ferocious beast in an instant. His aura was capable of devouring mountains and rivers. His feet stomped on the air, and space was instantly shattered. His entire person was like a volcano that traversed space and charged forward. He finally used the immortal massacre in troubled times that he had obtained from Fuyao Palace for the first time. However, he had already changed its name. It was no longer called the Immortal Massacre Technique, nor was it called the Heavenly Skill of Defending Tao. It was called the Great God Massacre Technique. Seeing this, Gue Mu, who was originally calm, suddenly had a trace of fear between his eyebrows. Then, his face was filled with ecstasy. However, he did not slack off at all. He shook his body and directly threw off the golden armor on his body. The endless bones in his body changed and expanded. At this moment, he suddenly turned into a monster the size of a small mountain. The surface of his body was covered with gray bone armor, and the eye in the middle of his forehead was gray. It stared fixedly at Fangxing, stepped in the void, and fiercely crashed towards him. Boom! 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 The two of them were about to bump into each other. But all of a sudden, Fangxing turned around. Even though he had controlled such a terrifying power, he was still nimble. He bypassed Ghost Wood's true body and dashed towards the God Clan's creatures in another direction. It was a surprise move, and it was hard to resist. Those God Clan's creatures, who had endless power, were like pieces of paper under Shiyan's attack. They were badly mutilated, falling to the ground. I really have to thank your divine clan for sending me so many practice targets. Fangxing, who had displayed the Great God Massacre technique, rushed into the group of ordinary divine clan and swept away countless divine clan creatures. That ease and satisfaction was simply like cutting melons and vegetables. It was like the divine clan against the cultivators of the human clan. It was not a fight, but a massacre. Clearly, there was an opponent in front of him, but Fangxing was like a ferocious beast, rushing into the ranks of the Shin clan creatures to kill. Hundreds of Shin clan creatures gathered in all directions, each with a terrifying aura. They formed ranks and were waving their iron spears and bone blades. They slaughtered all the human creatures in the field, regardless of whether they submitted to them or refused to submit to them. In front of the Shin clan creatures, unless they were yuaniying, there was almost no one who could withstand a single blow. This kind of creature was indeed qualified to call themselves God. At least in terms of strength, their starting point was much higher than that of the human cultivators. They were born to fight yuaniying. This was like a fierce tiger that did not need to cultivate. As long as it grew up, it could pounce and kill mortals. This was the advantage of the bloodline. It made people mad and resentful, but there was nothing they could do. They had worked hard to cultivate for dozens or hundreds of years, but they still could not defeat an ordinary Shin clan creature that had grown up. That kind of feeling could only be experienced by cultivators on the verge of death. Cultivation was to cultivate to transcend the mortal world. But in front of others, they were slaughtered like lambs. That kind of feeling could not be described in a few words. At this time, after Fangxing made his move, the situation on the field changed. Fangxing, who had displayed the Great Massacre God technique, seemed to have transformed into a ferocious beast. With endless fierce winds, he rushed into the ranks of the Shin clan creatures. He transformed into a three-headed and six-armed form. His demonic aura surged, and 6 arms grew out. One of them held a broad and long demonic sword, and the other held a crystal-clear celestial reflecting mirror. The other hands were not idle either. They seized a few iron spears and bone blades. His 6 arms waved, and like a big windmill, he rumbled through the crowd, miserable. In front of him, almost no Shin clan creature could withstand a single blow. They were either beheaded by the demonic sword, cut in half by the bone blade, or pierced by the iron spear. 4 or 5 of them stacked together, like candied fruits on a stick, waving their arms helplessly. This was not a fight at all, but a massacre. It was like an adult with all kinds of weapons rushing into a group of children, madly harvesting lives one by one. "How dare you, demon!" The second young master of the fallen god clan, Guemu, had a stern look on his face at this moment. Seeing dozens of his clansmen killed as if they were melons and vegetables, he could not stand it no matter how indifferent he was. His eyes almost turned blood red. With a loud shout, he rushed over. He raised his claws and turned them into grey bone chains. They interweaved into a net in the air and circled around Fang Xing. "Ha ha ha ha, does your heart ache?" At this moment, Fang Xing laughed wildly. He shook his 6 arms, completely ignoring the bone chains that were coming at him. He plunged into the crowd of God Clan's creatures, using his body to block the bone chains. At the same time, his 6 arms were still swinging, chopping 2 God Clan's creatures in front of him with one sword strike. He raised his foot and stomped on another one. He also grabbed a few God Clan's creatures and threw them to the ghost tree behind him. Shameless! Guemu was very anxious. He could only wave the bone chains lightly to save his clansmen. His eyes had turned red with anger. What Fang Xing was doing now was simply making him hesitate to attack. The demon rushed into the crowd of his clansmen and went on a killing spree. Every moment, someone died. But when he chased after him, the demon did not fight him head-on. Instead, he used the God Clan's creatures to block his attacks. There was almost no solution to this kind of method. The only way was to let his clansmen quickly disperse to leave enough space for him to fight with the demon. But the problem was that once they dispersed, it would give the demon a chance to escape. The Fallen God clan was not the Lightning clan. They did not have that kind of disdainful speed. Swish, 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 swish. Killing the God clan's creatures was like cutting grass. In less than half a cup of tea's time, no one knew how many lives had been taken by Fang Xing's hands. This ferocious power, this demonic aura, not only made Guemu furious, but also shocked all the human cultivators around. The demon, he was indeed a demon, killing people as if they were grass, killing gods as if they were ants. The tragic sight of living lives disappearing in front of their eyes went straight to their hearts and made them dizzy. What's wrong with him? This is simply becoming a demon. Elder Hu Jun and Dao Wufang were still on their own. Their cultivation was not ordinary, and their status was not the same as the others. After the God clan began their slaughter, they hid to the side. They did not go forward to help, nor were they targeted by the God clan. Before, when they saw the treasure offering Alliance and White Emperor City's disciples being slaughtered by the God clan, they felt endless sorrow and resentment. But now, when they saw Fang Xing slaughtering the God clan's creatures, they felt a wave of panic from the bottom of their hearts, a fear that came from the bottom of their hearts. Because compared to Fang Xing's murderous methods, the God clan's creatures were extremely gentle. Haha, the God clan is allowed to slaughter the human clan, but the little demon is not allowed to retaliate? Dao Wufang's eyes were bright and his expression was excited. Hearing Elder Hu Jun's words, he could not help but sneer and retort. I am talking about his method. Can't you see it? Elder Hu Jun said in a low voice. There was a hint of fear in his eyes. Dao Wufang was also a little surprised. He calmed his mind and looked carefully. Very soon, he found some clues. Fang Xing had turned into his three-headed, six-armed form. He charged into the God clan's creatures and began a massacre. It looked like a simple massacre, but if one looked closely, they would find that every time he took a life, a black line would be drawn from the remains of the God clan's creatures. It would wrap around the demon sword in his Dharma form's hand, making the demon sword more solid, sharper, and increasing in power. and his Dharma form, after being splashed with the blood of countless God Clan's creatures, its aura became more and more terrifying. The black smoke around it became thicker and thicker. As it dashed left and right, it was like a long black cloak fluttering behind it. "He is cultivating," Dao Wufang blurted out. His expression became extremely solemn. "That's right, he is cultivating. He is using the lives of the God Clan's creatures to cultivate his demonic methods." Elder Hu Jun's expression was both regretful and sympathetic. When did he become demonic? Although this method can quickly increase his strength, sooner or later, he will suffer from the backlash. Especially when he slaughters like this, he will be stained with sin. If he doesn't handle it well, he will be like Grandmaster Spirit Butcher of the Spiritual Mountain Temple. He will suffer the retribution of sin and destroy his 100 generations of karma. No, not only the demonic path. As Elder Hu Jun sighed, Dao Wufang narrowed his small eyes and stared at Feng Xing. After a long time, he suddenly shouted. Elder Hu Jun was also slightly startled. He followed Dao Wufang's gaze and very quickly, his gaze landed on the burning flame above Feng Xing's head. That flame was very strange. It burned invisibly and released a terrifying force field that caused Feng Xing's strength to increase. And every time Feng Xing slaughtered, that flame would burn even more vigorously. It was clearly using the lives of countless God Clan's creatures to increase its strength. But its aura was indescribably righteous, sacred, and pure. This doesn't make sense. Why is his aura becoming more righteous the more he slaughters? It's like. Elder Hu Jun also saw that something was wrong. He murmured, but he couldn't think of a suitable word to describe it. He's just like a saint. Every action of his represents the righteousness of the world, Dao Wufang said in a low voice. His eyes were already blooming with ecstasy. Elder Hu Jun understood what he meant. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. He is using the demonic path to cultivate the way of a saint. Dao Wufang's voice seemed to contain endless ecstasy. The fat on his face was shaking like waves. Elder Hu Jun was frightened by his bold words. He looked at Feng Xing in shock. Will it work? It will work. At this time, Feng Xing was also filled with ecstasy. He almost shouted. He was rushing in the midst of the God Clan's creatures, killing all the God Clan's creatures in front of him. It seemed to be extremely easy, but in fact, the God Clan's creatures weren't really cabbages. Every one of them was extraordinarily powerful, and there was a powerful ghost tree chasing after him crazily. His heart was tense all the time. However, as he killed more and more God Clan's creatures, his idea was gradually verified. He couldn't help but want to shout out loud. Only by doing so could he vent his excitement. The method that the old bastard demon ancestor left me before he went to sleep is correct. To cultivate the saint technique of Fuyao Palace, I don't have to use their secret method to cultivate it. Through killing, I can also vent the side effects of the unconventional method. Through this slaughter of the God Clan creatures, it was like poking a piece of paper in the window. His heart suddenly became clear. On the path of cultivation, no matter how many thoughts he had, it was like thousands of streams flowing into the sea. A kind of enlightenment appeared in his heart. It was like a red sun jumping out of the sea of clouds in front of his great Tao. There are thousands of techniques, but the great Tao is interlinked. It turns out that many of the techniques I cultivated in the past contained even more profound truths. It was just that my cultivation level was not high enough back then, so I couldn't understand them. The great art of killing that Uncle Jen taught me kills lives and trains the heart. The great art of sword demon taught me by the devil ancestor uses killing to enter the Tao, slaughtering millions of people to forge the extreme sword. The saint's dharma of Fuyao Palace uses killing to establish the Tao, but it uses stopping chaos as its foundation. These great skills, these principles, are actually very profound. I underestimated them in the past, but today's massacre has pointed out the great Tao. Haha. Using the great art of killing to build my foundation, using the great art of sword demon to cultivate, and using the saint's dharma to train my heart, I just happened to cultivate my Tao of killing. This is my great art of killing. In the end, Feng Xing couldn't help but shout, the more gods I kill, the stronger the power. There is no end to it. From now on, the 3,000 God clans will be my grinding stone. Yes, it's what the Lord God wants to find. just when Feng Xing started to comprehend his way of killing through the slaughter of the God clan's creatures, another person was even more excited than him. Gui Mu, the fallen God clan's creature who had been chasing after him, saw Feng Xing slaughtering his clansmen in front of him and harvesting their lives. In his endless rage, Gui Mu was pleasantly surprised because of the change of Feng Xing's aura. It was like a man who was thirsty in the desert and on the verge of death suddenly found an ownerless gold mine. No matter what, I have to catch him. If I can hand him to the Lord God, I might even be conferred the title of God King, a voice cried out in Gui Mu's heart, making him even more ecstatic and even more determined to capture Feng Xing. Retreat. At this time, more than 400 God clan's creatures had been crazily slaughtered by Feng Xing. Almost half of them had been killed. Blood flowed like a river in the domains. Endless God's blood sprinkled on the ground, converging into a stream on the mountain peak. Then, the blood converged into a river, rolling down the mountain peak along with the rocks, earth, and trees. The miserable scene was simply shocking. And, no matter how warlike and violent the God clan's creatures were, they were frightened by what Feng Xing had done. Some of them even started to retreat subconsciously. Those who retreat will die. Today, no matter what price we have to pay, we have to catch this devil. Sensing that his subordinates were retreating in fright, Gui Mu suddenly shouted loudly and resolutely gave a strict order. Hearing this order, the God clan's creatures under his command almost cried. After all, they could lose their lives at any time in front of the crazy devil. However, the God clan had always been strict in ranking, and they could not go beyond the rules. Gui Mu had given a strict order. Thinking of the consequences of disobeying the order, they had no choice but to make up their minds and surround Feng Xing, cursing Gui Mu in their hearts. Gui Mu gave the strict order while his mind was racing. Of course, he knew that stubbornly holding on was not a solution. That devil was too cunning and didn't have the slightest dignity of an expert. Clearly, he was here, but he didn't come to fight him head-on. Instead, he rushed into the crowd and killed the weaker God clan's creatures without any scruples. He even used his own clansmen to block Gui Mu's attack. This was extremely shameless to the great immortal realm of the past or the God clan. Moreover, this method seemed to be very useful. If it was an ordinary cultivator who was killing so wantonly, there would come a time when his magic power would run out, and it would be hard to guarantee that he wouldn't be injured in such a chaotic battle. Gui Mu only needed to watch coldly from the sidelines and wait for the opportunity to take down Feng Xing in one fell swoop. But this devil had obviously cultivated a kind of demonic method. As he killed and cultivated, his magic power seemed to be endless. Moreover, as he killed more and more God clan's creatures, the defense around him became thinner and thinner. It was very likely that he would kill his way through the enemy's formation and then escape without a trace. Gui Mu had no choice but to quickly think of a countermeasure. His reaction was not slow, and he very quickly came up with a countermeasure. He thought of a vicious plan, and his cold and dark eyes looked at the human race cultivators who were still in a corner of the domain. These were the disciples of the Treasure Offering Alliance and White Emperor City. They should have been slaughtered by the God race, but because Feng Xing had suddenly taken action and launched a terrifying slaughter against the God race, they had temporarily escaped with their lives. Now, they were either standing to the side in a daze and watching the slaughter, or they had exhausted all their thoughts to find a way to escape from this place. Azure Bone Prison. Having thought of this method, Gui Mu grinned evilly. Suddenly, he let out a low roar and activated his blood. At the same time, the gray vertical eye on his forehead looked towards the sky. Immediately, an endless amount of gray fog appeared between the sky and the earth. Large clouds of gray fog filled the air, turning the entire world into a gray haze. Then, the thick bone tail behind him suddenly broke apart and fell to the ground. It was like a seed, directly burrowing into the ground. After a long while, the mountain range and the land under this area suddenly rumbled, and thick bone trees grew from the ground. All the skeletons of the God's fallen clan that had fallen to the ground before turned into a part of this bone forest. With a rumble, they drilled out of the ground and went straight to the 9 heavens. They connected to each other on the left and right, blocking out the sun and sky. Unexpectedly, they had grown into a demon bone forest. It was like a giant open hand, from bottom to top, surrounding this area. Alright, if you want to kill, I'll give them to you. Kill to your heart's content. As the azure bone prison surrounded this area, Guemu growled. Suddenly, terrifying bone chains grew from all the bone trees and swept in all directions, sweeping all the living creatures in this area towards the center. These living creatures had just escaped from the butcher's knife of the god clan. They did not expect that disaster would come one after another. Before they could react, they were already involuntarily flying towards the battle circle where Feng Xing was. Feng Xing was swinging his weapon and slaughtering the god clan living creatures. He was having a great time, but suddenly, the demon sword in his hand froze and he withdrew it at the last moment. Under his sword was a human clan cultivator. He looked at the blade of the demon sword that was less than a finger's length away from him in horror. His eyes were filled with indescribable fear and a desire to beg for mercy. So. The surrounding god race beings weren't stupid. While Feng Xing was still in a daze, several bone blades and spears had already pierced towards him. Feng Xing was secretly shocked. He quickly retreated and dodged those weapons. His eyes were solemn. Kill. Come on, kill them. Behind him, the ghost tree laughed sinisterly as he waved his bone chain, sending more human cultivators flying toward Feng Xing. Since you want to kill them, I'll give them to you to kill. Let's see if you can bear to kill your own clansmen. Hua hua hua, waves after waves of human cultivators were swept over by him. Among these people, there were god clan creatures who were invisible. Wielding their bone sabers and spears, they also rushed over like a tide, pushing Feng Xing back one wave after another. On the ghost tree's face, there was a cold sneer. His eyes stared straight at the restrained Feng Xing. This was his trick. Since Feng Xing didn't want to fight him head-on, and instead lowered his status to kill his own clansmen, he might as well sweep all the human cultivators over. If Feng Xing continued his unbridled slaughter like before, those human cultivators would inevitably die in his hands. If Feng Xing still had any hesitation, then his unbridled killing momentum would be greatly affected, and he wouldn't be able to move so smoothly anymore. That would give the ghost tree a chance to attack. This plan was indeed effective. Feng Xing's demonic killing intent had already started to fade. Instead, he was forced to retreat continuously. Swoosh, as 4 or 5 human cultivators flew toward him, one of the god race beings hiding among them even took the opportunity to slash at him. Although he avoided being hit in the vital parts, the slash still left a wound on his lower abdomen, and blood was dripping down. Feng Xing was injured, causing his expression to become extremely ruthless. His eyes rolled over and emitted a ferocious light, and he was about to swing his sword to slash out. Help, don't kill me. However, more human cultivators were thrown toward him. They cried and begged for mercy in the air. The demonic sword that Feng Xing was about to swing out stopped abruptly, and the god race beings escaped. Haha, don't you kill people like flies and have no scruples? Guemu laughed. He found that this method was very useful. More and more human cultivators swept toward Feng Xing. At the same time, he secretly ordered the god race beings to hide among them and attack Feng Xing. He found that the effect of this method was far beyond his imagination. Maybe he didn't even need to do anything. The remaining hundreds of god race beings in this area were enough to seriously injure Feng Xing. He only needed to suppress him at the end, and then take him to see the Lord God. That way, he would be able to make a great contribution. It's not like I haven't killed people before. Why can't I do it? Feng Xing retreated step by step, performing his body movement. There was a voice roaring in his hand. He felt that there was something wrong with him. These people were obviously the damned ones who wanted to serve the god race. In the past, he probably would not have hesitated to kill them. However, at this time, they all flew over in panic. He could not kill them like he did to the god race beings, especially not with the demonic method of cultivating the saints' way to reap their lives as if nothing had happened. Why are you hesitating? Just when he felt that his heart had fallen into a quagmire, a green shadow suddenly rushed in front of him. The others were thrown over by Guemu, but she rushed over on her own. She mixed in the crowd and rushed to the front of Feng Xing. She frowned and her clear eyes fell lightly on Feng Xing's face. It was Pomelo, the female disciple of Fuyao Palace. Because she had offended Feng Xing, she was chosen by him to send the secret to the Goddown clan. She was the one who was determined to die. At this time, she looked at Feng Xing with disappointment and scolded him in a low voice. Feng Xing, who had always been eloquent, seemed a little clumsy at this time. Don't hesitate. Let's kill, starting with me. Pomelo pressed forward with a touch of determination in her eyes. Anyway, from the beginning, I didn't plan to go back alive. I was just joking with you. I didn't really want you to die. I have a way to take you away, Feng Xing answered in a panic and subconsciously took a step back. Haha, actually, you are a good person like Xiaoxitu. At this moment, Pomelo laughed mournfully. She rushed forward and faced Feng Xing's demonic sword. She did not dodge or evade. Instead, she stretched her hands forward and grabbed the demonic sword. Then, she stabbed it towards her chest, and the sword pierced through the heart. But you should be an evil person, a useful evil person. She used the last of her strength and smiled sadly at Feng Xing. She said silently, I'm sorry, Big Situ. Looking at the pomelo gently falling to the ground, Feng Xing was dumbfounded. The demonic sword in his hand emitted a layer of frightening black light at this moment, bringing with it a dense demonic aura. He felt as if something was stuck in his heart, or as if there was a ball of fire burning in it. He fiercely gritted his teeth, and the lines of his face tightened, as if it was carved out of a cold stone. It seemed that after a long time, he had been stuck in a dull and stiff mood. His eyes were lifeless, as if they were covered with a faint blood-red hue. Although he looked a little sluggish, there was a vague murderous aura gushing out from him. In this chaotic world, human lives were worthless. How could she die just like that? Although he hated her, he had never really thought of letting her die. I don't want to die, Master Feng Xing, save me, spare me, we're all humans, please spare me, Senior. That cyan dress fluttered as it fell down, and more figures were thrown in front of them. Under the tyrannical and strange power of Guimu's bloodline, these people had almost no ability to resist, and were thrown over involuntarily. Beside them, there were countless ferocious and ruthless creatures of the god clan hiding. In front of them, there was also a devil holding a demonic sword, exuding a terrifying aura from head to toe. They couldn't be compared to this devil. After all, this devil was of the same species as them, so they subconsciously begged for mercy. Save me? As if he had just woken up from a dream, Feng Xing raised his head and looked at them. His eyes were ruthless, but there was a sneer on his face. The sword in his hand seemed to be raised very slowly. The demonic aura on the sword reached its peak at this moment. In a flash, it whistled in all directions, and all the creatures within 100 feet in front of him, whether they were human cultivators or god clan creatures, were all crushed into a fine powder of flesh and blood, splattering everywhere. I've even killed the one who shouldn't die the most. What's the point of killing a few more? His low roar seemed to contain endless anger and hatred. His eyes had already turned blood red. He roared and rushed forward, even more ferocious than before. His 6 arms waved the 6 weapons, and his whole body seemed to have turned into a huge human-shaped weapon. Wherever he passed, blood flowed like a river. Whether it was the god clan creatures who were eager to take him down, or the human clan cultivators who had no choice but to beg, they were all killed by the weapon in his hand. They turned into evil, or rather, the evil will, attached to his sword, and settled. He turned a deaf ear to the countless screams and pleas. He was like a cold-blooded executioner. At this moment, it seemed like the only thing he knew was to kill, whether it was the human race or the god race. As long as they were in front of him, he would slash them with his saber. Demon. Devil. Devil. This scene was completely out of the god clan's Guimu's expectations. He almost roared and shouted 3 times. He could no longer leisurely use the human clan cultivators to restrict Feng Xing's slaughter like before. He had no choice but to rush forward again, determined to do everything he could to stop Feng Xing. The god clan was not like the human clan. Each clan had very few members. The Bone clan was already one of the few large clans in the universe, and they had only mobilized a little over 1,000 people to Tianyuan. The one in his hand was already an army, but this army was being slaughtered by the little devil. It felt like he was using a knife to cut his flesh. How dare you slaughter your own people? You're a real devil. Guimu roared. He crossed the void and rushed straight towards Feng Xing, holding a huge bone saber in each hand. Oh, then why don't you have a taste of this? Fang Xing laughed crazily. Facing Guemu who was rushing towards him, he did not run away this time. Instead, he casually exerted his great magic power, grabbed a part of the void, and threw more than a dozen god clan creatures around him towards Guemu. Then, he followed this group of people and rushed forward. His monstrous demonic aura almost formed a smoke signal, soaring into the sky, and his ferocious power was terrible. You, shameless, being countered by Fang Xing in this way, Guemu finally felt that his hands and feet were tied. For a moment, he could not restrain his anger. He could clearly feel the terrifying murderous intent and ferocious might of Fang Xing, who was rushing towards him. Logically speaking, he should gather his strongest strength and charge forward. But in front of him, the dozen or so god clan creatures struggling with all their might made him hesitate. The bone knife in his hand gathered a great amount of strength, but he could not bear to swing it out. For a moment, he could only retreat. Haha, even if you don't kill them, you can't save them. But just as he retreated a few dozen feet, he saw Fang Xing's demonic sword swinging through the void, chopping more than a dozen of his living clansmen into pieces. One by one, they wailed as their lives were taken away. He had clearly shown his weakness, but it was completely useless. Devil, if you have the guts, come and fight me. Guemu had no way to vent the anger in his heart. He could only roar and rush forward again. Good. Wait until I finish slaughtering the god clan creatures here, then I will come and fight you to the death. Fang Xing laughed wildly, but he still did not want to fight him head-on. While laughing, he stepped on the void and rushed towards the god clan creatures. In the place where he was facing, the powerful and strict god clan creatures immediately panicked, and vaguely showed signs of disarray. Up to now, out of the 400 god clan creatures, only a little more than 100 were left. The others had been slaughtered by this devil. This was simply an unbelievable thing. And the consequences of this crazy killing also made the remaining god clan creatures really afraid. Uncontrollable panic surged from the bottom of their hearts, controlling their actions. Scatter. Scatter. All of you, scatter. Guemu hurriedly shouted, ordering his clansmen to hurry up and save their own lives. Even if he wanted to capture Fang Xing, even if he knew that Fang Xing had something that could allow him to make an unparalleled contribution, he was not willing to send the lives of his clansmen to be chopped melons and vegetables. More than 400 bone clan creatures, the dignified bone clan that was personally named Fallen God by the ancient immortals. Now, would so many of their clansmen be buried here? Boom. Boom. As soon as they heard this, the god clan creatures, who were originally frightened by Fang Xing's slaughter, immediately scattered in all directions like frightened birds and beasts. They held their heads and tucked their tails between their legs, trying to escape to the edge of the battlefield, and even wanted to bury themselves in the ground. Today, my killing intent has been aroused. If I don't kill all of you, don't think of escaping. Fang Xing's eyes were already red from killing. He didn't care about the consequences and didn't have the slightest intention of escaping. He directly rushed towards the scattered god clan creatures. In just a few steps, he had already caught up with the two god clan creatures who were covering their heads and scurrying away like rats. He leaped high into the air and a boundless murderous aura shrouded the two of them like dark clouds. Spare my life. The two god clan creatures seemed to have a telepathic connection. One of them directly turned around and knelt down, begging for mercy. Huh? Fang Xing was slightly startled, and then suddenly laughed wildly. So you are also afraid of death, haha. In the midst of his laughter, the demonic sword in his hand fiercely slashed down, cutting the fleeing person into two halves. His other hand directly reached into the body of the begging person. With a chi sound, he took out a string of bloody things, crushed it, and threw it aside. One was running away, and the other was begging for mercy. Both of them fell to the ground without any resistance, and their faces were full of fear even when they died. Demon, if I don't kill you, I swear I am not a god. Seeing this scene, Guemu was already extremely angry. He suddenly waved his claws, and then fiercely pressed downwards. Waves of terrible divine power spread from his arms to all directions. The bone trees that grew around them simultaneously buzzed and trembled at this moment. After a long while, suddenly 4 or 5 of them flew into the air, turned into bone blades, and slashed towards Fang Xing. This was the bone formation that he had set up long ago. He only wanted to wait for the right time to take down Feng Xing. But at this moment, he could not care less. Even if this would give Feng Xing some opportunity to escape, he could only use this bone formation first. Otherwise, with his speed, he could not stop the demon in time to kill his clansmen who had already scattered in all directions. Moreover, after he set up the bone formation, although it trapped Feng Xing, it also trapped his clansmen. It was like putting them in a cage to be slaughtered. Bang! Just as Feng Xing caught up and tore a god clan creature in half, he suddenly felt a murderous aura coming from behind. He hurriedly turned his head, and immediately saw 4 or 5 huge bone blades with earth-shattering power slashing towards him. His body hurriedly dodged. Although he dodged 2 or 3 of them, he was still caught in the middle by 2 bone blades, one in front of the other in the back. In a moment of desperation, he could only use the demonic sword and the iron spear in his hand to stab at them. He only heard a loud explosion in the air, and the void trembled incessantly. Blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. It was not only because the 2 bone blades contained Gui Mu's god clan magical power and his terrifying power that was comparable to that of a cultivator with 3 lightning tribulations. More importantly, after such a long period of fighting, Feng Xing's own internal breath was somewhat chaotic. Although he cultivated with the means of the devil path, and his magic arts were endless, and his ferocious power was getting stronger and stronger, the backlash he suffered was also getting heavier and heavier. Finally, we've had a proper duel. Seeing this scene, Gui Mu was so moved that he almost shed tears. It was shameful to say that after fighting for so long, this was the first time he hit Feng Xing. Devil, lie down for me. Gui Mu immediately produced more bone blades after his successful attack, and all of them flew towards Feng Xing in the air. The bone trees turned into terrible bone blades and flew into the air, tearing the void and slashing towards Feng Xing's shadow that was filled with dense demonic aura. The more bone blades he used, the more flaws he left for Feng Xing to escape. Therefore, he immediately exerted all his strength, wanting to severely injure Feng Xing with a thunderous method and capture him alive. He wanted to prevent him from escaping after losing so many of his clansmen. Hee, Feng Xing laughed eerily. To Gui Mu's surprise, at this time, he did not intend to escape at all. Instead, blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth, and he rushed straight towards the shivering god clan creature in another direction. Bone blades slashed at him from the rear and left, but he did not pay any attention to them. He leaped and dodged the bone blade from the left, then forcefully resisted the bone blade from the back. Blood spurted from his mouth, and he rushed to the god clan creature, crushing his head. I said that I will slaughter all of your clansmen, so I won't leave a single one alive. As blood splattered, Feng Xing turned around and shouted at Gui Mu with a cold look in his eyes. That devil was crazy. At this point in the battle, regardless of whether it was Gui Mu or the human cultivators, or the god clan's creatures who were frightened to the point of scattering like birds and beasts, they were all stunned at this time. Feng Xing had clearly gone mad. He seemed to have completely given up the thought of escaping. He didn't even care about Gui Mu's bone blades that filled the sky. He only made up his mind to kill all the god clan's creatures. He was like a wild beast that had gone mad, leaping between the bone blades that filled the sky as if he was flying. Then, he chased after every fleeing god clan creature and mercilessly killed them. Devil, turn around and fight with me. Gui Mu's eyes were red with anger. He had experienced countless battles in his life, but he had never met such an opponent. Not only did Ji Shiwen not fight with him face to face, but he didn't even run away. He didn't even care about his own life and death. Instead, he fixed his eyes on his clansmen, who were obviously weaker than him, and fiercely harvested their lives, slaughtering them in front of his eyes. He watched all of this happen, but he was powerless to stop it. At this point, he could only shout for his clansmen to escape, and then chased after Feng Xing. However, the Bone Clan was not the Lightning Clan. Although they were not weaker than the Lightning Clan, they didn't have that kind of speed. In terms of speed and body movements, they were obviously weaker than Feng Xing. It was impossible for him to catch up with him. He could only control the bone sabers that filled the sky. While Feng Xing was chasing his clansmen, he also desperately chased after him. One saber after another, like an inescapable net, fiercely chopped at Feng Xing's swoosh. Feng Xing kicked again and caught up with an enemy of the fallen god clan, trampling him to pieces. however, he also paid a price. Guimu's bone saber came from afar. Although he avoided the blade, he was swept by the violent power attached to the saber, and his body was also affected. At this time, the fallen god clan's creatures had already fled everywhere. It was very difficult for him to chase after them. Moreover, Guimu's strength was not weak. Although his speed was not as fast as Yi Shiwen could not ignore him. Thus, he had suffered losses several times. "Get behind me." At this time, Guimu also shouted, giving orders to the god clan's creatures who were fleeing everywhere. At this moment, he also realized that the demon had truly gone mad. Previously, he had been worried that the demon would escape, but he had been thinking too much. The demon really wanted to kill all of his clansmen. Since that was the case, rather than his clansmen fleeing everywhere, it would be better for them to stay closer to him. The further they fled, the farther the demon would chase them. If he couldn't keep up with the demon's speed, it would be difficult for him to keep up with him. Instead, once his clansmen got closer to him, he could take advantage of the demon's frenzied slaughter to control the bone blade and wait for an opportunity to inflict more injuries on him. To put it bluntly, it was time to exchange the lives of his clansmen for a chance to hurt the devil. Whoosh! 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 In the process of chasing, Fang Xing had been seriously injured. He was covered in blood, and there were many terrible wounds on his body. However, he seemed to have really gone crazy. These injuries not only did not slow down his speed, but also gave him a strong devil aura and fighting will. The more heavily injured he was, the faster he was, and the more ruthless he was. His figure was like a black smoke, constantly shuttling through the void, killing the god clan's creatures one by one. Occasionally, he would be hit by Guimu's saber, but he would only stagger a little. Then, he would sneer and rush to the next target. What kind of person is this? Devil. Lunatic. Guimu cursed in his heart, and used all his means to cut the black shadow in the air. He could clearly feel that although the demonic will on Fang Xing's body was strong, it was gradually becoming like a lamp that had run out of oil. Even the demonic will that seemed extremely terrifying and was constantly increasing was beginning to become unstable. This also made him conclude that the little devil's current energy consumption was no less than when he was fighting him head-on. In fact, it was far greater than when he was fighting him head-on. At this time, he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. If this went on, he was sure that he could exhaust Fang Xing to death, and then he would not be able to escape even if he wanted to. But the problem was that he didn't really want to directly kill Fang Xing, even though he wished for nothing more than to chop him into pieces. This devil had something that the Lord God wanted, so he had to capture him alive and give him to the Lord God, but now, he also deeply felt that it would be very difficult for him to capture this demon alive. At their realm and strength, everyone had their own life-saving techniques and divine abilities that they were skilled in. Thus, the situation of a battle was ever-changing. Many a time, defeating was one thing, killing was another, and capturing alive was another. It might seem like the difference was about the same, but the disparity between them couldn't be measured. Boom, with all kinds of thoughts intertwined, he turned several bone sabers into bone chains all over the sky, trying to entangle Fang Xing, but he escaped and killed a creature of the Goddown clan. Guimu laughed and flew to another place. An indescribable feeling of powerlessness and anger had arisen in his heart. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred, which made him very surprised. Fang Xing, who had already escaped from his intertwined bone chains, was laughing wildly as he chased after another creature of the Goddown clan. Suddenly, a black light flashed in the void and collided with him. The black light came so fast that Fang Xing was hit head-on before he could react. With a muffled groan, although he was not injured, he was knocked back a few feet and his body stagnated. "Lord Guimu, now you should believe me, right?" A cold voice came from the direction where the black light came from. The clouds dispersed, and a figure appeared. He was dressed in a purple robe, with a pale face and a white crown on his head. He opened his palm, and the jet of black light flew back to him. It was a piece of ancient jade, floating and spinning in his palm. Who else could it be but Xianxia, the Lord of White Emperor City? "It's you? It's you?" Fang Xing and Guimu spoke at the same time. One was a little surprised, and the other was secretly angry. "I'm Xianxia, the Lord of White Emperor City in the East Domain of the Divine Land." I wholeheartedly pledged my allegiance to the Goddown clan, but unexpectedly I was framed by a villain, which made Lord Guemu misunderstand me. I just wanted to escape just to avoid a head-on conflict with the lord of the Goddown clan. Now, I'm willing to help you capture this devil to prove my innocence, and it's also a big gift from White Emperor City to the Goddown clan. Xianxia's expression was calm, and his eyes were deep. He slowly turned around and spoke to Guemu. Guemu was both surprised and delighted by these words. At the beginning, he really didn't think much of this lord of White Emperor City. Seeing that his identity was unpredictable, and he couldn't explain how this devil appeared beside him, Guemu didn't bother to explain and directly ordered to kill all the people of White Emperor City. Now at least 70% of White Emperor City's disciples had died here. Guemu thought that this deep hatred had been formed, but he didn't expect that at this critical moment, Xianxia would show up again and give him a hand. It was really, no matter how many thoughts flashed through Guemu's mind, he finally smiled contemptuously. It's really too cheap. But he naturally couldn't show contempt on his face. He didn't hide the shock and ecstasy in his heart either. He laughed and said, "Good, good, good. White Emperor City is really sincere. Help me capture this devil, and I'll believe you. I'll guarantee that your White Emperor City will have a meteoric rise. In that case, thank you for giving me this opportunity, Lord Guemu." Xianxia bowed slightly, and then looked coldly at Fangxing. "How can you be so shameless?" Fangxing gritted his teeth slightly, and even looked at Xianxia with a strange look. A wise man submits to reality. Xianxia opened his mouth silently, and then suddenly shouted, "Devil Fangxing, you set up a trap just now, and you killed 3 disciples of White Emperor City. It's hard to get rid of this hatred, and it's hard to get rid of this hatred. Just lie down for me." As he shouted, he shook his arms, and the ancient jade immediately shone with a black light, and hit directly at Fangxing. At the same time, Guemu also laughed loudly. He controlled countless bone sabers, and fiercely hacked at Fangxing. With the unexpected help of Xianxia, he was very confident that he could capture Fangxing alive. Even though Xianxia's cultivation was only at the Great Yuanying realm, which was much weaker than him and that little devil, he could cooperate with him to encircle and intercept the devil, so that it would be easier for him to capture the devil alive. It was really like a pillow when he was sleepy, killing with a borrowed knife. Fangxing also knew how powerful it was. He looked behind Guemu and found that there were still 70 or 80 creatures of the Divinity clan waiting to be killed, and he had to dodge the 2 first. As soon as he saw Xianxia take the ancient jade, he immediately tried to use the same trick again. He used the half-step great way to lead the ancient jade to attack Guemu. However, he didn't expect that at this time, he had already forcibly used the divinity method, and the devil chi in his body was too strong, which had affected the operation of his supernatural power. Therefore, he failed to use the divinity method, and failed to lead the ancient jade. Instead, he was hit by it. Although he dodged in time and was not hit directly, his arm was hit, and his Dharma form was almost broken. "Haha, devil, why don't you give up?" Seeing this, Xianxia also showed a look of ecstasy. He knew that he had made the right move. The little devil was almost at the end of his life, and he had picked up a great credit for nothing. If he could capture the little devil, he would definitely be appreciated by the big shots of the Goddown clan, which was more precious than any gift. It was enough to make up for the loss of manpower in White Emperor City. "Ha ha ha ha, well done. Take him down." Seeing this, Guemu also laughed loudly and rushed over. The sky was full of bone chains. Alas, at this time, Dao Wufeng, the young palace master of Tianyi Palace, who had been watching the battle, suddenly sighed and slowly stepped forward. "Do you want to die?" Elder Hu Jun, who had been secretly watching him, suddenly turned around and grabbed him. He was shocked and angry. "I want to save my face," Dao Wufeng said to Elder Hu Jun in a low voice with a hint of self-mockery on his fat face. Dao Wufeng's words silenced Elder Hu Jun. Since the beginning, the situation had changed many times. Blood flowed like a river, and everyone claimed to be the fallen god clan, but Dao Wufeng and Elder Hu Jun were exceptions. After all, they had fought against Guemu from the fallen god clan. Therefore, when the divine clan slaughtered the human cultivators, they intentionally avoided Dao Wufeng and Elder Hu Jun. Even when Guemu threw the cultivator to Fang Xing with the bone chain, he also avoided Dao Wufang and Elder Hu Jun on purpose. Therefore, Dao Wufang and Elder Hu Jun had been watching the battle from beginning to end. During the battle, as Fang Xing was in danger several times, Dao Wufang, the young master of the Tianyi Palace, had been tempted to help Fang Xing several times, but he hadn't made up his mind yet. Until now, when Fang Xing was surrounded by Guemu and Yi Huntian, he finally made up his mind. There was no hesitation on his fat face, only seriousness. His eyes, which were almost invisible because of his fat, also looked very determined. Our Tianyi Palace has the protection of the Sea of Azure Waves to survive this catastrophe. However, the Sea of Azure Waves isn't omnipotent. Once you make a decision and anger the Divine Clan, even with the support of the Sea of Azure Waves, our Tianyi Palace won't be able to stand alone in this catastrophe. Moreover, if we decide to be enemies with the Divine Clan, the Sea of Azure Waves will probably be the first to attack us. Elder Hu Jun kept silent for a while and then opened his mouth. His voice was calm, as if he was narrating a fact. The Sea Clan is not the same as it used to be. Does the Tianyi Palace still need to follow their lead? Dao Wufang replied in a low voice, the Dragon King is the one who helped the immortal ancestor of the Tianyi Palace. But the Sea Clan has changed its master. On the surface, they are protecting the Tianyi Palace, but in fact, they just want to gather forces like the Sea Clan. I don't know what my father and you will decide, but after such a long time, I have made my own decision. After saying that, he kept silent for a while and then directly stepped into the void. Elder Hu Jun, go back and tell my father that he always thinks I am fat and stupid and can't be taught, Dao Wufang said in a low voice, but this time, I think he is the one who is disappointing. Sigh, hearing Dao Wufang's words, Elder Hu Jun hesitated. He shook his head and didn't try to stop him. Brother Fang Xing, let me help you, the fat Daoist, Dao Wufang, did not turn his head back. His pace became faster and faster. He looked like a mountain of flesh, but at this moment, he seemed to become more and more alive, and his speed also became faster and faster. Bolts of lightning began to encircle his body, gathering more and more. By the time he got close, his entire body seemed to have turned into a huge ball of lightning, fiercely crashing over. At this time, Fang Xing was already fighting a fierce battle with Yi Huntian and Guemu. At this moment, he was already at the end of his rope. His devil chi was so heavy that he was almost out of control. When Yi Huntian didn't intervene, he could still rely on his speed to fight with Guemu. But now, with Yi Huntian's help, his hands and feet were tied. Luckily, Guemu wanted to capture him alive, so he didn't kill him. He just created a sky full of bone chains, trying to trap him completely. At the moment when Dao Wufang attacked, it was the moment when Yi Huntian almost forced Fang Xing into the cage of bone chains. Boom! Compared with his comical appearance, Dao Wufang seemed to be extraordinarily brave. His body was like a mountain of flesh, crashing over with the monstrous thunder will. Before he got close, Yi Huntian already felt a chill on his back. Especially when he saw that it was Dao Wufang, he hurriedly withdrew and moved hundreds of meters away. Then, he flicked his finger, and the ancient jade in his hand turned into a horrible black light, striking at Dao Wufang. At the same time, he shouted, "Young master, how dare you betray the god tribe at this time? Aren't you afraid of bringing disaster to your Tianyi Palace?" Jia. Dao Wufang opened his mouth, and a sword light surrounded by lightning flew out, directly hitting the ancient jade. Then, he roared like thunder, "White Emperor City betrayed the human tribe at this time. Aren't you afraid of being punished by all the orthodoxies in the future?" Boom! The ancient jade and Dao Wufang's sword light collided, and a terrible power of annihilation burst out. Then, the black light on the ancient jade dimmed and flew back to Yi Huntian's hand. The sword light also reversed and was swallowed by Dao Wufang. The two of them exchanged blows, but they were evenly matched. Then, Dao Wufang directly swooped down, shook his arms, and swept out all the thunder and lightning around him, forcibly opening a hole in the snake-like bone chains around him. Then, he shouted to Fang Xing, "Come out, hee." Fat bastard. At this time, Fang Xing looked a little listless. He raised his head and saw that fat face full of anxiety, but smiled in a low voice. He jumped out of the bone chains and glanced at Dao Wufang. It seemed that he was a little surprised, but also a little gratified. After a long time, he just shook his head and said with a smile, "I didn't know that you still have a conscience." It seems that the reputation of the young master of the Tianyi Palace has always been better than that of a demon like you. Dao Wufang sneered, turned around, and said, "Now that the world is in chaos, how can I let you play the hero alone?" While the two of them were talking, Gui Mu of the Fallen God clan flew into a rage. He controlled several bone sabers to cut towards Dao Wufang and Fang Xing, and said in a furious voice, "How dare the Tianyi Palace help the demon? I will exterminate your whole clan." "Hee, now it is you who will be exterminated, right?" Dao Wufang squinted his small eyes and glanced at the few surviving clansmen behind Gui Mu. He sneered, and then quickly sent a message to Fang Xing, "My fellow Taoist Fang, this is a critical situation. It is not the time to be willful. Don't keep fighting. Later, I will use a magic weapon to force the Shin clan creature and Xianxia to retreat. Then, we will run away together. Save our lives first, and then plan for the future." This problem, Fang Xing opened his mouth hesitantly. But before he finished, he heard Dao Wufang shout, "They are coming." In the battle, the situation was changing constantly. There was no time for them to talk. Before Fang Xing finished, Gui Mu and Xianxia had already exchanged ideas. They rushed forward at the same time. Xianxia once again took out the ancient jade, which emitted endless black light and fell down like a dark cloud. Gui Mu activated the magic of the Bone Clan to the fullest. Bone sabers bloomed like flowers, and countless bone chains stretched out like tentacles, layer by layer, and entangled Fang Xing and Dao Wufang. The magnificent dragon power cannot be invaded. At this moment, Dao Wufang also shouted. He took out a piece of coral-like object from his storage bag. It was about the length of an index finger, sparkling and shining, as if it was made of jade. He held it in front of his chest and murmured something. Then, he opened his eyes and threw it into the air. The coral-like object suddenly shone with dazzling light. The light flowed like water, and suddenly turned into a hundreds of meters long dragon-shaped object. It circled in the air and looked down. Boom, as the dragon-shaped object looked down, the void was broken bit by bit, and turned into a dark abyss. The countless bone chains controlled by the Shin clan creature were also broken at this moment. They turned into powder and scattered in the void. The ancient jade that Xianxia took out was shaken by the dragon-shaped object, and lost all its spirituality. Dragon horn. That is a dragon horn. Xianxia was a knowledgeable person. At this moment, he directly shouted and flew hundreds of meters away without thinking. Dao Wufang took out a dragon horn, and it was no ordinary dragon horn. It was definitely the horn of an ancestor of the Blue Billow Sea, a true immortal dragon. It contained the aura of an immortal dragon, and once it was activated, its power would be unimaginable. However, this kind of treasure could only be used once. After the dragon might was drawn out, it would turn into an ordinary object, and its divinity would be gone. Now. Go. Dao Wufang also shouted at this moment. He and Fang Xing jumped out of the range of Gui Mu's bone prison. At this moment, the sky was high, and the sea was wide. This was the best chance for them to escape. Can't let him escape, stop him. Gui Mu was frightened by the dragon power, and the countless bone chains were broken. He could only retreat quickly to get rid of the suppression of the dragon power. However, when he saw Fang Xing and Dao Wufang jump out of the void at the same time, he became very anxious and shouted. Things had come to this, and the 400 clansmen he brought with him were almost all dead. How could he let the little devil escape? If he could capture him alive and hand him over to the Divine Lord, it would be a great merit. But if he could not, he would make a big mistake, and he might be suppressed directly. Devil, don't go. At this time, the divine race beings who had been scared out of their wits by Fang Xing and fled like stray dogs gathered together again. They hardened their hearts and chased after Fang Xing. They could see that this demon was already an arrow at the end of its flight. He might not be able to slaughter them like before. More importantly, as long as they could stall him for a moment, they could let the young master suppress him. At this time, if Fang Xing wanted to leave, there was still hope that he could get rid of them. However, no one expected that Fang Xing, who had jumped out of the bone prison, would turn around and laugh. He raised his evil sword again, and the evil aura around his body was like a smoke signal. He rushed towards the God Clan's people like a ferocious beast. He laughed and said, "I said I would kill you all, did I joke?" Not good. Such a scene directly frightened all the living beings of the God Clan. They hurriedly turned around and fled, but it was already too late. In the blink of an eye, Feng Xing rushed to their side, and the billowing demonic qi enveloped them. He brandished all kinds of weapons and once again began the violent slaughter. "How dare you?" Gue Mu, who was not far away, saw the rest of his clansmen being killed one by one. His eyes were almost bleeding. "Why did you do this?" Dao Wufang's heart felt like it had fallen into an ice cave. His last chance to escape had been used by Feng Xing to kill him. End of chapter 1059. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.